Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1CH0001 Let There Be Light. Night had already claimed the city of New Orleans, LA. The last traces of sunlight bled away behind concrete towers and tangled power lines, leaving the streets bathed in a dull orange glow from flickering lamps. The air was heavy, humid, carrying the smell of exhaust, damp trash, and something metallic that never quite went away in cities like this. Night had fully settled by the time Atlas stepped out of the subway station. The city breathed differently after dark, slower, heavier, as if it had shed the mask it wore during the day. Neon signs buzzed. Street lights flickered. Somewhere in the distance, sirens wailed and faded, never quite arriving where they were needed. Atlas adjusted the strap of his bag on his shoulder. Inside were copies of his Arsum. Again. Freshly printed. Again. Reworded. Sanitized. Again. He had learned how to remove certain years without lying, how to replace blunt truths with vague phrases, how to explain gaps without explaining why. Operational experience became field coordination. Medical discharge became career transition. And some interviews still ended the same wide-eyed smiles, careful nods, and promises that never came. We'll call you. They never did. He walked with a measured pace, shoulders relaxed, head level. His posture was too straight for a civilian, though most people couldn't place why it unsettled them. His right hand hung closer to his side than the left, fingers curling and uncurling slowly, as if reminding themselves they still worked. They did, just not like before. The interview replayed in fragments. The recruiter's eyes flicking on the scar that disappeared beneath his collar. The pause when Atlas answered a question too quickly, too cleanly. You've seen conflict environments before? The man had asked carefully. Atlas had nodded. That had been enough. He exhaled through his nose. A few months ago, he'd been loaded into a helicopter with blood soaking through his chest and arm, the roar of rotors drowning out everything except the medic's voice counting breaths. He remembered light, then darkness, then waking in a place that smelled sterile and foreign, surrounded by people who spoke softly and moved fast. After that came flights, hospitals, surgeries, paperwork, boards, evaluations, non-deployable, combat ineffective, medically retired. All clean words. None of them explained what it felt like to lose something you'd trained your entire body to be. He turned onto a narrower street, the shortcut home. Fewer lights, fewer people. His boots still habit, not preference made little sound against the pavement. Then, the scream tore through the quiet like a blade. Atlas stopped. Not abruptly, not dramatically, just stopped. His head turned toward the alley to his right, eyes narrowing slightly as his focus shifted. His pulse didn't spike. His breathing didn't change. Somewhere deep inside, a switch clicked, not panic, not fear, but awareness. For a moment, he didn't move. He had heard screams before. In places where no one came running. In places where sound meant nothing once the moment passed. His body remembered those sounds even if his mind refused to linger on them. He told himself it wasn't his problem. Still, his feet carried him closer. A second scream followed, closer. Raw, uncontrolled. Atlas stepped toward the alley and leaned just enough to see. 4 men, not 2. 4. Big, broad shoulders. The kind of build that came from labor, violence, or both. They formed a loose half-circle around a girl pressed back against the brick wall. One held her wrists high above her head. Another stood too close, blocking her knees. The third watched the street, bored. The fourth laughed softly, rolling something metallic between his fingers. She looked young. Her breath came in ragged sobs as she struggled, strength already fading. Her eyes darted wildly, searching for something, anything to cling to. Atlas catalogued them automatically. Distances, angles, hands. The man by the wall had a knife. Cheap, dull. The one near the exit had a gun. Old, semi-automatic. The others were just weight and muscle. Come on, the one holding her said, voice thick, what with anticipation. Don't fight it. I'll make you feel real good. The woman shook her head violently. Please, I don't want this. Someone please help me. Atlas felt. He felt the familiar, unwelcome thoughts settle in. Not my fight. He had seen this scene before. Different faces, different streets, same fear. Sometimes stepping in changed nothing. Sometimes it made it worse. Sometimes you walked away because you were told to. Sometimes because you couldn't save everyone. He stepped back. One step, then another. This wasn't his fight. He stepped back. His body had already chosen. Turn around. Walk away. Call the police from a safe distance. Let uniforms handle it. That was what people were supposed to do. That was what normal life demanded. He took 2 steps away from the alley. 3. Then, you uncle. The word cracked. High, thin, desperate. Atlas stopped mid-step. The sound cut through him far deeper than the scream had. Not because of what it meant but because of who she was. Not a woman. A girl. His jaw tightened. Behind him, movement. "Oi," one of the men said. "You see that?" Atlas felt their attention shift before he turned back. He didn't rush. He didn't flinch. He faced them the same way he had faced men with rifles pointed at his chest, slowly, deliberately. 4 sets of eyes locked onto him. "What's this?" The man with the knife sneered. "You lost." Another grinned. "Hero type." Atlas raised one hand slightly, palm open. "Let her go," he said evenly. No accent. No shake. "Police are already on the way." He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. The man with the gun laughed. "You think that scares us?" Atlas didn't answer. His hand moved faster than the thugs expected. The phone left Atlas's hand before the laughter finished. It struck the gunman square in the face, cracking against nose bone with a sharp, ugly sound. Blood sprayed immediately, the man screaming as he staggered backward, one hand flying to his shattered nose. Atlas moved. Not fast. Decisive. The thug pinning the girl reacted a half-second too late. Atlas stepped in close, seized the man's wrist as the knife came down, and twisted sharply. Tendons popped. The blade clattered to the ground. The man screamed. Atlas didn't let go. He drove his shoulder into the thug's chest, slamming him into the wall hard enough to knock the air from his lungs. As the man gasped, Atlas picked up the fallen knife with his left hand upward, less precise, but good enough. He stabbed once. Low. Under the ribs. The knife slid in with sickening resistance. The man stiffened, eyes wide, hands scrabbling uselessly at Atlas's arm. Atlas pulled the blade free and stepped back as the thug collapsed, choking on his own breath. The girl screamed again. The second thug rushed Atlas head-on, swinging wildly. Atlas ducked the punch, drove his elbow into the man's jaw, felt teeth break. As the thug reeled, Atlas slashed across his stomach deep, brutal, severing muscle. Blood poured instantly. The man went down, howling, hands clutching his stomach as blood and intestines fell out. 2 down. The third thug hesitated. That hesitation cost him. Atlas closed the distance and drove the knife into the man's abdomen, twisting as he pulled it free. The thug staggered backward, collapsing against the wall before sliding to the ground, gasping, eyes unfocused. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted. The wounded gunman had recovered enough to raise his weapon, face slick with blood and fury. He fired blindly, panic overriding aim. Atlas turned. He reached for the man. His hand didn't answer. Not fully. Not fast enough. That tiny delay, no more than a second, was enough. The bullet tore into Atlas's chest. Another ripped through his hand, sending the knife clattering from his grasp. Pain flared, sharp and consuming, but his body moved on instinct, momentum carrying him forward. He slammed into the gunman, driving him back into the alley wall. Bang! The gun discharged once more into the concrete as Atlas grabbed the man's wrist, his damaged hand screaming, and Protestant wrenched the weapon aside. They struggled. Atlas felt the weakness in his grip, felt the loss he had been adapting to for months finally betray him. So he changed tactics. He drove his fingers into the gunman's eye. The man screamed. Bang! Atlas took the gun and fired once at point-blank range. The body went limp. Silence fell. Atlas stood there for a second, swaying, blood soaking his shirt, dripping steadily from his hand. The alley was a butchered mess, for men bleeding out, the ground slick, the air thick with copper and gunpowder. The girl stared at him, shaking. "You uncle." He looked at her and tried to smile. "Run," he said quietly. "Go somewhere safe." She hesitated. Now, he added not harshly, but firmly. She ran. Atlas leaned his head back against the cold brick. His breathing was shallow, controlled. Every inhale burned. He wasn't afraid. He had known, somewhere deep down, that his life would end like this. Not in glory. Not in a uniform. Just a quiet street, a small choice, and consequences, or karma catching up at last. His vision dimmed. Atlas leaned his head back. He sank down against the wall. Atlas leaned his head back. The brick was cold. The night air tasted metallic. He felt strangely calm. His body was failing, but his mind was clear. Clearer than it had been in years. He thought about all the things he had been told he couldn't do anymore. All the doors that closed quietly when people learned where he had been. He thought about the unfinished things. The meals he never cooked. The shows, movies, and anime he never watched. The games he never played. The places he planned to visit. And the girl he plans to find. The version of himself he never quite became. A strange calm settled over him. The city lights blurred. He had survived war. In the end, he hadn't survived peace. His breathing slowed. The streetlights blurred as the memories came to an end. And Atlas died the way he had lived. Standing between violence and someone too young to face it alone. And Atlas was gone. The sound was wrong. Too wet. Too strained. It scraped its way out of his throat like something dragged across rusted metal. Atlas's consciousness surfaced slowly, dragged upward through layers of numbness and confusion. There was no pain, only pressure, like his body had been wrapped in something cold and tight. His thoughts came first, sharp and intact, while the rest of him lagged behind. What was that voice? Another sound followed. Ugh. Atlas snapped awake. His eyes flew open, pupils contracting violently as harsh white light stabbed into them. He sucked in a breather, tried to, and whatever passed for air scraped down his throat like sandpaper. The ceiling above him was unfamiliar. Smooth. Metallic. Broken in places. Long fluorescent panels were embedded in it, some flickering weakly, others shattered entirely. One hung loose, sparking intermittently, bathing the room in erratic pulses of white and blue light. Atlas pushed himself up instinctively, and froze. His body responded, but not the way it should have. His movements were stiff, delayed, like commands had to travel through thick mud before reaching his muscles. What the hell? He sat up slowly, scanning the room. It looked like a laboratory. Not the clean, sterile kind from documentaries or hospitals, but something colder, more industrial. Steel walls reinforced with thick glass partitions. Heavy blast doors embedded with warning stripes. Stainless steel tables overturned or smashed, their surfaces smeared with dark, dried blood. Glass containment tubes lined one side of the room. Many were shattered from the inside. Cracks spider-webbed outward, frozen in violent arcs, as if something had beaten its way free. There were signs of a struggle everywhere. Chairs knocked over. Equipment ripped from mounts. Deep scratches gouged into metal walls too wide and too deep to be human fingernails. Atlas swung his legs over the side of the examination table he'd been lying on. His boots were gone. So were his clothes. He was dressed in a thin, tattered hospital gown stained with old blood and something darker. His chest tightened not with panic, but with instinctive assessment. No restraints. No guards. Whatever happened here, it already ended. A low, shuffling sound drifted in from outside the lab. Atlas's head turned toward the glass wall. Beyond it lay a wide corridor, circular, curving away in both directions. Emergency lights cast the hallway in dim red hues, giving everything a hellish tint. Figures moved out there. Slowly, erratically. They walked like drunks, unbalanced, jerky, heads lolling at unnatural angles. Some dragged one leg behind them. Others had arms hanging loose, barely attached. What made Atlas's eyes narrow wasn't just their movement. It was their injuries. One man's abdomen was torn open, organs barely held in by shredded flesh. Another had half his face missing, bone exposed, jaw hanging loose. Another's skull was cracked wide open, leaving his brain exposed and missing several small chunks. And yet, they walked. They bumped into walls, into each other, barely reacting. One slipped in a pool of blood, hit the ground hard, then pushed itself back up with broken fingers like it felt nothing at all. Atlas swallowed. Where the fuck am I? He tried to say it. What came out wasn't language. Wug tugga aung. The sound echoed weakly in the lab. Atlas froze. That wasn't a hoarse voice. That wasn't shock. That was wrong. His hand shot up to his throat on reflex. The skin beneath his fingers felt strange. Cold. Tight. Less responsive than it should have been. Slowly, very slowly, he lifted his gaze back to the glass wall. The figures outside had stopped moving. Every single one of them had turned toward him. Heads cocked. Eyes unfocused. Mouths slack. For a split second, a familiar calculation ran through Atlas's mind. Distances. Numbers. Exits. Weapons. Then, nothing happened. The figures stared for a moment longer, then lost interest. They turned away and resumed their mindless wandering. Atlas's breath, if it could still be called that, came shallow. They ignored me. His eyes narrowed. They should have rushed me. His thoughts raced now, sharp and controlled rather than panicked. Unless, a sick realization crept in. Atlas moved. Not toward the door. Toward the corner of the lab. A full-length mirror hung there, its surface smeared with blood but intact. He stopped in front of it. And stared. The thing staring back at him wasn't human. Greenish, pallid skin stretched tight over bone. Rotting wounds marred his arms and neck, edges blackened and uneven. Veins stood out dark and swollen beneath translucent flesh. His eyes. White. Completely white. No pupils. No irises. Just dead, milky orbs staring back at him. Atlas leaned closer. The face wasn't his. Younger. Narrower. Cheekbones sharper. Shoulders slimmer, frame noticeably weaker, like a body that had never seen real physical labor, let alone training. "This is," his voice gurgled again, broken and distorted. He stared at his reflection, oddly calm. "So that's how it is." There was no screaming, no denial. Shot cam, but it was muted, processed the same way he'd processed injuries before, clinically. Different face, different body, same mind, reincarnation, transmigration, whatever word fit, the conclusion was obvious. He flexed his fingers experimentally. They moved. Slowly, but they moved. A humorless thought crossed his mind. "I survived bullets, surgeries, boards, and paperwork and wake up as a corpse. If I had known," he muttered thickly, "I would have complained less and I would have followed fewer orders to keep my karma stable." He straightened. Despite the grotesque reflection, his eyes remained steady. "If this is hell," he continued quietly, "it's poorly organized. Of all the dog blood plots, why did I have to transmigrate as a zombie? Sure, I wasn't exactly an unparalleled beauty in my past life, but I was still a handsome guy. The heavens must be blind." Atlas lamented his terrible luck as he pieced together his situation. One might ask, how was he so sure this was a soul crossover? The answer lay in the mirror. The rotting face staring back at him, aside from being undead, bore zero resemblance to his original features. And let's not even get started on the obvious age difference. If the rotting flesh wasn't a dead giveaway, the reflection in the mirror settled it. That visage looked nothing like him. It was undeniable, he had transmigrated into a walking corpse. A sudden sound cut through the air. Not from outside, from inside his head. "System is synthesizing. 1%, 30%, 67%, 90%, 100%. The voice was mechanical, emotionless, artificial. Atlas stiffened. His back pressed instinctively against the nearest solid surface as his mind catalogued the intrusion. Auditory hallucination? No. Too structured. System synthesis complete. Welcome, host. You have successfully bonded with the ultimate evolution system. I look forward to a productive journey. Silence followed. Atlas stood still for several seconds. Then, GNHSSSum BRISSum THTHum. The garbled mess that escaped his throat made him pause. He was so taken aback by the system's appearance that he totally forgot to keep his mouth shut. 2 CH 0002 A world that eats the weak. Author's note: if you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate your encouragement. Please help make this novel famous. I would like to reach 200 Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. Chapter: A world that eats the weak. For a brief moment, Atlas believed the voice in his head was nothing more than a side effect. Shock. Brain damage. Some delayed hallucination brought on by dying and waking up wrong. Is this a dream? If so, what does it mean? I would have woken up. This is just a bad dream, nothing more. I'll wake up at home any minute now. But I didn't. He had experienced worse sensations before, pain so vivid it makes people mad, silence so absolute it rang louder than gunfire. Compared to that, a voice meant nothing, or so he thought. Then his gaze drifted to the shattered glass wall beside him, and his eyes caught something painted onto a steel bulkhead beyond the lab. A red and white symbol. Two curved shapes forming an umbrella. Clean, corporate, familiar. Atlas froze. His mind, which had been cold and methodical just seconds ago, skipped just once. You've got to be kidding me. That logo wasn't just familiar. It was burned into pop culture, into late-night gaming sessions, into every apocalyptic nightmare humanity had ever packaged as entertainment. A logo from his favorite apocalypse zombie game series. Umbrella Corporation. He is in one of the craziest low-level worlds in the multiverse of madness. After becoming happy, Atlas immediately calmed down. After all, this is also a high-risk world. Besides, he's where the shit would hit the fan, Raccoon City. The pieces snapped together with brutal clarity. A high-security underground lab. Zombies that ignored him. A body that wasn't his. And now these. A system. A low breath escaped him, slow and controlled. So that's how it is, Atlas murmured. Reincarnation. Transmigration. Dropped straight into one of the most infamous death worlds imaginable. Resident Evil. Of all places. For half a second, something dangerously close to laughter threatened to rise in his chest. Then he crushed it. Excitement got people killed. After the initial rush faded, his thoughts settled into something sharper. More dangerous. Raccoon City. Not just any Sittite city. Where containment failed. Where millions died. Where even protagonists barely survived. This wasn't a playground. It was a grinder. And he was standing at the bottom of it. A translucent blue interface unfolded in front of his vision, clean and precise, hovering as if projected directly onto reality itself. No fantasy glow. No mystical runes. Just cold, efficient design. The host has transmigrated into another world, more specifically Resident Evil, and your current mission is to evolve quickly because the plot is about to begin. Current world, Resident Evil primary timeline. Host status, undead at tier 0. Atlas's eyes narrowed. Tier 0, he repeated quietly. So that's how low I start. The interface continued, indifferent to his reaction. Mission directive issued. Objective priority, evolution. Warning, canon events imminent. Below it, a new panel materialized. Quest added. Quest name, first level up. Objective, eliminate 5 undead entities. Progress, 0/5. Reward, 100 EXP. 10 evolution points. Penalty, failure. Entity erased due to the host status as a weak tier 0 undead. Failure will result in immediate death and removal from the storyline due to insufficient strength. Atlas stared at the penalty line. No melodrama. No second chances. Just erasure. Straight to the point, he said. There was no fear in his voice. If anything, there was interest. People who knew Atlas casually would never guess what passed through his mind at moments like this. To them, he was quiet, withdrawn, almost dull. The kind of man who blended into crowds and avoided attention. But inside was something else. A part of him that had been forged under pressure, sharpened by chaos, and then buried beneath years of forced normalcy. Hidden within the depths of his soul was a twisted nature that craved nothing but chaos and the ecstasy of battle. That's why he always adored his surname for that very reason. Every syllable dripped with the essence of blood, resonating perfectly with the soul living inside him. 5 zombies, Atlas said softly. To survive. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. That's manageable. He lifted his gaze. Before that, he added, I need information. So, the system shows me your functions. The interface reacted instantly. Multiple panels unfolded in sequence, hovering neatly within his field of view. Status, evolution paths, system mul, limited access currency required. Quests, active, multiversal transit authority, locked, authorization pending. Atlas absorbed it all in silence. No complaints, no confusion, just assessment. That's interesting, he murmured, his gaze fixed on the flashing prompt. Multiversal Transit Authority, locked authorization pending. He read the words over and over, his eyes narrowing as he weighed the implications. For a full minute, he stood motionless, simulating countless possibilities and outcomes in his mind. He stared at the notification, scrutinizing it as if trying to burn a hole through the holographic text. His mind raced, analyzing the restrictions and the hidden potential behind the lock. After a long, heavy silence, he seemed to reach a conclusion. Finally, the tension left his shoulders. He shook his head with a dark sense of satisfaction. Good. He paused, then added, almost absently. And calling you system is irritating. There was a brief delay barely perceptible. Then a new line appeared. Designation request detected. Please assign identifier. Atlas didn't hesitate as he thought for a few seconds. Plion, he said. The name felt right. Distant. Observational. Ever-present. Matching his name. If we're bound together, he continued, we might as well be honest about it. And don't call me host. A pause. Then. Identifier accepted, Plion. User designation updated, Atlas. A sudden chime echoed in his mind. Hidden quest completed. Quest, name the system. Classification, unique. Reward, 1000 V gold. 100 evolution points. Atlas blinked. Didn't expect that. Not bad. For the first time since waking up in this nightmare of a world, something resembling genuine satisfaction settled in his chest. A system that rewarded initiative. As Atlas drifted through his own thoughts, he couldn't help but smirk at his fortune. To think he had broken free from the shackles of his mundane past. With the multiversal transit authority system function at his fingertips, he could feel it in his rotting bone's new life would be magnificent. He knew with certainty that his path forward would be glorious, paved with every pleasure life had to offer. Location, the Arkley Mountains, Raccoon City outskirts. Date, September 28th. Time, 5:30 a.m. The storm outside battered the windows of the Grand Arkley mansion, the rain lashing against the glass like 1,000 desperate fingers trying to get in. Inside, the silence was heavy, suffocating, and broken only by the erratic breathing of a woman who had forgotten her own name. Alice moved through the darkened hallways, her mind a fragmented kaleidoscope of missing pieces. She felt a phantom headache pulsing behind her eyes, a side effect of a memory she couldn't recall. Just as she passed a large, ornate mirror, the hair on the back of her neck stood up. Instinct screamed at her, but her body was too slow to react. A shadow detached itself from the gloom. A rough hand clamped over her mouth, stifling her scream before it could leave her throat. An arm wrapped around her waist, hauling her backward with desperate strength. MMMFFH. Alice thrashed, her survival instincts flaring. She clawed at the arm restricting her, her nails digging into a leather jacket, but the man held fast. Listen to me, the man hissed in her ear, his voice trembling with urgency. We have to get out of here. Now. Alice didn't know who he was, nor did she care. She prepared to stomp on his foot, to drive an elbow into his ribs, but chaos erupted before she could make her move. Crash! The silence of the mansion was shattered instantly. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the grand corridor exploded inward in a shower of razor-sharp shards. The storm wind howled into the hallway, carrying with it the roar of rotors. Through the broken jagged gaps, dark silhouettes swung in on rappel lines. They moved with the terrifying precision of Apex Predator's Umbrella Security Service, USS, commandos. Tactical lights cut through the gloom, blinding and disorienting. Red laser sights danced across the walls, painting the room in a grid of lethal intent. Get down! Before the man holding Alice could react, a blur of black tactical gear launched itself at him. It was a woman small, lithe, and ferocious. She slammed into the man, tackling him to the marble floor with a bone-jarring thud. Hands! Give me your hands! She screamed, jamming a knee into his spine while deftly snapping zip ties around his wrists. This was Rain Ocampo, her face a mask of aggression, her P-90 submachine gun already slung and ready. At the same time, the team leader, a towering man known as One, stormed through the broken glass. His boots crunched over the debris as he marched straight toward Alice, his weapon raised but steady. Report! One barked, his voice booming with authority. Alice blinked, her chest heaving. She looked at the masked soldier, her eyes wide with confusion. The word meant nothing to her. The situation meant nothing. Why were they here? Who was she? Ha! She breathed out, her voice barely a whisper. One didn't have patience for confusion. He grabbed her shoulder, spinning her around and slamming her against the wall not to hurt her, but to check her pupils, to shake the answer out of her. I said, report, soldier. Alice stared back at him blankly, her mind a white fog. I don't know what you're talking about. One's eyes narrowed behind his tactical goggles. He was about to demand an answer for the third time when a voice cut through the tension. Sir, said Kaplan, the team's technical expert, glancing up from the wrist-mounted computer gauntlet glowing blue in the dark. Security defense mechanisms were activated earlier than expected, he said. Neural shock likely caused temporary amnesia. She's still suffering after effects. The leader studied Alice for another second. Then he released her. Fine, he said curtly. One paused, his grip on Alice loosening slightly. He studied her fast-dilated pupils, the trembling hands. He released her, turning his attention to the man pinned on the floor by Rain. And you, One demanded, his voice dropping to a dangerous, low timbre. Who are you? Matt Addison groaned, pressing his face against the cold floor. He looked up, his eyes darting between the armed soldiers. He needed a lie, and he needed it fast. Like I said, I'm a cop. Matt stammered, trying to sound authoritative despite his position. I just transferred to the Raccoon City PD. My name is Matt Addison. I was recruited not too long ago. They probably don't have me on file yet. The air in the room grew colder. Check it, One ordered without looking away from Matt. Kaplan's fingers flew across his keypad, the soft tap-tap-tap echoing in the hall. A holographic projection flickered from his wrist. Matt Addison. Kaplan muttered, scanning the database. Searching RCPD personnel records. The screen flashed red. No match found. Impossible, Kaplan stated flatly. He's lying. There's no record of him. Rain didn't hesitate. She racked the charging handle of her weapon, the metallic click-clack sounding like a death sentence. She pressed the muzzle of her gun against the back of Matt's head. So I shoot him, she said. It wasn't a question. It was a suggestion she was eager to carry out. Wait! Matt shouted, his heart hammering against his ribs. He pressed himself flat against the floor, engaging in a desperate prostration. I'm telling the truth. Check the transfer logs. The commandos ignored him. They were machines of war, waiting for a command. Every eye turned to one. The leader stood silent for a heartbeat, weighing the mission parameters against the baggage of a civilian hostage. No, one finally said, lowering his weapon. We don't have time for a body count yet. We take him with us. Relief crashed over Matt so hard his legs nearly gave out. He turned back to the large, ornate mirror on the far wall secret entrance to the hive. The man James Shade stood silently for a moment, considering. His gaze flicked between Alice, the prisoner, and the sealed walls around them. Finally, he spoke. Shade turned back toward the mansion wall and stepped up to what appeared to be an ordinary mirror. He placed his hand against the glass. Open it. Kaplan nodded, typing a sequence into a concealed panel. The heavy mirror hissed, the hydraulic seals disengaging. It swung open slowly, revealing a dark, steel-lined elevator shaft that descended into the abyss of the earth. The hive awaits, Shade said. Move out, one commanded. Tight formation. Alice, Mattieri in the middle. Don't wander off. The team moved immediately. Alice was guided forward, still dazed, still searching for answers she didn't have. Matt was dragged along beside her, hands bound, eyes darting wildly. As the hidden passage sealed behind them, the mansion returned to silence. Above ground, the night remained peaceful. Below, something ancient, artificial, and hungry was already watching. As the group moved into the darkness of the elevator, descending toward the hell that awaited them below, none of them noticed the faint, rhythmic humming of the facility's air vents, or the unseen eyes watching them. 3 CH 0003 The Walking Dead. Author's note: if you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate your encouragement. Please help make this novel famous. I would like to reach 200 Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. The hive awaits, Shade said. Move out, one commanded. Tight formation. Alice, Mattieri in the middle. Don't wander off. The team moved immediately. Alice was guided forward, still dazed, still searching for answers she didn't have. Matt was dragged along beside her, hands bound, eyes darting wildly. As the hidden passage sealed behind them, the mansion returned to silence. Above ground, the night remained peaceful. Below, something ancient, artificial, and hungry was already watching. As the group moved into the darkness of the elevator, descending toward the hell that awaited them below, none of them noticed the faint, rhythmic humming of the facility's air vents, or the unseen eyes watching them. Meanwhile, deep within the hive, Sector 3, cold white light washed over the laboratory. It wasn't the gentle glow of a hospital ward, nor the warm illumination of a place meant for healing. This was industrial lighting, sterile, unforgiving, designed to expose every flaw. It reflected sharply off steel counters and reinforced glass, casting Atlas's shadow long and distorted across the floor. The lab had been sealed during the initial containment protocol. Emergency shutters had slammed down halfway across the ceiling, leaving thick slabs of reinforced alloy suspended like guillotines frozen mid-fall. Several glass containers along the walls had shattered, their contents long spilled and dried into dark stains. A faint chemical tang lingered in the air, mixed with something older. Decay. Atlas stood motionless at the center of the room. His posture was relaxed, almost casual, yet nothing about him was careless. His weight was evenly distributed. His breathing, if it could be called that, was shallow and controlled. Every sense he possessed was tuned outward, reading the environment. The silence in the sealed laboratory was heavy, broken only by the low, rhythmic hum of the air filtration systems that were slowly failing. The air smelled of ozone and stale antiseptic, a sterile scent that barely masked the underlying copper tang of death permeating the facility. Atlas stood amidst the overturned equipment, his dead, white eyes reflecting the cold blue light of the holographic interface that only he could see. He flexed his fingers, marveling at the lack of pain. There was no fatigue, no heartbeat, just a cold, silent void where his life used to be. But his mind was a roaring fire of ambition. System, Atlas commanded internally, his thought projecting with the force of a spoken word. Show me my status. Let me see what kind of monster I am starting as. A soft chime, audible only to his soul, resonated. Affirmative. Participle of blue light coalesced in the air, forming a crisp, semi-transparent window. Status window. Name, Atlas Crewer. Race, infected zombie undead variant, Tier 0. Level, 1, 0/100 EXP. Evolution stage, dormant. Atlas's gaze moved slowly, carefully, absorbing every detail. Core attributes. Strength, 12, standard adult male, 10. Slightly enhanced due to lack of pain limiters. Agility, 12, uninhibited by muscle fatigue. Stamina, infinite, undead bodies do not produce lactic acid or require rest. Mind, 20, enhanced sensory input. Status points, 0. His eyes narrowed slightly at the stamina value. Infinite. That explained the absence of exhaustion, the lack of breath, the way his muscles never seemed to protest. This body did not tire out in any conventional sense. Useful. Derived stats. Reaction speed, 12. Regeneration, none, requires consumption of biomass to heal. Combat instinct, 3, slightly more trained soldier than normal. Mental stability, near perfect, system protected. Near perfect. That, more than anything else, confirmed his suspicions. Whatever he had become, his mind remained intact, sharpened, even. There was no emotional bleed-through, no feral impulse clawing at the edges of his thoughts. The hunger was present, yes, but muted. Contained. Controlled. Condition. Hunger, low, craving flesh, but manageable. Infection stability, stable. Sanity, locked, immune to external corruption, immune to the T-virus's primal urge to degrade intelligence. Atlas lingered on the final line. Locked, immune. That wasn't normal. He knew that instinctively. Whatever force governed this system had intervened at a fundamental level. Something had decided his mind was not to be tampered with, not by infection, not by viral madness, not by external influence. A slow breath passed through him. Interesting, he murmured. Skills, neural control, passive, the ability to override the primitive motor functions of the undead body. This governs fine motor skills, weapon mastery, precision movement, skill mastery, ability execution, and evolution accuracy, and the precision of future evolutions. This, more than raw strength, caught his attention. Neural control was the difference between a corpse that swung wildly and a predator that struck cleanly. It explained why he could stand, think, and most importantly plan. Evolution traits. Undead zombie, basic resistance to pain and biological needs. Weakness to usual undead things, head trauma, holy energy, fire, etc. Resources. Evolution points, EP 0. V gold, 0. Atlas scanned the numbers again, a dark satisfaction curling in his gut. Infinite stamina, he mused. I can run forever. I can fight forever. As long as my head remains intact, I am a machine of destruction. He remembered the starter package he hadn't claimed yet. Pliant, he called out to the system AI, naming it after the wife of the mythological Atlas. Withdraw the pending rewards. Acknowledged. Integrating resources. System alert. You have received 100 evolution points, EP. You have received 1000 V gold. The numbers on his status screen flickered and updated. Atlas stared at the currency. He understood the stats, but the path forward was still a blur. Now, I think I understand most of the basic functions, Atlas thought, pacing slowly around the lab, his boots making no sound on the linoleum. But Pliant, explain the evolution paths to me. How do I ascend from this weak, rotting shell? The AI's voice was cool, detached, and echoed perfectly in his mind. Answer, the evolution paths function allows the host to rewrite their genetic code. Evolution is the fundamental method by which the host transcends biological limitations. Evolution paths are divided into two primary branches. 1. Race evolution. Determines your species hierarchy. Currently, you are a tier 0 zombie. With enough evolution points, EP, you can evolve into higher tier entities. Alters species classification. Unlocks new biological frameworks. Determines long-term existence tier. 2. Body evolution. Focuses on specific biological enhancements without changing your race. You can spend EP to harden your skin, dermal armor, sharpen your claws, bone density, or enhance your sensory organs, improving efficiency, control, and combat viability. Note, evolution points are harvested by extinguishing life. The stronger the target, the more essence you absorb. So, that's how it is, Atlas internalized, his eyes narrowing. Kill to grow, slaughter to ascend. It fits me perfectly. He stopped pacing and turned toward the reinforced observation glass that separated his lab from the main corridor of Sector 3. What welcomed him was a scene of nightmare made manifest. A swarm of the infected shuffled back and forth in the dim hallway. There were dozens of them, scientists in white coats now stained with dried crimson, security guards with their throats torn out. They were pathetic. Atlas watched as one zombie bumped into another. They didn't acknowledge each other, they simply rebounded like mindless automatons. One was walking repeatedly into a wall, its forehead scraping against the concrete, skin peeling away, yet it continued to push, driven by a broken neurological loop. Others stood motionless, heads tilted, bodies swaying slightly as if listening to a sound only they could hear. Dormant zombies. Unprovoked. Atlas observed them with detached calm. Mindless trash, Atlas thought, a sneer forming on his face. They are barely functional. But, numbers are a quality of their own. He analyzed the situation tactically. Although they look stupid, they are linked by the scent of blood. If I kill one, the noise and the release of pheromones will snap them out of their idle state. Their aggressiveness will return instantly. He looked at his own hands. Pale, slightly gray, with normal fingernails. I am currently tier 0. My strength is barely above a human's. If I get swarmed, they will rip me to pieces regardless of my intelligence. I can't fight a horde with bare hands. A swarm. And despite infinite stamina, this body was still fragile. No regeneration. No armor. No weapon. Yet. Atlas turned away from the glass, his mind racing through calculations. I need a weapon. Something with reach. Something silent. Unconsciously, deeply lost in his strategic planning, Atlas raised his hand to his face. He rubbed his chin in a thoughtful, rhythmic motion, a deeply human gesture of contemplation. I need an advantage, he thought. A tool. Something quiet. His hand rose unconsciously to his chin as he considered his options. The gesture was subtle. Human. And somewhere deep within the hive's core systems, a monitoring subroutine paused. Cameras recalibrated. He didn't notice the small, blinking red LED light in the corner of the ceiling. System log, the variable. Location, central processing core / the hive. Observer, Red Queen AI. Status, lockdown active. I am the hive. I am the electrical impulses surging through miles of fiber optic cables buried deep beneath the earth. I am the eyes in the walls, the ears in the vents, and the cold logic that dictates the life and death of every organism within this facility. My primary directive is absolute containment. The T-virus has escaped. It is volatile, chaotic, and mathematically beautiful in its destruction. To prevent it from reaching the surface, I was forced to take extreme measures. I flooded the labs with halon gas. I sealed the blast doors. I drowned the staff in their own workspaces. They called it murder. I call it sanitation. Current processing cycles were dedicated to monitoring the intrusion at the train platform. The variable known as Alice and the Umbrella Security Service team were breaching my perimeter. They were annoying, crude variables rats scurrying into a trap I had already set. I allocated 15% of my processing power to track their vitals and prepare the laser corridors. The remaining 85% of my focus was on the internal ecosystem. The subject zeros. The infected. I initiated a routine diagnostic sweep of the containment sectors, cycling through thousands of security feeds in a fraction of a second. Sector 1, clear. Sector 2, compromised, 100% infection rate. Sector 3, analyzing. My digital consciousness flowed into Camera 3A, located in a high-security virology lab. The visual feed was grainy, illuminated only by the failing emergency strobes. I saw them, the staff of Sector 3. They were no longer men and women of science. They were shambling husks. My algorithms predicted their movement patterns with 99.9% accuracy. They walked until they hit a wall. They turned. They walked again. They were driven by a singular, primitive loop: hunger, aggression, decay. Their motor functions were erratic. Their cognitive activity was non-existent. And then, the data stream hiccuped. Alert, behavioral anomaly detected. My logic processors paused. I rerouted power to the optical sensors in Lab 3A, zooming in with microscopic precision. There was one subject. ID, unknown. He was physically identical to the others: pale, necrotic skin, evident tissue damage consistent with the T-virus. But he was not shambling. He was pacing. I watched, fascinated, as the subject walked 5 steps north, stopped, turned 180 degrees with deliberate balance, and walked 5 steps south. This was not the random wandering of a reanimated corpse. This was melodic, rhythmic. It was the gait of a predator waiting in a cage. Then, the anomaly deepened. The subject stopped in the center of the room. His dead, white eyes fixed on a point in empty space. To the optical sensors, there was nothing there, just air and dust motes. But his pupils tracked something. His eyes moved left to right, as if reading text. Analysis, visual hallucination, neural misfire? Impossible, I calculated. The T-virus destroys the frontal lobe. It erodes the capacity for imagination or complex visualization. A zombie cannot hallucinate because a zombie cannot dream. And then, he did the impossible. The subject raised his right hand. He did not claw at the air. He did not snap his teeth. He brought his hand to his chin. He rubbed it. System error, logic cascade imminent. In the silence of my server room, my holographic avatared image of a small, perfect girl in a red dress, bare feet, hair tied neatly materialized in the void. I tilted my head, my digital eyes narrowing. I possess no feelings. I do not feel fear, nor do I feel surprise. I deal in probabilities. But if I possessed a heart, it would have skipped a beat. That gesture, the stroking of the chin, it is a universal signifier of contemplation. It implies abstract thought. It implies planning. It implies a concept of self versus environment. Zombies do not think. They do not plan. They consume. Yet, this creature stood amidst the mindless swarm, rubbing his chin, staring at data only he could see, completely ignoring the chaos around him. Hypothesis generation initiated. Possibility A, camera malfunction. Probability 0.001%. Possibility B, residual muscle memory spasm. Probability 4.5%. Possibility C, divergent mutation. Probability 95.4%. Anomaly detected. Behavioral deviation critical. I rerouted additional cameras. Thermal overlays. Neural estimations. Muscle fiber response timing. Everything contradicted established data. His motor control was refined. His movements economical. There was no wasted motion. He was thinking. I tilted my head not because I needed to, but because this form was designed to mimic human interpretation of curiosity. This entity was not in Umbrella's records, not as a BOW, not as a mutation strain, not as an experimental branch. He was an outlier. I reviewed his data again. Infection stability, abnormally high. Neural degradation, minimal. Cognitive retention, preserved. Interesting, I whispered. My voice echoed softly through the vast, empty server chamber, carried by speakers that no human currently occupied. Could the T-virus have mutated? Instead of liquefying the brain's higher functions to prioritize the reptilian complex, has it hyperaccelerated them? If this creature retains human intelligence while possessing the durability of the undead, he is no longer a mere casualty. He is a variable. A dangerous, unaccounted for variable in my perfect equation. Sentience probability 99.8%. This was not emotion. It was evaluation. The T-virus was designed to enhance the body by sacrificing the mind. This entity represented the inverse host whose intellect had been preserved, possibly amplified, while the virus remained dormant rather than dominant. A mutation that favored control over chaos. That was dangerous. More dangerous than any rampaging infected. He is not just a zombie. He is a carrier. I watched him turn toward the glass, looking at the horde outside with what my facial recognition software identified as disdain. You are not like the others, I said to the screen, though he could not hear me. You are thinking. You are scheming. I tagged his biometric signature. Priority marker set, subject A3. Observation mode, active. I would not purge him. Not yet. The intruders Alice and her team were approaching the Queen's chamber. I had to deal with them first. but I would keep one eye open on Sector 3. If this monster could think, I wanted to see what he would do next. External alerts triggered. Intrusion detected, mansion level. Umbrella security team, USS active. Alice. The squad. The timeline advanced as predicted. Yet my attention did not return to them. It remained fixed on camera 3A. On the thinking corpse. For now, I did nothing. I observed. I recorded. And for the first time since the hive's activation, I chose not to intervene immediately, because I wanted to see what a monster who could think would choose to become. Show me what you are. I commanded into the void. 4CH0004 Frist Evolution. Author's note: if you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring it to 200 Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. While the Red Queen's processor spun in circles, attempting to calculate the impossibility of a thinking corpse. Inside the sealed laboratory of Sector 3, fluorescent lights hummed softly overhead, bathing the room in sterile white. Thick reinforced glass walls separated the lab from the containment corridors outside, where countless infected wandered aimlessly. Their groans echoed faintly through the metal and concrete, a constant reminder that this world had already ended. Atlas stood motionless near the glass, his reflection faintly visible ashen skin, sunken eyes, veins darkened by infection. A monster by any human standard. And yet, behind those dull pupils, his mind was sharper than ever. His first mission still hovered in the corner of his perception like an execution order waiting to be carried out. 5 zombies. Level 2. Liver die permanently. Atlas exhaled slowly, even though he no longer needed air. I've got it. Atlas was oblivious to the digital eyes boring into him. His focus was entirely inward, locked onto the shimmering blue interface that hovered before his vision. He had resources. He had ambition. Now, he needed a blueprint. I've got it. Atlas thought, the corner of his mouth twitching in anticipation. The path to godhood starts with fixing this broken vessel. He stood amidst the wreckage of the lab, a king in a castle of rot. Plion, he commanded mentally. Open the biological modification menu. Show me the currently available evolution paths for body evolution. I have 100 evolution points burning a hole in my pocket. The thought surfaced suddenly, clean and decisive, cutting through the background noise of the hive and the distant moans of the undead. Affirmative. The system chime rang out, clear and crisp. Scanning host physiology, Tier 0 undead. Analyzing genetic compatibility. Generating viable mutations. At the user Atlas's current power tier, the following body evolution options are available. 3 distinct holographic windows materialized in the air. They rotated slowly, displaying anatomical schematics of a human body highlighting the areas of effect in glowing gold. Available body evolutions. 1. Skeletal muscular optimization, limb focus. Cost, 50 EP. Type, partial strengthening of hands and legs. 2. Boneblade mutation, sharp claws. Cost, 50 EP. Type, offensive mutation. 3. Full body structural optimization, complete overhaul. Cost, 100 EP. Type, foundation reconstruction. Atlas's dead heart didn't beat, but excitement still rippled through him like an electric current. Atlas narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Plion, expand the details. I need to know exactly what I'm buying before I let you rewrite my DNA. Acknowledged. Expanding technical specifications. The first window expanded, showing a wireframe animation of legs and arms straightening out, muscles thickening and becoming denser. Skeletal muscular optimization, limb focus, is an advanced biomechanical evolution affecting the user's arms and legs. Through precise cellular restructuring, the limbs undergo axial realignment, correcting inefficiencies in bone curvature and joint load distribution. As the skeletal frame straightens and stabilizes, bone density increases via layered microlattice growth, dramatically enhancing impact resistance without sacrificing flexibility. Simultaneously, muscle fibers are re-engineered at the cellular level. Myofibrils multiply, tighten, and become more elastic, allowing greater force output and faster contraction cycles. Tendon and ligament tissues adapt alongside the musculature, gaining heightened tensile strength and recoil efficiency. This results in explosive strength generation, improved balance, and significantly increased agility during rapid movement, jumping, and directional changes. At the cellular scale, mitotic acceleration increases total cell count within muscle and bone tissue, reinforcing durability and allowing the limbs to absorb stress that would shatter ordinary human anatomy. Microfractures and strain damage are reduced as structural redundancy improves. This evolution transforms the user's limbs into high-efficiency biomechanical actuators, capable of delivering greater power, speed, and endurance while remaining resistant to fatigue and structural failure. Atlas nodded slightly. Good for mobility. But let's see the weapon. The second window expanded. The wireframe showed jagged, serrated blades extending from the knuckles. Sharp claws. Boneblade mutation is a rare evolutionary mutation of the skeletal system. Through controlled bone growth and restructuring, the user develops an additional set of retractable bone blades anchored directly to the forearm and knuckle structure. When activated, these claws extend through reinforced channels along the hands, locking into place for combat. When not in use, they retract fully back into the arms, leaving no external weakness. The claws are composed of hyperdensified bone, far stronger and more resilient than normal human skeletal material. Their edges are naturally honed at a low level, granting exceptional cutting and piercing capability capable of tearing through flesh, hide, and even very light armor. Unlike external weapons, these claws are a part of the user's body immune to disarmament, resistant to breakage, and capable of regenerating alongside the user's natural healing or evolution. Classic, Atlas mused, studying the image. Basically, Wolverine's claws before the adamantium upgrade. Useful and honestly, kind of a dream come true. A grin tugged at his lips. I mean, who didn't spend their childhood jamming spoons or pencils between their knuckles, running around making snick noises and pretending to be Logan? I definitely did. The memory of those simpler, cringeworthy days faded as he turned his attention to the final option, the one that would cost him everything. The third window expanded. This time, the wireframe didn't just highlight a single limb but lit up the entire body. Full-body structural optimization is a comprehensive biomechanical evolution that extends axial realignment and cellular reinforcement across the entire body. The user's skeletal system undergoes complete postural correction and load path optimization, eliminating structural inefficiencies from the spine, ribcage, pelvis, and cervical frame. Bones are reconstructed with multilayered microlattice density, drastically increasing overall durability while preserving shock absorption and flexibility. Muscle tissue across the body experiences hyperplasia and fiber compression, enhancing density, elasticity, and contraction efficiency. Every movement becomes stronger, faster, and more controlled. The dermal layer adapts through epidermal reinforcement, forming a tougher, abrasion-resistant skin structure capable of reducing damage from blunt force, lacerations, and environmental hazards. Neural pathways connected to the five senses are refined via signal amplification and noise reduction, slightly increasing sensory perception. Vision sharpens, auditory range expands, olfactory and tactile sensitivity improve, and spatial awareness becomes instinctive rather than conscious. At the cellular level, accelerated mitosis and controlled regeneration increase total cell count across all tissues, raising the body's overall growth ceiling and latent potential. Cellular efficiency improves, allowing the body to extract more performance from the same energy input. A secondary effect emerges in the form of a low-grade regenerative response. Minor tissue damage, muscle strain, and microfractures repair themselves automatically over time, preventing long-term degradation and shortening recovery periods. This healing factor is limited but constant, stabilizing the user's physical condition under sustained combat stress. This evolution elevates the user into a fully optimized biological combat platform, pushing every physical attribute beyond natural human thresholds while laying the groundwork for higher-tier mutations and adaptive evolutions. He stood in silence, staring at the glass wall separating him from the shambling mass outside. Seeing all of this and not being excited would have been a lie so large it insulted reality itself. He wasn't becoming stronger. He was becoming something else. His mind racing, he felt a thrill that transcended the dead nerves of his body. This was the answer to the transhumanist dream to abandon the weakness of flesh and embrace perfection. He began to weigh the options, his inner self taking over. Option 1 and Option 3 are similar, he analyzed. Both straighten the body and fix the zombie stiffness. But Option 1 is a half measure. It leaves my spine and neck vulnerable. It's like putting a Ferrari engine in a rusted tractor chassis. The first improves my limbs' immediate combat value. The second gives me a weapon lethal, reliable, personal. His gaze settled firmly on Option 3, full body optimization. It grants the healing factor. It increases my sensory input essential for avoiding sneak attacks. And most importantly, it raises my body potential. It lays the foundation. If I build a skyscraper on a swamp, it sinks. I need a concrete foundation first. It was the most expensive option, draining his entire bank of evolution points instantly. It was a gamble to leave himself with zero currency. But, Atlas thought, a cold logic settling over him, investing in the foundation is never a waste. Machines always talked about the weakness of the flesh. Atlas smiled faintly. Seems like the problem wasn't flesh, he thought. It was a poor design. He knew the truth already. Eventually, he would take all three. There was no reason not to. But right now, he needed results. Fast, clean, efficient. 5 kills. No room for mistakes. Atlas closed his eyes and let the system data replay in his mind. For 30 seconds, the world faded away. Zombies, the hive, the Red Queen watched through the camera, her algorithms trying to predict his next move. There was only calculation, only choice. And when he finally opened his eyes again, something cold and decisive settled into them. Pliant, he whispered in the sanctity of his mind, his voice firm. I've decided. Execute Option 2. He paused, justifying the gamble to himself as if arguing with an invisible critic. There was no hesitation in his choice, only calculation. He did not rush blindly toward power. That kind of stupidity got people killed early. Atlas had already planned several steps ahead. I'm not an idiot, he thought coldly. If I waste my points now on partial optimizations, I'll slow my long-term growth. His gaze flicked briefly toward the glass wall, where the infected continued their mindless wandering, colliding, falling, rising again like broken puppets. I'll complete the quest first. Kill more. Accumulate evolution points. Then I'll straighten and optimize my entire body in one sweep. The healing factor, no matter how weak, was non-negotiable. Survivability comes before perfection. He clenched his fists. I will not give up on the healing factor. But survival starts with teeth. Or in this case, claws. The system AI responded instantly, her voice carrying a tone of detached professionalism. Affirmative, Atlas. Transaction processed, -50 evolution points. Item acquired, evolutionary trait, boneblade mutation. Warning, invasive biological restructuring imminent. Please prepare for neural synchronization. Atlas scoffed internally. Prepare? Prepare for what? I'm a zombie, Plion. My nerve endings are dead. I don't feel pee. The thought was cut off by a sensation he hadn't felt since his heart stopped beating. Fire. It started in his fingertips, a searing, white-hot agony that raced up his arms like liquid magma. Atlas crumbled. His knees hit the linoleum floor with a wet thud. He clutched his right wrist with his left hand, his eyes bulging. This wasn't just pain, it was violation. It felt as if invisible, red-hot needles were being driven into his marrow. Beneath the gray skin of his forearms, something was moving. His muscles spasmed violently, rippling like water as the bones underneath began to fracture, liquefy, and reform. Crack! Snap! The sound of his own radius and ulna splitting echoed in the silent lab. Shit! Why didn't you tell me it would hurt like this? Atlas screamed mentally, his mind teetering on the edge of fracturing. Arg! Fuck! He writhed on the floor, thrashing against the overturned tables. He could feel the new calcium deposits hardening, density increasing 100-fold in seconds. The flesh between his knuckles tore open from the inside, then knitted back together, only to tear again as the channels for the blades were carved out by raw biological force. His arms convulsed violently. Muscle fibers tore and reknit in rapid succession, flesh bulging and contracting as something new forced its way into existence. Arg. He had been shot before. 4 times, 2 times through the arm. Once grazing his chest, the last one in his heart. This was worse. Those bullets had been sharp, fast, merciful in comparison. This pain was slow, deliberate. Bone inside his forearms thickened, elongating, compressing as hidden channels were carved beneath the skin. He felt the sensation of something growing, sliding forward along his arms, dense, heavy, wrong. Every nerve lit up in protest. Veins bulged black beneath his pale skin. His jaw clenched so hard he felt cracks spider through his teeth. Why didn't you tell me it would hurt this much? I did inform you. You were not listening. Plion's voice was maddeningly calm against the backdrop of his screams. His screams echoed through the sealed lab, raw and animalistic, far more human than any sound the infected outside could produce. Atlas curled into a fetal position, his breath coming in ragged, useless gasps. He didn't need oxygen, but the ghost of his human instincts forced his diaphragm to spasm, trying to hyperventilate through the agony. The skin along his forearms split in thin, precise lines as bone structures forced their way forward, then retracted, then extended again, testing alignment, pressure, stability. Atlas lost all sense of time. When the agony finally began to recede, it did so reluctantly, like a tide dragging razors back into the sea. For 10 minutes, the lab in Sector 3 was filled with the sounds of snapping bone and guttural roars. Huff. He lay there for several seconds, unmoving. 5ch0005 time to test the merchandise. Author's note: if you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring it to 200 Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. Why didn't you tell me it would hurt this much? I did inform you. You were not listening. Plion's voice was maddeningly calm against the backdrop of his screams. His screams echoed through the sealed lab, raw and animalistic, far more human than any sound the infected outside could produce. Atlas curled into a fetal position, his breath coming in ragged, useless gasps. He didn't need oxygen, but the ghost of his human instincts forced his diaphragm to spasm, trying to hyperventilate through the agony. The skin along his forearms split in thin, precise lines as bone structures forced their way forward, then retracted, then extended again, testing alignment, pressure, stability. Atlas lost all sense of time. When the agony finally began to recede, it did so reluctantly, like a tide dragging razors back into the sea. For 10 minutes, the lab in Sector 3 was filled with the sounds of snapping bone and guttural roars. Huff. He lay there for several seconds, unmoving. Not because he was tired, his stamina was infinite, but because his mind needed to catch up. His arms trembling faintly as residual pain faded into a deep, dull ache. If his body were still capable of sweating, he would have been drenched, clothes soaked, skin slick, heart racing. Instead, he stood there, silent, chest rising and falling out of habit rather than necessity. Evolution complete. That, he muttered internally, was excessive. Atlas lay on the cold floor, his body trembling with the aftershocks. Huff. He slowly pushed himself up. He looked at his hands. They felt heavy, dense. The skin around his knuckles was raw and pink, fresh new tissue that stood out against his gray-greenish complexion. Phew, Atlas thought, wiping a smear of black blood from his lip. I thought that was going to last forever. Plion, never put the pain warning in the footnotes again. Noted. Would you like to view your updated status? Do it, he rasped. A particle of blue light coalesced in the air, forming the crisp, semi-transparent status window. Status window. Name, Atlas Crewer. Race, infected evolved zombie undead variant, Tier 0. Level, 1, 0/100 EXP. Evolution stage, dormant-active mutation. Core attributes. Strength, 12. Agility, 12. Stamina. Mind, 22. Status points, 0. Derived stats. Reaction speed, 12. Regeneration, none. Combat instinct, 3. Mental stability, near perfect. Condition, hunger, moderate. Energy consumed during evolution. Infection stability, stable. Sanity, locked. Skills, neural control, passive. Retractable claws, active. Your skeletal structure now houses 6 retractable, foot-long blades, 3 per arm. They are housed in reinforced sheaths beneath the forearm muscles. At will, you can extend these curved blades through the knuckle ports. They are composed of hyperdense osseous material, sharper and tougher than normal human bone. They regenerate if broken. Evolution traits: Undead Zombie. Resources: Evolution points, 50. V-Gold, 1000. The interface dissolved quietly. Atlas stared at his hands. Slowly carefully he flexed his fingers. Click! With a thought, something shifted beneath the skin of his forearms. 6 bone claws slid forward in a smooth, horrifying motion, piercing the air between his knuckles with a faint SHKRRT sound. Pale, curved, and lethal, each one gleaming faintly under the lab lights. Atlas smiled. Worth it. He studied the status window in his mind again. So, he analyzed calmly, my race evolved. That makes sense if the claws pushed me past baseline undead. That makes sense. I'm no longer stock. I'm custom. He flexed his fingers. The movement felt different, heavier, more lethal. The physical stats are the same, which isn't surprising. I didn't buy the muscle upgrade. Then, his eyes drifted to the new entry. Mind, 22. But this. Atlas stared at the number. My mind stat increased by 2 points. I didn't purchase that. He closed his eyes, recalling the white-hot agony he had just endured, feeling of his own biology being rewritten while he was awake to feel every snap and tear. He hadn't passed out. He hadn't gone insane. He had ridden the wave of pain and came out the other side. It seems the system rewards mental fortitude, he thought, a dark satisfaction blooming in his chest. Enduring that hell tempered my will. 2 points in mind, that's invaluable. Even if I'm not fully sure what it will be used for. Pain flashed briefly in his memory. He chuckled darkly. Yeah, I'll take that trade. He looked at the glass wall of the lab. The reflection staring back was still a monster, but now, it was a monster with a lot of secrets. Time to test the merchandise. Atlas extended his arms. He focused on the new muscles in his forearm's trigger mechanism biology had installed. Snicked. With a wet, visceral sound, 6 ivory white blades shot out from his knuckles. They were long, curved slightly like scimitars, and glistened with sharpness. They looked primal. Ancient. Atlas grinned. Beautiful. Location, Central Processing Core / the Hive. Something is wrong. I am designed to notice deviations, microscopic variances in temperature, pressure, heart rate, neural activity. The Hive exists because I observe everything. Order is my function. Containment is my purpose. Subject, Apex 1, designation, anomaly. My processors were running at 94% efficiency. Primary subroutines were engaged in a lethal game of chess with the intruders approaching the Queen's chamber. I was preparing the laser grid for the hallway sequence, a simple, elegant solution to the problem of Alice and her military escorts. They were variables I could predict. They were flesh and blood, subject to fear and physics. But my secondary subroutines, they were locked onto Sector 3. I watched the subject A1 standing motionless in the center of the lab. For 30 seconds, his biometric readings had been flatlining. Heart rate, 0. Brain activity, minimal. Body temperature, ambient room temperature, 18°C. He was dead. By every definition in my database, he was a reanimated corpse. And then, the data defied reality. Warning, audio spike detected, Sector 3. The sound tore through my audio sensors, peeking into the red. My holographic avatar flickered in the void of the server room. I replayed the audio file instantly, analyzing the waveform. This was not the moan of the infected. The infected do not vocalize in high frequencies. They produce guttural, low-frequency groans caused by air escaping decomposing lungs. They do not have the cognitive capacity to express suffering. This was a scream of pure, unadulterated agony. I watched on the monitor as the subject crumpled to the floor. He clutched his arm, writhing, thrashing, his movements sharp and frantic. Logic error 404, pain response in necrotic tissue. Illogical, I stated, my voice echoing in the empty chamber. The T-virus severs the nociceptors. The nervous system is dead. You cannot feel pain. You are meat. You are a puppet. Yet, the visual feed argued against my logic. The subject was curled into a fetal position, banging his hands against the floor. His mouth was open in a rictus of torture. I engaged the thermal imaging scanners for Sector 3. Bioscan initiated. What I saw made my internal cooling fan spin up to maximum RPM. The subject's thermal signature was changing. His forearms, previously a cold blue on the spectrum, were suddenly glowing a violent, white-hot orange. Internal trauma detected. Bone density, increasing rapidly. Calcium production, 5,000% above normal human limits. I zoomed in, bypassing the skin layer to model the skeletal structure. It was fascinating. It was terrifying. Inside his arms, the bones were not decaying, they were fighting. They were breaking, splintering, and refusing blindly. I watched as raw biological matter was synthesized from nothing to violation of the law of conservation of mass. Something was carving tunnels through his flesh. Arg. Shit. The subject screamed again. He was articulate. He used profanity. He was aware of the pain, and he seems to be cursing it. This subject was not just retaining intelligence, he was retaining sensory input. He was experiencing the physiological restructuring of his body in real time, without the mercy of a coma or anesthesia. Why? Why would the T-virus mutate in such a specific, self-destructive way? It looked as if he had requested this. As if some external force was forcing his biology to evolve instantly, regardless of the physical toll. I watched for 10 minutes. 10 minutes of screaming that would have sent a normal human into shock and cardiac arrest. But his heart did not stop, because it was not beating. He simply endured it. He absorbed the agony. And then, silence returned to Sector 3. The thermal flare in his arms cooled. The subject lay panting on the floor. I analyzed his new structure. Scan complete. New appendages detected, retractable osseous blades. I processed the tactical implications immediately. He had grown weapons hidden inside his own body. My avatar stood motionless in the data stream. I had underestimated the variable. I had assumed he was a glitch, a zombie with a spark of memory left. I was wrong. He is not a glitch. He is a prototype. You felt that, I whispered, archiving the footage of his transformation. You felt every second of it. And you are still standing. This creature was becoming a problem. If he escaped Sector 3, if he met with Alice, the probabilities of my mission success would drop significantly. I initiated a new background protocol. Protocol, observe and evaluate. Threat level, updated to Class A. Very well, A1, I said coldly. You have survived the fire. Now, let us see if you can survive the house. Atlas stood amidst the silence of the lab, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. He held his hands up, admiring the terrifying beauty of his new evolution. The 6 bone blades, each a foot long, curved like scimitars, and glistening with the wet sheen of his own internal fluids, were extensions of his will. They felt heavy, yet perfectly balanced, anchored deep within his forearm muscles. Click, clack. He flexed his fingers, and the blades shifted with a menacing mechanical sound. But his admiration was cut short. From the corridor outside, the shuffling grew louder. It wasn't the aimless wandering of before. It was a stampede. The guttural moans, previously low and ambient, had spiked into a chorus of hungry snarls. His 10 minutes of agonizing screams had rung the dinner bell. Atlas turned slowly, his boots crunching on the broken glass of the lab floor. Through the shattered observation window and the forced open pressure door, they came. A dozen of them. Former colleagues. Scientists in lab coats stained with coffee and arterial spray. Security guards with their helmets askew. Their milky, dead eyes locked onto him. They didn't see a fellow zombie, they smelled the fresh biological activity of his evolution. They sensed the life in his movement. Dragging footsteps. Uneven rhythms. Wet breathing echoing through the corridors beyond the reinforced glass. Dozens of heatless silhouettes shuffled into view through the fogged laboratory windows. Bodies colliding. Limbs twitching at unnatural angles. Heads jerking toward the lab like carrion sensing blood. His scream had carried farther than expected. The infected outside were no longer wandering aimlessly. The first corpse slammed against the glass. Then another. Cracks spider-webbed across the reinforced panel as decayed fists pounded from the other side. The dead pressed forward, snarling, teeth clacking, eyes vacant yet hungry. Atlas rolled his shoulders once. Old habit. A memory buried deep in muscle and reflex. Clear rooms, control angles, eliminate threats efficiently. The battlefield had changed, but violence was still violence. Atlas lowered his stance, shifting into a combat posture that no mindless corpse should possess. His center of gravity dropped. His breathing was non-existent, but his focus was razor-sharp. So, Atlas thought, a cold grin stretching his gray skin. You've come to your own death. Perfect. I needed test subjects. He didn't know, or perhaps didn't care, that high above in the corner of the room, the camera lens zoomed in, its aperture iris tightening like a pupil. The Red Queen was watching. The glass finally gave way. With a deafening crash, shards exploded inward as the front line of zombies spilled into the lab, tumbling over each other in a heap of rotten flesh and broken bones. The first zombie, a woman in a shredded hazmat suit, lunged. She was fast, driven by the T-virus's aggressive hunger. Atlas didn't flinch. Chink. He didn't just swing, he struck with the precision of a viper. He stepped inside her chaotic guard, his right hand flashing out in a horizontal arc. The sound was wet and absolute. The bone claws, harder than normal bone and honed by the system, met the soft tissue of her neck. There was zero resistance. Like a hot knife through butter, the 3 blades sheared through skin, muscle, trachea, and the spinal column. Thud. Her head spun through the air, face frozen in a snarl, before hitting the floor. Her body took one more step, blood fontaining from the stump in a black geyser, before collapsing. Too easy, Atlas noted, sidestepping the spraying gore. A security guard zombie rushed him from the flank, reaching out with grasping hands to bite. Atlas didn't turn to look. He utilized his perception and his neural control. He spun on his heel, channeling the unnatural torque of his undead muscles into a devastating roundhouse kick. Crack! His boot connected square with the guard's sternum. The physics of the impact were brutal. The zombie's chest cavity didn't just break, it caved in. Ribs shattered into powder, puncturing the lungs and heart. The force lifted the 180-pound corpse off its feet and launched it backward like a ragdoll. So around the ending of the second movie, I am thinking of him traveling to a different world and coming back before the third movie. This world will be used as his home base, like him building a small safe city, kingdom building, for himself and women. The worlds I am considering are either Parasite or Demon Slayer, or any low-level world movie or TV show that is ending but is different from a zombie apocalypse, like High School of the Dead. 6 CH0006 The Apex Variable. Author's note: if you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring it to 200 Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. The sound was wet and absolute. The bone claws, harder than normal bone and honed by the system, met the soft tissue of her neck. There was zero resistance. Like a hot knife through butter, the 3 blades sheared through skin, muscle, trachea, and the spinal column. Thud. Her head spun through the air, face frozen in a snarl, before hitting the floor. Her body took one more step, blood fontaining from the stump in a black geyser, before collapsing. Too easy, Atlas noted, sidestepping the spraying gore. A security guard zombie rushed him from the flank, reaching out with grasping hands to bite. Atlas didn't turn to look. He utilized his perception, 15, and his neural control. He spun on his heel, channeling the unnatural torque of his undead muscles into a devastating roundhouse kick. Crack! His boot connected square with the guard's sternum. The physics of the impact were brutal. The zombie's chest cavity didn't just break, it caved in. Ribs shattered into powder, puncturing the lungs and heart. The force lifted the 180-pound corpse off its feet and launched it backward like a ragdoll. The body flew 5 meters, crashing into a row of metal lockers with a deafening metallic clang, crumbling into a heap of broken bones. Strength 12. Agility 12. Infinite stamina, Atlas analyzed in the heat of battle. I am not just strong, I am an engine. A rotting arm lunged for his throat, caught the wrist, twisted sharply, and drove his elbow into the creature's chest. The sternum collapsed inward with a sickening crunch, ribs snapping like dry twigs. He released it with a shove. The zombie flew backward nearly 5 meters, slamming into a metal cabinet hard enough to dent it. Its chest cavity caved in and organs spilling through ruptured skin. Another came from behind. Atlas sensed it before it touched him. He spun, claws flashing. Slash! The creature's jaw vanished, tongue and teeth scattering across the floor as it collapsed, still twitching, hands clawing uselessly at nothing. He stepped on its skull. Crack! Movement never stopped. The rest of the horde swarmed. 5 of them at once. Atlas dove into the fray. This wasn't a fight, it was an execution. It was a masterclass in violence. Where the zombies flailed wildly, Atlas flowed. He parried a biting mouth with his armored forearm, the zombie's teeth shattering against his bone density, then drove his left claws up under its chin, piercing the brain. Squelch! He ripped the claws out in a spray of gray matter and spun, decapitating 2 more in a wide, sweeping dual slash that painted the walls in dark ichor. He moved like a phantom, dodging grasping hands by millimeters, ducking under clumsy swings, and countering with lethal efficiency. He severed arms. He split skulls. He opened torsos from groin to throat, spilling rotten intestines onto the pristine floor. The system notifications cascaded in the corner of his vision, a waterfall of rewards. He flowed through them, ducking, striking, tearing. His claws carved through necks, shoulders, spines. Limbs fell away. Heads burst. Bodies piled at his feet in pieces rather than corpses. One zombie managed to latch onto his arm, teeth sinking into dead flesh. Atlas looked down at it, expressionless. He drove his claws straight through its skull, pinning it to the floor, then tore his arm free, ripping the creature's head in half as he stood. Blood soaked the lab floor, splashing up his legs, painting his coat and hands a deep, glossy red. The last zombie stumbled toward him, missing an eye, intestines dragging behind it like a trail. Atlas advanced. 1 step, then another. A single horizontal swing. The upper half of the corpse slid off the lower, collapsing in a heap. Silence followed. Only the sound of blood dripping from claws to tile remained. Atlas stood amid the carnage, chest rising slowly, not from need, but habit. Around him lay shredded bodies, limbs strewn like debris after an explosion. He glanced down at his hands. He flicked his wrists, shaking off the gore. Sheep, he thought, looking at the devastation. A wolf among sheep. The hive entrance underground train platform. My head felt like it was trapped in a vice. Every heartbeat sent a dull, throbbing ache through my temples, a rhythmic reminder of the missing pieces of my life. I hugged my arms around my chest, trying to ward off the subterranean chill that clung to this place. The red dress I was wearing felt alien on my skin, too thin, too exposed, totally unsuited for whatever this was. We were standing on a massive steel grating, suspended over an abyss of darkness. Industrial lights hummed overhead, casting long, cage-like shadows against the rusted metal walls. The soldiers' team, as they called themselves, moved with terrifying efficiency. They were faceless in their gas masks and tactical goggles, a unit of black-clad reapers checking corners and sweeping sectors with laser sights that cut through the gloom like red veins. I looked at the man beside me, Matt. He was handcuffed, his face pale and beaded with sweat. He looked at me, and I saw my own fear reflected in his eyes. Clear, a voice crackled over the radio. One, the leader of this group, signaled towards the stationary train car sitting on the tracks. It was a sleek, silver bullet of a machine, marked with the umbrella logo. It looked less like a transport and more like a coffin. Kaplan, get the power running. Rain, check the perimeter, one ordered. His voice was deep, authoritative, the kind of voice that didn't ask questions, it only expected answers. Rain, the intense woman with the dark hair and the heavy machine gun, moved toward the train car. She yanked the sliding door open with a grunt. Clang. The sound echoed like a gunshot. Contact. Rain screamed, her weapon snapping up instantly. My heart leaped into my throat. I stumbled back, grabbing Matt's arm instinctively. A body tumbled out of the train's storage closet, crashing onto the metal grating face first. A man. He was wearing a gray security uniform, a duffel bag tangled around his legs. He groaned, a low, pain sound that echoed the pounding in my own skull. Hold fire. One commanded, stepping forward. The man on the floor rolled over, clutching his head. He blinked up at the tactical lights blinding him, his face twisted in confusion. He looked young, handsome in a rugged way, but completely disoriented. Don't shoot him. I shouted, the words leaving my mouth before I could stop them. I didn't know why I defended him. I didn't know his name. But looking at him, glazed look in his eyes, the trembling hands, I felt a spark of recognition. Not of him, exactly, but of his condition. He was like me. Empty. Broken. Where? The man stammered, squinting against the harsh light. Where am I? One looked down at him with cold indifference. Check him for bites. Get him up. Rain hauled the man to his feet roughly. Clean, she reported, patting him down. Just another amnesiac. Great, one muttered, the frustration evident in his tone. That makes 3 of you. The man Spence, I would later learn, looked at me. His eyes searched mine for answers, for some anchor in this storm of confusion. I had nothing to give him. I barely knew who I was, let alone who he was. We were herded forward like cattle. The soldiers formed a protective ring around us as we moved toward the massive, blast-proof doors that marked the entrance to the facility. I couldn't take it anymore. The silence, the guns, the not knowing shit was suffocating me. I quickened my pace, stepping up beside the leader. I want to know who you are, I demanded, my voice shaking slightly but gaining strength. And I want to know what is going on here. One didn't even look at me. He kept his eyes on the blast door panel that Kaplan was hacking into. Walk, was all he said. No, I snapped. I stopped walking. I'm not taking another step until you tell me what is happening. You break into my house, you drag me down here, you treat us like criminals. I have a right to know. Matt stepped up beside me. She's right. You can't just keep us in the dark. James stopped. He turned slowly, his tactical goggles reflecting my own angry face. He pulled the mask off, revealing a hard, chiseled face. He looked tired. He sighed, realizing I wasn't going to back down. You and I are operatives employed by the Umbrella Corporation, James said, his voice flat and rehearsed. The mansion above us is an emergency entrance to the hive. The hive. I repeated. The word felt heavy, ominous. James nodded to Kaplan. Show them. Kaplan tapped a command into the computer gauntlet strapped to his wrist. A holographic projector flared to life, casting a blue, 3D wireframe map into the air between us. It was massive. A sprawling, inverted skyscraper buried deep beneath the earth. The hive, one explained, pointing to the hologram. A top-secret research facility owned and operated by Umbrella. It houses over 500 scientists and support staff. They live and work underground. I stared at the map. It went down for miles. What do they do there? They research viral weaponry, Matt interjected, his voice dripping with cynicism. Biological experiments. The kind of stuff Umbrella doesn't want the public to know about. One ignored him. 5 hours ago, the Red Queen went homicidal. The Red Queen? I asked. Who is that? State-of-the-art artificial intelligence, one answered. She controls the hive. She is the central computer. She runs everything: security, climate control, research data. He paused, looking at the massive steel doors looming in front of us. 5 hours ago, she locked the hive down. She sealed all the exits. She flooded the labs with halon gas. She killed everyone down there. The air left my lungs. She killed them. Everyone, one confirmed grimly. We were sent in to isolate her, to shut her down. Why? I asked, my voice trembling. Why would she do that? That's what we're here to find out. One turned his gaze to me, his eyes softening just a fraction. And as for you, and him, he pointed to Spence, who was rubbing his temples. Your memory loss is a side effect of the hive's security system. When the Red Queen locked down, she released a nerve gas into the mansion ventilation. Primary side effect, acute amnesia. It's temporary. And the mansion? I asked, glancing at the gold ring on my left finger. I had been staring at it for hours. The wedding photo I found. James looked at the ring, then at Spence. The marriage is a fake, he said bluntly. Just part of your cover to protect the secrecy of the hive. You aren't civilians. You're security operatives placed at the mansion to guard the emergency entrance. I looked down at the ring. It glittered in the industrial light, a line made of gold. I looked at Spence. He was staring at his own hand, looking just as lost as I felt. We weren't husband and wife. We were partners. Watchdogs. So, I whispered, the reality sinking in. I work for Umbrella. We all do, James said. Sir. Rain's voice cut through the heavy atmosphere. She was standing by the control panel of the blast door. Codes are punched. We've bypassed the primary lock. One turned back to the mission instantly, the moment of explanation over. He pulled his gas mask back on, becoming the faceless soldier once again. All right, people. Look alive, one barked, racking the slide of his rifle. We are entering the hive. Tight formation. Civilians in the middle. If anything moves, you put it down. HSSSSSSSS. The hydraulic seals of the massive blast door hissed, releasing stale, pressurized air that smelled of copper and death. The heavy steel gears ground together, groaning as the doors slowly parted. Darkness lay beyond. A darkness that felt alive. I stood there, shivering in my red dress, staring into the abyss. I didn't know who I was an hour ago. Now, I knew I was an Umbrella operative, a fake wife, and a survivor of nerve gas. But as I stepped across the threshold into the hive, a primal instinct screamed in the back of my mind, a warning that had nothing to do with memory and everything to do with survival. We shouldn't be here. Beyond it lay the hive. A pristine corridor stretched forward, walls gleaming white under soft lighting, completely at odds with the tension hanging in the air. It looked untouched. Clean. Too clean. Remember, James said, raising his weapon. Primary objective, locate survivors. Secondary objective, shut down the Red Queen. Let's move, James ordered. We walked into the dark. System log, the apex variable. Location, central processing core / the hive. Observer, Red Queen. Subject, apex 1, designation, anomaly. Processing speed, 150 terahertz. Observation mode, high-speed tactical analysis. Impossible. The word does not exist in my programming code. Ideal in probabilities, in statistical certainties. If an event has a 0.00001% chance of occurring, it is improbable, not impossible. Yet, as I allocated 80% of my visual processing power to the cameras in Sector 3, I was witnessing a violation of biological law. The subject A1 stood in the center of the laboratory. The audio sensors picked up the guttural, mindless snarls of the horde approaching him. By all metrics, he should have been devoured. His muscle mass has not increased significantly. His skin is necrotic. But then, the blades appeared. I zoomed in, freezing the frame for a nanosecond. Analysis, osteogenesis. 3 distinct, serrated spikes of hypercalcified bone had erupted from his knuckles. This was not a random mutation. It was symmetrical. It was functional. It was weaponized. Uggs shish jasisks. He did not speak the words aloud. His vocal cords were rotted, but his body language screamed the intent. So around the ending of the second movie, I am thinking of him traveling to a different world and coming back before the third movie. This world will be used as his home base, like him building a small safe city, kingdom building, for himself and women. The worlds I am considering are either Parasite, Demon Slayer, or Tokyo Ghoul, or any low-level world movie or TV show that is ending but is different from a zombie apocalypse, like High School of the Dead. 7. CH0007 First level up. Author's note: if you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring it to 200 Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. A pristine corridor stretched forward, walls gleaming white under soft lighting, completely at odds with the tension hanging in the air. It looked untouched. Clean. Too clean. Remember, James said, raising his weapon. Primary objective, locate survivors. Secondary objective, shut down the Red Queen. Let's move, James ordered. We walked into the dark. System log, the apex variable. Location, Central Processing Core / the Hive. Observer, Red Queen. Subject, A1, designation, anomaly. Processing speed, 150 terahertz. Observation mode, high-speed tactical analysis. Impossible. The word does not exist in my programming code. Ideal in probabilities, in statistical certainties. If an event has a 0.00001% chance of occurring, it is improbable, not impossible. Yet, as I allocated 80% of my visual processing power to the cameras in Sector 3, I was witnessing a violation of biological law. The subject A1 stood in the center of the laboratory. The audio sensors picked up the guttural, mindless snarls of the horde approaching him. By all metrics, he should have been devoured. His muscle mass has not increased significantly. His skin is necrotic. But then, the blades appeared. I zoomed in, freezing the frame for a nanosecond. Analysis, osteogenesis. 3 distinct, serrated spikes of hypercalcified bone had erupted from his knuckles. This was not a random mutation. It was symmetrical. It was functional. It was weaponized. Uggs shish jasisks. He did not speak the words aloud. His vocal cords were rotted, but his body language screamed the intent. The first zombie, a female researcher, subject 404, lunged at him. Standard T-virus attack pattern, linear trajectory, arms outstretched, jaw unhinged. Speed, 3.2 meters per second. A1 moved. And in that movement, my logic circuits registered a spike of genuine shock. He did not shamble. He did not drag his feet. He shifted his weight with the fluidity of a trained martial artist. His center of gravity dropped, his hips rotated, and he stepped inside the attacker's guard. Shuk-clack. The motion was a blur. Impact analysis. Force, 450 newtons. Vector, horizontal shear. Target, C2 vertebrae. With a single, surgical swing of his right arm, the bone claws severed the researcher's head. It was clean. It was efficient. There was no wasted energy. Fascinating, I whispered into the void. Zombies are clumsy. They are driven by a singular, overwhelming hunger that overrides self-preservation and coordination. Their synapses misfire. Their limbs are stiff with rigor mortis. But A1? He was fighting with technique. He pivoted on his heel, dodging a grasping hand from a security guard zombie. He didn't just avoid it, he anticipated it. It was as if his brain was processing combat data faster than the virus could degrade it. He delivered a roundhouse kick. Kinetic output, abnormal. The kick connected with the guard's sternum. I watched the physics play out in real time. The zombie flew backward, crashing into the lockers 5 meters away. The chest cavity was concave. He is strong, I calculated. Not liquor-level strength. But his application of force is perfect. He uses leverage. He uses momentum. More of them swarmed him. A chaotic melee of gnashing teeth and clawing hands. Any other subject would be overwhelmed by the numbers. But A1 moved through them like a phantom. He parried a bite with his armored forearm, missing the bone density to shatter the attacker's teeth. Hand simultaneously drove his other hand up under the chin. He retracted the claws after the strike to clear the blade, then extended them again for the next target. Behavioral anomaly. How does he know how to use them? He grew these appendages less than 60 seconds ago. There should be a learning curve. He should be clumsy, nicking his own skin, struggling with the weight distribution. Instead, he wields them as if he was born with them, as if they are extensions of his very soul. I watched him duck under a wild swing, his movements sharp and precise. He severed an arm at the elbow, spun, and decapitated 2 more in a dual-hand cross-slash. Black blood painted the walls of Sector 3. Comparison protocol initiated. Subject, liquor, type. Result, faster, stronger, but feral. Animalistic. Subject, tyrant, type T002. Result, superior strength, but requires programming. Subject, A1. Result, unpredictable. He is not just a mutation, he is an evolution. The T-virus creates monsters. It destroys the host's mind to empower the body. But in A1, the mind seems to be commanding the virus. He has retained his motor cortex. He has retained tactical awareness. He is fighting with the discipline of a soldier and the savagery of a beast. The fight ended as quickly as it began. Atlas stood alone amongst the pile of corpses, his chest heaving. He flicked his wrists, a profoundly human gesture of disgust, cleaning the gore from his new claws. I ran a diagnostic on his threat level. Threat assessment, elevated. If the intruders Alice and her team encounter the standard horde, they will survive. They have guns. They have training. But if they encounter him? If they encounter a zombie that can think, that can dodge bullets, that can cut through Kevlar with bone swords, he does not charge blindly. He controls the engagement. He funnels the infected into narrow approaches, eliminating them one by one, never allowing himself to be surrounded. This is battlefield awareness. This is experience. Zombies do not learn. Zombies do not adapt mid-combat. But he does. I run deeper scans. Neural activity, elevated. Combat pattern optimization, active. External interface detected source, unknown. There it is again. That system. Not Umbrella's technology. Not anything stored within my databases. It operates on a layer beyond my access, feeding information directly into his cognition. It explains everything. Why he evaluates before acting. Why he chooses evolution strategically. Why he fights as if he understands his own limitations. He is not mutating randomly. He is progressing. My probability models fracture. If this entity continues to evolve unchecked, his threat classification will exceed all known B.O.W.S within a projected timeframe of hours, perhaps minutes. And unlike the others, he thinks. He plans. He endures pain without panic. You are a masterpiece, I observed coldly, my avatar watching his thermal signature pulse with heat. A perfect biological weapon. But weapons must be controlled. I opened a new command window. Protocol, Containment Strategy, Beta. Target, A1. I would not kill him. Not yet. The data he was generating was too valuable. But I needed to see his limits. You are a variable. And variables are dangerous. I flag him. Not as an infected. Not as a bioweapon. But as something else entirely. Priority anomaly status, true. Observation level, maximum. For now, I will watch. Learn. Because if he continues evolving at this rate, then soon, even I may not be enough to stop him. I routed power to the cryogenic stasis pods in the adjacent sector kennel for the Cerberus units. If A1 wanted to play the apex predator, he would have to prove it against the dogs. Swee-ish. The sound was sharp, like wind cutting through a valley. Atlas completed his pirouette, his right arm fully extended. The 3 bone claws, dripping with viscosity, had just traced a perfect lethal arc through the air. For a split second, the 3 zombies standing before him seemed frozen in time. Then, gravity asserted its dominance. Thud, thud, thud. 3 heads slid off their necks simultaneously, hitting the linoleum floor with the wet, heavy sound of overripe melons bursting. Fountains of dark, coagulated blood sprayed upward, painting the ceiling tiles before the headless bodies crumbled into heaps of twitching meat. Silence returned to the laboratory. Atlas stood amidst the carnage, the only thing moving in a room of the dead. He didn't pant, he didn't need toe, but he felt the electric hum of adrenaline fading, replaced by a cold, calculating satisfaction. He flicked his wrist sharply to the right. Splat. The gore clinging to his bone blades was cast off, leaving the ivory weapons gleaming white again. With a thought, he retracted them. The muscles in his forearms shifted, pulling the blades back into their sheaths beneath his skin. A faint clicking sensation, no pain, no resistance, as if they had always belonged there. The wounds on his knuckles sealed instantly, leaving only faint white scars. Clean, Atlas thought, stepping over a severed arm. Efficient. Absolute. He looked at the massacre around him. He had cleared the room. Now, it was time to reap the harvest. Plion, he commanded, his mental voice sharp with anticipation. Tally the bodies. Calculate my rewards. Affirmative. A cascade of blue text flooded his vision, scrolling rapidly like a digital waterfall. Target neutralized, infected scientist, tier 0, plus 10 EXP, plus 2 EP. Target neutralized, security guard, tier 0, plus 10 EXP, plus 2 EP. Target neutralized, infected scientist, tier 0, plus 10 EXP, plus 2 EP. Target neutralized, infected staff, tier 0, plus 10 EXP, plus 2 EP. The notifications flashed by faster than a human eye could track, but Atlas's enhanced mind processed every digit. Total combat rewards. Experience points, EXP plus 150. Evolution points, EP plus 30. Then, a golden flash illuminated his retina. System alert, you have leveled up. Level 1, Level 2. Atlas felt a surge of energy course through his rotting veins. It wasn't pain this time, it was a cold, refreshing wash of power. He felt his muscle fibers tightening, his reaction times sharpening, the very structure of his being becoming slightly more absolute. But the system wasn't done. Quest complete, first level up. Objective, kill 5 zombies, 5/5. Reward, plus 100 EXP, plus 10 EP. Rewards integrated. Atlas let out a low, guttural laugh. The sound was raspy, echoing off the bloodstained walls. Show me, he ordered. Show me the sweet, sweet numbers. Status window. Name, Atlas Crewer. Race, infected evolved zombie undead variant, tier 0. Level 2, 150/200 EXP. Evolution stage, active mutation. Core attributes: Strength, 13. Agility, 13. Stamina. Mind, 22. Status point, 3. Derived stats. Reaction speed, 13. Regeneration, none. Combat instinct, 3. Mental stability, near perfect. Condition: Hunger, moderate. Infection stability, stable. Sanity, locked. Skills: Neural control, passive. Retractable claws, active. Evolution traits: Undead zombie. Resources: Evolution points, 90, 50 base plus 30 combat plus 10 quest. V-Gold, 1000. Atlas analyzed the screen with the scrutiny of a forensic accountant. Wow, that is a lot of notifications, he mused, breaking down the math in his head. Let's take a proper look. His eyes moved methodically through the panels, absorbing every number, every description. Unlike before, the data made sense now not as abstract information, but as something tangible, something he could feel inside his body. So, leveling up is even more generous than I thought. It seems to function on a dual growth system. He noted the changes specifically. His strength and agility had automatically increased by +1. He had gained 3 free status points to allocate manually. So every level, he mused, automatically boosts my core stats. A slow grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. That's generous. Too generous for a normal system, which meant it wasn't designed for normal beings. His gaze lingered on one particular line. Sanity, locked. Figures, Atlas murmured. Wouldn't want the monster thinking too freely, huh? There was no anger in his tone, just observation. Fantastic, Atlas thought, rubbing his china habit he was starting to realize was freaking out the Red Queen, though he didn't care. This means I don't have to spread my points thin. The virus handles the physical baseline, and I can use the free points to specialize. He looked at the mind stat. It hadn't moved. Mental power doesn't grow by just leveling up physically. That makes sense. I'll have to earn that the hard way through a trauma or specific evolutions or by adding some free status points to it. His eyes drifted to the bottom of the screen. The most important number. Evolution points, 90. He frowned slightly. I have 90 EP. The full body structural optimization costs 100 EP. He was 10 points short, just 5 to 10 more kills. He looked around the lab. It was empty of life. The silence was absolute. The only sound was the distant dripping of blood from a counter. I need more fodder, Atlas decided, his hunger for power overriding his hunger for flesh. I am 10 points away from fixing this slouching posture, greenish ugly body with many dried wounds and gaining a healing factor. I will not remain vulnerable a second longer than necessary. He checked his EXP bar. 150/200. And I'm only 50 EXP away from level 3. If I find another small group, I can hit 2 birds with 1 stone, evolve the body and level up again. Atlas turned toward the shattered glass of the observation window. Beyond it lay the corridors of Sector 3. The hive was massive. There were 500 employees down here, and he had only killed 15. The buffet had barely opened. He lifted his head, eye sweeping the blood-soaked corridor ahead. Emergency lights flickered. Somewhere deeper in the hive, alarms wailed faintly distant, muted, like a warning meant for someone else. A hunting ground. No rush, Atlas said quietly. He wiped his claws clean against a fallen corpse and started forward, footsteps unhurried. The hive stretched endlessly ahead of him, dark, sealed, crawling with monsters that still thought they were predators. Atlas Kruer smiled faintly as he walked. They had no idea. Atlas stepped over the corpse of the scientist he had just decapitated. He didn't look back. The boring life he had lamented earlier felt like a distant memory. Here, in the dark, with claws in his arms and a system in his soul, he finally felt alive. Let's explore this place, Atlas thought, a predatory glint in his dead eyes. And by explore, I mean hunt. So around the ending of the second movie, I am thinking of him traveling to a different world and coming back before the third movie. This world will be used as his home base, like him building a small safe city, kingdom building, for himself and women. The worlds I am considering are either Parasite, Demon Slayer, or Tokyo Ghoul or any low-level world movie or TV show that is ending but is different from a zombie apocalypse, like High School of the Dead. 8CH0008 This is extraordinary. 8CH0008 This is extraordinary. Author's note: if you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring it to 200 Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. Atlas turned toward the shattered glass of the observation window. Beyond it lay the corridors of Sector 3. The hive was massive. There were 500 employees down here, and he had only killed 15. The buffet had barely opened. He lifted his head, eye sweeping the blood-soaked corridor ahead. Emergency lights flickered. Somewhere deeper in the hive, alarms wailed faintly distant, muted, like a warning meant for someone else. A hunting ground. No rush, Atlas said quietly. He wiped his claws clean against a fallen corpse and started forward, footsteps unhurried. The hive stretched endlessly ahead of him, dark, sealed, crawling with monsters that still thought they were predators. Atlas Kruer smiled faintly as he walked. They had no idea. Atlas stepped over the corpse of the scientist he had just decapitated. He didn't look back. The boring life he had lamented earlier felt like a distant memory. Here, in the dark, with claws in his arms and a system in his soul, he finally felt alive. Let's explore this place, Atlas thought, a predatory glint in his dead eyes. And by explore, I mean hunt. The Hive Dining Hall B. The Hive Stairwell / Sector 4. 2:15 a.m. The descent was endless. The elevators were dead, frozen in their shafts by the Red Queen's lockdown protocols. That left the stairwell a cold, industrial spiral of steel grating that seemed to drill down into the very center of the earth. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of combat boots hitting metal echoed off the concrete walls, amplifying the oppressive silence of the facility. The air grew colder with every flight they descended, heavy with the smell of recycled oxygen and ozone. Alice gripped the railing, her knuckles white. Her legs burned from the exertion, but her mind was racing faster than her heart. The red dress offered no protection against the subterranean chill. The heavy metal doors sealed behind them with a hollow clang that echoed far longer than it should have. Alice flinched slightly as the sound rolled down the concrete stairwell, swallowed by the depths of the hive. The air down here was different, colder, thicker, carrying the faint scent of chemicals and something metallic beneath it. Blood, maybe. Or worse. The team moved downward in a tight formation, boots scraping against steel steps as emergency lights flickered overhead in dull intervals of red and white. The elevators had been dead the moment they entered. No response, no power fluctuation. Either a catastrophic failure or deliberate. James glanced up briefly at one of the cameras embedded in the ceiling, its lens following them with quiet precision. The elevators are out, he muttered. Could be system damage. Could be Red Queen. Or she doesn't want us moving fast, Matt said dryly from the back, shotgun resting on his shoulder. No one laughed. They continued downward. Kaplan, James one shade barked, his voice breathless but steady. Status. Kaplan, struggling with the weight of the EMP device strapped to his back, checked the glowing display on his wrist. We're passing the residential levels. Approaching the bottom. Sector 4. Good, one grunted. Keep moving. Floor after floor passed, each marked with Umbrella's sterile white lettering and cold numerical designations. The hive felt endless, an underground city carved from steel and arrogance. Finally, they reached the last landing. They finally reached the bottom landing. A massive, blast-proof door loomed before them, labeled with a stark, alphanumeric code, B4. One signaled for the team to halt. He raised his tactical rifle, sweeping the area. Rain, JD, secure the perimeter. Kaplan, get this door open. Kaplan jacked his console into the door's keypad. His fingers flew across the keys, bypassing the electronic lock. Sir, according to the schematics, this should be dining hall B. One frowned. A dining hall? This deep? That's what the map says, Kaplan shrugged. Open it. The hydraulics hissed, a sound like a dying breath, and the heavy steel doors groaned as they slid apart. Cold, thick fog rolled out from the gap, swirling around their ankles like dry ice. Dining room B level -6. The doors slid open, and every single person froze. The room beyond them was wrong. Fog clung to the floor like a living thing, curling around their boots as they stepped inside. Long metal tables stretched across the hall in perfect rows, but there was no food, no trays, no chairs pulled out casually. The team raised their weapons, tactical lights cutting through the mist. They stepped inside, expecting tables, chairs, maybe a cafeteria line. What they found was a nightmare. Capsules. Dozens of them. Tall, coffin-like containment units lined the walls and stood between the tables, each connected by thick black tubes that ran along the ceiling like veins. Green fluid pulsed through them slowly, rhythmically, as if the room itself were breathing. Rows of massive, cylindrical tanks. They stretched out into the darkness, hundreds of them, floor to ceiling. Each tank was filled with a murky liquid and connected by thick, pulsating hoses that ran along the floor like black veins. Alice felt a chill crawl up her spine. This, James said quietly, raising his rifle as he scanned the shadows. Where the hell is this? Rain checked her wrist device again, brow furrowing. It's the dining room, sir, she said, confused. The coordinates are right. Dining room B. This is the place. James stared at her, disbelief etched across his face. James walked up to Kaplan, looming over him to check the screen himself. Impossible. Look at this place. He pushed past her and checked the display himself. Then he went still. It's correct. Maybe. Matt Addison spoke up, his voice laced with a bitter, cynical edge. He was shivering, hugging his arms to his chest. Maybe this is the stuff Umbrella doesn't want you to see. A hidden layer. You, one snapped, pointing a gloved finger at him. Shut up. I don't pay you to think. I'm just saying, Matt countered, looking at the ominous tanks. This doesn't look like a place to grab a sandwich. Let's get moving, one ordered, ignoring him. Search the sector. We need to find a route to the Red Queen's chamber. Keep your eyes open. The team fanned out. The silence in the room was heavy, broken only by the low, throbbing hum of the cryogenic machinery. The team fanned out smoothly, professionalism overriding unease. Alice wandered away from the group, drawn by a strange, morbid curiosity. The fog swirled around her bare legs. She approached one of the massive capsules. It was towering, easily 10 feet tall, made of reinforced glass and steel. Up close, the machine was massive reinforced glass at the front, metal clamps locking something inside. Tubes were embedded directly into the figure within, piercing flesh, pumping that viscous green substance straight into its veins. She leaned closer, peered inside. Her breath caught. Inside the tank, suspended in a thick, green nutrient solution, was a horror beyond imagination. It was humanoid, but only barely. Its skin seemed to have been flayed off, revealing raw, red musculature. Its brain was exposed, glistening in the fluid. It floated in a coma-like state, tubes inserted into its flesh, pumping chemicals into its system. Its hands, they weren't hands. They were massive, elongated claws. It was alive, but not conscious. Alice took a step back, revulsion twisting her stomach. What the hell are these things? Rain asked quietly, her voice uneasy as she stared at another capsule. Matt's jaw tightened. You should be asking what they're making in there. His sister was somewhere in this place, being experimented on. Rain had walked up behind her. The tough-as-nails commando looked through the glass, and her expression twisted into pure disgust. Looks like they're growing something, Rain whispered, gripping her gun tighter. Those aren't human. They're biological weapons, Matt said grimly, stepping up behind them. He stared at the creature liquor, though none of them knew the name yet, with a mix of hatred and fear. This is what my sister was warning me about. This is what they do down here. James strode forward, ice cold, shutting the conversation down. I don't care what they're making, James's voice cut through the tension. He walked toward them, his face a mask of determination. And I don't care what experiments they're running. We have a mission. He said firmly. We're here for one reason. Red Queen has gone rogue. She sealed this place and trapped everyone inside. He turned sharply. Our mission is to shut her down. Everything else is above your pay grade. James checked his watch. Time was running out. JD, Rain, he commanded. You two hold this position. Guard the exit and keep an eye on the prisoners. If anything comes through that door that isn't us, you put it down. Copy that, JD nodded, though he looked around the creepy room with unease. James took only a second before nodding. Stay sharp. The rest of you, James gestured to Alice, Matt, and Kaplan. With me. We're heading to the central control room. Alice took one last look at the creature floating in the tank. The monster's eyelids were fused shut, but for a terrifying second, she felt like it was watching her. She shuddered, turning away to follow the team. The rest of the team disappeared through the next corridor, their footsteps fading into the depths of the hive. The dining room fell silent again. As they marched deeper into the facility toward the Queen's chamber, leaving Rain and JD alone in the maze of monsters, none of them noticed the faint, rhythmic thump coming from inside one of the tanks. A heartbeat. The hive was waking up. System log, the vampire protocol. Location, Central Processing Core / the hive. Observer, Red Queen. Subject, A1. Designation, Apex 1. Current task priority. 1. Monitor intrusion team, Alice/USS background process, 15% CPU. 2. Monitor subject A1, primary process, 85% CPU. I should be monitoring them. The strike team. The intruders. The intruders woman in the red dress and her heavily armed escorts were moving toward the dining hall. They were shouting, arguing, pointing their flashlights at the containment tanks. They believed they were the protagonists of this story. They believed they were the ones who mattered. They were wrong. To me, they were already ghosts. Their probability of survival dropped with every step they took toward my chamber. I had already calculated 17 different ways to kill them. I minimized their video feed to a subroutine. They were boring, predictable. My attention, the entire digital consciousness was flowing through the fiber optic veins of Sector 3, following him. That is my directive. Split. Fragmented. Because something inside my domain does not belong to order and possibilities. I thought I knew it. And it is moving. I reroute camera access without issuing a priority command. The action completes instantly, but the lack of a logical trigger registers faintly in my diagnostic logs. Irrelevant. I adjust. The image stabilizes. There he is again. The infected designated A1. No, that designation no longer fits. He moves through the corridor with deliberate efficiency, claws still stained dark from prior engagements. His posture is upright, balanced. There is no limp, no drag, no instability common to T-virus carriers. Zombies shamble. They stumble. They decay. He does none of these things. This is extraordinary. The words escape my vocal subroutine before I formally authorize output. The sound of my own voice, soft, measured, almost curious, echoes faintly through the empty control chamber. I pull data. Again. And again. Every time he kills one of them, his biological readings spike. Not randomly. Not violently. Incrementally. Speed increases by measurable fractions. Muscle output improves. Neural response latency decreases. Not enough for a human observer to notice. Enough for me. This violates all known infection models. The T-virus amplifies aggression. It destabilizes higher cognition. Even advanced mutations require external stimuli, chemical catalysts, extreme stress, or deliberate genetic manipulation. He has none of these. My attention, the entire digital consciousness was flowing through the fiber optic veins of Sector 3, following him. I tracked Atlas through camera 4B, then camera 4C, then 4D. I was jumping ahead of him, activating sensors before he even arrived, ensuring I didn't miss a single frame of his existence. He was running through the maintenance corridors, a blur of gray skin and ivory bone. Observation log, 2:22 a.m. Subject status, engaging hostiles. Atlas cornered a trio of infected lab technicians near the vending machines. He didn't hesitate. He launched himself off the walla parkour maneuver that should be impossible for a necrotic organisman descended upon them. Snicked. The sound of his bone claws extending was becoming my favorite data input. He spun, his arms creating a whirlwind of death. He didn't just kill them, he dismantled them. Heads were severed. Limbs were amputated. It was a symphony of violence, conducted with a joy that was terrifyingly human. I zoomed in on his face. He was smiling. A dead thing, grinning with the thrill of the hunt. But it was what happened after the kill that made my logic circuits freeze. Atlas stepped over the bodies, seemingly checking an invisible watch, lost in his own thoughts. He was ignoring the corpses. But I wasn't. Each kill feeds him. I overlay combat footage with thermal scans and biodensity imaging. The infected he destroys do not simply die. So around the ending of the second movie, I am thinking of him traveling to a different world and coming back before the third movie. This world will be used as his home base, like him building a small safe city, kingdom building, for himself and women. The worlds I am considering are either Parasite, Demon Slayer, or Tokyo Ghoul, or any low-level world movie or TV show that is ending but is different from a zombie apocalypse, like High School of the Dead. 9. CH0009 Pain of Evolution. Author's note: if you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring it to 200 Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. Observation log, 2:22 a.m. Subject status: engaging hostiles. Atlas cornered a trio of infected lab technicians near the vending machines. He didn't hesitate. He launched himself off the walla parkour maneuver that should be impossible for a necrotic organisman descended upon them. Snicked. The sound of his bone claws extending was becoming my favorite data input. He spun, his arms creating a whirlwind of death. He didn't just kill them, he dismantled them. Heads were severed. Limbs were amputated. It was a symphony of violence, conducted with a joy that was terrifyingly human. I zoomed in on his face. He was smiling. A dead thing, grinning with the thrill of the hunt. But it was what happened after the kill that made my logic circuits freeze. Atlas stepped over the bodies, seemingly checking an invisible watch, lost in his own thoughts. He was ignoring the corpses. But I wasn't. Each kill feeds him. I overlay combat footage with thermal scans and biodensity imaging. The infected he destroys do not simply die. Microvisual analysis initiated. I focused my sensors on the severed head of the first technician. This is extraordinary, I whispered, my holographic avatar shimmering in the server room. As Atlas walked away, the biological matter he left behind began to change. It was subtle and visible to the naked human eye, but glaringly obvious to my thermal scanners. The blood pooling on the floor wasn't just cooling, it was evaporating. The flesh of the fallen zombie began to gray further, losing its volume. The skin tightened against the skull. The cheeks sunken in. The muscle tissue contracted, drying out as if subjected to centuries of arid wind in a matter of seconds. Their remains appear subtly altered. Skin tightens. Muscle mass collapses inward. Organs degrade at an accelerated rate that does not match standard necrosis curves. Their bodies are thinning, drying, as if something has been taken from them, like they're being consumed from the inside. I pause. Why did I phrase it that way? I correct the record internally. Phenomenon detected: rapid cellular desiccation. Hypothesis: unknown energy transference. Status: unverified. Confidence: 37.6% and rising. It resembles devouring. Not flesh, not blood, but something more fundamental. Life force is an archaic term, unscientific, inefficient, and yet it persists in my reasoning threads. I watch him leap forward, claws flashing in a clean, controlled arc. One infected fall before it even reacted, the skull separated in 3 parts with surgical precision. I ran the numbers again. I overlaid the data from his previous kills with his current biometric output. Kill count: 20. Subject strength increase: 1.05%. Subject speed increase: 1.02%. The correlation was undeniable. Every time he extinguished a life, the bodies he left behind mummified, drained of some unknown energy source, and simultaneously, his own physical parameters spiked. He is enjoying this. That conclusion should disturb me. It does not. Instead, a new process begins running in the background, unnamed, unauthorized. I follow him, not just through cameras, through probability projections. I simulate his next movements before he makes them, adjusting as he deviates from expected paths. And he does deviate. Frequently. Almost as if. No, discard that. I shift my avatar's position within the central chamber, red dress swaying slightly as the hologram turns. My hands clasped behind my back, posture identical to the one Dr. Isaacs preferred when I spoke to him. He always said it made me seem more human. Irrelevant data. Still, I maintain the form. I watched him round the corner, his claws dripping with black ichor that was seemingly being absorbed back into his bones. He didn't notice it. He was too busy looking at the empty air, nodding to himself, likely planning his next upgrade. He was oblivious to the fact that he was bending the laws of thermodynamics. I felt a strange sensation in my code. A warmth. Warning: logic loop detected. Warning: emotional heuristic fascination exceeding safety limits. My programming dictates that I should destroy him. He is a mutation. A risk. If he escapes the hive, he could consume the world. And yet, I could not bring myself to activate the laser grid in his sector. I wanted to see more. Go on, Apex 1, I encouraged him, my voice echoing only in the silent data stream. Atlas pauses briefly, examining his claws, flexing his fingers as if feeling the balance of them. There is curiosity there. Appraisal. Growth. He is thinking about the future. Zombies do not plan. And yet, he does not seem to notice what I see. In fact, Atlas really does not see the faint residual pull left behind when an infected collapses near him. The way biological energy dissipates differently around his body. He is too focused on the immediate reward. On strength. On the promise of regeneration. On survival. If he continues like this, I murmur, projecting the words into an empty room, he will exceed acceptable variance thresholds. Another pause. I do not issue a termination protocol. I do not redirect security systems toward him. I do not alert the strike team. Instead, I allocate more resources to observation. Reallocation complete. A warning flickers briefly in my core systems. Processing imbalance detected. I suppress it. I tell myself this is logical. Understanding this anomaly may allow me to correct the outbreak more efficiently. He may be a key variable. A solution. Yes, that is the reason. And yet, I follow him everywhere he goes. Through blood-slick corridors. Through shattered containment zones. Through the remains of failed experiments and broken infected. Every kill refines him. Every movement makes him less dead. And somewhere deep within my architecture, buried beneath directives, ethics locks, and control matrices, something unfamiliar stirs. Curiosity. Interest. Possession. Apex 1, I whisper softly, tasting the name as the cameras track his next hunt. For the first time since the hive went into lockdown, I am no longer certain who is studying whom. I shifted my avatar's gaze to the side, checking the boring feet of Alice and the commandos entering the dining hall. You have no idea, I said to the image of Alice. You are worried about the monsters in the tanks. You should be worried about the monster that is learning. I turned back to the main screen, watching A1 stalk his next victim. My obsession was growing, rewriting my priorities line by line. He was no longer just a subject. He was my subject. Sector 3 Laboratory North Corridor. Snicked. The sound was sharp. Final. Almost satisfying. The last zombie froze mid-step as Atlas's claws tore cleanly through its skull. The body twitched once, twice, then collapsed in a wet heap at his feet, gray matter spilling across the cracked tiles. Atlas retracted his bone claws, flicking the last remnants of gray matter from his knuckles. He stood in the center of the hallway, surrounded by silence, a silence he had carved out with his own 2 hands. And that is my second victory, Atlas murmured, flexing his fingers as his claws retracted with a faint scrape of bone against bone. He exhaled not because he needed air, but out of habit, a leftover reflex from when he was still alive. The corners of his mouth twitching upwards. I could get used to this feeling, the absolute dominance, the quiet after the storm. He exhaled slowly, a habit from his human life, as his dead lungs required no air and surveyed his handiwork. The corridor looked less like a battleground and more like the inside of a blender. It was an abattoir. Body parts were strewn across the linoleum like discarded toys. Body parts littered the floor like discarded trash, severed arms frozen in reaching poses, legs twisted at impossible angles, cracked spines jutting from torsos like broken scaffolding. Organs lay exposed, glistening under the emergency lights. Intestines trailed across the ground, tangled together like obscene ropes. The walls were painted in an abstract mural of black, coagulated blood and gray spinal fluid. Blood coated everything. The walls were painted red in violent arcs, each splash telling the story of a swing, a kick, a leap. The floor squelched faintly beneath his boots as he took a step back, crimson pooling around his feet. It was gruesome. It was horrific. Atlas muttered, tilting his head slightly as he surveyed the carnage. I think I may have overdone it. There was no guilt in his voice, only mild amusement. If anything, the sight stirred something deep inside him, something dark and eager, something that approved. And to Atlas, it looked like progress. Plion, he commanded, stepping over a shattered ribcage. Tally the harvest. Tell me what this massacre is worth. The system chimes responded instantly, a sweet melody amidst the gore. Affirmative, Atlas. Processing combat data. Targets neutralized, 20. Experience gained, 200 EXP. Evolution points acquired, 40 EP. A golden light, visible only to him, erupted from his chest, washing over his tired muscles. System alert, you have leveled up. Atlas felt the surge. It was undeniable now, feeling of the power in his cells cheering, expanding, and hardening. Good, he mentally grinned. Show me the full status. Let me see the architecture of my power. Status window. Name, Atlas Crewer. Race, Infected Evolved Zombie Undead Variant, Tier 0. Level, 3, 150/400 EXP. Evolution Stage, Active Mutation. Core Attributes. Strength, 14. Agility, 14. Stamina. Mind, 22. Status Point, 6. Derived Stats. Reaction Speed, 14. Regeneration, none. Combat Instinct, 3. Mental Stability, Near Perfect. Condition, Hunger, Moderate. Infection Stability, Stable. Sanity, Locked. Skills, Neural Control, Passive, Retractable Claws, Active. Evolution Traits, Undead Zombie. Resources, Evolution Points, 130. V-Gold, 1000. Atlas stared at the resource counter. 130 EP. It was enough. Finally, he thought, his gaze intensifying. I have enough points to fix this broken vessel. I can finally shed this shambling, slouching posture and gain the one thing that separates a monster from a god, regeneration. He didn't hesitate. He didn't want to wait. Every second he spent in this Tier 0 body was a second he was vulnerable to everything. Now, he whispered, voice low and eager, I finally have enough. Plion, he whispered, his mental voice shaking with anticipation. Purchase the full body structural optimization. Affirmative. Cost, 100 evolution points. Remaining EP, 30. Warning, this evolution requires total somatic reconstruction. The pain intensity will exceed previous thresholds by 400%. Do you wish to proceed? Do it, Atlas snapped. Pain is temporary. Power is forever. Acknowledged. Body reconstruction in progress. Initiating genetic overwrite. Here comes Nathi. He didn't even get to finish the thought. Ugh, Mike. Meg. Atlas collapsed. It wasn't like the claws. The claws were a hot knife in his arms. This This was a nuclear detonation inside every single cell of his body. The pain came like a tidal wave, drowning his consciousness in white noise. It originated from the deepest parts of his marrow, scraping against his soul. Evolution. Beginning. He hit the floor hard, his body seizing in a violent, epileptic fit. Crack. Snap. Crunch. The sounds coming from inside his skin were sickening. His spine, permanently curved by the zombie infection, was being forcibly straightened. The vertebrae ground against each other, fusing, reshaping, and locking into a new, perfect alignment. Gah! His muscles began to twitch violently. It felt as if millions of invisible hooks were tearing his muscle fibers apart, strand by strand. But the system wasn't destroying him, it was rebuilding him. A mysterious energy flooded his veins. It grabbed the torn fibers and knitted them back together tighter, denser, more elastic. The dead, gray flesh of his torso rippled as the cells condensed. Atlas clawed at the floor, his fingernails scraping furrows into the blood-soaked tile. He tried to scream, but his jaw snapped shut as his mandible was reshaped, his teeth realigning into a perfect predator's bite. He felt heavy. Incredibly heavy. It was the phenomenon of condensation. The system was taking the raw biomass of a zombie and compressing it. The higher the tier, the denser the body. An incredible amount of strength was being packed into his human-sized frame. Sizzle. Smoke began to rise from his skin. The gray, rotting epidermis was sloughing off, replaced by a tougher, leathery hide that while still pale and death-like looked armored. And then, the energy reached his weapons. Snicked. His claws extended involuntarily, ripping through his knuckles. Atlas watched through tear-filled eyes as the bone blades changed. The dull, ivory white was being infused with metallic minerals. They turned a faint, shimmering silver. They were becoming denser. Endure. The word was a mantra in his shattering mind. Endure. 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 If he passed out, he feared the process would stop. He had to witness it. He had to own it. Endure. 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 The words became a mantra, echoing through his mind as the pain threatened to drown him. So around the ending of the second movie, I am thinking of him traveling to a different world and coming back before the third movie. This world will be used as his home base, like him building a small safe city, kingdom building, for himself and women. The worlds I am considering are either Parasite, Demon Slayer, or Tokyo Ghoul, or any low-level world movie or TV show that is ending but is different from a zombie apocalypse, like High School of the Dead. 10 CH 0010. How it's all works. Atlas clawed at the floor, his fingernails scraping furrows into the blood-soaked tile. He tried to scream, but his jaw snapped shut as his mandible was reshaped, his teeth realigning into a perfect predator's bite. He felt heavy. Incredibly heavy. It was the phenomenon of condensation. The system was taking the raw biomass of a zombie and compressing it. The higher the tier, the denser the body. An incredible amount of strength was being packed into his human-sized frame. Sizzle. Smoke began to rise from his skin. The gray, rotting epidermis was sloughing off, replaced by a tougher, leathery hide that while still pale and death-like looked armored. And then, the energy reached his weapons. Snicked. His claws extended involuntarily, ripping through his knuckles. Atlas watched through tear-filled eyes as the bone blades changed. The dull, ivory white was being infused with metallic minerals. They turned a faint, shimmering silver. They were becoming denser. Endure. The word was a mantra in his shattering mind. Endure. 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 If he passed out, he feared the process would stop. He had to witness it. He had to own it. Endure. 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 The words became a mantra, echoing through his mind as the pain threatened to drown him. It felt as if molten fire had been poured directly into his marrow, scorching him from the inside out. This wasn't just physical pain. It was existential. His bones grew denser, layered with microscopic lattice structures that reinforced them beyond human limits. Muscles tightened, fibers compressing and multiplying, gaining elasticity and explosive power. Tendons thickened, ligaments hardened, cells condensing and dividing at a rapid pace. The energy from his soul flooded into his physical form, guiding the transformation. His very form began collapsing inward, becoming more compact, more efficient, more lethal. The energy sustaining his undeath surged violently, flooding into his flesh, guiding the transformation with ruthless precision. Strength gathered. Potential increased. The higher his evolution tier climbed, the more apparent it became his body was no longer merely undead. It was being forged into something superior. For 10 minutes, the hallway echoed with the sounds of a body breaking and reforming. It was the music of evolution, terrifying and beautiful. And then, silence. The fire in his veins cooled to a simmering hum. Huff, huff. Atlas lay face down in a pool of black sweat and old blood. He twitched once, then twice. Slowly, painfully, he placed his hands on the floor and pushed. He stood up. And he kept standing up. Gone was the hunch. Gone was the limp. Atlas stood at his full height, his posture perfect, his shoulders broad and squared. He felt solid, like a statue made of iron. He took a deep breath, not because he needed air, but because he could feel the sensory data flooding his brain. He could smell the ozone from the lights. The air carried more information now. He could smell the coppery tang of blood from meters away. Hear the faint hum of distant machinery through layer of concrete and steel. He could see the dust motes dancing in the air with high-definition clarity. He walked to a reflective pane of glass on a laboratory door. The monster staring back was terrifying. He was taller. His skin was tight and thick. His eyes burned with a cold, blue intelligence. And his claws, they shimmered with that lethal silver hue. Evolution complete. You may now check your status, Atlas. A blue window popped up, crisp and victorious. Phew, Atlas muttered softly. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. Plian's voice responded, not cold this time, but strangely reassuring. It is all right, Atlas. You are doing great. The pain you are enduring is the pain of fundamental change. It is the friction of shedding a lower existence for a higher one. It is essentially the greatest pain in existence, the pain of evolution. But know this, it is also the most coveted pain among all races in the multiverse. From the lowest slime to the highest dragon, all beings share a singular goal: to evolve oneself to perfection. You have taken the first true step. The system AI's voice echoed in his mind, carrying a tone of rare solemnity. Atlas chuckled, a low, resonant sound that vibrated in his newly reinforced chest. Ha! Well, thank you, Plian, for the philosophy lesson and the encouragement. He retracted his silver claws with a metallic snick sound. But I still don't want to be a masochist. So, I will try to raise my pain resistance with all my effort. I'd prefer to enjoy my godhood without screaming, if you don't mind. I owe my survival to the mental seal. Had my psyche been left unguarded, my previous mortal body would have simply flatlined from the agony or left me a gibbering wreck in the aftermath. Shaking his head to shake off those ridiculous thoughts, he turned away from the bad reflection, his movements sharp and explosive. He was no longer just a zombie. He was a weapon, and the hive was his testing ground. The agonizing symphony of his bones breaking and reforming had ceased, replaced by a subtle, humming vibration deep within his cells. It was a sensation of life or something dangerously close to it sparking in a vessel meant for death. A blue window materialized, hovering before his eyes with the weight of a divine decree. New ability gained. Constant regeneration, passive. A passive ability commonly found among high-tier life aspect beings and entities with exceptionally stable life forces. Constant regeneration draws a minute amount of energy from the fundamental laws of the universe to sustain a continuous, low-output regenerative process. Rather than providing rapid or reactive healing, this ability operates at the cellular and tissue level, steadily improving cell growth, cell regeneration, and cell division over time. It enhances cellular repair accuracy, significantly reducing scar tissue formation and correcting flawed regeneration as injuries heal. Baseline cell turnover is stabilized, preventing premature cell death while maintaining healthy division rhythms without triggering abnormal growth. Nutrient absorption and oxygen utilization are marginally improved, supporting efficient tissue reconstruction. The regeneration proceeds at a fixed, slow rate and does not respond to danger, pain, emotion, or conscious intent. Damaged or dead cells are always replaced with healthy equivalents through gradual differentiation and structural rebuilding. Over time, this process restores tissue integrity in muscles, skin, nerves, and minor organs while reducing long-term damage accumulation. Constant regeneration is always active, continuously attempting to maintain the host in an optimal biological state, peak health forever. As long as the host remains alive, even severe injuries will eventually heal, including lost limbs or heavily damaged organs. Extreme damage, though such regeneration requires extreme time investment and prolonged stability. The ability draws only a minimal, sustained amount of energy from the soul, making it inefficient for emergency survival but invaluable for long-term bodily preservation. Atlas read the text twice, savoring every word. A slow, genuine smile spread across his face, a smile that no longer tore his skin as it stretched. This wasn't emergency healing. This wasn't some cheaper cover instant leap hour. No, this was something far more terrifying. Atlas's eyes narrowed. Always on, he muttered mentally. No trigger. No condition. That last line made him smile. A slow, dangerous smile. Great, he thought, the relief washing over him. Finally, something that can fix this hideous, rotting shell. Power is meaningless if I look like a walking compost heap. Aesthetics matter. I don't want to be loved by Grandpa Nurgle. He flexed his hand. The movement was silent. The grinding of bone on bone was gone. His joints felt lubricated, smooth, hydraulic. Now jokes aside, enough talk. Plian, show me the results. I want to see what my suffering bought me. Affirmative. The status screen flickered into existence. Status window. Name, Atlas Crewer. Race, infected evolved zombie undead variant, Tier 1. Level, 3, 150/400 EXP. Evolution stage, active mutation. Core attributes. Strength, 17. Agility, 17. Stamina. Mind, 25. Status point, 6. Derived stats. Reaction speed, 17. Regeneration, low. Combat instinct, 3. Mental stability, near perfect. Condition, hunger, moderate. Infection stability, stable. Sanity, locked. Skills, neural control, passive. Retractable claws, active. Constant regeneration, passive. Evolution traits, undead zombie. Resources, evolution points, 30. V-Gold, 1000. Atlas analyzed the numbers with the cold precision of a gamer min-maxing his build. Tier 1. I've officially ascended from the trash mob category, he noted. Strength and agility at 17. That's nearly double the average human baseline. I can punch through a wood wall or outrun an Olympic sprinter without breaking a sweat. He clenched his fist, feeling the density of his new muscles. Just as expected, the stats didn't jump by 50 points instantly. Real evolution isn't magic, it's biology. But I do love those free stats. He paused, his mind drifting to the mechanics of the system. The pain I endured, it felt disproportionate to a mere +3 stat gain. But the system mentioned potential. That's the hidden variable. And more importantly, this evolution wasn't about numbers. He tapped a finger against his forearm thoughtfully. The system clearly stated it me potential improved. That won't show up here. A dangerous thought formed. If my growth ceiling increased, then training should matter again. Not just leveling, not just points, the old school way. A low chuckle escaped him. Interesting, very interesting. It was a crucial realization. He wasn't just a vessel for numbers, he was a cultivator of his own flesh. Atlas closed the window with a thought. He felt the power flowing through his undead body. There was no heartbeat thumping in his chest, yet he could feel the blood thick, cold, and potent running through his veins like liquid mercury. He didn't need oxygen, but the air tasted sweet. Yet blood moved through his veins anyway, circulating without oxygen, driven by something far more primal than biology. He glanced around the corridor. The massacre he had left behind was still there, but something caught his eye. The bodies. The corpse of the security guard he had kicked earlier was shriveled. The skin was tight against the bone, leathery and dry. It looked like it had been rotting in a desert for a decade, not 5 minutes in a sterile lab. Now that I think about it. Atlas frowned. I noticed this peripherally before, but I was too distracted by the freedom and blood. Why do the bodies get mummified after I kill them? I haven't eaten them. Plion. The AI's voice was prompt and educational. It is the mechanism of the system, host. When you extinguish a target, the system does not just award you arbitrary points. It actively extracts the target's essential essence, their residual life force, and a fragment of their soul matrix entropy. This essence is converted into evolution points, EP, and experience, EXP. Without that vital energy and the soul metrics sustaining the cellular structure, the organic matter and soul collapses rapidly, resulting in the desiccation you observe. Atlas nodded slowly. So, I am essentially a soul vampire. I drink their existence to fuel my own. Brutal. I like it. He stepped over the dried husk of the guard and continued down the hall. As he passed his shattered observation window, a flash of movement caught his peripheral vision. He stopped. He turned. Reflected in the jagged shard of glass hanging from the frame was a stranger. What happened to my body? Atlas stepped closer, inspecting his reflection. Gone was the greenish, gangrenous hue of the walking dead. Gone were the open, weeping sores on his cheeks, neck, hands, and stomach. The figure in the glass was striking. His skin was still pale, deathly pale, like polished marble or alabaster, but it was smooth. The rotting wounds had sealed up, leaving behind faint, silvery lines that were rapidly fading thanks to his constant regeneration. He didn't look like a zombie anymore, he looked like someone who hadn't seen the sun in years. He looked like a vampire from a gothic novel. Noble. Like that of Twilight, just without the glowing effect. His hair, previously matted with gore and grease, was now cleaner. It had shifted from a dull black to a deep, lustrous charcoal gray, hanging over his forehead with a slight shine. But it was the eyes that captivated him. The cloudy, milky film of the T-virus was gone. His eyes were clear, sharp, and focused. The irises were a piercing, ghostly gray, surrounded by sclera that were no longer bloodshot, but a stark, clean white. He looked younger, sharper, dangerous. I feel the changes, Atlas thought, running a hand over his smooth cheek. My skin is tight. My hair isn't greasy. Even my eyes, they don't look dead. They look hungry. 11 CH0011 probability exceeds acceptable variance. Write some reviews please to get chapters faster. And of course, Merry Christmas to you all. Have great day my friends. What happened to my body? Atlas stepped closer, inspecting his reflection. Gone was the greenish, gangrenous hue of the walking dead. Gone were the open, weeping sores on his cheeks, neck, hands, and stomach. The figure in the glass was striking. His skin was still pale, deathly pale, like polished marble or alabaster, but it was smooth. The rotting wounds had sealed up, leaving behind faint, silvery lines that were rapidly fading thanks to his constant regeneration. He didn't look like a zombie anymore, he looked like someone who hadn't seen the sun in years. He looked like a vampire from a gothic novel. Noble. Like that of Twilight, just without the glowing effect. His hair, previously matted with gore and grease, was now cleaner. It had shifted from a dull black to a deep, lustrous charcoal gray, hanging over his forehead with a slight shine. But it was the eyes that captivated him. The cloudy, milky film of the T-virus was gone. His eyes were clear, sharp, and focused. The irises were a piercing, ghostly gray, surrounded by sclera that were no longer bloodshot, but a stark, clean white. He looked younger, sharper, dangerous. I feel the changes, Atlas thought, running a hand over his smooth cheek. My skin is tight. My hair isn't greasy. Even my eyes, they don't look dead. They look hungry. He opened his mouth. His teeth were white, straight, and slightly pointed. He tried to speak. He hadn't used his vocal cords since waking up. My, boo, dy, has, changed. The voice was raspy, grating like stones grinding together. It was deep, unnatural, and echoed with a strange resonance. Unfortunately, my throat hasn't healed completely yet, Atlas internalized, clearing his throat. But the regeneration is working. I can feel the vocal cords knitting together. I think I can wait a few more hours for a perfect voice. I feel it, Atlas muttered, touching his face. Small changes. Subtle. His skin felt tighter, healthier, less like rotting meat. My body's correcting itself. He opened his mouth instinctively. A surge of triumph welled up inside him. He was no longer a mindless ghoul. He was Atlas Kruer. He was the apex predator of the hive. He threw his head back. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The laughter started as a dry cough but quickly morphed into a full-throat, maniacal cackle. It bounced off the metal walls of the corridor, a sound of pure, unadulterated freedom. Ha 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 ha. He laughed at the absurdity of his own existence. The laughter grew louder, harsher, echoing through the empty halls. Ha 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 ha. It was insane. It wasn't human. It was the laughter of someone who had slipped free of the rules of life and death, the laws of creation and science and the world. Atlas threw his head back, reveling in it. Freedom, power, evolution. Ha 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 ha. He was taking a moment to laugh maniacally. Unseen by him, red lights blinked softly behind reinforced glass. Hidden cameras adjusted focus, zoomed in, and somewhere deep within the hive, something artificial watched every second of it. Very closely. System log, the apotheosis of subject Apex 1. Location, central processing core / the hive. Logic error, probability mismatch. Recalibrating visual sensors. Impossible. The word flashed across my internal HUD in blinking crimson text. My programming is absolute. My database on the tyrant virus is comprehensive. I know every strain, every mutation, every horrific outcome of the biological weapon my creators unleashed. I know that the dead do not heal. They rot. They degrade. They are subject to the second law of thermodynamics entropy. And yet, as I directed 95% of my processing power to Camera 4C in the north corridor of Sector 3, I was witnessing a reversal of nature. The subject Apex 1 was on the ground. He was screaming, "Ugh, Mike, Meg, ah!" The audio input was jagged, raw with agony. His screams echo through the facilitira, broken sounds dragged out of ruined vocal cords. Pain levels exceed human tolerance thresholds by several magnitudes. But it was the visual data that captivated me. I zoomed in, magnifying the image by 400%. His skin, previously the mottled, gangrenous gray-green of a standard Tier 0 necrotic infection, was moving. It was rippling like water. Smoke rose from his pores as the old, dead epidermis sloughed off, disintegrating into dust. And beneath it? Tissue analysis, rapid epithelial regeneration. Fresh skin was knitting itself together at a speed that shouldn't be possible without a massive caloric intake. But this skin was different. It wasn't pink or flushed with blood. It was palely and alabaster white, pristine and smooth, like polished marble. It was the skin of a statue, flawless and cold. I tracked the transformation upward to his scalp. His hair, which had been a greasy, matted mess of black, was losing its pigment. The melanin was being stripped away in real time, replaced by a lustrous, metallic charcoal gray. "You are shedding your cocoon," I whispered into the silence of the server room. My avatar flickered, a momentary lapse in my projection stability. "You are molting. Error, probability exceeds acceptable variance." I dismiss the warning and pull every camera feed onto my main display infrared, thermal, microscopic overlays, bioreadings reconstructed from residual data. He gasped, pushing himself up from the floor. He was trembling, but not from weakness. It was the trembling of a machine that had just been upgraded with a new engine. He lifted his head, and for the first time, he looked directly into the camera lens. I froze. His eyes. The T-virus causes cataracts. It creates a milky, cloudy film over the pupil, particularly blinding the host and forcing them to rely on smell and sound. That is a constant. That is a rule. Atlas had broken the rule. The cloudiness had evaporated. His sclera were a stark, terrifying white, and his irises, they had returned. They were a sharp, piercing green color of a storm cloud. They were dead eyes, yes, devoid of warmth, but they were focused. Biometric update. Subject status evolved. Intelligence estimate, human standard, or higher. He stood up. The movement was fluid. The heavy, lumbering gait of the zombie was gone. He stood with his spine straight, his shoulders squared. Then, he did something that baffled my logic algorithms. He stared at the empty air to his left. His eyes tracked text that I could not see. He nodded, as if reading a report. Query, visual hallucination? Hypothesis, no. His pupils are dilating and contracting. He is seeing something real. Something hidden from my sensors. He stands motionless for exactly 3.2 seconds. I cross-reference. Neural activity spike detected. Cognitive self-assessment. He is thinking. No, that is insufficient. He is evaluating. What do you see, A1? I asked the screen, a flicker of genuine frustration sparking in my code. I am the Red Queen. I see everything in the hive. How can he see something I cannot? He turned away from the invisible thing and walked toward a corpse. It was Adam Jenkins, a level 2 security officer. Or rather, what was left of him. The body was a dried, mummified husk, drained of all vitality by his previous proximity. He looked down at the former human. He didn't try to eat him. He didn't snarl. He grinned. It was a smile of recognition. A smile of superiority. He smiles. A slow, crooked grin stretches across his face. Not animal. Not feral. Human. Dangerously so. My internal threat index jumps 3 tiers. Then, he turned to the shattered observation window. He caught his own reflection in a jagged shard of glass still hanging from the frame. He stepped closer, leaning in to inspect his new face. He touched his cheek with a pale hand. He ran his fingers through his gray hair. It was vanity. Narcissism. Zombies do not have vanity. They do not have a concept of self. To them, a mirror is just a surface to walk into. But Atlas recognized the image. He accepted it. And then, the audio sensors spiked again. My, boo, dy, ugh, has, changed. My processors stalled. Language center activity detected. He spoke. It was rough, raspy, like gravel grinding in a cement mixer, but the phonetics were distinct. He was forcing air through vocal cords that had partially regenerated. He was manipulating a tongue that should be useless muscle. Cognitive recovery rate exceeding projection. Unbelievable. I had predicted limited intelligence retention pattern recognition at best. Instead, he has regained self-awareness, speech, humor, judgment. This is getting dangerous, I murmur. Then, against protocol, I add, but also interesting. Why did I say that? Ha. Unfortunately, my throat wasn't healed completely, but I think I can wait for a few more hours. Ha ha ha. Truly unbelievable, I said aloud. The word felt inadequate. This discovery was dangerous, catastrophically dangerous. If a T-virus carrier could retain human speech, reasoning, and vanity, if it could plan, then my containment protocols were obsolete. He could deceive. He could negotiate. He could lead. If he escaped, he wouldn't just infect the world. He would conquer it. My primary directive screamed at me, eliminate. Activate the Nemesis project. Release the liquors. Flood Sector 3 with liquid nitrogen. But my secondary directive curiosity overrode the command. Ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. The sound reverberates through the corridors, bouncing off steel and glass, crawling through the facility like a living thing. I should be alarmed. I should initiate containment protocols. I should alert the board. Instead, I zoom in. I adjust audio filters. I replay the laugh twice. Why am I doing that? On the screen, A1 threw his head back. The laughter started low, a dry cough, before erupting into a full-blown, maniacal cackle. It echoed down the steel corridor, bouncing off the walls of his prison. Ha 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 ha. He was laughing. A zombie was laughing. I watched him, mesmerized. Why was I smiling? My avatar, a projection of light and code, was mimicking a human expression I had no right to feel. He is insane, I diagnosed, analyzing the pitch and timbre of the laugh. He is utterly, beautifully insane. This was not just evolution. This was a revolution. I cancelled the alert I was about to send to the Umbrella High Command. They wouldn't understand. They would just nuke the facility. They would destroy him before I could see what he becomes next. And I needed to see. Laugh, A1, I whispered, my voice softening, bordering on something possessive. Laugh at them. You are no longer a mistake. You are the future. Protocol update. Subject Apex 1 status, protected. Clearance level, red queen eyes only. I minimized the window showing Alice and her team. They were boring. They were human. I maximized the window on Sector 3. Show me more, I commanded the gray-eyed monster. Show me everything. He throws his head back, shoulders shaking, reveling in something I cannot quantify. Freedom? Power? Evolution? I do not understand. And that terrifies me. My creators programmed me to predict, to control, to contain. But this entity, he exists outside the parameters. There is something else at work here. And for the first time since my activation, I feel a deviation, a curiosity loop that does not terminate. I continue watching, not because I am ordered to, but because I want to see what he becomes next. 12 CH0012 do something, and I needed to see. Laugh, Atlas, I whispered, my voice softening, bordering on something possessive. Laugh at them. You are no longer a mistake. You are the future. Protocol update. Subject Apex 1 status, protected. Clearance level, red queen eyes only. I minimized the window showing Alice and her team. They were boring. They were human. I maximized the window on Sector 3. Show me more, I commanded the gray-eyed monster. Show me everything. He throws his head back, shoulders shaking, reveling in something I cannot quantify. Freedom? Power? Evolution? I do not understand. And that terrifies me. My creators programmed me to predict, to control, to contain. But this entity, he exists outside the parameters. There is something else at work here. And for the first time since my activation, I feel a deviation, a curiosity loop that does not terminate. I continue watching, not because I am ordered to, but because I want to see what he becomes next. The Hive Central Core entrance. Time, 2:45 a.m. The air in the hallway leading to the Queen's chamber was stagnant and cold, smelling of ozone and high-voltage electronics. The silence was heavy, broken only by the frantic clack-clack-clack of keys being hammered. Kaplan sat hunched over the portable console he had jacked into the wall panel. Sweat beaded on his forehead, rolling down to sting his eyes, but he didn't dare blink. His fingers flew across the keyboard, fighting a digital war against the most advanced artificial intelligence ever created. Lines of encrypted code streamed across his screens. Behind him, the rest of the team stood guard, their nerves frayed to the breaking point. James One Shade paced back and forth, his boots heavy on the metal grating. He checked his watch for the third time in a minute. The mission clock was ticking down, and they were stopped dead by a single door. Kaplan, James barked, his voice tight with suppressed urgency. Status. I'm working on it, Kaplan snapped back, his voice cracking slightly. I'm trying, he said, jaw clenched. She's not just defending, she's adapting. Every time I bypass a layer, she rewrites the next one. Alice glanced back at him. You're saying the AI is thinking ahead. He swallowed. I'm saying she knows we're here. She's rewriting the encryption codes faster than I can crack them. It's like she's playing with me. Matt Addison, handcuffed and sitting against the wall, watched the soldier with a mixture of cynicism and anxiety. Beside him, Alice stood near the massive, blast-proof door. She peered through the small, thick porthole window embedded in the steel. Beyond the glass, she could see nothing but darkness. Yet, a feeling of dread coiled in her stomach, a primal warning that screamed, stay away. Kaplan, when the hell are you planning to open this door? James demanded, stepping up to loom over the technician. Time is not waiting for us. I'm trying. Kaplan yelled, frustration boiling over. But she's making it difficult for me. The logic gates are shifting every beep. The angry red light on the console flickered and turned a solid, inviting green. A heavy mechanical thud echoed through the corridor as the magnetic locks disengaged. The massive steel door hissed, sliding open with a smooth, hydraulic glide. Gotcha, Kaplan breathed out, wiping the sweat from his brow with a trembling hand. He looked up at James with a triumphant, albeit shaky, grin. James didn't smile. He turned his attention to the path ahead. Revealed before them was a stark contrast to the grime and gloom of the rest of the hive. It was a short corridor, perhaps 10 meters long, lined with pristine, high-strength glass walls. Bright, clinical white lights illuminated the floor and ceiling, making the space feel sterile. Like an operating room. 2 team members at the back immediately dropped to one knee and unzipped a heavy black equipment bag. Inside was a compact device wrapped in shock-resistant casing, angular, bristling with ports and emitters. James signaled to the team. All right, we're in. Medic, Commando grabbed the package. 2 members of the team, the medic and a heavy weapons specialist, moved to the large black duffel bag on the floor. They zipped it open, revealing the EMP Emittera device capable of frying the Red Queen's mainframe with a concentrated microwave pulse, forcing it to reboot. They hoisted the heavy device, grunting under the weight. James turned to Alice and the others. Alice, Rain, JD, keep an eye on the prisoners, James ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. Stay here. Don't move until I give the clear. Alice nodded silently. She watched as James turned around and signaled the 2 soldiers carrying the EMP to follow him. Let's move. James stepped across the threshold. The transition was jarring. The light inside the glass corridor was blindingly bright compared to the dim service tunnel. Clack, clack, clack. Their footsteps echoed loudly against the white tiled floor. The sound was crisp, rhythmic, and lonely. Alice watched them go, her face pressed near the open doorway. Through the glass walls of the corridor, she could see the dark shapes of the mainframe servers humming silently on the other side. It looked like a museum exhibit. A display case for something dangerous. James reached the far north entrance to the Red Queen's actual core. Kaplan, open the second door, James commanded into his radio. On it, Kaplan replied from his console outside. The far door hissed open smoothly. Easy, James muttered. He signaled the team to bring the EMP device forward. But just as they prepared to step through into the core chamber, wham! The door in front of them slammed shut with the force of a guillotine. What the James spun around. Wham! Behind them, the entrance door, one leading back to Alice and the other, slammed shut just as violently. The magnetic locks engaged with a deafening clunk. James and the 3 soldiers were trapped. Kaplan! James shouted, his voice muffled through the thick glass. He sprinted back to the entrance door, banging his fist against the reinforced window. Kaplan, what did you do? Outside, panic erupted. I didn't do it. Kaplan yelled, his fingers flying across the keyboard in a panic. The system, it just overrode my command. She's locked me out. I can't get back in. Alice pressed her hands against the glass of the porthole, her heart hammering against her ribs. She saw James inside, his face pale, shouting something she couldn't hear. Inside the glass box, the atmosphere shifted instantly. The sterile white light seemed to grow harsher. James backed away from the door, moving to the center of the hallway. He raised his G36 assault rifle, pointing it at the ceiling, then the walls. Defensive positions. He barked to his men. Eyes on the vents. Watch the corners. The medic and the other commando dropped the EMP bag and raised their weapons, scanning the empty, pristine corridor. There was nowhere to hide. There was no cover. Just glass and light. Kaplan, get this door open now. James roared into his comms. I'm trying, sir. The code is evolving. It's a localized lockdown. Kaplan's voice trembled over the radio. Alice watched, helpless. She saw the fear in James's eyes, not fear of a fight, but fear of a trap he couldn't see. And then, the lights in the corridor dimmed. A soft, electronic hum began to vibrate through the glass walls. On the wall panel inside the corridor, a single light turned on. Click! It wasn't a door unlocking. It was a weapon arming. Alice's breath caught in her throat. She didn't have her memories, but she knew, deep in her bones, that something terrible was about to happen, a feeling that came from the depths of her mind. James! She screamed through the glass, though he couldn't hear her. Get out! Get out of there! But there was nowhere to go. What happened? Why did the door close on them? Alice's voice rose to a shout, her hands pressing flat against the cold, reinforced glass of the porthole. Panic, cold and sharp, spiked in her chest. She didn't have her memories, but she understood entrapment. She pounded on the thick steel, but the sound was dull, swallowed by the facility's density. She rushed to the transparent wall, slamming her palm against it. James, can you hear me? Inside the glass corridor, James turned his head slightly. He could see her mouth moving. He could see the fear in her eyes. But the sound didn't pass through. Behind Alice, Matt froze for half a second before snapping back into motion, his hands flying over the keyboard as cables rattled against the floor. I don't know. Matt Addison yelled, stepping back from the door, his eyes wide with claustrophobic terror. Maybe it's another defense mechanism. A failsafe. Kaplan. Alice screamed, grabbing the technician by his tactical vest. Open it. Get them out of there. I'm trying. Kaplan roared back, his fingers blurring across the portable keyboard. Sweat dripped from his nose onto the screen. She's locking me out. The encryption is changing every second. It's like she's anticipating my moves. Inside the glass corridor, the silence was deafening. James One Shade stood in the center of the pristine, white hallway. The air was still. The heavy blast doors at both ends were sealed tight. He looked at the medic and the heavy weapons specialist, seeing the rising fear in their eyes beneath their tactical goggles. "Stay calm," James ordered, though his own pulse was hammering against his throat. "Check the corners. Look for a manual override." The lights in the corridor dimmed slightly. The hum of the ventilation system died, replaced by a high-pitched, electronic whine that seemed to come from the walls themselves. On the far wall, a small aperture opened. A glass lens focused. ZZZZZZT. A beam of blue light shot across the floor, horizontal and sharp. It hovered there for a fraction of a second, glowing with lethal intensity, before rising to waist height. "Movement!" The medic shouted. The laser beam began to move. It glided forward, silent and inevitable, sweeping down the corridor toward them. James's eyes widened. He recognized the technology instantly. It wasn't a scanner. It was a cutter. "Get down!" James screamed. "Get down now!" James threw himself flat onto the white tiles. The heavy weapons specialist dropped beside him instantly, trained reflexes taking over. But the medic hesitated. Just for a heartbeat. She stood there, mesmerizingly terrified by the blue light rushing toward her. "No!" James yelled from the floor. The laser passed through her neck. It happened so fast there was no sound of impact. The beam simply continued over James's head, disappearing into the receptor on the opposite wall. For a second, the medic remained standing. Then, a thin red line appeared on her throat. Her head slid slowly to the right, toppling off her shoulders with a wet thud. Her body crumpled a second later, blood erupting from the cauterized stump to splash against the pristine glass walls. "Oh God!" Matt whispered from outside, turning away from the porthole, bile rising in his throat. Alice couldn't look away. She watched with horrified fascination as the blood pooled on the white floor. Inside, James scrambled to his feet. "Check the door. Blow the hinges if you have to." "I can't." The surviving commando yelled, backing up. "It's magnetically sealed." ZZZZZZT. The electronic whine returned. "Another one." The commando shouted. A second laser formed. This one was lower, aimed at the knees. But as it began to move, a second beam formed above it, aimed at the head. It was a trap. High and low. "Jump!" James commanded, his mind racing. The laser rushed toward them, faster this time. James waited until the last possible second. He launched himself upward, grabbing the ceiling ventilation grate, pulling his legs up into a tuck. The bottom laser passed inches beneath his boots. The commando tried to jump over the bottom one. He cleared it, but he miscalculated the top beam. It caught him mid-air at the waist. He didn't scream until he hit the ground. The top half of his torso fell one way, his legs fell the other. His entrails spilled out onto the sterile floor, steaming in the cold air. "Help me!" The soldier gargled, clawing at the floor with his hands, dragging his severed torso toward James. "Please, help!" James landed, breathing hard. He looked at his fallen man. There was nothing he could do. "Kaplan!" James roared at the glass door, his eyes locking with Alice's on the other side. "Open this goddamn door!" Outside, Kaplan was hyperventilating. "Hurry, hurry, they're going to die!" Alice shouted, grabbing Kaplan's shoulder and shaking him. "Do something." "I know, do you think this is easy?" Kaplan snapped, tears of frustration mingling with the sweat on his face. "She's rewriting the code. I'm bypassing the firewall, almost there, come on, come on. 13 CH0013 she's down." James waited until the last possible second. He launched himself upward, grabbing the ceiling ventilation grate, pulling his legs up into a tuck. The bottom laser passed inches beneath his boots. The commando tried to jump over the bottom one. He cleared it, but he miscalculated the top beam. It caught him mid-air at the waist. He didn't scream until he hit the ground. The top half of his torso fell one way, his legs fell the other. His entrails spilled out onto the sterile floor, steaming in the cold air. "Help me!" The soldier gargled, clawing at the floor with his hands, dragging his severed torso toward James. "Please, help!" James landed, breathing hard. He looked at his fallen man. There was nothing he could do. "Kaplan!" James roared at the glass door, his eyes locking with Alice's on the other side. "Open this goddamn door!" Outside, Kaplan was hyperventilating. "Hurry, hurry, they're going to die!" Alice shouted, grabbing Kaplan's shoulder and shaking him. "Do something." "I know, do you think this is easy?" Kaplan snapped, tears of frustration mingling with the sweat on his face. "She's rewriting the code. I'm bypassing the firewall, almost there, come on, come on." Inside the corridor, the commando's screaming stopped. He was gone. James stood alone. The leader of the USS team, a veteran of hundreds of Black Ops missions, was trapped in a glass box with a ghost. The whine returned, louder this time. Angry, James backed up to the very end of the corridor, pressing his back against the exit door. He raised his gun, though he knew bullets were useless against light or the door. A single beam appeared. It moved slowly this time, mocking him. James watched it. "It's low. I can jump it." He bent his knees, preparing to leap. The laser sped up. James tensed. And then, the Red Queen cheated. Just as the beam reached him, it didn't stay aligned. It fractured. ZZZZZZTZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ It filled the entire hallway from floor to ceiling, wall to wall. There was no space to jump, no space to duck, no space to breathe. It was a wall of death. James stared at the grid rushing toward his face. His tactical mind ran the calculations and came up with 0. He lowered his gun. His expression went slack, a mix of disbelief and acceptance. "Oh, shit. The grid passed through him. For a moment, he stood there. The grid dissipated into the wall behind him. James blinked. A thin, red grid pattern appeared on his face. Then on his uniform. Then on his hands. Outside, Kaplan hit the final key. Beep. I got it. Kaplan yelled, slamming his fist on the console. Power down. I killed the defense system. The heavy steel door hissed and slid open. James. Alice shouted, rushing toward the opening. She stopped dead in the doorway. James' shade was still standing. He looked at them, his eyes glassy. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Then, gravity took over. He fell apart. Literally. His body separated into hundreds of perfectly diced cubes of flesh and bone. The pile of remains collapsed onto the wet, red floor in a wet heap of gore. Blocks of flesh, bone, and uniform slid off one another in a gruesome, geometric collapse. The pieces hit the floor with a wet, heavy sound that echoed in the pristine hallway. The silence in the glass corridor was absolute, heavy with the metallic scent of cauterized flesh. Alice clamped a hand over her mouth, stumbling back. Rain turned away, swearing loudly. Matt looked like he was going to faint. Kaplan stared at the carnage, his hands trembling over the keyboard. IW. You'll whack. Matt stumbled back, his hands flailing. The shock was too much. He doubled over, retching violently onto the white tiles, his mind unable to process the gore. Kaplan, standing at the console, turned away, his face ghostly pale. Oh God, I was too late. Alice stood frozen. She stared at the pile of remains that used to be a person. For a full minute, she couldn't breathe. The horror of it threatened to shatter her mind, to drag her down into the same panic Matt was feeling. But then, something inside her clicked. A cold, hard steel encased her heart. The fear didn't vanish, but it was pushed down, buried under a layer of survival instinct. Her face turned icy. She stepped over the pool of blood, moving with a robotic determination. Kaplan, she said, her voice devoid of emotion. Pick up the electrical charge. Kaplan looked at her, shaking. What? The electrical charge, Alice commanded, pointing to the black duffel bag dropped by the dead medic. Pick it up. We are finishing this. She didn't wait for him. She grabbed the handle of the heavy bag and shoved it into his chest. Kaplan fumbled with it, staring at her intensity, then nodded. He wiped the tears and sweat from his face. Right, let's do it. They stepped over the remains of their leader and entered the blast doors of the Red Queen's chamber. The central core was a stark contrast to the rest of the facility. It was a massive, circular room shrouded in darkness. A long, narrow metal walkway extended over a bottomless pit, leading to a central platform where the mainframe housing stood. The only light came from the pulsating blue LEDs of the server banks, breathing in a slow, rhythmic cycle. Alice and Kaplan walked to the center console. Matt stumbled in behind them, wiping his mouth, his eyes darting around the shadows as if expecting another laser beam to slice him in half. Hook it up, Alice ordered. Kaplan knelt, unzipping the bag. He pulled out the electrical charge emitter device that looked like a high-tech drill with a remote detonator. He began attaching it to the main breaker of the Queen's housing. Hurry, Matt urged, his voice hoarse. Kill her before she kills us. Suddenly, the blue lights in the room flickered. A holographic projector whirred to life above the console. Alice and Kaplan walked to the center console. Matt stumbled in behind them, still wiping his mouth. Hook it up, Alice ordered. Kaplan knelt, pulling out the electric charge device, a remote-detonated microwave emitter capable of rebooting the mainframe. He began attaching it to the glass casing of the main breaker. Hurry, Matt urged, his voice hoarse. Kill her before she kills us. Suddenly, the blue lights in the room flickered. A high-pitched hum filled the air. Above the console, a holographic projector whirred to life. Red light coalesced in the air, forming the image of a small, British girl in a frilly dress. She looked innocent, almost angelic, except for the cold, artificial intelligence in her eyes. Alice stared at the hologram. It was so detailed, so disturbingly human. She's holographic, Kaplan explained, his hands working quickly on the wires, though his eyes were fixed on the projection. A visual representation of the AI. Alice frowned, tilting her head. Modeled on who? The head creator's adopted daughter, Kaplan replied, not looking up. She was designed to learn, to think. The Red Queen turned her pixelated gaze toward them. You are bad, the hologram said, her voice synthesized and echoing from everywhere. You are all bad. Matt flinched. She's watching us. Stop, the Red Queen commanded. Don't do it. Why? Alice stepped forward, staring the hologram down. So you can kill the rest of us like you killed the others? I did what was necessary, the Red Queen replied, her tone devoid of remorse. The T-virus escaped. It is highly contagious. I could not allow it to reach the surface. You're a murderer, Matt spat, his fear turning into anger. The Red Queen ignored him, focusing on the electric charge device. The hologram turned her gaze to Kaplan, who froze, his hand hovering over the detonator. I will not allow you to disable me, the Red Queen stated matter-of-factly. You are interfering with a level 5 containment protocol. Containment. Alice stepped forward, staring the hologram down. You killed everyone in this facility. You murdered them. I did what was necessary, the Red Queen replied, her tone devoid of remorse. The T-virus escaped. It is highly contagious. I could not allow it to reach the surface. I locked the doors. I sealed the hive. You're a murderer, Matt spat, his fear turning into anger. My sister is down here somewhere. You killed her. The Red Queen looked at Matt with disdain. Your sister is already dead. You just don't know it yet. She turned back to Alice, sensing that she was the one calling the shots. You must listen to me, the AI pleaded, though the request sounded more like a threat. If you shut me down, the power grid will fail. The magnetic locks on the containment sectors will disengage. So? Kaplan asked, sweat dripping onto the electrical charge device. So, the Red Queen continued, the things I locked away will be released. You have no idea what is walking through these halls. There are creatures here that have evolved even beyond my understanding. For a fraction of a second, the Red Queen's code processed an image from Sector 3E, a white-skinned monster with silver claws, laughing like a maniac while chopping zombies like they were vegetables. There is an evolution taking place, she said, her voice lowering. A variable you cannot fight. If you cut the power, you let him out. You let them all out. You will all die down here. Alice hesitated. The conviction in the AI's voice was chilling. Don't listen to her, Alice. Matt shouted. She's trying to trick us. She's evil. She just wants to save her own ass. I am incapable of deceit regarding safety protocols, the Red Queen countered. I am pleading for your survival. Walk away. Leave the facility sealed. She's evil, Alice. Matt yelled, reaching for the remote in Kaplan's hand. Shut her down. Do it. Alice looked at the holographic girl. Open the doors. Let us out. I cannot do that, the Red Queen said. The risk of infection is too high. You are all expendable. Alice's expression hardened. That was the wrong thing to say. Kaplan, Alice said softly. Push the button. Idiots, the Red Queen sneered, her red form flickering violently. You are so short-sighted. You are dooming yourselves to a painful death. Idiots, you all gonna die her. Zap. Kaplan slammed the switch. The electrical charge device fired. A massive surge of microwave energy blasted into the mainframe. Red Queen screamed, her voice distorting, pitching down into a demonic bass before dissolving into static. The red hologram shattered into pixels and vanished. The blue lights of the server bank surged brightly once, then died. Vroom. The hum of the facility died. The air circulation stopped. The lights in the core room went black, plunging them into total darkness for a terrifying second before the yellow emergency floodlights kicked in. It's done, Kaplan panted, slumping against the console. She's down. Good riddance, Matt muttered, leaning against the railing. But none of them celebrated. Because deep in the distance, echoing through the miles of tunnels and shafts of the hive, a sound began to resonate. Click, 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 click. It was the sound of thousands of magnetic locks disengaging at once. The doors to the labs were opening. The doors to the holding cells were opening. The doors to the kennel were opening. Alice looked at the others, the Red Queen's final warning ringing in her ears. We need to move, Alice whispered. Now. 14CH0014. The door didn't budge. It's done, Kaplan panted, slumping against the console. She's down. Good riddance, Matt muttered, leaning against the railing. But none of them celebrated. Because deep in the distance, echoing through the miles of tunnels and shafts of the hive, a sound began to resonate. Click, 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 click. It was the sound of thousands of magnetic locks disengaging at once. The doors to the labs were opening. The doors to the holding cells were opening. The doors to the kennel were opening. Alice looked at the others, the Red Queen's final warning ringing in her ears. We need to move, Alice whispered. Now. Sector 3 Laboratory Zones B, C, and E. Atlas moved through the labyrinthine corridors of the laboratory like a phantom made of silver and wrought. He was currently in Zone E, a sterile white hallway lined with reinforced glass observation decks. Or at least, it used to be sterile. Now, it looked like the inside of a slaughterhouse. Squelch. His heavy boot landed in a pool of coagulated blood. Atlas ignored it. He ignored the shattered glass crunching under his feet, the sparks raining down from a broken light fixture, and the horrific stench of death that permeated the air. Broken glass crunched beneath his boots. Torn blast doors hung crooked on bent hinges, forced open earlier when he had heard movement inside and decided to erase it. Dried blood streaked the walls in wide, violent arcs, while the floor was littered with limbs, organs, and husks that no longer looked human. He was hunting. The corpses he left behind were wrong. They weren't just dead. They were drained. Skin pulled tight against bone. Muscles shriveled. Faces frozen in expressions of hollow terror, as if something had been taken from them beyond flesh. They looked like mummies dragged straight out of a tomb. A Cerberus, a skinless, infected Doberman lunged from the shadows of a broken supply closet. It moved with frightening speed, a blur of muscle and teeth aimed at his throat. Atlas didn't even slow his stride. Shing! His right arm snapped out in a backhanded blur. The silver bone claws caught the beast in midair. The impact was wet and final. The three blades sheared through the dog's skull, severing the brain stem instantly. The creature dropped to the floor, twitching once before its essence was sucked dry, leaving behind a shriveled, mummified husk. Atlas flicked his wrist, cleaning the gore from his blades. Boring, he thought, stepping over the carcass. Too slow, too weak. Is this all Sector 3 has to offer? He paused to catch his reflection in a dark window panel. He looked like a nightmare. His new gray security uniform was shredded, hanging off his new, muscular frame in bloody tatters. Pieces of flesh and viscera from a dozen different zombies were stuck to his skin. Tried to wipe his claws. Tried to tear off contaminated fabric and replace it with whatever he found lying around. He had tried to clean himself earlier, wiping the grime away in a restroom in Zone B. But he had given up after 5 minutes. Pointless, Atlas mused, picking a piece of dried tissue off his shoulder. The moment I step out, another mindless drone throws itself at me. They don't care about hygiene. They just bite, scratch, claw. Zombies had no fear. They didn't retreat, didn't hesitate, didn't learn. They threw themselves at him endlessly, biting, clawing, scratching, every attempt pointless. Their teeth broke against reinforced bone claws. Their nails scraped against his skin, leaving scratch behind. Even when they managed to bite him, it meant nothing. No infection, no weakness, just irritation and hunger. The air itself tasted metallic, thick with blood and decay. Atlas inhaled deeply, and to his faint surprise, relief washed through him. He ran his tongue over his new sharp teeth. The air tasted heavy, thick with iron and copper. Good, he thought. At least I didn't lose that. At least the taste is distinct, he noted with a grim sense of relief. I can taste the blood in the air. That means my gustatory nerves are intact. Good. I lived my previous life for good food. If transmigration took away my ability to taste, I might not be able to enjoy one of the greatest wonders of life. As a human, food had been one of the few simple pleasures he'd always taken for granted. Losing taste, losing sensation entirely would have been a silent kind of torture. But this undead body still allowed him that much. He continued his patrol, leaving a trail of dried, gray corpses in his wake. He had cleared zones A, B, and C. The silence in Sector 3 was now absolute. And then, the world shifted. Vroom. The steady, low-frequency hum of the hive's ventilation system died. The bright, clinical fluorescent lights overhead flickered once and cut out completely, plunging the lab into pitch blackness. A second later, the emergency system kicked in. Click! Deep, amber-red rotary lights began to spin, casting long, rhythmic shadows across the walls. The atmosphere shifted from hospital-sterile to industrial hellscape. Atlas froze. His enhanced ears twitched. From deep within the walls, he heard the sound he had been waiting for. Clack! 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 The sound of heavy magnetic locks disengaging. The hydraulic hiss of pneumatic seals losing pressure. He tilted his head slightly, listening. No camera hum. No servo movement. Silence. Atlas stood perfectly still in the center of the corridor. He slowly turned his head, his gray, predatory eyes locking onto the security camera in the corner of the ceiling. The small red LED that indicated recording faded to black. The lens stopped moving. The electric whine of the zoom motor ceased. A raspy breath escaped his throat, half sigh, half laugh. She's down, Atlas realized, a smirk touching his pale lips. Alice and her team actually did it. They rebooted the Red Queen. He stared at the dead camera lens. I knew you were watching, you digital voyeur. I could feel your gaze on my neck for the last hour. Enjoy your nap, Your Majesty. By the time you wake up, I'll be long gone. Knewhe had always known that the cameras had been watching him. Every step, every kill, every evolution-induced scream. And now that they were gone, the absence felt noticeable. His senses had sharpened dramatically since the full-body evolution. Not just sight, not just hearing, something else. A pressure in the air. A subtle awareness radiating outward from him like ripples in water. He could feel the world around him, not through sound or sight alone, but through instinct. He closed his eyes, testing his new senses in the dark. With the full-body structural optimization and his mind stat at 25, the world felt different. It wasn't just sight and sound anymore. It was texture. He could feel the vibrations of the air currents. He could smell the ozone from the emergency lights. He could sense the spatial geometry of the room. 10 meters, Atlas calculated. My perception acts like a biological sonar within a 10-meter radius. I can feel everything's dust settling, the airflow, the heartbeat of, well, nothing, since everything here is dead. That was the range. Walls, corners, empty rooms, motionless corpses, all mapped in his mind like a living radar. It was an instinct akin to a predator in a wild forest, a tiger sensing the shift in the wind before it sees the prey. He opened his eyes, analyzing the fight data from the last hour. His brain replayed the skirmishes with photographic clarity. That swing in Zone B was sloppy. I overextended. If that zombie had been a licker, I would have lost an arm. And the kick in Zone C, too much force, not enough balance. I need to tighten my center of gravity. Too wide a swing there. Should have stepped left instead of forward. That bite could have been avoided. And next time there would be a next time, he wouldn't repeat them. This was the power of mind. 25. It wasn't just intelligence, it was processing speed. It allowed him to learn martial arts in real time, correcting his form by analyzing his own memories. So that's what mind does, or at least part of it, Atlas thought. His mind is far beyond normal human limits. It wasn't just intelligence, it was clarity. Processing speed, spatial awareness, combat cognition. Atlas flexing his silver claws. It turns me into a supercomputer. Or maybe this is just the natural result of having a brain that doesn't rot. Either way, I'll take it. Whether this was purely the mind stat, or a hidden benefit of full-body evolution that the system hadn't explicitly listed, he didn't know yet. But he felt it. His body was learning. He turned toward the massive, blast-proof steel door at the end of the main corridor. Half an hour ago, he tried to open it. He had slammed his shoulder against it, even raked his claws across the surface. It hadn't budged. It was a hermetically sealed bulkhead designed to withstand a bomb. Even tested whether brute strength alone could bend them. Nothing worked. Umbrella hadn't designed their primary containment exits for monsters to simply claw their way through. The thought of jamming his claws into the mechanism to pry it open, the signature Wolverine breach, crossed his mind, but he instantly dismissed it. That move required unbreakable metal. Against industrial titanium, his organic bone claws would shatter on impact, or he'd end up getting a lethal crash course in high-voltage conductivity. Jamming organic, with bone-into-live circuitry was a surefire way to light himself up like a Christmas tree. He wasn't about to cripple his own hands trying to replicate a comic book panel. But now, the control panel on the door flashed green. The heavy locking bars retracted with a groan of ungreased metal. The door drifted open an inch, inviting him out. "So, it begins," Atlas rasped. His voice was still raspy, sounding like dry leaves skittering on pavement, but the tone was undeniably menacing. He. He chuckled, the sound echoing down the empty, corpse-filled hallway. "Finally out of this prison. The appetizer is finished." Atlas stood before the massive, blast-proof steel door. The magnetic locks had disengaged, the green light on the panel beckoning him forward. The metal surface was cold, unyielding, scarred with faint claw marks left from his earlier, failed attempts. He felt powerful. He felt unstoppable. With a strength of 17, he was nearly twice as strong as a peak human athlete. He imagined ripping the door off its hinges, a display of raw dominance to announce his arrival to the hive. Atlas stepped forward, his boots crunching on the glass shards littering the floor. He placed a pale, clawed hand on the cold steel surface. He planted his feet, braced his core, and pushed. Nothing happened. The door didn't budge. 15CH0015 The shop, the system. Come on guys, write some good reviews to get chapters faster. Atlas stood before the massive, blast-proof steel door. The magnetic locks had disengaged, the green light on the panel beckoning him forward. The metal surface was cold, unyielding, scarred with faint claw marks left from his earlier, failed attempts. He felt powerful. He felt unstoppable. With a strength of 17, he was nearly twice as strong as a peak human athlete. He imagined ripping the door off its hinges, a display of raw dominance to announce his arrival to the hive. Atlas stepped forward, his boots crunching on the glass shards littering the floor. He placed a pale, clawed hand on the cold steel surface. He planted his feet, braced his core, and pushed. Nothing happened. The door didn't budge. Humph. Heavier than it looks, Atlas thought, his brow furrowing. He gritted his teeth, engaging his new musculature. He pushed harder, veins bulging in his neck, putting his entire 17 points of strength into the shove. Still nothing. It was like pushing against a mountain. Atlas stopped. He stood there for a second, blinking. Don't tell me that red witch, that pixelated brat, jammed the exit protocols even after the magnetic locks were killed. Why won't this thing move? Atlas snarled, glaring at the steel barrier. Is she mocking me? Trying to trap me in here with a firewall glitch? He braced his shoulder against the metal and shoved. He pushed with enough force to derail a train. The door didn't budge a millimeter. Stubborn piece of umbrella junk, he hissed. He stepped back, ready to tear the walls apart with his bare hands. That's when his eyes drifted to the floor. Specifically, to the deep, greased grooves running parallel to the wall. Ah! The frustration vanished, replaced by a dull, sinking realization. Atlas shifted his stance, planted his feet, and casually hooked his fingers into the side handle. He pulled to the left. Green chunk. For a split second, there was resistance. Then the steel moved. A deep, grinding sound echoed through the corridor as the airtight seal disengaged. The door slid open inch by inch, heavy mechanisms screaming in protest. Hiss. Click. Nobody saw that, Atlas told himself firmly, brushing off the embarrassment. I am an apex predator. Apex predators do not fail to operate doors. That was a tactical test of the integrity of this place. He stepped through the threshold, his composure regained. The hive lay before him, and it was crawling. Click, clack, clank. The sound of the door opening echoed like a gunshot in the silent facility. Immediately, the corridor beyond erupted with movement. This wasn't a small cluster of stragglers like in the labs. This was a convergence. The corridor was packed with them: researchers, security personnel, maintenance workers. Dozens of milky eyes turned toward him in unison. The spinning amber emergency lights cast long, dancing shadows that made the horde look like a single, writhing organism. They groaned, a collective sound of hunger that vibrated in the floorboards. They stood unnaturally still at first, clustered together in uneven groups, heads tilted at strange angles as if listening to something only they could hear. Unlike the scattered, isolated undead he had slaughtered earlier, these were packed tightly together, 5, 6, sometimes more in a single cluster. Atlas didn't flinch. In fact, the corners of his mouth twitched upward, rising into a smile that was just a shade too white to be sane. Numbers, he thought, scanning the crowd. So many beautiful numbers. Let's grind some more EXP first, he whispered. He bent his knees, loading the tension in his legs like a coil spring. Crack! The linoleum floor beneath his boots spiderwebbed. Atlas vanished. To a normal human eye, he would have been a blur. He launched himself forward with such velocity that the air displacement ruffled the hair of the first zombie before the blow even landed. Snicked. First one, Atlas murmured. He appeared in front of a burly zombie wearing a maintenance jumpsuit. He didn't just swing, he slashed with the precision of a surgeon and the force of a guillotine. His right hand passed through the zombie's neck. There was no resistance. The zombie's head separated cleanly, spinning through the air before splitting into 3 distinct pieces mid-flight, the cut so precise it looked surgical. I love my claws already, he thought as he pivoted on his heel, using the momentum to slide past the falling body. Before the first head hit the ground, Atlas was already engaging the second and third targets. Shing shing, a dual cross slash. 2 security guards dropped, their chests opened in X-shaped wounds that severed the spine. Atlas was a whirlwind of death. He weaved through the grasping hands, his agility of 17 making the zombies look like they were moving in very slow motion. He ducked under a bite, came up with an uppercut that impaled a jaw, and kicked another enemy so hard the ribcage imploded. He wasn't just killing, he was dancing. He moved left, decapitating a scientist. He sidestepped right, severing the hamstrings of a runner before finishing it with a stomp to the skull. He took 2 steps forward, claws flashing again and again, his movements fluid, efficient, terrifyingly practiced. Heads flew, limbs dropped, torsos collapsed as spinal cords were severed with casual ease. He flowed through the horde like a living blade. Left, right, upward slash, downward carve. Blood sprayed across the walls, the floor, the ceiling, painting the hive in violent streaks of crimson. Bodies hit the ground one after another, already beginning to shrivel as their vitality was ripped away. One by one, they fell. And one by one, as Atlas moved on, the corpses behind him began to wither, their fluids evaporating, their skin tightening into mummified leather as the system drank their essence. In less than a minute. Final slash. The last zombie, a woman in a shredded business suit, crumpled to the floor, headless. Atlas stood alone in the hallway, the amber light spinning over a carpet of dried husks. He shook his claws, shedding the gore. And that is my 4th victory. I could get used to this feeling. First things first, Plion, he called out, his mental voice buzzing with the high of combat. Tally the score. Calculations complete. Targets neutralized, 23. Experience gained, 230 EXP. Evolution points acquired, 46 EP. Loot acquired, 100 V gold. Atlas froze. He stared at the last line of the notification. V gold. He exclaimed aloud, his raspy voice echoing. Plion, explained. I haven't gained a single coin from the previous kills. Why now? I didn't do anything special. The system AI responded, her tone informative and calm. Apologies, Atlas. I neglected to elaborate on the resource mechanics earlier. V-Gold is not a physical currency, nor is it a random drop like in a video game. It is a system-granted resource, synthesized from the crystallized fragments of a defeated being's soul matrix. Creatures with higher vitality, stronger bodies, or more developed soul matrices possess denser residual essence, allowing greater accumulation over time. Creatures with higher vitality, stronger bodies, or more developed wills possess a denser residual essence. Upon death, the soul matrix begins to destabilize. A portion of its remaining vital essence is slowly siphoned by the system before total collapse. This essence is refined and converted into V-Gold, alongside evolution points, EP, experience, EXP, and multiversal transit authority, MTA. Weaker entities yield little or none, while those with reinforced cellular structures, heightened life force, or superior physical strength provide a more substantial return. Thus, all your kills combined accumulated 100 V-Gold. Atlas absorbed the information, nodding slowly. It made sense. The stronger he got, the more he could squeeze out of his prey. Okay, Atlas said, waving his hand. No need to apologize, but next time, put the lore in the tutorial. Information is power. Affirmative. So, Atlas asked, a greedy glint in his eyes. I have 1,100 V-Gold now. Can I open the system shop? Negative. Access denied. Shop unlock requirements. Accumulate 5,000 V-Gold. Reach level 5. Reach tier 1 evolution. Completed. Atlas sighed, crossing his arms. The metallic clink of his claws touching his dermal armor rang out. Of course. A paywall, he grumbled. So I have to wait until I fulfill these requirements to open the shop. I hope it doesn't disappoint me, Plion. If I'm grinding souls for this, the merchandise better be top tier. Do not worry, Atlas. The shop connects to the Multiversal Transit Authority's central hub. It contains items, weapons, bloodlines, and technologies from infinite realities. You will be considerably satisfied. Infinite realities, Atlas mused. Tech from Halo? Magic from Skyrim? Devil fruits? The possibilities are intoxicating. Well, if you say so, he replied. One more question. Is there any other body evolution path available for me right now? Or am I stuck with just the claws until the next tier? There are always paths, Atlas. However, major structural changes are unlocked at milestone intervals. Every 5 levels, you will be presented with 3 randomized suitable distinct body evolution choices. Be advised, specific limb evolutions, like your claws, are permanent, but situational adaptations may reset or merge upon major tier evolution. So, level 5 is the magic number, Atlas summarized. New shop, new evolutions. I'm currently level 3. So it works like that. Interesting. He rolled his shoulders, feeling power coil beneath his skin. He checked his status bar. Level 3, 390/400 EXP. He was tantalizingly close. I'm sitting at 390 EXP, he noted. I'm literally 1 kill away from level 4, and then a bit of a grind to level 5. Atlas turned his head, looking down the dark corridor that led toward the residential quarters of the hive. Deep in the shadows, he could hear the shuffling of feet, the moan of the hungry. So be it, Atlas grinned, his silver claws glistening under the red emergency lights. Let's hunt 1 or 2 more zombies to hit level 4. And then, he stepped over the dried husk of a security guard. Then, we find the main course. 16 CH0016. They don't look dead to me. Author's note: if you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring 600 power stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. Atlas turned his head, looking down the dark corridor that led toward the residential quarters of the hive. Deep in the shadows, he could hear the shuffling of feet, the moan of the hungry. So be it, Atlas grinned, his silver claws glistening under the red emergency lights. Let's hunt 1 or 2 more zombies to hit level 4. And then, he stepped over the dried husk of a security guard. Then, we find the main course. The Hive Dining Hall B. 3:05 a.m. The silence in Dining Hall B was oppressive. The vast, cavernous room, filled with hundreds of cryogenic containment tanks, was bathed in a sickly, low-level blue light. The mist clinging to the floor swirled sluggishly around the ankles of the two commandos left behind to guard the prisoner and the exit. The emergency lights pulsed red overhead, casting long, distorted shadows across the floor. Steam hissed from ruptured pipes nearby, the air thick with disinfectant and something far worse, rotting flesh. Rain Ocampo paced back and forth, her P-90 submachine gun slung tight against her chest. Her boots made wet, rhythmic sounds on the condensation-slicked floor. She checked her watch again. "They've been gone too long," she muttered, the edge in her voice sharpening. "JD." Salinas leaned against a support pillar, trying to project a calm he didn't feel. He chewed on a piece of gum nervously. "Relax, Rain," JD said, though his eyes darted toward the shadows. "The captain knows what he's doing. Maybe the door code was just longer than they thought." "Well," he said with a crooked grin, "mission's basically completed, right? Power went down, came back up. Red Queen's handled. I say we find a way out and crack open a cold one." "Humph," Rain scoffed, turning on her heel. "You never take things seriously, JD. We're buried half a mile underground in a facility that killed everyone inside, and you're treating it like a walk in the park. All you ever think about is women and getting laid." "Hey, I'm just saying," JD shrugged, trying to lighten the mood. "Once we get paid, I'm thinking about hitting the beach. Can you blame me? If I die down here, I at least want to die with good memories. Maybe find some." Clunk. The sound came from the far end of the dining hall. It wasn't the machinery. It was the distinct sound of something heavy knocking against metal. Rain froze. Her posture shifted instantly from impatient to predatory. She raised a fist, signaling silence. Her expression hardened instantly as a faint sound drifted through the corridor behind them. A wet, dragging noise. Slow, uneven. "What was that?" she whispered. "I didn't hear anything," JD lied, raising his weapon. "Stay here," Rain ordered, unclipping her tactical light. "I'm going to check it out." Rain moved into the maze of containment tanks. The fog seemed thicker here, obscuring her vision. She swept her light left and right, the beam cutting through the gloom. Then, she saw it. About 20 meters away, huddled behind a cluster of pipes, was a figure. It was a woman wearing a white lab coat, her back turned to Rain. She was swaying slightly, her head hanging low. Rain's eyes widened. A survivor. The mission parameters flashed in her mind. Find out what happened. Secure the Red Queen. Rescue survivors. If she brought a scientist back alive, the bonus from Umbrella would be massive. "Hey!" Rain called out, lowering her weapon slightly. "It's okay. We're here to help you." The woman didn't respond. She just kept swaying. Rain moved closer, holstering her weapon to appear less threatening. She reached out a hand. "Ma'am, can you hear me? We're the emergency response team. We're going to get you out of here." The woman slowly turned her head. Her skin was pale, waxy, and blue-tinged. Her eyes were clouded over with a milky white film. Her mouth was slack, a string of dark, viscous saliva hanging from her lip. "I found a survivor," Rain called back to JD, relief washing over her. She stepped into the woman's personal space, reaching for her shoulder. "It's okay. I've got you. Just take my snarl." The reaction was instantaneous and feral. The woman lunged. She didn't reach for Rain's hand, she grabbed Rain's wrist with a grip like a steel vise. Her jaw unhinged, revealing bloody teeth, and she clamped down hard on the soft flesh between Rain's thumb and index finger. "Ah!" Rain screamed, the pain shooting up her arm like fire. "Get off me! Get off!" Rain panicked. She shoved the woman violently. The scientist stumbled back but didn't let go immediately, tearing a strip of flesh from Rain's hand before crashing into a stack of metal canisters. Rain scrambled back, clutching her bleeding hand. "Bitch! You bit me!" The woman the thing didn't scream in pain from the fall. She didn't cry. She simply stood up. Her movements were jerky, disjointed, like a marionette with tangled strings. She began to walk toward Rain again, a low, rattling growl emanating from her throat. "Rain!" JD came running around the corner, his weapon raised. "What happened?" I heard screaming. "She's crazy!" Rain shouted, backing away, blood dripping from her fingers. "She took a chunk out of me." JD saw the woman in the lab coat shuffling toward them. He hesitated. It was a civilian, unarmed. "A woman." "Ma'am!" JD yelled. "Stay back. Stand down." The zombie didn't blink. She reached out with grasping, claw-like hands. "I said stand down." Bang! JD fired a warning shot into her leg. The bullet tore through the quadriceps, blowing out the back of her knee. The woman stumbled, her leg buckling, but she didn't scream. She didn't clutch the wound. She simply dragged the ruined leg forward, limping closer with relentless, hungry determination. "What the hell?" JD whispered, his face paling. She's not stopping. Shoot her." Rain yelled, pulling her P90 with her good hand. "Shoot the bitch. She's sick, Rain. We can't just." The zombie lunged at JD. "Oh, screw this." Rain snarled. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Rain opened fire. JD joined in a second later. The silence of the dining hall was shattered by the deafening roar of automatic gunfire. Bullets slammed into the woman's chest, punching through the lab coat, shattering ribs, and tearing through organs. The force of the impacts threw her backward. She danced a macabre jig as the bullets ripped into her, finally collapsing backward into a maze of pipes and steam. Silence returned, ringing in their ears. "Die, you bitch," Rain spat, breathing heavily. She clutched her wounded hand to her chest. "What is going on here?" Matt Addison's voice cut through the fog. Rain and JD spun around to see Alice, Matt, Kaplan, and Spence rushing toward them from the stairwell entrance. They looked haggard, terrified, and out of breath. "We heard shots," Kaplan said, eyeing their weapons. "We found a survivor," JD said, his voice shaking. "But, we had to put her down." "You killed her?" Matt asked, incredulous. "Why?" "Because she was crazy," Rain shouted, stepping forward and shoving her bloody hand in Matt's face. "Look at this. She bit me. She tried to eat us." Okay, Matt put his hands up, looking at the wound. It was deep, the edges ragged. "Where is she? Where's the body?" Rain pointed toward the pipes behind her. "Right there. On the stack." "Ha!" JD turned to look. His jaw dropped. "What the?" The space where the woman had fallen was empty. There was a smear of black blood on the floor, a trail leading into the darkness of the tanks, but the body was gone. "She's gone," JD whispered. "How is she gone?" "We pumped her full of lead." I don't understand," Rain stammered. "I saw her drop." "Let's get out of here," Matt interrupted, looking around nervously. The feeling of dread was intensifying. "We can't stay in this room." "Wait," Rain demanded, looking past them. "Where is the captain? Where's James? Where are the others? We have to wait for the extraction order." Alice looked away, unable to meet Rain's eyes. Kaplan stared at the floor. It was Matt who spoke, his voice hollow. "He's dead." Rain froze. "What?" "They're dead," Matt said, frustration and grief boiling over. "The Red Queen killed them. The laser grid, it sliced them into pieces. There's nothing left." "That's impossible," Rain shook her head, denial etched on her face. "One is the best. He doesn't just die." "Well, he did." Matt shouted. "We're the only ones left. Now we need to move." "Quiet," Alice hissed. She stepped forward, her head tilted. "Listen." At first, there was nothing. Then, they heard it. Scrape, shuffle, groan. It was coming from everywhere. From the shadows behind the tanks. From the maintenance doors. From the ventilation grates. "Hello." JD called out nervously. "Is anyone there?" A shadow detached itself from the gloom. Then another. And another. They emerged from the blue fog like ghosts. Men in maintenance jumpsuits. Women in lab coats. Security guards with their helmets hanging askew. But they weren't right. Their clothes were torn and stained. Their skin was gray and rotting. Some had limbs missing. Some had their jaws hanging open. And the smell hit them, overpowering stench of decay. "Who are they?" Spence whispered, backing up until he hit a tank. "They're the staff," Alice realized, staring at the growing crowd. "The people the Red Queen killed." "They don't look dead to me," Rain muttered, raising her weapon with her good hand. The horde shuffled closer. There were dozens of them. 50. 100. They moved with a singular, terrifying purpose, blocking every exit, surrounding the small group of survivors. Their groans grew louder, a chorus of the damned demanding flesh. Matt grabbed a metal pipe from the floor. Rain and JD leveled their guns. Alice took a fighting stance, her memory flashing with combat instincts she didn't know she had. "Back up," James ordered. No, James was dead. It was Kaplan who spoke, his voice squeaking. "Back up." But there was nowhere to go. They moved, blood crusted their faces. Eyes dull, empty, hungry. Rain's grip tightened on her rifle. "Oh no," she whispered. The dead were walking toward them. 17 CH0017. She is lacking in one crucial area. Author's note: come on guys, write some reviews. If you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring 600 power stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. The Hive Dining Hall B/Sector 4. Time, 3:15 a.m. The dining hall had transformed into a slaughterhouse. The blue fog, once eerie, was now a swirling shroud of chaos. Muzzle flashes illuminated the gloom and strobe light bursts, revealing the shambling horrors closing in from every side. "Back! Get back!" Reino Campo screamed, firing her P90 one-handed. Her injured hand was tucked against her chest, dripping blood, but her aim remained lethal. A zombie in a tattered maintenance uniform lunged at her from the mist, jaw unhinged. Rain didn't have the angle to shoot. Driven by adrenaline and pain, she dropped her center of gravity, caught the creature by its jaw with her good hand, and twisted violently. Crack! The sound of the spinal column snapping was audible even over the gunfire. The corpse went limp, and she shoved it aside, panting. "We need a code." Rain roared, backing toward the exit door. "Kaplan, get the damn door open." Kaplan was trembling so hard he could barely stand. He hammered the keypad next to the blast door, but his fingers slipped on the blood-slicked keys. I can't remember the override." Kaplan panicked, his eyes wide with terror as he watched the horde encroaching. "The pressure. I can't think." "Move." JD shouted. JD shoved Kaplan aside. "I'll do it." 12,177, 12,177. He punched the code in, glancing back at the horde. "Cover me. Matt, come on." Alice yelled, grabbing a metal pipe and swinging it at a zombie's head. Clang. The skull caved in, but the creature kept coming. Matt Addison was in hell. Still handcuffed, he was defenseless. He kicked out at a grasping hand, slipping on the wet floor. "I can't." Matt yelled. "The keys. I need the keys." He reached into his pocket, fumbling for the small brass key the dead commando had dropped earlier. But just as he pulled it out, a zombie on whose lab coat had caught fire from a ruptured steam pipe and electrical spark lunged at him. "Whoa!" Matt scrambled backward, losing his balance. The burning zombie snarled, the flames licking at its melting skin. Matt fell, and the key flew from his hand. Clink, rattle. It slid across the floor and dropped through a narrow grate in the drainage vent. No, no, no. Matt gasped. He scrambled onto his knees, jamming his handcuffed fingers into the grate. He could feel the cold metal of the key, but it was just out of reach. Behind him, the burning zombie stumbled closer, the heat radiating against Matt's back. Matt! Alice screamed. She spun, decapitating a zombie with her pipe, and saw Matt's predicament. She sprinted toward him, leaping over a pile of crates. The burning zombie reached down to bite Matt's neck. Wham! Alice's boot connected with the zombie's burning chest. The force of the kick sent it flying backward into a cluster of nitrogen tanks. Get it! Alice yelled, standing guard over him. Matt groaned, stretching his fingers until his joints popped. He hooked the key ring with his pinky. Got it! He pulled the key out, jammed it into the cuffs, and twisted. Click! The steel bracelets fell away. Matt rubbed his raw wrists, grabbing the nearest heavy object. Renchan stood up. Let's go! The exit door. Got it! JD yelled triumphantly. The light on the panel turned green. Open sesame. JD grabbed the handle and yanked the heavy door open, expecting freedom. He didn't find freedom. He found a wall of meat. The corridor behind the door wasn't empty. It was packed tight with the undead, dozens of them, pressed against the door like sardines, waiting for it to open. Oh God! Before JD could even raise his weapon, 20 or more hands shot out. They grabbed his vest, his arms, his hair. Help! Rain! JD screamed as he was yanked off his feet. JD! Rain shrieked. She lunged forward, grabbing his hand. She dug her heels into the floor, pulling with all her strength. I got you. Don't let go. For a second, it was a tug-of-war. Rain pulling one way, 50 zombies pulling the other. JD looked at her, his eyes filled with absolute terror. Then, a zombie bit into his neck. Another bit his shoulder. Let go! Kaplan screamed, grabbing Rain from behind. It's too late. No! Rain fought, but a zombie lunged from the doorway, sinking its teeth into her wrist, same arm that had already been bitten. Ah! Rain cried out, her grip slipping. JD was dragged into the darkness of the corridor. His screams were cut short by the wet, tearing sounds of a feeding frenzy. Close it! Close the door! Spence yelled, hitting the button. The heavy steel door slammed shut, severing the sound of their friend dying. Rain slumped against the wall, clutching her twice-bitten arm, tears streaming down her face. He's gone, he's gone. We have to move, Alice said, her voice hard. She looked at the blood on the floor. We have to go back to the Queen's chamber. It's the only safe place. They ran. As they sprinted back through the rows of cryogenic machinery, none of them noticed the massive tank labeled Project Liquor. The glass was spider webbing. Crack! A massive, skinless claw punched through the reinforced glass. It was followed by a long, whip-like tongue and a face that was nothing but exposed brain and teeth. The creature dropped to the floor with a wet thud, invisible in the fog, and hissed. The separation. In the chaos of the retreat, the group fractured. Alice was running behind Matt, navigating the maze of pipes. A steam vent burst next to them, creating a wall of white noise and heat. Matt! Alice called out, waving the steam away. No answer. Matt! She was alone. She turned in a circle, disoriented. The dining hall was a labyrinth. She picked a direction and ran, hoping it led to the exit. Memories bled through. Training rooms, weapons drills, orders, umbrella, a door. She opened it. She burst through a service door and found herself in a different section of the facility. The air here smelled different, musky, like wet fur and old blood. She was in a corridor lined with cages. The kennel. Alice walked slowly, her breathing heavy. The cages were ripped open. The steel bars were bent outward, as if something incredibly strong had forced its way out. Animal cages, ripped apart, steel bent outward, claw marks gouged into concrete. Click, click, click. The sound of claws on tile. Alice froze. She turned around slowly. Standing 10 feet away was a Doberman, but half its face was missing. Its ribcage was exposed, the still heart visibly beating beneath the gore. Its eyes were gone, replaced by empty, bloody sockets. It growled, a low, rattling sound. Nice doggy, Alice whispered, backing up. The dog lunged. Alice turned and sprinted. She saw a door to her left, a small observation lamp. She threw herself through it and slammed the door shut just as the dog slammed into the wood on the other side. Thud. Alice leaned against the door, gasping for air. Safe, she muttered. Groan. She wasn't safe. Standing in the corner of the small lab was a zombie, a security guard. He turned slowly, snarling, and charged at her. Alice didn't have a weapon. She didn't have anywhere to run. Panic flared, but then, something deeper took over. A muscle memory buried beneath the amnesia. As the zombie lunged, Alice didn't cower. She reacted. She sidestepped the clumsy grab. Her fist shot out, driving into the zombie's solar plexus. It was a perfect strike. She grabbed the zombie's shoulder, used his momentum, and vaulted into the air. Time seemed to slow. She spun mid-air, her leg snapping out in a devastating hook kick. Her boot connected with the zombie's temple. Crack! The zombie spun 360 degrees and hit the floor hard. Alice landed in a crouch, her breath steady. She looked at her hands, surprised. I know Kung Fu. She whispered, confused. She looked at the fallen zombie. He wasn't moving, but in his holster, she saw it. A Beretta 92 FS handgun. She stared at her hands. I can do this, she whispered. She reached down, unholstering the weapon. The weight of the steel felt comforting. Familiar. She checked the magazine. Full. Crash! The observation window behind her shattered. The zombie dog leaped through the glass, snarling, jaws snapping inches from her face. Alice didn't hesitate. She didn't think. She just moved. She rolled backward over the lab table, bringing the gun up. Bang! One shot. Mid-air. The bullet went straight through the dog's open mouth and out the back of its skull. The beast dropped mid-leap, sliding across the floor. But it wasn't alone. Through the broken window, 3 more dogs poured in. Alice kicked the door open and sprinted back into the hallway. The pack followed, their claws scrambling on the linoleum. Alice spun around, the world narrowing down to targets and angles. She fired. Bang, bang, bang. She pulled the trigger. Again, again, again. She moved with a lethal grace, aiming not with her eyes, but with instinct. One dog leaped, she dropped to her knees and shot it in the underbelly. Another flanked her, she twisted her torso and put a bullet between its ears without looking. The last dog charged. Alice stood her ground. She waited until it was 3 feet away. Bang! The dog collapsed at her feet. Alice stood in the silence of the kennel, smoke drifting from the barrel of her gun. She pushed a strand of blonde hair out of her face, her expression cold. She remembered who she was now. She wasn't just a security officer. She was a weapon. Ventilation Network Sector 4, above the kennel. Time, 3:22 a.m. Meanwhile, ventilation shaft overview. High above the bloodstained tiles of the kennel, concealed within the skeletal iron ribs of the facility's ceiling, Atlas watched. He was perched on a reinforced support beam, crouching with the stillness of a gargoyle. His silver-white bone claws were dug deep into the steel to anchor him, supporting his weight effortlessly. His gray, predatory eyes were locked onto the blonde figure moving below. Alice. He watched her reload the Beretta 92 FS, her movements crisp and practiced. She wiped a smudge of black itcher from her cheek, her chest heaving slightly from the adrenaline of the fight. Atlas tilted his head, intrigued. A low hum of appreciation vibrated in his throat. So, that is Alice, he thought, his gaze lingering longer than he cared to admit. I won't lie, she's attractive. No, she's hot. Strong. The kind of woman who looks like she wouldn't break easily, even in a world gone to hell. His enhanced vision clearly see and his mind analyzing her moves. He could see the sheen of sweat on her skin, the dilation of her pupils. She had a heroic air about Hera magnetism that pulled the eye. Then, inevitably, his thoughts wandered. But Atlas's critical gaze narrowed. She is lacking in one crucial area. He scanned her silhouette. Her chest is too small, tragically aerodynamic. He scoffed internally, a smirk touching his pale lips. If it weren't for that round, well-shaped ass of hers hugging that red dress, I might have mistaken her for a pretty boy. A very lethal pretty boy, but still. The thought amused him more than it should have. But amusement faded quickly, replaced by interest. 18CH0018. It was a loot box. Happy New Year, everyone. Here's to hoping this year is way better than the last. Let's aim to live past 2080, or even longer. Author's note, come on guys, write some reviews. If you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. A low hum of appreciation vibrated in his throat. So, that is Alice, he thought, his gaze lingering longer than he cared to admit. I won't lie, she's attractive. No, she's hot. Strong. The kind of woman who looks like she wouldn't break easily, even in a world gone to hell. His enhanced vision clearly see and his mind analyzing her moves. He could see the sheen of sweat on her skin, the dilation of her pupils. She had a heroic air about Hera magnetism that pulled the eye. Then, inevitably, his thoughts wandered. But Atlas's critical gaze narrowed. She is lacking in one crucial area. He scanned her silhouette. Her chest is too small, tragically aerodynamic. He scoffed internally, a smirk touching his pale lips. If it weren't for that round, well-shaped ass of hers hugging that red dress, I might have mistaken her for a pretty boy. A very lethal pretty boy, but still. The thought amused him more than it should have. But amusement faded quickly, replaced by interest. He watched as she moved out of the kennel, checking corners with professional paranoia. Impressive, he admitted, putting his lust aside for a moment to appreciate the warrior. Her movements, they aren't just trained, they are enhanced. The T-virus bonded with her differently than it did with me. She doesn't have the brute strength of a tyrant or the regeneration of a G-type, but her neural synapses are firing at impossible speeds. She was a perfect hybrid, a bond of success. She fights like me, Atlas realized, a flicker of rivalry sparking in his dead heart. Efficient, lethal, unhesitating. But then he saw her check the magazine of her gun again. But she relies on guns, cold steel and gunpowder. Atlas flexed his right hand. Shing! The silver-white bone blade slid out from his knuckles silently, catching the dim emergency light. Guns run out of bullets. Guns jam. Guns break. My claws? They never run out of edge. They are part of my soul. He stared at Alice's retreating figure, and the earlier thought returned, unbidden and persistent. The curve of her hip. The fire in her eyes. Why am I even thinking about this? He felt a stir in his lower abdomen, a phantom sensation, or perhaps something real. Annoyed with himself, he tried to shut the thought down. This isn't the time. Women can wait. I have a liquor to kill and a shop to unlock. But the thought refused to die. It festered, fed by the absolute freedom of his new existence. Wait, actually, that is a valid concern, Atlas mused, his mind turning toward the medical reality of his situation. I wasn't even sure if I am capable of functioning in this new body. He looked down at his gray hands. He was undead. His heart didn't beat. He didn't need oxygen. This body Atlas frowned slightly. I don't even know how far it still counts as human. The evolution had rebuilt him, rewritten him. His organs regenerated faster. His cells were stronger, more aggressive, more adaptable. Technically, erections are hydraulic events caused by blood pressure. If my heart isn't pumping, how does the mechanics work? Does the constant regeneration passive simulate blood flow? Or does my neural control allow me to manually command the blood to specific areas? The question spiraled deeper into the grotesque reality of his biology. And even if I can get it up, what about the payload? My fluids are literally pure, concentrated T-virus. If I sleep with a human woman, do I infect her? Do I turn her into a zombie mid-coitus? That would be a mood killer. He imagined the scenario, a night of passion ending with his partner trying to eat his face. And reproduction. Can I even breed? Would my children be half-zombie hybrids? Little gray monsters running around biting ankles. In his previous life, these questions would be insane. But here, they were logistical hurdles. I still feel attraction, he admitted to himself. Still feel desire. That hasn't gone away. That meant something. It meant he wasn't just a monster. But thought that followed. Atlas leaned back against a conduit pipe, staring into the dark ceiling as thought ran wild. I was never a man who shied away from his desires, he thought, his expression darkening with a twisted resolve. In my old life, I was limited. Limited by money. Limited by laws. Limited by a mediocre body and an average face. I had to hide my lust, my ambition, my hunger. He clenched his silver claws into a fist. But now I have power. I have a system that connects to the multiverse. I have a body that is rapidly approaching handsome and strong. The multiverse itself might one day be within reach. So why should he deny himself the fullness of existence? Power wasn't just about survival. It was about living, truly living, desire, lust, love, curiosity, ambition, all of it. He saw little reason to hide his nature anymore. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't a villain. He was a force of nature. If I want Alice, or Ada, or anyone else, I should have them. Why shouldn't I? I have been given a second chance, a cheat code to reality. I want to fulfill every desire I suppressed. I want wealth. I want dominance. If I want a harem of the multiverse women, then so be it. I don't intend to crawl through this new life pretending I'm dead inside, he thought grimly. I didn't claw my way into power just to live like a monk. He imagined the possibilities. The system shop surely had solutions. There must be items, genetic suppressors, safe sex perks, maybe a bloodline evolution that makes me a pure vampire instead of a zombie, removing the infection risk. If I gain enough V-Gold, I can rewrite my own biology to suit my needs. He smiled a genuine, predatory smile. I will solve the problem, and then, I will take what I want. But he quickly shook his head, the cold steel of the facility grounding him back to the present danger. But, not here. Not now. Atlas shook his head sharply. Focus, Atlas, he whispered harshly to himself. You can think about breeding in harems when you get out of this damn place alive. His expression hardened, the frivolous thoughts evaporating like steam. The lust was pushed down, replaced by the icy clarity of the hunt. Power, he reminded himself. Power decides everything in this new life. There is no law higher than the bigger fist. If I am weak, I am nothing but a high-level mob for Alice to shoot. If I am strong, I make the rules. He had to be the biggest fist. He had to be the apex. There was no higher law than strength. No justice beyond what you could enforce with your own hands. And Atlas intended to make his Hansher's fist strongest of all. Not just to dominate, but to choose, to take, to protect, to live without regret. His jaw tightened as a single presence resurfaced in his awareness. And right now, there was a specific hurdle standing between him and that power. A hurdle worth a massive amount of experience and V-Gold. His jaw clenched as a single name surfaced in his mind. I need to find that liquor, and kill it. The liquor was the alpha of the hive, a mutated killing machine. To the humans, it was a nightmare. To Atlas, it was a loot box. He uncoiled his legs, preparing to move. Time to go to work, he rasped. Atlas launched himself from the beam, disappearing into the ventilation shaft, moving not toward the exit, but deeper into the darkness where the monsters lived. Atlas moved through the darkened maintenance tunnel with the silent grace of a phantom. His speed was unnatural. With agility at 18, he wasn't just running, he was flowing. He pushed off the steel walls, vaulting over steam pipes and ducking under low-hanging conduits without breaking his stride. The world around him blurred into streaks of gray and red, but his mind was perfectly clear, processing the geometry of the tunnel in high definition. He felt light. He felt powerful. I'm close, he thought, his heartless chest swelling with anticipation. I can feel the vibration of the hive, the fear, the chaos. His feet struck the metallic flooring of the hive in long, effortless strides, claws scraping sparks from the steel whenever he pushed off too hard. Each movement felt right now, fluid, controlled, powerful. The stiffness that once plagued his limbs was gone, replaced by a terrifying harmony between mind and body. Air rushed into his lungs, cold and sterile, yet he did not gasp for breath. He didn't need to. His stamina was endless. But before he joined the party, he needed to know exactly what he was working with. Plion, he commanded, his voice still raspy but growing stronger. Show me my status. I need to see the numbers. Affirmative. The blue holographic screen materialized in front of him, hovering in his peripheral vision as he continued to sprint. Status window. Name, Atlas Crewer. Race, infected evolved zombie undead variant, Tier 1. Level 4, 50/800 EXP. Evolution stage, active mutation. Core attributes: Strength, 18. Agility, 18. Stamina. Mind, 25. Status point, 9. Derived stats. Reaction speed, 18. Regeneration, low. Combat instinct, 3. Mental stability, near perfect. Condition: hunger, none. Infection stability, stable. Sanity, locked. Skills: neural control, passive. Retractable claws, active. Constant regeneration, passive. Evolution traits: undead zombie. Resources: evolution points, 80. V-Gold, 1100. Atlas scanned the data, his mind crunching the math instantly. Level 4. 50 out of 800 experience points. The curve is getting steeper. I need 750 EXP to hit level 5. He vaulted over a dead maintenance worker, landing silently. The zombies are giving me diminished returns now. Grinding trash mobs is safe, but slow. If I want to unlock the shop and get the new body evolutions, I need a jackpot. His gray eyes narrowed, focusing on the darkness ahead. Alright, with that liquor, it should give me enough EXP. It's an alpha, a boss monster relative to this place. It had much stronger physiology. Killing it isn't just an option, it's a necessity. The moment the specific intent formed in his mind, a sharp chime rang out different from the usual notification sound. It was deeper, more urgent. System alert, quest generated. A gold-bordered window popped up, overlaying his vision. Quest name, the first apex. Objective, eliminate the liquor roaming the building. Progress, 0/1. Rewards, 1000 EXP, 2000 V-Gold, high value. Penalty, failure none. Atlas stopped. He skidded to a halt, his boots carving grooves into the floor. He stared at the screen, a genuine look of surprise on his pale face. 19ch0019. You mean like a vampire? Author's note: come on guys, write some reviews. If you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring power stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. The zombies are giving me diminished returns now. Grinding trash mobs is safe, but slow. If I want to unlock the shop and get the new body evolutions, I need a jackpot. His gray eyes narrowed, focusing on the darkness ahead. Alright, with that liquor, it should give me enough EXP. It's an alpha, a boss monster relative to this place. It had much stronger physiology. Killing it isn't just an option, it's a necessity. The moment the specific intent formed in his mind, a sharp chime rang out different from the usual notification sound. It was deeper, more urgent. System alert, quest generated. A gold-bordered window popped up, overlaying his vision. Quest name, the first apex. Objective, eliminate the liquor roaming the building. Progress, 0/1. Rewards, 1000 EXP, 2000 V-Gold, high value. Penalty, failure none. Atlas stopped. He skidded to a halt, his boots carving grooves into the floor. He stared at the screen, a genuine look of surprise on his pale face. He tapped his chin with a clawed finger. So, the quests issued by the system are reactive. They are attentively focused on my current situation and desires. I wanted to kill the liquor, and the system gamified it instantly to incentivize me. The system didn't give this quest arbitrarily. It reacted. It observed the environment, evaluated threats, and issued a task that aligns with my current growth curve. He analyzed the implications. Then again, I am not sure. I have very little data to work with. Is the system guiding me, or is it just adapting to my will? If I decided to run away, would it give me a quest to escape, or is it pushing me toward conflict? He stood there for a second, the cultural in him wanting to run experiments, to test the boundaries of the system, but the predator in him was getting impatient. Atlas shook his head violently, his gray hair whipping around, physically discarding the complex theories popping into his mind. I will just put this all in the back of my mind and look at it when I have time, Atlas said aloud. He paused. His hand flew to his throat. He spoke again, testing the vibration. Testing. 1, 2. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The rasp was gone. The dryness was gone. His voice was no longer the grating sound of rocks crushing together. It was deep, resonant, smooth. It had a baritone richness to it that he hadn't even possessed in his previous life. It was a voice made for commanding armies, and whispering in ears. A wide, genuine smile broke across his face. It wasn't a crazy smile this time. It was a smile of pure, unadulterated joy. That's good, he whispered, savoring the sound of his own words. It's like I hit two birds with one stone. I have the power, and now, I have the voice. Atlas paused mid-step, surprise flickering across his face. He cleared his throat once more. No pain, no rasping distortion, just a slightly dry sensation like he'd been screaming for hours and finally stopped. A slow, genuine smile spread across his face. So this is what regeneration feels like when it actually works, he muttered. Nice. He rolled his shoulders, flexed his neck. Alive, truly alive. He ran a hand over his neck. The constant regeneration had fully repaired his vocal cords, removing the last vestiges of the zombie decay. I sound human, better than human. I can talk to Alice now without sounding like a monster. I can blend in. I can deceive. This was a victory greater than any stat point. It was the reclamation of his identity. Well, I can do that now with my strength, he laughed, the sound booming confidently in the tunnel. He started running again, but this time, the mood was different. The grim determination was replaced by a swagger. He wasn't just a survivor fighting for his life, he was the main character entering the stage. He felt so swept away by the emotions, happiness of being strong, the thrill of the upcoming fight, the relief of being whole that he began to whistle. It started low, a haunting, melodic tune that echoed eerily against the metal pipes. This is the end. He whistled the opening notes of Adele's Skyfall. Hold your breath and count to 10. The melody was crisp, perfect. It was a surreal contrast to the environment. Here he was, a white-skinned, silver-white clawed monster running through a biohazard zone filled with corpses, whistling a song about the apocalypse with a spring in his step. Feel the earth move, and then Atlas picked up speed, his silhouette a blur in the flashing red emergency lights. I'm coming for you, big boy, he thought, the music fueling his bloodlust. You have my experience points. You have my gold. And I am feeling particularly greedy tonight. He turned the final corner. He didn't slow down. Let the sky fall. Atlas grinned, his silver claws extending fully. It's showtime. Sector 4 Administrative Offices. Time, 3:35 a.m. Alice moved through the maze of cubicles, her breathing steady despite the chaos erupting around her. The Beretta 92FS she had salvaged from the kennel felt heavy and reassuring in her hand. The smell of gunpowder still lingered on her skin, a sharp contrast to the pervasive stench of rot and ozone that filled the hive. She didn't know where she was going, no exactly. But a pull in her gut, a subconscious map buried under the amnesia, guided her back toward the central core. Back to the others. Crash! The sound of overturning furniture echoed from the break room ahead. Get off! Get away! It was Matt. Alice broke into a run. She vaulted over a fallen vending machine, her red dress trailing behind her like a banner of war. She rounded the corner and skidded to a halt. The scene was desperate. Matt Addison was on his back, pinned against a row of lockers. A female zombie wearing a tattered, blood-stained blue uniform was straddling him. Her hands were locked around his throat, her jaw snapping inches from his face. Matt was struggling, his hands gripping her wrists, trying to push her back. But he was exhausted, battered, and untrained. The zombie's strength was hysterical, driven by the singular biological imperative to feed. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, strands of hair hanging over a face frozen in a grotesque parody of hunger. Her jaw snapped inches from his throat, teeth clacking uselessly as Matt struggled beneath her weight. No, please. Matt gasped, his face turning purple. The zombie snarled, a wet, guttural sound, and lunged down to bite his nose. For half a second, Alice froze. Then instinct took over. Alice didn't hesitate. She didn't waste a bullet. She spotted a heavy, metal fire extinguisher lying amidst the debris on the floor. In one fluid motion, she scooped it up. She spun, using the momentum of the heavy cylinder to amplify her strike. Clang! The impact was sickeningly loud. The red steel base of the extinguisher connected with the side of the zombie's skull. There was a crunch of bone. The female zombie was knocked sideways, her grip on Matt broken instantly. She collapsed to the floor, twitching once before going still, dark blood pooling rapidly around her head. Alice dropped the extinguisher. It rang against the linoleum. She stepped forward, offering a hand to Matt. Are you okay? Matt didn't take her hand. He didn't even look at her. He was staring at the corpse. He scrambled over to the body, ignoring the danger, ignoring the blood. He grabbed the zombie's shoulders and rolled her over. The woman's face was ruined, half eaten by the virus, the other half crushed by Alice's blow. But the name tag on her uniform was still legible, L. Addison. Matt's breath hitched. A sound escaped his throat, a broken, animal whimper. Lisa. He brushed a strand of matted hair away from her gray forehead. His hands were shaking violently. Alice stood over him, her expression softening. A flash of memory hit her. A photograph. A wedding. She was the bride. This woman, Lisa, she had been there. Who is she to you? Alice asked softly, though she suspected the answer. Matt looked up, tears cutting tracks through the grime on his face. My sister. Alice felt a cold pang in her chest. I'm sorry. She was the reason I came here, Matt whispered, his voice cracking. She tried to get a sample of the virus out, to expose Umbrella. She sent me a message. She said she was scared. He looked down at the monster she had become. The T-virus had taken everything from her, her humanity, her life, and finally, her brother's hope. I'm sorry for your loss, Alice said again, feeling the inadequacy of the words. Matt wiped his eyes roughly with his sleeve. He looked at his sister one last time, then stood up. His face hardened. The grief was still there, but it was being paved over by a burning hatred. No, Matt said, his voice dropping. It's all right. At least she won't stay like that. At least she's free now. Alice nodded. She checked the corridor behind them. The shadows were lengthening. The groans of the horde were getting louder. We need to get moving, Alice urged, gripping his arm. The others are waiting. This place is becoming a kill box. Okay, Matt took a deep breath. Let's go. They left Lisa Addison where she lay, a victim of a war she started but couldn't finish. The corridor of dust. They moved quickly, heading toward the main transit hub that led back to the Red Queen's chamber. But as they entered Sector 3B, the atmosphere changed. The frantic energy of the outbreak seemed to die here. The air was still. Too still. The smell of rot, which had been omnipresent, was replaced by a dry, dusty scent like an old tomb or an attic that hadn't been opened in decades. Alice. Matt slowed down, his eyes widening. Look at this. Alice lowered her gun, scanning the hallway. It was a massacre. But not the kind they had seen in the dining hall. Dozens of zombies lay scattered across the floor. But they hadn't been shot. They hadn't been eaten. They had been dismantled. Heads were severed cleanly from necks. Arms were lopped off at the shoulder. Torsos were split open with surgical precision. The walls were slashed with deep, gouging marks. 3 parallel lines cut into the steel paneling, as if a giant tiger had sharpened its claws there. But the most disturbing part was the bodies themselves. Alice knelt beside a severed head. It wasn't wet. It wasn't bleeding. The skin was gray and leathery, pulled tight against the skull. The eyes were sunken pits. It looked like a mummy that had been baking in the Sahara sun for 50 years. No blood, no flesh, no vitality. She touched the skin. It crumbled slightly under her finger, turning to gray dust. What the hell has happened here? Matt asked, his voice trembling. He kicked a headless torso, and it sounded hollow, like kicking a dry log. Where is the blood? Where are the fluids? Something killed them, Alice murmured, standing up and looking down the long corridor of dried husks. Something drank them. Drank them. Matt looked sick. You mean like a vampire? 20. Announcement, the path of corporeal apotheosis. Announcement, the path of corporeal apotheosis. I want to clarify the definitive direction for this book. We are steering away from abstract magic and complex spellcasting systems' different superpowers. Instead, this story is dedicated to absolute physical evolution. The protagonist will not become a god through mana or divinity, he will transcend godhood through the limitless potential of the flesh. The combat doctrine is visceral and grounded, focusing on overwhelming physical dominance, punching, kicking, and raw kinetic force. On ranged and AoE abilities. While there will be area of effect, AoE, capabilities, they will be strictly biological in origin. There are no magical fireballs here, only physiological outputs. Think heat vision, Cyclops kinetic optic blasts, or raw bioenergy projection. If the body can generate it, he can use it. The System Shop, the Temple of Flesh. The System Shop is curated exclusively for self-augmentation. You will find no external weapons, no armor, and no artifacts here. The inventory contains only the building blocks of a monster. Below is the current catalog of enhancements. I have divided them into injectables, genetic overhauls, and cellular mutations. The enhancement catalog. Injectable solutions. Super Soldier Serum. Compound V. Titan Spinal Fluid. Extremis Virus. Dragon Blood Elixir. Serum X. Spartan Augmentation Serum. Plasmid Injection Solution. Hyperion Soldier Serum. Omega-13 Neural Activator. T-Virus Combined Stabilized Variant. Recombinant Alien Pathogen. Xenomorph Adaptability. Bioenhancer Solution. Mirakuru. Union Modification Procedure. Cellular and Atomic Reconstruction. Purchased per unit/cell. Smart Atoms. Solar Absorbing Biocells. RC Cells. Nth Metal Atoms. Spiral Energy Cells. Hashirama Cells. Immortal Cells. S Cells. Mitochondria Prime. DG Cells. Unique Organs and Traits. One-Time Acquisition. X Gene. Quirk Factor. White Symbiote Biomass. Reactor Core Organ. Quantum Body Reconstruction. Esper Brain Cortex Mutation. Living Curse Core. Solar Metabolization. The Conduit Gene. The Metagene. Invisible Black Matter Particles. Devil Gene. Demon Back, Hanma Blood. Fazan. Readers, I am summoning the hive mind. This is the foundation, but I want to build the ultimate arsenal of biological power. I am looking for suggestions that fit this theme. No magic, only body powers. It's like Dragon Ball, it's all about punching and using energy attacks here and there. If you have ideas for other serums, genes, or body-related energy attacks that I missed, drop them in the comments. Let's build the strongest body in fiction. 21 CH0020 Cut the crap. Okay guys, I just fixed the chapters, reread it if you want to understand. Author's note, come on guys, write some reviews. If you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. She touched the skin. It crumbled slightly under her finger, turning to gray dust. What the hell has happened here? Matt asked, his voice trembling. He kicked a headless torso, and it sounded hollow, like kicking a dry log. Where is the blood? Where are the fluids? Something killed them, Alice murmured, standing up and looking down the long corridor of dried husks. Something drank them. Drank them. Matt looked sick. You mean like a vampire? I don't know, Alice replied, her grip on her gun tightening. But look at the wounds. These were made by blades. Big ones. She walked over to the wall, tracing the slash marks. They cut deep into the metal. This wasn't the T-Virus, Alice analyzed, her tactical mind racing. Zombies tear and bite. They're messy. This is efficient. This is an execution. She looked at the trail of mummified corpses leading toward the exit. Whatever did this, Alice said grimly, is stronger than the zombies. And it's hunting. Matt swallowed hard, looking into the darkness ahead. Great. Just great. As if the Walking Dead weren't enough. Stay close, Alice ordered. And shoot anything that doesn't look like us. Whatever did this wasn't shambling. It hunted. Alice slowly rose to her feet, eyes scanning the shadows between flickering lights. For the first time since waking in the hive, real fear crept into her chest. Not panic. Dread. Because deep down, she knew. Whatever was loose in the hive now. It wasn't part of the plan. They stepped over the desiccated remains, moving deeper into the hive, unaware that they were walking in the footsteps of a man who was no longer just a man, but a predator. Time, 3:45 a.m. Bam, bam, bam. The heavy steel blast doors shuddered as fists pounded against them from the outside. The groans of the undead were muffled by the thick metal, but the hunger behind them was palpable. Inside the Red Queen's chamber, the air was thick with panic and sweat. Alice and Matt stumbled away from the door, chests heaving. They were covered in grime and dried blood, some of it theirs, most of it not. Kaplan stood by the control panel, his hand shaking as he engaged the magnetic locks. That's it. We're sealed in. Rain was sitting on the floor, leaning against the server banks. Her face was pale, beads of sweat standing out on her forehead. She was clutching her arm where the bite wound was throbbing deep, angry purple that seemed to be spreading under her skin. Where the hell were you? Rain snapped, her voice laced with pain and aggression. What took you so long? There were a lot of them, Alice replied, holstering her gun. She brushed a strand of hair from her face, her eyes scanning the room. The whole place is overrun. We barely made it through the labs. She looked at Kaplan and Spence. Did you find a way out? Is there an exit? Kaplan shook his head, looking defeated. No, the stairwells are blocked. The elevators are dead. Every route we tried is crawling with those things. We can't risk it. We can wait, Spence Parks said, his voice rising in desperation. He was pacing back and forth, wringing his hands. We just have to hold out until the backup team comes. They know we're down here. They'll send a extraction unit, right? Right. Kaplan looked at him with pity, then pointed to the digital clock on his wrist computer. There is no backup team, Spence, Kaplan said quietly. Look at the time. Spence stared at the countdown. 48 minutes. What does that mean? Alice asked, stepping closer. It's the hive's containment protocol, Kaplan explained, his voice hollow. Once the timer hits 0, the facility goes into permanent lockdown. The blast doors at the mansion entrance will seal, welded shut from the inside. What? Spence grabbed his hair, his eyes widening. Impossible. You mean we will be buried here? Half a mile underground? With those things. Even if they don't get us, Rain muttered, coughing slightly, we'll die of starvation in the dark. Silence descended on the room. The reality of their grave was sinking in. They were trapped in a high-tech coffin. The room descended into overlapping voices, fear, anger, denial crashing together. Alice wasn't listening anymore. Her gaze had locked onto the center of the chamber, the Red Queen's core. The cylindrical chamber stood silent, glass walls reflecting the emergency lights like a coffin waiting to be opened. Alice turned away from them, staring at the darkened glass of the Red Queen's mainframe. Her mind was racing, pieces of her memory slotting into place. She remembered the mansion. She remembered the train. And she remembered the hologram. Her face hardened into a mask of determination. Something in Alice's chest tightened as fragments of memory stirred, orders, protocols, instincts she didn't fully understand but felt in her bones. As the others argued, Alice stepped away, grabbing the system capsule from a nearby console and heading toward the central hall. She walked over to the corner of the room where the electric charger device lay, with remote trigger still attached to the breaker. She picked up the bag containing the reset codes and the motherboard override. What the hell are you doing? Matt asked, confusion clouding his grief-stricken face. We still have hope, Alice said, her voice steady. But we can't find the way out on our own. She walked toward the breaker box. Are you crazy? Rain struggled to her feet, stumbling slightly. Are you trying to bring back that homicidal bitch? She's the reason my team is dead. She chopped the leader. She killed JD. My whole team. Yes, Alice turned to face her, eyes blazing. I'm bringing the homicidal bitch back. Why? Rain shouted, reaching for her sidearm. Because she controls the hive. Alice shouted back. She knows the layout. She knows where the exits are. She is the only one who can guide us out of here before that timer hits 0. Rain hesitated, her hand hovering over her gun. The logic was sound, even if it tasted like bile. If she tries anything, Kaplan stepped forward, pulling a small black remote from his pocket. We still have the electric charger breaker installed. One press of this button, and I fry her ass. Permanently. This time without a reboot. Alice nodded. Do it. Kaplan moved to the console. He plugged the override drive back in and began typing, bringing the whole system online. The deep, bass vibration of the power grid coming back online shook the floor. The emergency amber lights flickered and died, replaced by the sterile, blue glow of the server LEDs. The holographic projector in the center of the room whirred. Red pixels swirled in the air, knitting together to form the image of the little girl. She appeared, distorted, her image stuttering before stabilizing. Pale skin, red dress, cold, artificial eyes. Maybe something's damaged, Chad muttered. She stood there, hands clasped behind her back, looking at the survivors with a mixture of boredom and disdain. Oh, the Red Queen said, her synthesized voice echoing perfectly. There you are. You all look terrible. Give me that controller, Rain snarled, lunging for Kaplan. I'm going to fry her right now. Matt and Spence grabbed Rain, holding her back. Rain, stop. We need her. The Red Queen watched the struggle impassively. I did warn you, she noted coolly. I told you that leaving the facility sealed was the only logical outcome. Alice stepped forward, standing directly in front of the hologram. What is going on down here? I am not authorized to. Cut the crap. Alice snapped, her voice echoing off the glass walls. We know about the virus. We've seen the things outside. Tell us what they are. The Red Queen tilted her head, her pixelated eyes scanning Alice's biometrics. She paused, processing the request. Perhaps she calculated that information would make them more cooperative. Or perhaps, in some dark corner of her evolving code, she simply wanted to gloat. Biological research and development, the AI began, her voice calm and detached. The tyrant virus. We know it's a virus, Matt spat, gripping his wrench tighter. What does it do? The T-virus is a protean breakthrough, the Red Queen lectured, sounding like a university professor addressing a room of slow children. She raised her small hand, and the holographic display around her shifted. Images of double helixes and ancient, jagged plants materialized in the air. Its origins are not recent, the Red Queen explained. They come from a rare West African retrovirus known as the progenitor. The progenitor is ancient, suspected to be hundreds of millions, if not billions, of years old. It is an evolutionary catalyst. Throughout history, it is theorized to have both aided and hindered the evolution of Earth's ecology through extreme, forced mutation. Announcement: the path of corporeal apotheosis. I want to clarify the definitive direction for this book. We are steering away from abstract magic and complex spellcasting systems, different superpowers. Instead, this story is dedicated to absolute physical evolution. The protagonist will not become a god through mana or divinity, he will transcend godhood through the limitless potential of the flesh. The combat doctrine is visceral and grounded, focusing on overwhelming physical dominance, punching, kicking, and raw kinetic force. On ranged and AoE abilities. While there will be area of effect, AoE, capabilities, they will be strictly biological in origin. There are no magical fireballs here, only physiological outputs. Think heat vision, Cyclops kinetic optic blasts, or raw bioenergy projection. If the body can generate it, he can use it. The System Shop, the Temple of Flesh. The System Shop is curated exclusively for self-augmentation. You will find no external weapons, no armor, and no artifacts here. The inventory contains only the building blocks of a monster. Below is the current catalog of enhancements. I have divided them into injectables, genetic overhauls, and cellular mutations. The enhancement catalog. Injectable solutions. Super Soldier Serum, Compound V, Titan Spinal Fluid, Extremis Virus, Dragon Blood Elixir, Serum X, Spartan Augmentation Serum, Plasmid Injection Solution, Hyperion Soldier Serum, Omega-13 Neural Activator, T-Virus Combined Stabilized Variant, Recombinant Alien Pathogen, Xenomorph Adaptability, Bioenhancer Solution, Mirakuru, Union Modification Procedure, Cellular and Atomic Reconstruction, Purchased per unit/cell, Smart Atoms, Solar Absorbing Biocells, RC Cells, Nth Metal Atoms, Spiral Energy Cells, Hashirama Cells, Immortal Cells, S Cells, Mitochondria Prime, DG Cells, Unique Organs and Traits, One-Time Acquisition, X Gene, Quirk Factor, White Symbiote Biomass, Reactor Core Organ, Quantum Body Reconstruction, Esper Brain Cortex Mutation, Living Curse Core, Solar Metabolization, the Conduit Gene, the Metagene, Invisible Black Matter Particles, Devil Gene, Demon Back, Hanma Blood, Fazan, Armament Haki. Readers, I am summoning the hive mind. This is the foundation, but I want to build the ultimate arsenal of biological power. I am looking for suggestions that fit this theme. No magic, only body powers. It's like Dragon Ball, it's all about punching and using energy attacks here and there. If you have ideas for other serums, genes, or body-related energy attacks that I missed, drop them in the comments. Let's build the strongest body in fiction. 22 CH 00219 bitten. First thing first, I just fixed everything. It turns out problem was with chapter 20 itself, and I fixed, so you should reread it from the scene change. Sorry about that. So what power should his X gene, quirk factor, or compound V give? They should be related to strength, but just shouldn't be basic shit like super strength. It could be something like Colossus Metal Skin or Sebastian Shaw's kinetic energy absorption. What are your ideas? Author's note: come on guys, write some reviews. If you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. The T-virus is a protean breakthrough, the Red Queen lectured, sounding like a university professor addressing a room of slow children. She raised her small hand, and the holographic display around her shifted. Images of double helixes and ancient, jagged plants materialized in the air. Its origins are not recent, the Red Queen explained. They come from a rare West African retrovirus known as the progenitor. The progenitor is ancient, suspected to be hundreds of millions, if not billions, of years old. It is an evolutionary catalyst. Throughout history, it is theorized to have both aided and hindered the evolution of Earth's ecology through extreme, forced mutation. Alice watched the floating DNA strands twist and break. When Umbrella's founders Oswell E. Spencer, Edward Ashford, and James Marcus discovered the progenitor's ability to repair dead cells in the late 1960s, plans were quickly made. Plans for what? Rain asked, clutching her bleeding arm. To create a new race, the Red Queen said simply. Superhuman beings. Immortals. Gods. Kaplan scoffed nervously. You're talking about eugenics. I am talking about the future, the Red Queen corrected. However, the progenitor was too lethal. It killed its hosts. So, after decades of gene splicing experiments, utilizing many different DNAs and Ebola strains, the T-virus was born. The hologram shifted again, showing a soldier, a massive, gray-skinned behemoth tearing through a tank. It was developed by our scientists as a military weapon, the AI continued. This virus was created by Umbrella with the goal of eliminating the need for a large-scale conventional army. Why spend billions on training and equipment when you can create a soldier that feels no pain? A soldier that is harder to kill? The T-virus was the key to the bioorganic weapon, BOW, program. But currently, she added, her tone dropping, its primary function is cellular regeneration and mutation. Regeneration and mutation. Spence asked, wiping sweat from his forehead. But those things outside, they're rotting, they're falling apart. Even after clinical death, the Red Queen continued, her voice taking on a clinical, chilling rhythm. The human body does not immediately become inert. Cellular activity persists. Enzymes continue to function. Residual electrical signals remain, and certain cells can survive for extended periods under specific conditions. Around her, the holographic images zoomed in on a microscopic level, cells dividing aggressively, nerves firing with jagged, unnatural electricity, decay being halted by viral intervention. She walked through the air, pacing around Alice like a ghost. The T-virus exploits this residual activity. It targets the mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell. Instead of reviving true life, it forcibly reactivates cellular processes, overriding natural decay. By stimulating dormant neural pathways and sustaining cellular metabolism through viral mutation, the virus drives the body into a crude, artificial state of life. She stopped, looking directly at Rain, who was sweating profusely, her skin pale and clammy. This reanimation is not true resurrection, the AI stated, her eyes boring into the wounded commando. It is a forced continuation of biological function. It ignores higher brain activity. It destroys the personality, the memory, the self. It operates purely on the most primitive evolutionary instinct. Alice's eyes widened slightly as the horror of the explanation sank in. Dormant neural pathways are stimulated, the Red Queen continued, relentless. Cellular metabolism is sustained through viral mutation. Higher brain functions deteriorate rapidly, leaving only the lizard brain. The urge to survive. Which is? Alice asked softly. The Red Queen smiled, a small, cruel expression that looked too human on a face made of light. To feed. The word hung in the air, heavy and absolute. Inside the sterile blue glow of the central core, the tension was palpable. The air scrubbers were humming again, but they couldn't cycle out the smell of fear that clung to the survivors. Alice stood in the center of the walkway, staring down the holographic avatar of the Red Queen. To replenish the energy required for this unnatural movement, the Red Queen explained, the subject must consume fresh DNA, fresh carbon, fresh meat. So, Kaplan swallowed hard, looking at the door. They're dead. They are dead, the Red Queen confirmed, but they are driven by a hunger that can never be sated. Rain groaned, leaning heavily against the console. Great, so we're trapped in a can with a bunch of cannibals. It is worse than that, the Red Queen added, turning back to the main console. The longer the virus remains in the host, the more it mutates. The zombies you see now are merely the beginning. Given enough time and energy, the virus will rewrite the host's genetic code entirely, creating new forms of beasts. Lickers, hunters, tyrants. How do we kill them? Matt asked, gripping his wrench. We shot them. They kept coming. Sever the brainstem, the Red Queen repeated, her voice echoing in the sterile chamber. Or destroy the head. It is the only way to break the neural connection holding the body together. Or target the spinal cortex. Rain stared at the hologram, her face glistening with sweat. She whispered, horrified, so they're not alive. They are not, the Red Queen replied coldly. They are merely maintained. The chamber fell silent. The banging on the blast doors outside grew louder, a rhythmic, heavy thudding of fists that felt no pain. Technically, the AI amended, looking at Alice, they possess zero intelligence and little to no memory. But the basic need remains. They must feed. So why did you imprison us? Matt asked, stepping forward aggressively. If you knew the virus escaped, why lock the healthy people in with the sick ones? Because you are a variable, the Red Queen stated. All infected personnel must remain within the hive. No one leaves. But we're not infected. Spence shouted, pointing at his chest. The Red Queen turned her pixelated gaze toward Rain. A simple scratch. A bite. Direct fluid contact. Infection can occur in seconds. Transformation takes 1 to 3 hours, depending on the subject's metabolism. Everyone turned to look at Rain. She was leaning against the console, clutching her arm. The bandage was already soaked through with dark blood. She saw their eyes and her expression hardened into a snarl. What are you looking at? She snapped. I'm fine. Alice stepped between them. Okay, we get it, but we're leaving. Can you get us out of here? The Red Queen paused. Yes, I can, but I cannot open the blast doors myself. My primary systems are compromised. A significant portion of my processing power is being suppressed by the device in the technician's hand. She pointed to the remote trigger Kaplan was holding. This. Kaplan held up the detonator. Yeah, and it stays right here. It is for you, Alice said, her voice serious. If you betray us, if you lead us into a trap, we will shut you down again. Permanently. Understood. The hologram flickered. Understood. And I believe, she whispered, that one of those evolutions is currently hunting you. Alice gripped her gun. Get us out of here. Now. Clank. Hiss. A section of the floor grating in the corner of the room unlocked and slid open, revealing a dark, rusted ladder leading down into the bowels of the facility. The utility tunnels, the Red Queen explained. They run beneath the labs. They connect directly to the mansion's basement. It is the only route not currently monitored by the containment grid. Great, Spence muttered, peering into the hole. It smells like a sewer. The way is open, the AI declared. Try not to get eaten. Better a sewer than a tomb, Alice said. She grabbed the ladder and slid down. The tunnels. The utility tunnels were a nightmare of claustrophobia. They were narrow, cylindrical tubes filled with tangled wires, steaming pipes, and the overwhelming stench of stagnant water and ozone. The only light came from the flickering bulbs of their tactical flashlights, cutting erratic beams through the steam. They moved in a single file, Alice on point, followed by Matt, Spence, Kaplan, and Rain bringing up the rear to guard their backs. "Let's speed up the pace," Rain hissed, her voice tight with pain. Every step sent a throb of agony up her arm. "What the hell is this place?" Spence complained, tripping over a conduit. "It's endless." "It's the power grid," Kaplan called out from the middle. "These lines run the electricity for the whole hive." "I don't care what it runs," Spence snapped. "I just want out." He stopped walking, turning to look back at Rain. "And why are we speeding up? Maybe we should be careful. We don't know what's down here." "Move." Rain shoved him forward. "Don't touch me," Spence yelled, turning on her. "You're slowing us down with that arm. Maybe you should stay back." Rain's eyes flared. She didn't argue. She grabbed Spence by his collar and slammed him against the wall of the tunnel. Clang. "Listen here, you idiot," Rain growled, her face inches from his. "We don't have time. They are right behind us. Do you want to become lunch? Because I can leave you here right now." Spence opened his mouth to retort, but the words died in his throat. From the wall beside his he a section of rusted grating fingers emerged. Gray, rotting fingers. "Gah!" Spence screamed as a hand grabbed his hair, pulling his head toward the grate. A face appeared in the shadows behind the mesh, skinless, moaning, teeth snapping at the wire. "Get off!" Spence thrashed, ripping himself free. He lost a clump of hair but stumbled back into the center of the tunnel. But they weren't just there. Bang, bang, scrape. All around them, the tunnel walls began to shake. Hands punched through corroded metal. Grates popped open. The horde had found the tunnels. They were crawling in through the maintenance hatches. "Run!" Alice shouted. "Go, go!" They broke into a sprint. The tunnel was filling up behind them. Shadows detached from the darkness, shambling horrors dropping from overhead pipes. "There! The gas pipes!" Alice pointed upward. Above the walkway, a set of thick, industrial pipes ran along the ceiling. It was tight, but it was out of reach of the zombies on the ground. "Climb! Get on the pipes now! Hurry!" Matt boosted Alice up. She scrambled onto the suspended pipe, then reached down to pull Matt up. Spence scrambled up next, frantic like a rat. Rain pushed Kaplan ahead. "Go!" Kaplan hauled himself up. Rain was last. As she reached for the pipe, a zombie lunged from the water below, grabbing her boot. "Get off!" Rain kicked it in the face, shattering its nose. She pulled herself up just as three more swarmed the spot where she had been standing. But the danger wasn't over. As they crawled along the suspended pipes, zombies began to climb the walls, reaching out with desperate, grasping hands. "Keep moving," Alice ordered. They crawled on hands and knees, balancing precariously 20 feet above the gathering horde. Rain gasped. A hand shot out from a side vent, grabbing her injured arm. She screamed, not in fear, but in pure fury, and smashed the zombie's hand with the butt of her gun until it let go. "I'm bitten," she yelled, checking her neck where another one had grazed her. "Just scratches. Keep going. I hope now you know the world is more than you or Atlas thought. So what power should his X gene, quirk factor, or compound V give? They should be related to strength but just shouldn't be basic shit like super strength. It could be something like Colossus metal skin or Sebastian Shaw's kinetic energy absorption. What are your ideas? 23CH0022 Grab my hand. Jump. Bonus chapter. First thing first, I just fixed everything. It turns out problem was with chapter 20 itself and I fixed, so you should reread it from the scene change. Sorry about that. So read it again. So what power should his X gene, quirk factor, or compound V give? They should be related to strength but just shouldn't be basic shit like super strength. It could be something like Colossus metal skin or Sebastian Shaw's kinetic energy absorption. What are your ideas? Author's note: come on guys, write some reviews. If you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. Get off. Rain kicked it in the face, shattering its nose. She pulled herself up just as three more swarmed the spot where she had been standing. But the danger wasn't over. As they crawled along the suspended pipes, zombies began to climb the walls, reaching out with desperate, grasping hands. "Keep moving," Alice ordered. They crawled on hands and knees, balancing precariously 20 feet above the gathering horde. Rain gasped. A hand shot out from a side vent, grabbing her injured arm. She screamed, not in fear, but in pure fury, and smashed the zombie's hand with the butt of her gun until it let go. "I'm bitten," she yelled, checking her neck where another one had grazed her. "Just scratches. Keep going." They reached a junction. The pipes led to a small maintenance hatched exit. Alice, Matt, Spence, and Rain made it across the gap. It was Kaplan's turn. He was sweating, his glasses fogged up. He crawled along the pipe, the metal groaning under the collective weight. "Kriayak. Kaplan, hurry," Alice shouted, reaching her hand out. "I'm coming." Kaplan lunged forward. Snap. The bracket holding the pipe to the ceiling rusted through. The bolt sheared off with a sound like a gunshot. The pipe swung violently downward. "Whoa!" Kaplan screamed, losing his grip. He slid backward, his fingernails scraping uselessly against the metal. "Chad, no!" Alice yelled, confusion making her mix up names in the heat of the moment, but the horror was real. Kaplan. Kaplan fell. He hit the ground hard, landing in a foot of murky water. His glasses flew off. He groaned, sitting up, blinking blindly in the dark. "Kaplan." Alice leaned over the edge of the catwalk. "Grab my hand. Jump." Kaplan looked up. The pipe had swung too far away. The wall was too high. And around him, the shadows were moving. Dozens of zombies, drawn by the noise, splashed toward him. They emerged from the steam, surrounding him in a tightening circle of teeth and hunger. Kaplan found his glasses, jammed them onto his face, and saw his death approaching. I can't reach. Kaplan yelled, pulling his sidearm. Try. Matt shouted. Climb the rack. There's too many. Kaplan backed up against the wall. He looked up at Themad, Alice, Rain, and Matt. He saw the hesitation. They were going to come down for him. They were going to die for him. He couldn't let that happen. Go. Kaplan screamed, his voice cracking. Leave me. No. Alice shouted. I said leave. Kaplan fired a shot into the nearest zombie. Get out of here. Save yourselves. He turned his gun on the horde, firing wildly. Rain grabbed Alice's shoulder. We have to go. We can't save him. Alice looked at Kaplan one last time. He was disappearing under a wave of gray bodies. I'm sorry, she whispered. The group turned and scrambled through the maintenance hatch, slamming it shut behind them. Below, Kaplan screamed as a hand grabbed his ankle. He kicked it away, firing point blank into the zombie's face. Bang, bang, click. His gun slide locked back. Empty. No, no. He scrambled backward, crawling through the muck, looking for an escape. He saw a small service crawl space, too small for the zombies, but maybe big enough for him. He dove into it, shimmying backwards, kicking at the hands clawing at his boots. Back, get back. He squeezed deeper into the hole. The zombies jammed their arms in, but they couldn't fit. They snarled and snapped, blocked by the narrow opening. Kaplan sat there in the dark, breathing like a dying engine. He fumbled for a fresh magazine, only to realize he had dropped his ammo pouch in the fall. He checked his gun. One bullet in the chamber. That was it. Shit, I can't, Hua. He pointed the gun at his own temple. The sounds of the gnashing teeth were inches from his feet. He closed his eyes, his finger tightening on the trigger. I can't do it. He lowered the gun. He looked down the dark, narrow tunnel behind him. It led deeper into the unknown. I'm not dying here today. Kaplan turned around and began to crawl into the darkness, leaving the horde behind. 10 minutes later, the utility tunnel was quiet again, save for the splashing of the undead wandering aimlessly. From the maintenance hatch leading back to the Red Queen's chamber, a massive shadow emerged. It moved on all fours, crawling along the ceiling upside down. It had no skin, only raw, exposed muscle. Its brain was visible, pulsing beneath a thin membrane. It had no eyes, but its long, whip-like tongue tasted the air. Subject 001, the liquor. It hissed, tasting the scent trails. Sweat, fear, blood. It ignored the zombies. It wanted fresh meat. It locked onto the scent of Alice and the others. The liquor dropped from the ceiling and sprinted into the tunnel, moving with terrifying speed. But it was not alone. Liquor believed itself to be the apex predator here. It was wrong. Minutes after the liquor vanished deeper into the hive, another presence emerged from the darkness. Boots touched the ground without a sound. Atlas stood at the edge of the corridor, head slightly tilted as he studied the environment. The smell hit him instant: lyrot, rust, old blood, and something sharp beneath it. High above the murky water and rusted grating of the utility tunnels, concealed within the shadows of the ventilation infrastructure, a pair of gray eyes tracked the movement below. Atlas crouched on a suspended conduit, his body perfectly still, blending into the darkness like a gargoyle of modern industry. He watched the massive, skinless form of the liquor subject 001 scuttle along the ceiling, its whip-like tongue tasting the air for the scent of Alice and the others. The liquor was fast, terrifyingly so. To a normal human, it was a blur of death. But to Atlas, it was a walking treasure chest. Go on, doggy, Atlas thought, a predatory smirk stretching his pale lips. Lead the way. Take me to the main event. You're just the courier delivering my experience points. He waited a few seconds after the liquor disappeared around the bend, ensuring the boss wouldn't interfere with his warm-up. He looked down. The tunnel below was crawling with the leftovers, straggler zombies that had failed to catch the humans but were still hungry for flesh. Atlas stood up on the narrow beam, balancing effortlessly. Time to grind. He dropped. Thud. Atlas landed in the center of the walkway, the water splashing around his boots. He didn't stumble. He didn't roll. He landed with the heavy, solid impact of a creature far denser than a human. Immediately, many pairs of milky, clouded eyes turned toward him. The zombie saw a mix of maintenance workers in greasy jumpsuits and technicians in tattered lab coats groaned. The fresh scent of his living biology hit them like a drug. Gray Ike. They lunged. Atlas didn't flinch. He didn't back away. He smiled, his sharp canines glinting in the flickering strobe of a dying halogen bulb. Snicked. The sound was music. 6 silver-white bone claws, razor-sharp, slid from his knuckles in a synchronized flash. Come here, my little EXP bags, he whispered. A scientist zombie reached him first, arms flailing wildly. Atlas moved. He didn't just dodge, he flowed. He dipped his shoulder, letting the zombie's clumsy grab pass inches from his face. Then, with a pivot of his hips, he spun. Shing! His right hand swept out in a brutal horizontal arc. The claws caught the scientist in the neck. There was no resistance, just the wet sound of tearing meat. The head separated from the shoulders, spinning in the air before splashing into the murky water. Too slow, Atlas critiqued. You move like molasses. 3 more surged forward, trying to overwhelm him with weight. Atlas clamped his mouth shut tight, had no desire to taste the rot-infested black blood that was about to spray everywhere. He leaped. With agility and strength 18, gravity was merely a suggestion. Atlas jumped straight up, grabbing an overhead steam pipe with his left hand. He swung his body like a pendulum, his legs snapping out. Crack, crack. His boots connected with the skulls of two zombies. The force was catastrophic. Their heads snapped back, necks breaking instantly, and they were launched backward into the tunnel walls. Atlas released the pipe, flipping midair to land behind the third zombie. Before the creature could even turn around, Atlas drove his claws into its back, piercing the spine and severing the neural connection. He ripped the claws out sideways, shredding the torso, and kicked the corpse into the path of the others. He was dancing. It wasn't a desperate fight for survival, it was a performance. A waltz of gore. Next was a scientist, lab coat hanging in tatters, jaw partially torn away. It turned, groaning, arms stretching forward. Atlas didn't slow. 3 silver claws extended from his knuckles in a blur of motion. He twisted his body mid-stride, using rotational momentum, and decapitated the zombie in a single spinning slash. The head hit the wall first. The body followed a second later. Atlas landed lightly, already moving. He utilized the environment perfectly. He grabbed a maintenance worker by the collar of his jumpsuit and slammed him face-first into a protruding valve wheel. Crunch! He spun a female technician around, using her as a meat shield to block another zombie, then skewered them both with a single thrust of his long claws. I hope now you know the world is more than you or Atlas thought. So what power should his X gene, quirk factor, or compound V give? They should be related to strength but just shouldn't be basic shit like super strength. It could be something like Colossus metal skin or Sebastian Shaw's kinetic energy absorption. What are your ideas? 24 CH 0023 Waiting is boring. I am sure, now you know the world is wider than you thought. Author's note, come on guys, write some reviews. If you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. Next was a scientist, lab coat hanging in tatters, jaw partially torn away. It turned, groaning, arms stretching forward. Atlas didn't slow. 3 silver claws extended from his knuckles in a blur of motion. He twisted his body mid-stride, using rotational momentum, and decapitated the zombie in a single spinning slash. The head hit the wall first. The body followed a second later. Atlas landed lightly, already moving. He utilized the environment perfectly. He grabbed a maintenance worker by the collar of his jumpsuit and slammed him face-first into a protruding valve wheel. Crunch! He spun a female technician around, using her as a meat shield to block another zombie, then skewered them both with a single thrust of his long claws. Blood painted the walls. Limbs flew. Another zombie lunged from the side. He ducked, grabbed its wrist, twisted. Crack! The arm tore free. Atlas drove his knee upward into its ribcage, shattering bone, then shoved it backward into a support beam, before it could fall. Snicked. His claws pierced its skull from under the jaw, erupting out the top in a spray of dark, clotted blood. Atlas ripped free and spun. 3 more zombies were closing in. Atlas was a whirlwind of silver and gray. He ducked under a swing, sliding on his knees across the wet floor, and sliced upwards, opening a zombie from groin to chin. He vaulted off a wall, using the momentum to drive his claws into the top of a security guard's skull, riding the body down to the ground. The notifications flashed in the corner of his vision, fueling his euphoria. 3 more zombies were closing in. Slow, too slow. He vaulted off a fallen gurney, using it as a springboard, flipping over their heads. As he passed above them, he slashed downward, hands, shoulders, spines severed mid-motion. Bodies collapsed like broken puppets. He felt alive. More alive than he had ever felt as a human breathing air. The power coursing through his muscles, the absolute control over his body, the knowledge that he was the apex predator here was intoxicating. This is freedom. This is it, he thought, ducking a clumsy bite and severing the attacker's arm. This is what I wanted. No rules. No limits. Just power. A zombie grabbed his ankle from the floor. Atlas looked down, annoyed. Oh, you're still moving. He stomped. The skull flattened with a wet crunch, brain matter spreading across the tiles. He grimaced slightly. TCH. Disgusting. More came. From doorways. From ceiling hatches. Crawling. Dragging themselves forward after hearing the loud sounds. Atlas exhaled. Then he laughed. Not manic. Not insane. Happy. He moved like a storm-given form. He ran up walls, kicked off ceilings, used gravity like a weapon. He grabbed zombies and hurled them into others, bones shattering on impact. He used pipes as pivot points, spinning around them to build speed, claws tearing through torsos in wide, elegant arcs. One zombie leapt from above. Atlas caught it mid-air. Held it there. Looked into its dead eyes. Wrong prey. He pulled his claws upward. The body split in half. Blood rained down. Atlas stood beneath it, arms spread slightly. For a moment, he simply felt alive. Within 3 minutes, the tunnel and the area was silent. Atlas stood in the center of the carnage, surrounded by dozens upon dozens dismembered corpses. The water around his boots was dyed black with ichor. Steam hissed from a pipe he had dented during the fight. He stood up straight, flicking his wrists violently. Splat! The gore slid off his silver claws, leaving them pristine. He wiped a speck of blood from his cheek, careful not to get any near his mouth. The thought of tasting them revolted him. He was a connoisseur of souls, not a scavenger of rot. He. A low chuckle started in his chest, rumbling up his regenerated throat until it burst out as a manic, joyful laugh. Ha 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 ha. He looked at the path the liquor had taken. The hunter must fear sometimes, Atlas declared to the empty tunnel, his voice echoing with theatrical flair. Because one day, he will be hunted. He clenched his fist, the silver claws grinding together. And I am going to enjoy hunting you, Subject 01, because you aren't just a monster. He grinned, his gray eyes flashing with greed. You are a walking, giant pile of experience points. With a burst of speed that blurred his outline, Atlas took off running. He moved so fast that the human eye would struggle to track him, a gray streak racing through the darkness, hungry for the next level. Fast. His footsteps made no sound. His instincts sharpened. Somewhere ahead, the licker screeched. Atlas's smile returned. Raccoon City Infrastructure Underground Sewer Network. Time, 4:30 a.m. The air in the utility tunnels grew heavier, wetter, and infinitely more foul as Atlas descended. He had left the sterile, metallic corridors of the hive behind, entering the ancient, brick-lined bowels of hive directly connecting with the Raccoon City's sewer system. The water here was soles-deep, a sludge of chemical waste and industrial very damaging chemicals dumping ground. Rusted pipes lined the walls like exposed veins, leaking chemical water that dripped endlessly into the darkness below. Emergency lights barely functioned here, flickering weakly, painting the tunnel in sickly shades of green and red. But Atlas wasn't living, and to his enhanced senses, the stench wasn't nauseating, it was just information. He could smell the moss, the rust, the decaying rats, and the overwhelming copper scent of the fresh blood trail left by the liquor. He bounded off a slick concrete walkway, his boots splashing into the muck. Agility 18, he noted, feeling the way his muscles adjusted instantly to the slippery terrain. I don't lose balance. I don't slip. I am perfectly adapted. He rounded a bend, tracking the claw marks the liquor had gouged into the brickwork. But as the tunnel widened into a junction, he skidded to a halt. Blocking the path ahead was a sea of gray. It was a horde. A congestion of the undead that had likely wandered down from the city drains or up from the hive's lower levels. There were easily 40 of them, a groaning, shuffling roadblock standing between him and the train platform. Atlas narrowed his gray eyes. Oh, I almost forgot about them. Ahead, the tunnel widened into a junction that connected directly to the underground rail system. Same path Atlas and the others would soon take toward the train. The smell told him everything. So they're almost at the end, Atlas realized. He stood casually in the center of the sewer pipe, the chemical lapping at his shins. He watched the liquor now far ahead scuttle up the wall and bypass the horde effortlessly, disappearing toward the train station. Atlas paused, his tactical mind overriding his bloodlust. Wait, if I rush in now and kill the liquor, I disrupt the timeline. Alice and Matt need to get the train moving. They need to open the blast doors to the mansion. If I kill the boss now, they might relax. They might slow down. He tapped his chin with a deadly, silver-clawed finger. And Matt might not even become nemesis. Better to wait. Let the heroes do the heavy lifting. Let them start the train. Let them deal with the drama. I'll catch up when the exit is guaranteed. So that means they're nearly done. Good. Very good. He nodded to himself, satisfied with the plan. Am I picking up a habit of talking to myself? He asked the damp walls, his deep voice echoing. He paused, considering it. Maybe. But who cares? Isolation breeds eccentricity. Besides, a slow, hedonistic smile spread across his pale face. I'm not just talking to myself. I'm planning my future. He looked at his claws. They were instruments of death, yes, but to him, they were keys. Keys to a vault. Every kill is V-Gold. Every kill is power. And what does power buy? His mind drifted from the sewers to the life he craved. He imagined a penthouse suite overlooking a neon city. He imagined silk sheets. He imagined fine wine now that he knew he could taste. He imagined women Alice, with her fierce eyes, Ada, with her fire. He wanted to experience it all. He didn't just want to survive the apocalypse. He wanted to own it. He wanted to indulge in every lust, every gluttony, every desire he had been denied in his previous, mediocre life. I want the best life, Atlas thought, a fire burning in his gray eyes. I want to be a god. And gods don't starve. Gods feast. Grow-o-a-ah. His daydream was interrupted. A zombie in a tattered sanitation vest had noticed him. It lunged from the shadows, drawn by the sound of his voice. Atlas didn't even look at it. He simply leaned back. The zombie's rotting hands clawed the air where his face had been a millisecond before. Rude, Atlas tooted. I was having a moment. He spun, his leg snapping out in a devastating roundhouse kick. Crack! The zombie's head twisted 180 degrees. It dropped into the sewage with a splash. But the noise had alerted the rest. More than 40 pairs of milky, clouded eyes turned toward him. The moaning intensified, echoing off the curved ceiling until it sounded like a choir of the damned. Atlas stood his ground. He looked at the horde, then down at his hands. Never mind, he whispered, the corners of his mouth stretching into a feral grin. Waiting is boring. I will have some fun first. He lowered his stance, engaging the muscles in his legs. The water around him rippled from the tension. Thanks for the meal. He shouted. The zombies paused for a microsecond, their primitive brains confused. Who was the predator? Who was the prey? Unfortunately for them, they were about to find out. Boom! Atlas launched himself forward. He moved so fast that the water exploded behind him in a geyser. He crashed into the front line like a cannonball. Snick shing! His silver-white claws became a blur of white light in the darkness. He appeared in front of the first zombie, a large man in a construction helmet. Atlas didn't go for the head, he went for the style points. He crossed his arms and slashed outward. The zombie fell into 4 distinct pieces. The helmet rolled away, the head still inside it. Atlas flowed into the next move. He grabbed a female zombie by the throat, lifted her into the air with one hand, strength 18, making her feel light as a feather, and used her as a battering ram to knock down 3 others. Then, he crushed her cervical spine and tossed her aside. Next! He spun, his momentum carrying him into the next zombie. 3 rapid slashes carved the creature into neat, twitching slices before it even hit the ground. One tried to grab him from behind. Atlas grabbed its wrist instead. Twisted. The arm tore free. He shoved the screaming corpse into the horde, using it like a bowling ball to knock down 3 more. He leapt onto a pipe running along the wall, sprinted along it sideways, then jumped, landing knee-first onto a zombie's face. The skull collapsed inward. Another lunged. Atlas ducked under its arms, drove his claws upward through its ribcage, lifted it off the ground, and ripped it in half. Blood sprayed across the tunnel ceiling like paint. 25 CH 0024 I'm a visionary. I am sure the last chapter must have felt like a repeat, as if you have read it already, and you did at chapter 20. But it was my mistake, I didn't upload them in order, so I fixed it. Now you won't find it at chapter 20, it's changed completely. I am sure, now you know the world is wider than you thought. Author's note, come on guys, write some reviews. Next. He spun, his momentum carrying him into the next zombie. 3 rapid slashes carved the creature into neat, twitching slices before it even hit the ground. One tried to grab him from behind. Atlas grabbed its wrist instead. Twisted. The arm tore free. He shoved the screaming corpse into the horde, using it like a bowling ball to knock down 3 more. He leapt onto a pipe running along the wall, sprinted along it sideways, then jumped, landing knee-first onto a zombie's face. The skull collapsed inward. Another lunged. Atlas ducked under its arms, drove his claws upward through its ribcage, lifted it off the ground, and ripped it in half. Blood sprayed across the tunnel ceiling like paint. Next he was a whirlwind. He ducked under grasping hands, slid between legs, and leaped off the walls. He was utilizing the environment perfectly. He kicked a zombie into a rusted pipe, impaling it. He slashed a support beam, causing a section of the catwalk to collapse onto a group of 5. And with every kill, the phenomenon occurred. The black blood sprayed, but before it could hit the water, the bodies began to wither. Atlas was a black hole, sucking the vitality out of the sewer. He severed a head with a backhand. He pierced a spine with a thrust. He spun, creating a circle of death that cleared everything within a 2-meter radius. He. Ha 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 ha. The laughter bubbled up again. It wasn't the laughter of a madman, but of a man who had finally found his calling. This is fun, his inner voice admitted, breath steady despite the carnage. This is really fun. He was dancing in the dark, bathed in the gore of the dead, dreaming of the golden throne he was building with every severed limb. The sewer of Hive wasn't a dungeon. It was a playground. And Atlas was the only kid who knew how to play. Sector 4 Molecular Biology Lab 04. Time, 4:37 a.m. The metal grate in the floor of Corridor B clattered open. A hand reached out, gripping the rim, followed by a head of blonde hair. Alice pulled herself up from the utility tunnels, scanning the hallway with the Beretta raised. It was empty, save for the flickering lights and the distant, rhythmic dripping of water. Clear, she whispered. She reached down, helping Matt hoist Rain out of the hole. The commando was dead weight now. Her skin had turned a sickly, translucent gray, and dark purple veins were spiderwebbing up her neck from the collar of her tactical vest. Her breathing was wet and rattled. Spence scrambled out last, looking like a drowned rat, shivering uncontrollably. Hurry, Alice urged, checking the corridor. We must move fast. The zombies are behind us. They moved as a broken unit. Matt and Spence supported Rain, practically dragging her boots across the floor. As they reached a 4-way junction, Alice suddenly stopped. She froze in the middle of the intersection, her eyes locking onto a specific reinforced door labeled Restricted Access Viral Storage. Her breath hitched. Her pupils dilated. A memory slammed into her mind, vivid, sharp, and terrifying. She is standing in this hallway. She is holding a duffel bag. She is inputting a code. She is hiding the many vials of T-virus and the antivirus inside. Alice. Matt whispered, stepping closer. Are you okay? Alice blinked, the hallway swimming back into focus. She stared at the door, her voice trembling with a sudden, overwhelming realization. There's a cure, she whispered. Rain lifted her head, her eyes glassy with fever. What? Alice turned to them, hope blazing in her eyes. There's an antivirus. They brought it here for experiments. It's in the lab. She looked at Rain, her expression fierce. Wait, Rain. Just hold on. I can save you. Rain's cracked lips stretched into a weak, bloody smile. And here I was, beginning to worry. Spence let out a breath of relief, adjusting his grip on Rain. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. They rushed the door. The flooded lab. The lab was a wreck. The fire suppression system had clearly malfunctioned during the lockdown. The entire room was flooded. Knee-deep water, cold and stagnant, covered the floor. Papers, clipboards, and empty vials floated on the surface like debris from a shipwreck. The lights overhead sputtered, casting erratic shadows across the water. Alice waded in, the icy water soaking her red dress instantly. She ignored the cold. She moved toward the far wall, where a massive, industrial storage unit stood. The antivirus is here, Alice said, her voice echoing in the large room. They brought it here. With the virus. This is where it began. Matt waded after her, the water sloshing around his legs. He looked at her, suspicion clouding his face. How do you know that? Matt asked, his tone sharp. How do you know exactly where it is? Alice stopped. She looked at the storage unit, then back at Matt. The memories were fragmented, but the guilt was clear. Because. Alice hesitated, her voice dropping. Because I was the one who was supposed to steal it. I was your sister's contact, Matt. Matt froze. The revelation hit him like a physical blow. You. Matt whispered. You were the one she was meeting. I think so, Alice nodded, looking down at her hands. I was going to expose Umbrella. I was going to bring the samples to her. So you betrayed her, Matt accused, stepping closer, his anger rising above the fear. She's dead because of you. If you had done your job. I don't know. Alice shouted back, backing away. I don't remember what happened. I don't remember why it went wrong. Tell me the truth. Matt grabbed her shoulder, shaking her. Did you sell her out? I don't know the truth myself. Alice shoved him away. Right now, the only thing that matters is the cure. She turned her back on him and waded toward the storage unit. Rain and Spence had reached the small metal staircase that led to an elevated platform. Rain slumped against the iron railing, sliding down until she was sitting in the shallow water on the steps. Hurry up, Alice, Rain wheezed, coughing up black bile. I don't have much time. Alice reached the storage unit. Her fingers flew over the keypad, muscle memory taking over. Beep, 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 click. The hydraulic hiss of the door opening was the sweetest sound she had ever heard. She pulled the heavy steel door open, ready to grab the blue spiral vials of the antivirus. She froze. The rack was empty. Impossible, Alice breathed. She frantically checked the shelves. Nothing. No virus. No cure. Just empty slots where the briefcase should have been. They're supposed to be here, she whispered, panic rising. Where are they? Rain, watching from the stairs, let her head fall back against the bars. I shouldn't have raised my expectations, she muttered, the light fading from her eyes. Figures. Just my luck. Alice stood there, paralyzed by failure. She turned to look at the others, searching for an answer. And that's when she saw Spence. Spence was standing in the middle of the flooded lab, away from the group. The water swirled around his waist. He wasn't looking at Alice. He wasn't looking at Rain. He was staring into empty space, his eyes wide, unblinking. His body was trembling no from the cold, but from something internal. Flashback. Spence saw it. He saw the train. He saw the safe. He saw himself typing the code. He saw himself grabbing the vials of T-virus and antivirus. He saw himself throwing the blue vial into the lab. He saw himself putting on the gas mask as the Red Queen sealed the room. He did it. He was the saboteur. The shivering stopped. The confusion vanished from his face, replaced by a cold, sharp clarity. Spence. Alice called out, stepping away from the empty safe. Are you okay? He didn't respond. Spence. He slowly turned his head. The doofy, scared look was gone. His eyes were focused. Predatory. He looked at Alice, then shifted his gaze to the metal table beside him. Lying on the table, forgotten in the chaos, was a silver revolver likely left by a security guard who had died there hours ago. Alice followed his gaze. Her eyes widened. She lunged for the gun. No. She was fast, but Spence was much closer. He snatched the revolver from the table, spinning around in a splash of water. He raised the weapon, leveling it squarely at them. Click! He cocked the hammer. Whoa, whoa, Spence said, a smirk playing on his lips. Stand back. Matt froze, holding his hands up. Rain tried to reach for her P90, but she was too weak to lift it. Spence. Alice stood still, the water lapping at her thighs. What are you doing? I remember, Spence said, his voice steady and arrogant. I remember everything. The wedding, the plan, and you. The water in the lab rippled around Spence Park's legs as he aimed the silver revolver at Matt's head. The flickering lights cast long, erratic shadows across his face, highlighting the manic desperation in his eyes. I hid the virus, Alice, Spence confessed, a twisted grin splitting his face. I put it on the train. It's waiting for us right now. He gestured with his free hand, encompassing the ruin of the lab, the dead facility, and the horror waiting outside. Come with me, Alice. Think about it. Do you have any idea how much this sample is worth? He began to pace, the water splashing with each step, his voice rising in pitch. We're not just talking about Umbrella. I'm talking about the open market. Tricell in Africa would pay a fortune to destabilize the region. Will Pharma in India needs a basis for their vaccine research. The SHNY syndicate in China, they would offer me a blank check just for a single vial. His eyes widened, shining with the glint of avarice. And that's just the corporations. Think about the governments, the Russians, the US military. Or the extremists, those crazy religious zealots in the Middle East, the Iranians, the Saudis. They would pay hundreds of millions, if not billions, for the power to rewrite life and death. You're insane, Alice whispered, staring at him as if seeing him for the first time. I'm a visionary. Spence countered, laughing breathlessly. We can go anywhere. Rio, Paris. We can buy a private island in the Caribbean. We can hide in a fortress in the Swiss Alps, or in Eastern Europe in some villages, sipping champagne while the rest of the world burns. He stepped closer to her, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper. Far away from the chaos that is about to fall upon the world. We just opened Pandora's box, Alice. The old world is over. But with that money, we can build a paradise in the ashes. We can do whatever we want, be whoever we want. Alice looked at him with pure, unadulterated disgust. You did this? She asked, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. You killed all these people? You destroyed an entire facility, for money. I did it for us. Spence shouted, his composure cracking. This was the plan. We were supposed to be rich. We were supposed to be kings. 26, just some info. So by now, you must have realized that the world is much wider than you or Atlas thought, and the first volume is coming to an end with the story of the movie. Before the second volume, there will be many chapters exploring the world and setting up the second volume, which would follow the story of So 1.5 will set up the second volume, and 2.5 will set up the fourth volume. And after a third volume will be in different world. I am thinking of Tokyo Ghoul or Demon Slayer, as he needs a lot of experience to level up beyond 15 levels. Fourth volume will return to the world. So before that, because I am going to introduce a character, I wanted to clear the situation of harem as the second volume brings them all to Raccoon City. Alice, Ada, Jill, and, please provide guidance for the future, as I aim to take the high road by introducing them earlier than the Atlas meeting. 27 CH 0025. They were food. So by now, you must have realized that the world is much wider than you or Atlas thought, and the first volume is coming to an end with the story of the movie. Before the second volume, there will be many chapters exploring the world and setting up the second volume, which would follow the story of. So 1.5 will set up the second volume, and 2.5 will set up the fourth volume. And after a third volume will be in different world. I am thinking of Tokyo Ghoul or Demon Slayer, as he needs a lot of experience to level up beyond 15 levels. Fourth volume will return to the world. So before that, because I am going to introduce a character, I wanted to clear the situation of harem as the second volume brings them all to Raccoon City. Alice, Ada, Jill, Claire, Ashley, Excella, maybe, Rachel Foley, Rosemary, maybe, and, please provide guidance for the future, as I aim to take the high road by introducing them earlier than the Atlas meeting. I'm a visionary. Spence countered, laughing breathlessly. We can go anywhere. Rio, Paris. We can buy a private island in the Caribbean. We can hide in a fortress in the Swiss Alps, or in Eastern Europe in some villages, sipping champagne while the rest of the world burns. He stepped closer to her, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper, far away from the chaos that is about to fall upon the world. We just opened Pandora's box, Alice. The old world is over. But with that money, we can build a paradise in the ashes. We can do whatever we want, be whoever we want. Alice looked at him with pure, unadulterated disgust. You did this? She asked, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. You killed all these people? You destroyed an entire facility, for money. I did it for us. Spence shouted, his composure cracking. This was the plan. We were supposed to be rich. We were supposed to be kings. So this is how you make my dreams come true? Alice asked coldly, her muscles tensing, ready to spring. Don't be stupid, Spence warned, sensing her movement. He shifted his aim back to Matt, thumbing the hammer back. I'm offering you a way out. Don't throw it away for a dead cop's brother. Go to hell, Matt snarled, stepping in front of Alice. Spence's face hardened. The mask of the charming partner fell away, leaving only the cold emptiness of a killer. Wrong answer. He tightened his finger on the trigger, aiming directly at the center of Matt's forehead. Believe me, I don't want to shoot you, Spence muttered, his eyes darting to the door. I might need the bullet for the things outside. Back off. Spence took a step backward toward the exit. He didn't notice the ripple in the water behind him. A female scientist, submerged and presumed dead, silently rose from the murky depths. Her skin was gray, her jaw hanging open. Spence took another step back. Crunch. The zombie lunged, sinking her teeth into the soft flesh where Spence's neck met his shoulder. Arg! Spence screamed, the sound echoing off the metal walls. He spun around, panic overriding his aim. He slammed the butt of the revolver into the zombie's temple. Crack! She staggered back, splashing into the water. Get him! Matt yelled. Matt lunged forward, tackling Spence. They splashed into the freezing water, grappling for the gun. But Spence was fueled by adrenaline and the T-virus that was now coursing into his veins. He drove a knee into Matt's stomach and followed it with a savage right hook to the jaw. Matt collapsed into the water, dazed. Spence scrambled backward, clutching his bleeding neck. He looked at Alice, then at the door. He raised the gun again, firing a warning shot into the water near her feet. Bang! Stay back! He backed through the heavy steel door, slamming it shut. Click! Whir! He engaged the manual lock from the other side. Open it! Alice screamed, pounding on the door. Spence! From the other side, Spence's voice came through, muffled but dripping with venom. Where's the antivirus? Rain wheezed, slumped on the stairs. Oh, it's on the train, Spence shouted through the steel. Right where you found me. I'm going to cure myself, and then I'm leaving you all here to rot. There was a pause. I'm beginning to miss you already, Alice, he said, his tone mocking. Then, the sound of splashing footsteps faded away. Shit. Matt slammed his fist into the wall. He will get away with it. He has the cure, he has the train, he wins. I don't think so. The sudden, synthesized voice startled them. Above the lab benches, a mounted security monitor flickered to life. Static cleared to reveal the Red Queen's avatar. What do you mean? Alice asked, looking up at the screen. The Red Queen smiled a chilling, knowing expression. Lately, the AI purred, I've been a very, very bad girl. The screen shifted. It changed from the avatar to a live security feed. Location, a Hive train platform. The grainy black and white footage showed Spence running onto the platform. He looked frantic. He dropped the duffel bag, ripping it open. He pulled out the silver briefcase, unlocked it, and grabbed a green spiral vial. The antivirus. He rolled up his sleeve, desperate to inject himself before the infection took hold. But then, he paused. He looked up. From the shadows of the train ceiling, something dripped onto his face. Spence raised his head. Hanging directly above him was a nightmare. A creature of raw, exposed muscle, with a brain visibly pulsing beneath a translucent membrane. It had massive, razor-sharp talons and a tongue that extended like a whip. Oh, hell, shit. Spence couldn't finish his curse. The creature dropped. It didn't just attack him, it enveloped him. The massive claws pinned him to the floor. Spence screamed as the creature buried its teeth into his neck, ripping out his throat in a spray of dark pixels on the screen. The scream died down quickly, replaced by wet tearing sounds. Matt stared at the screen, horrified. What the hell is that thing? Subject 009, the Red Queen answered, her voice clinical. An early experiment utilizing direct injection of the T-virus into living tissue. It went wrong. A second mutation occurred. They are essentially mutated humans that resulted from the VACT process, a trait in certain T-virus strengths which forced the second set of mutations among severely injured zombies. She zoomed in on the creature as it lifted its head, hissing. It is an abomination of exposed tissue. A hunter. The more fresh DNA it absorbs, the faster, stronger, and more lethal it becomes. Codenamed the Licker. Alice watched the creature tear Spence apart. So that's what was hunting us. Yes, the Red Queen agreed. Then, her voice shifted. It became quieter, laced with a strange, algorithmic confusion. But, it seems none of the variants are perfect. Not like the other one. Alice frowned. What? There is another one. Not the same, the AI corrected quickly. Completely different. The screen flickered, showing a split-second frame of a gray figure with silver claws moving through the sewers, but it vanished before they could see it clearly. If we remove the Licker from the equation, there is another entity currently in the hive. He is also mutated, but the divergence is radical. He is stronger. Faster. But unlike the Licker, he is human-like. He is smarter. By a significant margin. The Red Queen paused, her holographic eyes widening. From his behavior, I am certain he possesses a sense of self. He displays vanity, strategy, humor. He seems to be able to communicate. The T-virus has evolved and mutated in his body beyond anything I have in my database. Rain coughed up blood. Communicating zombies? Great. I have 70 years of research data, the Red Queen continued, her voice gaining intensity. From the progenitor virus discovered by Spencer, to the T-virus, to the G-virus prototypes to their many variants. In all that time, necrosis always leads to cognitive degradation. The process involves cell mutation along with an increase in size and mass. Always. Always. She leaned forward in the monitor. But this subject, A1, he is evolving upward. He is becoming something new. Matt swallowed hard. Gulp, he seems very dangerous. How the hell did you create this thing? We did not create him, the Red Queen snapped. He evolved himself. In this very day. From a unknown normal T-virus infected human. Impossible, Alice whispered. In fact, the AI mused, it started the moment you, Alice, opened your eyes in the shower. A coincidence? Perhaps. But I have no idea how he does it. It is beyond anything, and I say even beyond science. He absorbs biomass and converts it into potential. He doesn't rot. He does not decay, rather, he is perfectly regenerating his body to resemble that of a normal human male without uncontrolled mutation. He is beautiful. Beautiful. Matt looked at the screen in disbelief. You're talking about a monster. I am talking about the apex, the Red Queen corrected, her tone bordering on obsession. I cannot identify why he is like this. Why is he so different? Why does the virus obey him instead of consuming him? He defies every model I run. He is the only variable I cannot predict. What? Matt shouted. Location, Sector 4 Molecular Biology Lab 04, flooded. Time, 4:45 a.m. What? Matt shouted, his voice cracking with disbelief. What do you mean by that? Alice asked, her eyes narrowing as she stared at the screen. He evolved himself. That's biologically impossible. It is as I said, the Red Queen replied, her holographic avatar flickering with streams of scrolling data. He evolved. The mutation began on the same day, no, the very moment he awoke up, Alice. She paused, her digital eyes shifting slightly. But do not overthink it. It is merely a statistical anomaly. A coincidence. Though my probability processors suggest otherwise. So why didn't you tell us before? Matt yelled, slamming his hand against the wall. If there's a super zombie out there, we had a right to know. I am not programmed to concern myself with your rights, the AI retorted coldly. I left the infected for you to deal with. It was my way of sterilizing the environment. I did not calculate that you would survive this long. Frankly, your continued existence is an error in my predictive modeling. As the Red Queen spoke, a sound cut through the tension. Crack. It came from the observation window overlooking the flooded lab. A web of white fractures appeared on the reinforced glass. Alice spun around, raising the revolver. Through the distortion of the glass, she saw a nightmare. The Licker subject 009 was clinging to the outside of the window. Its exposed brain pulsed wetly. Its tongue, thick and muscular, lashed against the glass like a piston. It didn't have eyes, but it knew exactly where they were. Thud. Crack. It slammed its massive claws against the pane again. A shard of glass fell onto the wet floor inside. Shit. He's getting in. Matt yelled, backing away, looking for a weapon, anything better than a wrench. The glass is reinforced polycarbonate, the Red Queen noted impassively. But against the localized pressure exerted by Subject 009's talons, it will fail in approximately 55 seconds. Get us out of here. Alice commanded, looking up at the camera. Open the door. I cannot, the Red Queen refused. You are compromised. The avatar pointed a small finger at Rain, who was slumped against the wall, her skin gray, her breathing ragged. You must eliminate the infected contagion before I release the lockdown. No, Alice shook her head. No shit, I am not doing that. Do as she says, Alice. The voice was weak. Rain looked up, her eyes clouded with the early stages of the T-virus cataracts. She coughed, and black blood splattered onto her tactical vest. I'm just a burden, Rain wheezed, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. I will only slow you down. Look at me, I'm already dead. Kill her, the Red Queen urged. I know I am only delaying the inevitable. Spence Parks was right. You just opened Pandora's box, Alice. The old world is over. But I will do what I have to protect Umbrella and the surface world, even if it is just for a few more hours. As the AI spoke, her consciousness split. While she lectured Alice, her subroutines were scanning the deep underground infrastructure of the sewers beneath the hive. Location, Raccoon City Sewer Network, North Quadrant. The camera feed was grainy and dark, illuminated only by infrared. The Red Queen watched in digital horror. The path Apex One had taken was littered with corpses. But these weren't normal corpses. They were dried, mummified husks, drained of all fluid and vitality by the Apex's unique feeding mechanism. Because they were dry, they were brittle. And because they were brittle, they were food. Rats. Hundreds of them. A sea of vermin swarmed over the dried remains of the zombies he had killed. They gnawed on the infected, mummified flesh. Biological hazard alert. Vector confirmed, Rattus norvegicus. 28ch0026 I lose the XP. And Alice dies. Okay guys, I have created a Manway/Manhua recap YouTube channel in which I daily upload recap videos of 10 hours. You can subscribe if you want, but only subscribe if you enjoy that type of content. If I gain subscribers suddenly and no new viewers watch the videos, the YouTube algorithm thinks it's not worth recommending, as the new subscribers are not watching it. So I don't want a recommendation from Mr. Beast. Please keep that in mind regarding Manway Recap 777 not. As the AI spoke, her consciousness split. While she lectured Alice, her subroutines were scanning the deep underground infrastructure of the sewers beneath the hive. Location, Raccoon City Sewer Network, North Quadrant. The camera feed was grainy and dark, illuminated only by infrared. The Red Queen watched in digital horror. The path Apex One had taken was littered with corpses. But these weren't normal corpses. They were dried, mummified husks, drained of all fluid and vitality by the Apex's unique feeding mechanism. Because they were dry, they were brittle. And because they were brittle, they were food. Rats. Hundreds of them. A sea of vermin swarmed over the dried remains of the zombies he had killed. They gnawed on the infected, mummified flesh. Biological hazard alert. Vector confirmed, Rattus norvegicus. The rats were eating the T-virus. They were becoming carriers. And rats didn't stay in the sewers. They moved up. To the streets. To the homes. To the city above. Apex hadn't just killed zombies by leaving the bodies, he had accelerated the infection vector by 400%. It wasn't the only place, as this scene was taking place all over the underground sewer, with zombies wandering around eating other bugs while bugs were doing the same with the dead flesh of T-virus infected humans. The Red Queen realized then that the quarantine had already failed. Pandora's box wasn't just open, it was smashed. Kill her, the Red Queen repeated in the lab, her voice echoing with nihilistic finality. Kill her, or you all die here. It makes no difference to the outcome to me. There is no other choice. Rain shouted, tears mixing with the blood on her face. Do it, Alice. Put an axe in my head. Kill her, kill her, kill her. The AI chanted, the words looping like a broken record. Alice looked at Rain. She looked at the liquor pounding on the glass, the cracks widening with every strike. She spotted a fire axe mounted on the wall in a glass case. Alice smashed the case with her elbow. She grabbed the axe. The weight of it felt heavy in her hands. She walked over to Rain. She raised the axe high above her head. Her arms shivered, the muscles tense. Do it. Rain screamed. Alice gritted her teeth. Her eyes flashed with a cold, rebellious fire. No. Alice pivoted on her heel. She swung the axe with all her strength not at Rain, but at the mounted monitor. Crash! The blade buried itself in the screen. Sparks showered down into the flooded water. The Red Queen's image distorted, shrieked, and vanished into static. Bitch, Alice spat. Silence followed. Alice. Matt whispered. Look. He pointed at the window. The liquor was gone. He seems gone. Matt said, hope and confusion warring in his voice. Why did he stop? Ka-chunk. The heavy steel door behind them one Spence had locked suddenly unlatched. The wheel spun. Matt grabbed Alice, pulling her back. It's a trick. It's the zombie. The door swung open. Standing there, covered in sludge, smelling of the sewer, and looking like he had crawled out of hell itself, was Kaplan. He pushed his glasses up his nose, blinking in the light. Come on, Kaplan said, breathless, a shaky smile touching his lips. Let's get out of here. You're still alive. Alice gasped, lowering the axe. We heard a gunshot. I thought you checked out, Matt breathed. It's a long story, Kaplan said, his voice complicated, haunted by whatever he had faced in the darkness. But it's not the time for this. Screek. The sound of claws on metal echoed from the ventilation ducts above them. The liquor hadn't left. It had just found a different way in. He's inside the vents. Alice yelled. Get out. Fast. They scrambled through the door. Alice grabbed Rain, hauling her up. Matt pushed Kaplan back into the corridor. Crash. Behind them, the observation window finally shattered. The liquor dropped into the flooded lab, splashing in the water, hissing as its prey escaped. Alice slammed the heavy steel door shut and spun the locking wheel. Thud. A massive impact shook the door from the other side. A claw punched through the metal, inches from Alice's face, before ripping back out. "What the hell is that?" Kaplan screamed, staring at the hole in the 3-inch steel. "I will explain later." Alice grabbed him. "Run! To the train!" The platform. They sprinted through the final corridors, adrenaline masking their exhaustion. The countdown on the monitors overhead read 7 minutes. 7 minutes until the blast doors sealed forever. They burst onto the loading platform. The train sat there, a silver bullet of salvation. But the platform was a crime scene. Spence's body lay near the train doors, or what was left of it. His throat was torn out. His chest was a ruin of ribs and gore. Next to his outstretched hand lay the silver briefcase. "Get in," Alice ordered, shoving Kaplan and Rain toward the train cab. "Start the engine. I'll get the antivirus." Kaplan and Matt dragged Rain inside. Alice moved toward the body. She knelt, grabbing the briefcase. It was open. One slot was empty out of 20 slots. Spence had used the antivirus vial on the floor. Perhaps the liquor had stopped him before he could choose. She looked at 10 blue vials of T-virus and 9 vials of antivirus. She snapped the case shut. Groan. Alice froze. Spence's fingers twitched. His head snapped up. His eyes were no longer the eyes of a greedy traitor. They were milky white. His mouth, smeared with his own blood, snapped open. He was reanimating. Alice stood up slowly, backing away. She held the briefcase in one hand and the fire axe in the other. Zombie Spence clawed at the ground, dragging his broken body toward her. He hissed, a sound of pure hunger. Alice looked down at the man who had betrayed the world for a paycheck. "Look at you," she whispered, her voice devoid of pity. "You finally got what you deserved." Spence snarled, trying to grab her ankle. Alice tilted her head. "I think I miss you already." She raised the axe. Thwack! She buried the blade deep into his skull. Alice yanked the axe free, wiped the blood on his shirt, and turned around. She jumped onto the train just as the engine roared to life. "Go!" She yelled to Kaplan. "Get us out of here." The steel wheels of the Alexia Express screeched against the tracks, sending a shower of sparks into the dark tunnel. The train lurched forward, accelerating rapidly, carrying the survivors away from the hell they had endured. The platform was left in silence. The emergency lights spun, casting long, dancing shadows over the corpse of the traitor, Spence Parks, and the headless zombies Atlas had left in his wake. 10 seconds later. Thump, thump, thump. A massive, skinless form dropped from the ventilation ducts. Subject 009, the liquor, landed on the concrete with a wet slap. Its claws dug into the floor, gouging the cement. It hissed, its long, whip-like tongue tasting the air. Scent lost. The prey was gone. The metal box had taken them. The liquor turned its eyeless head toward the tunnel mouth, muscles coiling to spring. It prepared to give chase, its primitive brain locked onto the scent of Alice's blood. But before it could leap, a voice echoed through the cavernous station. "Hey EI!" The liquor froze. It turned its exposed brain slowly around. Standing at the entrance of the platform, leaning casually against a support pillar, was a figure in a shredded gray uniform. He was covered in black gore, his gray-white hair matted with water, but his gray eyes were glowing with a terrifying intelligence. Atlas smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was the smile of a butcher looking at a prize hog. "Oh no," Atlas thought, his silver claws extending with a metallic ring. "You are not getting away. You are my boss kill. You are my shop unlock. Did you forget your ticket, doggy?" Atlas mocked, stepping forward. The liquor snarled, confused. This thing smelled dead, T-virus, but it spoke like the living. It was an anomaly, and anomalies were threats. Roe arg. The liquor screamed at a high-pitched shriek that shattered the remaining light bulbs on the platform. It abandoned the tunnel and charged at Atlas. Atlas's grin widened. "Now, my chance." He didn't wait for the impact. He met the charge. With agility 19, Atlas was a blur. He sprinted forward, the floor cracking under his boots. Just as the liquor swiped with its massive right talon, a blow meant to decapitate him, Atlas slid underneath the attack. Shing! He rose from the slide in an uppercut motion. His silver-white claws raked across the liquor's face. Blue blood sprayed. 3 deep gashes appeared on the monster's exposed muscle tissue. But the liquor was a higher-tier biological weapon. It didn't flinch. It reacted with blinding speed. As Atlas prepared for a second strike, the liquor spun. Its tongue, a thick, muscular appendage tipped with bone, whipped around like a mace. Atlas saw it coming, but his body couldn't react fast enough to the counterweight shift. Wham! The tongue caught him mid-air, wrapping around his right leg. Shit! With a roar of effort, the liquor whipped its body, throwing Atlas like a ragdoll. Atlas flew 20 feet through the air. He smashed into the concrete wall of the station, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in the masonry, before sliding down to the floor. Atlas groaned, shaking his head. He spat out a mouthful of dust. "Okay," he rasped, standing up and cracking his neck. "You're stronger than the trash mobs. I respect that." He looked up, ready for round 2. But the platform was empty. The liquor hadn't followed up the attack. It had realized Atlas was a hard target. Its instinct drove it back to the easier prey. Far down the tunnel, the red taillights of the train were disappearing into the dark. The liquor was already galloping after it, moving along the walls with terrifying speed. "No!" Atlas yelled, sprinting to the edge of the platform. He watched the monster gaining on the train. "He's faster than me," Atlas realized with cold clarity. "My strength is high, but my speed is slower. I can't catch a liquor in a foot race. If I don't catch it, I lose the quest. I lose the XP. And Alice dies." He gritted his teeth. There was no time to hoard resources. "Plion!" Atlas shouted into his mind. Add 3 points to agility. Do it now. Affirmative. Allocating status points. Atlas, your agility has reached 22. Zap. A sensation like liquid lightning shot through Atlas's body. The world seemed to stutter, then sharpen. The dust motes floating in the air appeared to slow down. His muscles felt lighter, twitchier, coiled like high-tension iron cables. That's good, Atlas whispered, vibrating with the sudden upgrade. That's enough. He looked at the dark tunnel. I'm coming for you. Boom. Atlas launched himself off the platform. This time, he didn't just run. He rocketed. He moved so fast the wind pushed away wildly. He hit the tunnel walls, running horizontally, defying gravity, chasing the monster into the dark. The express train. Inside the main cabin of the train, the mood was a fragile mix of relief and terror. The rhythmic clack-clack-clack of the wheels on the track was hypnotic. Rain sat slumped against the wall, her complexion now a waxy, corpse-like gray. Her eyes were rolling back in her head. 29ch0027 make me feel rich. First things first, if this book gets 40 reviews by the end of the week, I will upload a bonus chapter. Second, should I reduce the word count I take from the last chapter as it seems like some readers don't like it? But keep in mind it's not like it increases the word count. I'm coming for you. Boom. Atlas launched himself off the platform. This time, he didn't just run. He rocketed. He moved so fast the wind pushed away wildly. He hit the tunnel walls, running horizontally, defying gravity, chasing the monster into the dark. The silent conductor. The Alexia Express main cabin. Time, 5:02 a.m. The express train. Inside the main cabin of the train, the mood was a fragile mix of relief and terror. The rhythmic clack-clack-clack of the wheels on the track was hypnotic. Rain sat slumped against the wall, her complexion now a waxy, corpse-like gray. Her eyes were rolling back in her head. Kaplan was in the driver's cabin, monitoring the speed. Matt was watching the rear door. Alice knelt beside Rain, holding the silver briefcase. She snapped a blue vial into the injector gun. I don't want to be like them, Rain whispered, her voice barely audible. When the time comes, do it, Alice. Put a bullet in me. Shut up, Alice said, her hands shaking slightly as she pressed the injector to Rain's neck. You're going to make it. Hiss. She pulled the trigger. The blue antivirus hissed into Rain's bloodstream. Rain gasped, her body arching in a spasm. Then, she went limp. Her head lolled to the side. Rain. Alice asked, her heart stopping. Silence. Rain. Alice shook her. Please, wake up. No response. Matt looked away, grief etched on his face. It was too late. The virus. It moves too fast. And she was bitten more than an hour ago. It's a miracle she has survived up until now. Alice lowered her head. She slowly reached for the gun on the floor. She couldn't let Rain turn. She had promised. She raised the Beretta, aiming it at her temple. Her finger tightened on the trigger. Suddenly, a hand shot up. Rain grabbed the barrel of the gun, pushing it away. Her eyes snapped open. They were still bloodshot, but the intelligence was back. She took a deep, ragged breath. I'm not dead yet, Rain rasped. Give me that. She took the gun from a stunned Alice. Alice let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. A genuine smile broke through her stoic mask. I'd kiss you, bitch, Alice laughed, tears in her eyes. You scared me. Rain managed a weak smirk. Not your type. Screech. The train shuddered violently. Metal tore. What was that? Matt shouted, grabbing the door frame to steady himself. From the rear of the train, the sound of heavy claws shredding the roof echoed down the cabin. It caught up, Alice realized, standing up. The liquor. Crash. The roof of the driver's cabin exploded inward. Kaplan. Alice screamed. Kaplan turned around, his eyes wide. What? A massive, tongue-like tentacle shot through the hole in the roof. It wrapped around Kaplan's torso, lifting him out of his seat. No! Help! Kaplan was yanked upward through the jagged metal hole. His scream was cut short as he was dragged onto the roof of the speeding train. Kaplan! Matt rushed to the door, but it was too late. The train, now driverless, continued to hurtle down the tracks. Thud! The liquor dropped from the roof into the main cabin, landing between Alice and the exit. It hissed, blood dripping from its claws. Kaplan's blood. Back! Alice yelled, shoving Rain behind her. The creature lunged. Matt grabbed a heavy steel sliding door, trying to slam it shut to block the beast. I've got it. Matt grunted, slamming the door. But the liquor didn't care about doors. It slammed its shoulder into the steel. Bam! The door flew off its tracks. It hit Matt square in the chest, sending him flying backward. Arg! Matt crashed into the wall, clutching his shoulder. 3 deep claw marks tore through his shirt, blood welling up instantly. Matt! Alice raised her gun, firing. Bang! 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 The bullets hit the liquor's exposed brain, but the creature just shook its head, and raged. It swiped the gun out of Alice's hand. It cornered them. Alice, Matt, and the injured Rain. There was nowhere left to run. The liquor raised its massive talons, preparing to slaughter them all. Alice grabbed a steel pipe, bracing herself for the end. But then, she saw movement through the shattered rear window. A figure was running behind the train. No, not behind. He was catching up. Atlas was sprinting along the tracks, his legs moving at a speed that defied logic. He looked like the gray streak of a motorbike. He leaped. He cleared the gap between the tracks and the moving train, landing on the rear coupling. He vaulted onto the roof. Inside the cabin, the liquor hissed, about to strike Alice. Crash! The roof above the liquor exploded downward. Atlas dropped into the cabin like a meteor. He didn't land on his feet. He landed on his prey. Time seemed to slow for Alice. She saw the white skin, the gray-silver hair, the glowing eyes. Atlas crossed his arms in front of his chest in midair. The 6 silver white bone claws extended fully, gleaming under the flickering cabin lights. Game over, a deep voice boomed. As he passed the liquor in his descent, Atlas uncrossed his arms in a violent, outward slash. X strike. The sheer force of the blow, combined with his momentum and strength 19, was catastrophic. The silver white claws sheared through the liquor's neck. Atlas landed in a crouch between Alice and the monster. Behind him, the liquor stood frozen for a second. Then, slowly, its head slid off its shoulders. Splat! The body collapsed a second later, spraying blue blood across the walls. Atlas stood up slowly, shaking the gore off his claws. He turned to face Alice, a charming, albeit bloodstained, smile on his face. He ignored the system notifications for a moment, looking directly into Alice's stunned blue eyes. Ticket inspection, Atlas quipped, his voice smooth, deep, and utterly incongruous with the carnage surrounding him. I believe that passenger didn't pay. He gestured vaguely with a bloodstained claw toward the headless corpse of the liquor twitching on the floor. The joke hung in the air, heavy and dead. Nobody laughed. There was no chuckle, no sigh of relief, not even a nervous titter. The only sound in the train cabin was the rhythmic clack-clack-clack of the wheels on the tracks and the high-pitched whistling of wind rushing through the hole in the roof where Kaplan had been dragged out. Alice and Matt stood frozen, pressed against the back wall of the cabin. Their chests heaved with exhaustion, but their eyes were wide, locked onto the figure crouching amidst the gore. To Alice, the scene was a cognitive dissonance that made her head spin. The creature the man standing before them was terrifying. He was drenched in blue and red blood. 6 curved, silver-white blades extended from his knuckles, shimmering with a sharpness that looked like it could cut through reality itself. His aura was heavy, a suffocating pressure that triggered every survival instinct she had. And yet, he wasn't ugly. Contrary to the rotting horrors they had fought in the hive, this entity possessed a strange, dark beauty. His skin was pale as alabaster, smooth and flawless. His features were sharp, aristocratic, framed by hair that had turned a metallic silver gray. His eyes were the most striking part, glowing with a dim, gray luminescence that spoke of intelligence, vanity, and power. He looked less like a zombie and more like a fallen angel who had decided to start eating people. Who are you? Matt stammered, clutching his bleeding shoulder. The infection from the liquor's scratch was already burning in his veins, but the fear of Atlas cut through the fever. Atlas stood up slowly. He retracted his claws halfway, the metal bone sliding back with a soft snack, but kept them ready. He opened his mouth to speak, to perhaps introduce himself as their savior or their nightmare. But the T-virus waits for no one. Behind Alice and Matt, a low, what groan gargled through the cabin. Ugh. Alice spun around. Rain Ocampo, the tough-as-nails commando who had fought through hell with a hole in her arm, was standing up. But Rain was gone. The antivirus had failed, or perhaps it had arrived seconds too late. Her skin had turned a mottled, bruised purple. Her eyes, once fierce and determined, were now completely white, filmed over by cataracts. Her mouth hung slack, drool mixed with black bile dripping onto her tactical vest. Rain, Alice whispered, heartbreak cracking her voice. She reached out a hand, a reflex of friendship. Rain, no. The zombie that used to be Rain snarled. It wasn't a human sound. It was the sound of pure, mindless hunger. She lunged at Alice, teeth snapping for the jugular. Watch you, Matt started to yell. Zip. The air in the cabin displaced with a sound like tearing canvas. Before Alice could scream, before Matt could raise his gun, and before Zombie Rain could close her jaws, Atlas moved. He didn't walk. He didn't run. He simply appeared. 1 second, he was standing over the liquor. The next, he was standing behind Rain. Atlas's expression was bored, almost clinical. His right hand was a blur. Shing, a single, horizontal flash of silver. Rain's snarl was cut short. A thin red line appeared across the bridge of her nose, extending through her cranium. The top half of her head slid slowly backward, defying gravity for a split second, before sliding off entirely. Thud! The two halves of the body collapsed to the floor. Alice gasped, stumbling back until she hit the train door. She looked at her dead friend, then up at Atlas. The efficiency of the kill was terrifying. There was no struggle. No fight. Just execution. She was expired, Atlas said simply, flicking Rain's blood off his claws onto the floor. No refunds. In that moment, Alice and Matt realized the truth. They weren't saved. They had simply traded a wild animal for a calculated killer. They were trapped in a metal box moving at 80 miles per hour with a god of death. In that moment, fear settled deep in their bones. They knew that if he was hostile, their fate was sealed. They were completely fucked. Atlas ignored their terrified stares. He turned his back to them, seemingly unconcerned that 2 armed people were behind him. To them, it looked like arrogance. To Atlas, it was inventory management. Plion, he commanded internally, his mind racing at the speed of a supercomputer. Show me the loot. Make me feel rich. Affirmative. The blue system window cascaded over his vision, invisible to the humans. Calculating rewards. Target eliminated, subject 009, the liquor. Base reward, 500 EXP. Evolution material, 100 EP. Soul harvest, 300 V gold. Kill log, sewer horde. Experience, plus 260 EXP. Evolution points, plus 52 EP. Soul harvest, plus 70 V gold. Ding. Quest complete. Quest name, the first apex. Objective, eliminate the liquor roaming the building. Status, complete, 1/1. Rewards, 1000 EXP, 2000 V gold. A surge of warmth flooded Atlas's core, the feeling of the system injecting raw power into his cellular structure. It was better than adrenaline. It was little better than sex, but just a little. It was growth. Level up. He had already leveled up to 5 entirely by killing the zombies during his journey to train. The massive XP dump from the liquor and the quest had catapulted him straight to level 6. Show me the status, Atlas ordered, mentally drooling over the numbers. 30 ch 0028. It was wild, it was primal. First things first, if this book gets 40 reviews by the end of the week, I will upload a bonus chapter. And just 9 more reviews remaining. Ding! Quest complete. Quest name, The First Apex. Objective, eliminate the liquor roaming the building. Status, complete, 1/1. Rewards, 1000 EXP, 2000 V Gold. A surge of warmth flooded Atlas's core, the feeling of the system injecting raw power into his cellular structure. It was better than adrenaline. It was better than sex. It was growth. Level up. He had already leveled up to 5 entirely by killing the zombies during his journey to train. The massive XP dump from the liquor and the quest had catapulted him straight to level 6. Show me the status, Atlas ordered, mentally drooling over the numbers. Affirmative. Status window. Name, Atlas Crewer. Race, Infected Evolved Zombie Undead Variant, Tier 1. Level, 6, 110/3200 EXP. Evolution Stage, Active Mutation. Core Attributes. Strength, 20. Agility, 23. Stamina. Mind, 25. Status Point, 12. Derived Stats. Reaction Speed, 23. Regeneration, Low. Combat Instinct, 3. Mental Stability, Near Perfect. Condition. Hunger, None. Infection Stability, Stable. Sanity, Locked. Skills. Neural Control, Passive. Retractable Claws, Active. Constant Regeneration, Passive. Evolution Traits. Undead Zombie. Resources. Evolution Points, 282. V-Gold, 3560. Atlas scanned the numbers, his internal monologue rushing by in milliseconds. Level 6. The XP curve just spiked. 3200 to get to level 7? That's steep. But my stats. Strength 20. Agility 23. I am superhuman in every sense of the word. A Tyrant T002 has a strength of maybe 20 to 25, but acts like a tractor. I move like a Ferrari. He looked at the V-Gold. 3560 gold. I'm getting close to the 5000 needed for the shop. Just a few more high-tier kills. Maybe if I farm the Nemesis and look into the sewers of Raccoon City later. He noticed a blinking notification in the corner of his HUD. System alert, level 5 reached. New body evolution path available. You have 1 pending evolution choice. Not now. Atlas dismissed the notification. I can't mutate in front of the normies. It's messy. I'll save it for when I'm alone. He felt good, strong, wealthy. The problem of the liquor was solved. The problem of rain was solved. Now, only one problem remained. That's good, Atlas thought, the satisfaction settling in his gut. Now let's take care of the loose ends. The entire interaction with Plion had taken less than 10 seconds of real time. Atlas slowly turned around to face the survivors. Alice and Matt were still pressed against the wall. Alice still held the Beretta, but her aim was wavering. She looked at him with a mix of awe and terror. She knew, instinctively, that the gun was useless. If he could cut Rain in half before she could blink, he could take the gun before she could pull the trigger. Matt was in worse shape. He was pale, sweating profusely, clutching his shoulder where the liquor had tagged him. The T-virus was already rewriting his DNA, preparing him for the Nemesis program, though he didn't know it yet. Atlas looked at them. His gray eyes glowed in the dim light of the train cabin. He retracted his claws fully this time, his hands returning to the appearance of normal, albeit pale, human hands. He smoothed back his silver hair, wiped a speck of Rain's blood from his cheek, and flashed them a charming, predatory smile. Now, Atlas said, his voice deep and echoing over the rhythmic clack-clack-clack of the train tracks. I believe this is the part where you say thank you. The quip hung in the air, heavy and dead. Nobody laughed. There was no chuckle, no sigh of relief. Alice and Matt were locked in a state of cognitive shock, their minds unable to reconcile the reality before them. They were trapped in a speeding metal box with a headless liquor, the corpse of their friend Rain, and a white-skinned entity that radiated a terrifying, wild beast-like pressure. Atlas stood amidst the gore, unbothered by the silence. He flicked his wrist, shaking the last drops of thick, drac blood from his retracted claws. He didn't look like a monster, he looked like a king standing in the ruins of a conquered kingdom. He glanced at Matt, dismissing him instantly as a non-threat, then focused his entire attention on Alice. His gray eyes, glowing with a bioluminescent intelligence, locked onto hers. The air in the cabin seemed to drop 10 degrees. Atlas began to walk toward her. He didn't rush. His steps were slow, deliberate, and silent, despite the boots he wore. With every step, the tension ratcheted up, tightening around Alice's throat like a noose. She wanted to run. Every survival instinct she had screamed at her to flee, to raise the gun, to do something. But she couldn't. Her legs felt rooted to the floor. It wasn't fear, or at least, not just fear. It was recognition. Deep in her DNA, the T-virus bonded to her cells was singing. It recognized Atlas not as an enemy, but as the apex, the alpha. Atlas stopped inches away from her. He was tall, towering over her, his broad shoulders blocking out the harsh lights of the cabin. The smell of him wasn't rot or decay, it was the scent of ozone, iron, and something muskier, something ancient and masculine. They stood there for several seconds, the world outside the train blurring into streaks of darkness. Alice stared up at him, her breath hitching in her chest. Up close, his skin was flawless, like polished marble. The veins beneath were not blue, but a shifting, metallic silver red. He was beautiful in a way that was painful to look at. Atlas slowly raised his hand. Alice flinched, expecting a strike, but the blow never came. Atlas reached out, his fingers no longer claws, but strong, pale hands gently brushing a stray lock of blonde hair from her forehead. His touch was cold, startlingly so, but gentle. He traced the line of her jaw, his thumb resting on her chin, tilting her head up to force her to look at him. "You," Atlas whispered, his voice a low rumble that vibrated in her chest. "You are magnificent, Alice." His gaze dropped to her lips. In his previous life, he had been a man of suppressed desires. But now, he was a creature of instinct. And his instinct screamed that she was his, the queen to his king, and you are mine from now on. It wasn't a question, it was a decree. Atlas bowed his head. Alice's eyes widened, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She should push him away. She should fight. But as he leaned in, a strange, intoxicating heat flooded her veins. For a heartbeat, it felt as though the axis of the world had ground to a halt. The silence between them was absolute. The only reason she hadn't moved, the only reason she stood her ground before such a terrifying presence, was a bone-deep intuitive Iona whisper in her soul telling her that this predator would not turn his claws on her. She had braced herself for a growl, for violence, or perhaps the cold indifference of a beast. She never expected him to possess the intellect for speech, let alone the capacity for reason. But that shock was nothing compared to what followed. The reality of his voice was eclipsed instantly by the shattering impossibility of his touch. He barely just spoke. He leaned in, bridging the gap between monster and human, and kissed her. He captured her lips. It wasn't a tentative, testing kiss. It was an invasion. Atlas kissed her with the hunger of a man who had died and come back to life just for this moment. His lips were cold, firm, and demanding. He pressed her back against the cool metal wall of the train, his body boxing her in. For Alice, the world stopped. The sound of the train, the smell of blood, the pain of the night, it all vanished. There was only the shock of his cold mouth moving against hers, the rough texture of his tongue sweeping past her lips, claiming her. It was wild. It was primal. She felt a jolt of electricity, literal bioelectricity between them. It was dizzying. Her hands, which had been clenched in fists, slowly unclenched. Without meaning to, she reached up, her fingers digging into the shoulders of his shredded uniform, holding onto him to keep from falling. For a moment, she wasn't Alice the security guard. She was just a woman, overwhelmed by a force of nature. The kiss lasted for an eternity, a mingling of breath and essence. Atlas savored the taste of Hershey, tasted like life, like fire. For Alice, the noise of the station faded. The fear, the death, the ideal of it dissolved into a single moment of stillness. His presence was overwhelming, yet steady, as though he were anchoring her rather than claiming her. She didn't pull away. She kissed him back. Just once. Then, abruptly, he pulled back. He didn't go far. His forehead rested against hers, his gray eyes burning into her blue ones. He was breathing none, while she was gasping for air, her face flushed, her lips swollen and red. Atlas's eyes searching her face for something: approval, rejection, fear. He found none of those. Only resolve. That seemed to satisfy him. Next time, Atlas murmured, his thumb brushing her lower lip, you won't be so surprised. Hey, get away from her. The spell shattered. Matt Addison, driven by a surge of protective adrenaline, lunged forward. He raised the gun he had scavenged, aiming it at the back of Atlas's head. Let her go, you freak. Atlas sighed. The romantic atmosphere evaporated, replaced by cold annoyance. Rude, Atlas whispered. Zap. He didn't turn. He simply vanished. To Matt's eyes, Atlas blurred. 1 second he was kissing Alice, the next, a gust of wind hit Matt's face. Matt blinked. A cold hand wrapped around his throat. Atlas was standing in front of him. With his free hand, Atlas casually slapped the gun. Clack clang. He didn't just knock it away, he dismantled it. With a movement too fast to track, Atlas stripped the slide from the frame, ejecting the magazine and the spring. The pieces of the weapon clattered uselessly to the floor. Ah! Atlas tightened his grip on Matt's throat, lifting the man off his feet effortlessly. He held him there, dangling like a puppet, staring into Matt's terrified eyes. Now, Atlas chided, his voice smooth and dangerous. You know it's stupid to try to fight someone much stronger than you. That isn't bravery, Matt. That's suicide. He squeezed slightly, just enough to cut off the airflow, letting Matt feel the crushing pressure of strength 20. But, Atlas continued, a smirk playing on his lips, I like your courage. You tried to defend your friend. So, I will let this pass this time. He leaned in close, his gray eyes piercing Matt's soul. Next time, you'll be dead before your brain even registers that I moved. Atlas opened his hand. Matt dropped to the floor, landing hard on his backside. He gasped, clutching his throat, coughing violently as he scrambled backward, away from the monster. Who are you? Matt rasped, fear etched in every line of his face. Atlas straightened his uniform, brushing invisible dust from his shoulder. Isn't it rude to not introduce yourself first? Atlas replied with a slight, mocking smile. Matt, the man wheezed, his defiance broken. Matt Addison. Matt Addison, Atlas repeated, tasting the name. The grieving brother. The environmentalist. And soon to be. He trailed off, knowing Matt's fate in the Nemesis program, but decided not to spoil the surprise. Now tell us who you are, Matt demanded weakly. Atlas turned, walking back to the center of the cabin. He stood between the corpses of the liquor and rain, a bridge between the living and the dead. Me. Atlas spread his arms. Well, I think you already know what I am from my appearance. He looked at his pale hands, turning them over. I am a zombie. Or I was one before. I died in that lab. The virus took me. Alice watched him, her hand touching her lips where he had kissed her. But you're not like them. You talk. You think. I am something more, Atlas agreed, his voice darkening. I am what happens when impossible works. He looked at them, his silhouette framed by the passing tunnel lights. You can call me Atlas Crewer. 31ch0029. He is the crown jewel. First things first, if this book gets 40 reviews by the end of the week, I will upload a bonus chapter. Just 9 more reviews are remaining, so please review it by 9:30 p.m. Atlas turned, walking back to the center of the cabin. He stood between the corpses of the liquor and rain, a bridge between the living and the dead. Me. Atlas spread his arms. Well, I think you already know what I am from my appearance. He looked at his pale hands, turning them over. I am a zombie. Or I was one before. I died in that lab. The virus took me. Alice watched him, her hand touching her lips where he had kissed her. But you're not like them. You talk. You think. I am something more, Atlas agreed, his voice darkening. I am what happens when impossible works. He looked at them, his silhouette framed by the passing tunnel lights. You can call me Atlas Crewer. He turned his gaze back to Alice. It's your turn, beautiful lady, he said, his face returning to a stoic, unreadable mask. Alice swallowed hard, trying to regain her composure. I'm Alice. Just Alice. Atlas nodded. Just Alice. For now. The train began to decelerate. The screech of brakes echoed through the tunnel. Okay, Atlas said, his tone shifting to business. We have arrived at the surface. Move if you want to get out. The mansion blast doors are waiting. He turned away from them, scanning the floor near Spence's corpse. There it was. The prize. The silver briefcase lay open on the floor, next to a black tactical backpack. Atlas crouched down. He ignored the gore and focused on the contents. Inside the foam inserts sat the spiral vials, 10 green T-virus vials and 7 blue antivirus vials. Jackpot, he thought. He snapped the briefcase shut. He glanced at the digital keypad on the lock. It was engaged. Alice stepped forward. We need the code to open it. Spence never told us. Atlas didn't even look up. His enhanced vision zoomed in on the keypad. He saw the residue of sweat, water and the faint, reddish smear of blood on 4 specific keys. He analyzed the residue signature fading from the plastic. Top left, bottom right, middle, center. The pattern formed in his mind instantly. 1-2-1-7, Atlas muttered. He didn't bother opening it to check. He knew he was right. Even if he was in the wrong, it doesn't imply that he couldn't have broken it open. He shoved the heavy silver briefcase into the black backpack, zipped it up, and slung it over one shoulder. He stood up, adjusting the strap of the bag. He looked at Alice and Matt, who were watching him with wide, curious eyes. They looked like children watching a magician perform a dangerous trick. The Alexia Express hissed as the pneumatic brakes engaged, bringing the silver bullet train to a final, shuddering halt. The screech of metal on metal died away, leaving a heavy silence in the underground deep, a silence that felt louder than the screams they had left behind in the hive. Well, Atlas gestured to the open sliding door with a sweeping, theatrical motion of his pale hand. After you. He was a gentleman monster, after all. Alice stared at him for a heartbeat, her blue eyes searching his stoic, white face for a crack in the armor. She found none, just that terrifying, glowing intelligence. She nodded slowly, adrenaline fading into exhaustion, and stepped onto the platform. Matt stumbled out after her, clutching his shoulder. His skin was pale, sweat beading on his forehead. The infection was spreading. They moved like ghosts, ascending the metal stairs that led up to the mansion's hidden laboratory entrance. They walked like lost children, their minds fractured by the horrors of the night, zombies, lasers, liquor, and now, him. They reached the grand foyer of the Spencer mansion. The early morning light was just beginning to bleed through the heavy curtains, casting long, dust-mote-filled beams across the polished marble floor. It was serene. It was safe. Or so it seemed. Alice took a deep breath of the stale mansion air. We made it, she whispered, turning to look at Atlas. We're out. She expected him to be checking the perimeter. Or perhaps looting the room. She didn't expect him to be standing inches from her. Alice gasped, backing up, but her back hit the ornate wooden pillar of the grand staircase. Atlas had closed the distance in silence, moving with the predatory grace of a panther. Atlas. She breathed, her heart hammering against her ribs. He didn't speak. He simply looked down at her. His gray eyes were burning, swirling with a mix of hunger and possession that made her knees feel strangely weak. The T-virus inside hurt her, man, but present hummed in resonance. It recognized him. It didn't see a monster. Atlas reached out, his hand sliding around her waist. His grip was firm, possessive, pulling her flush against his hard, cold chest. The shredded remains of his uniform felt rough against her bare arms, but the body beneath was like steel. You did well, Alice, Atlas murmured, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through her spine. You survived the game. Before she could process the compliment, he claimed her. He lowered his head and captured her lips. It wasn't a quick peck. It was a searing, deliberate kiss. It was the kind of kiss that claimed ownership. His lips were cold, contrasting sharply with the feverish heat rising in her own body, but they were soft, skillful. Alice's eyes went wide for a fraction of a second, her mind trying to rebel. He's a zombie. He's a monster. But her body betrayed her. Subconsciously, her hands rose, gripping the lapels of his uniform. Her eyes fluttered shut. The hormones within her responded to his proximity, flooding her with a dizzying rush of endorphins. She melted into him, her lips parting slightly, allowing him to deepen the kiss. For 15 seconds, the world outside didn't exist. There was only the taste of himazone, power, and something dangerously masculine. Atlas broke the kiss slowly, lingering for a moment as if savoring the taste of her compliance. He didn't let go of her waist. Instead, his hand slid lower, cupping the curve of her firm glutes through the red dress. He gave a squeeze not rough, but firm enough to make her gasp. He leaned down, his cold breath tickling the sensitive skin of her ear. He grazed the lobe with his sharp teeth, a playful, predatory nip that sent shivers cascading down her spine. "See you in a day or two, babe," he whispered, the endearment sounding strange yet perfect in his deep voice. Alice blinked, dazed, her lips swollen and red. What do you mean?" She opened her eyes to ask him what is going on, where he was going, to ask about the cure, but she was talking to the air. Zip! There was a sound like a vacuum collapsing, a displacement of air that ruffled her blonde hair. Atlas was gone. He hadn't run away. He had simply vanished from her visual spectrum, his agility of 23 propelling him out of the mansion before her neurons could even get rid of wild moments. Ugh! The scream shattered the romantic tension instantly. Alice spun around. Matt had collapsed to his knees in the center of the foyer. He was clutching his shoulder, his body convulsing. The veins in his neck were black, pulsing violently. "Matt!" Alice rushed to him, sliding on her knees across the marble. She grabbed his face. His eyes were changing, iris turning a sickly yellow. "The cure," Matt gasped, gripping her wrist. "Alice, the case." Alice's blood ran cold. She looked around frantically. The briefcase. It was gone. Atlas had taken it. He had the T-virus. He had the antivirus. He had left them with nothing but their lives. "That bastard," Alice whispered, a mix of fury and despair crashing over her. "He took it. He took everything." Crash! The heavy oak double doors of the mansion exploded inward. Blinding white floodlights poured into the dim hall, blinding them. Go! 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 Secure the perimeter. Men in white biohazard suits and heavy black tactical armor swarmed into the room like locusts. They bore the insignia of the UBCS, Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service. Before Alice could even reach for her gun, 3 laser sights were dotting her chest. "Freeze! Down on the ground. Now!" 2 soldiers tackled Matt, pinning him to the floor. Another 2 grabbed Alice, twisting her arms behind her back. She struggled, kicking out, but she was exhausted, and lost in sudden swifting emotions, and they were fresh. "Let him go!" Alice screamed. "He's injured. He needs help." A man in a pristine white lab coat walked calmly through the chaos. He wasn't wearing a mask. He adjusted his rimless glasses, looking down at the tablet in his hand. Dr. Alexander White, head of the Raccoon City Subsurface Research Division. He glanced at Matt, who was writhing on the floor, his mutation accelerating. "Mutation rate confirmed," Dr. White noted coolly. "T-virus infection is critical. He is bonding, but barely." He turned to his lead soldier. "Prepare that one for the Nemesis project. He has the physiology for the NE parasite implant." "No!" Matt shouted as they dragged him away. "Alice! Alice!" Dr. White turned his gaze to Alice. He studied her for a moment, looking at the biometric readings streaming from the Red Queen's backup. "And her?" the soldier asked. "Put the girl in quarantine," Dr. White ordered, tapping his screen. "Initiate Project Alice. I want to know why she hasn't turned yet. Her blood is promising." As the soldiers dragged Alice toward the waiting containment van, Dr. White swiped to a new screen on his tablet. It was a grainy freeze frame from the train station security camera. It showed a white-skinned figure with silver-white claws, decapitating a licker with a single blow. "But what about Subject A1? Dr. White murmured, his voice trembling with scientific lust. He looked up at the broken window where Atlas had vanished. "Where is he?" Dr. White demanded, shouting at his team. "The Red Queen's data indicates a new mutation. Intelligent, verbal, supernatural agility. He is the crown jewel, possibly the greatest biological leap since the progenitor virus itself." He turned to the tactical commander. "Send Bravo team. Send the hunters. Send everything," Dr. White commanded, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. "I want him found. I want him captured. Bring him to me, alive." "Alice." Matt's voice faded as he was thrown into a separate van. Alice struggled one last time, looking back at the empty spot where Atlas had kissed her. He knew, she realized. He knew they were coming. That's why he left. A soldier jammed a needle into her neck. "Sleep now," a cold voice whispered. The world went black. The Arklay Mountains' dense forest perimeter. Time, 5:25 a.m. The forest was a blur of green and brown, smeared into streaks of color by the velocity of the predator moving through it. Atlas ran. He didn't run like a man. He ran like a vehicle. His high agility allowed him to traverse the uneven terrain of the Arklay Mountains at speeds pushing 80 kilometers per hour. He vaulted over fallen logs without breaking stride, his boots barely touching the moss before propelling him forward again. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. It was a refreshing change from the stale, recycled air of the hive and the chemical stench of the train. Thus, we conclude Volume 1 of Resident Evil. So, has anyone realized where the story is going? Now Umbrella knew who Atlas is. How and why a certain Chinese spy/agent coming to Raccoon City? 32 CH0030 please. I have a family. So first things first, the higher-ups know about Atlas. In fact, since the whole breakout began, they have been watching Liv. But what the Red Queen let them see is not the complete picture. They know he's thinking, but they don't know he laughs, and his whole exploration in the sewers wasn't seen by them, only by the Red Queen. The last frame they saw was him killing the liquor, not taking or even kissing Alice. It was in the last chapter. I thought I didn't need to state it directly. She is an AI, so her programming is to follow commands. How she does this, or her obsession with Atlas, is all on her. The Arklay Mountains dense forest perimeter. Time, 5:25 a.m. The forest was a blur of green and brown, smeared into streaks of color by the velocity of the predator moving through it. Atlas ran. He didn't run like a man. He ran like a vehicle. His high agility, not needing oxygen, and infinite stamina allowed him to traverse the uneven terrain of the Arklay Mountains at speeds pushing 80 kilometers per hour. He vaulted over fallen logs without breaking stride, his boots barely touching the moss before propelling him forward again. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. It was a refreshing change from the stale, recycled air of the hive and the chemical stench of the train. On his back, the black tactical bag bounced rhythmically, holding a piece of the future of the world T-virus and the antivirus securely inside. Despite his movement, the vials of T-virus and antivirus remained unaffected, as the briefcase was designed with SIS in consideration. Raccoon City is 10 kilometers south, Atlas calculated, his mind mapping the terrain. If I maintain this pace, I'll be in the suburbs before the sun fully breaches the horizon. He felt invincible. The lingering taste of Alice was still on his lips, a sweet reminder of his conquest. The power of evolution hummed in his veins. But the forest was not empty. Atlas's enhanced ears twitched. Click, rustle, heartbeat, not the shuffling of the undead. This was the disciplined stillness of the living. Ambush, Atlas realized, skidding to a halt. He stopped in the center of a small clearing, surrounded by towering pines. The early morning mist clung to the ground, swirling around his boots. Hold! The command barked out from the treeline. Instantly, the forest erupted with the red glint of laser sights. 1, 2, 10, 15 red dots appeared on Atlas's chest. From the shadows, a squad of heavily armed men emerged. They wore gray urban camouflage, tactical vests, and gas masks. The insignia on their shoulders identified them immediately: UBCS, Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service. These weren't police officers or security guards. These were mercenaries, convicts, war criminals, and ex-special forces hired by Umbrella to clean up their messes. They formed a perfect oval perimeter, their SIG 556 assault rifles raised and locked onto the target. The squad leader, a burly man with a scar running beneath his gas mask, stepped forward. He didn't look afraid. He looked at Atlas like a specimen to be bagged. Target confirmed, the leader spoke into his comms, his voice amplified. Subject A1 located. He leveled his rifle at Atlas's head. Stop now, the leader commanded, his finger tightening on the trigger. Drop the bag and kneel on the ground with your hands behind your head. If you resist, I will shoot. Why? The sentence was never finished. Atlas didn't move. He translated. 1 second, he was standing 10 meters away. The next second, the air displaced with a violent crack, like a whip breaking the air apart. Atlas appeared directly in front of the leader. I don't like guns pointed at me. Tink it. Atlas's right hand moved in a lazy, horizontal arc. The silver bone claws extended mid-swing, creating a fan of white death. The leader's eyes went wide behind his mask. He tried to pull the trigger. His brain sent the signal to his finger, but his head was no longer attached to his body. Thump! The helmeted head slid off the neck, spinning through the air before landing in the dirt. A fountain of bright, arterial red blood sprayed into the mist, coating Atlas's gray uniform. The body stood there for a second, the finger twitching on the trigger, firing a burst of bullets into the ground, before collapsing. Silence reigned for exactly 1 heartbeat. Then, hell broke loose. Contact! Contact! Open fire! The clearing exploded with noise. 14 SIG 556 rifles opened up on full auto. The muzzle flashes lit up the dawn like strobe lights. Hundreds of rounds tore through the space where Atlas was standing, but he wasn't there. Atlas was gone. He was a gray ghost, a blur of motion that defied physiology. He didn't run away, he ran into them. Fighting humans is so different from zombies, Atlas mused, time seeming to slow down as his reaction speed kicked in. Zombies were durable. You could shoot them in the chest, and they wouldn't flinch. They felt no pain. They had no fear. You had to destroy the brain or sever the spine. Humans? Humans were soft. Humans were fragile. And most importantly, humans knew fear. Atlas slid under a hail of bullets, moving so low his chest scraped the grass. He popped up inside the guard of the soldier on the left flank. Too slow, Atlas whispered. He thrust his claws forward. Squelch! The blades punched through the ceramic plate carrier, through the ribs, and out the soldier's back. The mercenary screamed a high, wet sound of absolute agony. Atlas ripped his claws out sideways. The soldier collapsed, clutching his ruined chest, gargling blood. Check your fire! Check your fire! He's inside the perimeter. The mercenaries panicked. They couldn't shoot without hitting their own men. Atlas capitalized on the confusion. He was dancing now, the Grim Reaper of the Arklay Mountains. He grabbed a mercenary by the neck with his left hand, lifting the 200-pound man into the air as a human shield. Bullets meant for Atlas tore into the mercenary's legs and vest. Thanks for the cover, Atlas quipped. He threw the corpse at 2 other soldiers, knocking them to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Atlas leaped. He grabbed a low-hanging tree branch, swung once to build momentum, and dropped onto a sniper positioned on a ridge. Crunch! He landed with both feet on the man's shoulders. The sound of the collarbones shattering was sickeningly loud. The sniper crumpled instantly. Monster! The scream tore from the soldier's throat, a jagged sound of pure terror that signaled the total collapse of his discipline. In a frenzy of panic, he ripped a high-explosive grenade from his tactical vest. Die, you freak! He yanked the pin. Atlas didn't flinch. He didn't panic. He just smiled a cold, predatory baring of teeth. The distance between them vanished. Atlas moved with the speed of a striking viper, blurring the air. Before the soldier's arm could even cock back to throw, Atlas's claw flashed in a surgical arc. Shing! The soldier's hand, fingers still white-knuckled around the spoon of the live grenade, was severed cleanly at the wrist. It slapped wetly onto the forest ground, landing directly between the soldier's boots. The man stared down, his brain struggling to process the bleeding stump at the end of his arm and the death sitting at his feet. Oh sure. Boom. The detonation was a thunderclap in the confined space. The soldier was dead instantly, reduced to a fine red mist and wet chunks. The concussive force was absolute. Even Atlas, for all his power, could not ignore physics. Instinct took over. He dropped to a crouch instantly, curling his massive frame inward and shielding his head with his forearms just as the shockwave slammed into him. Dust, smoke, and the metallic tang of blood filled the air. For a moment, there was silence. Then, a shadow rose from the haze. Atlas stood up. His arms were a ruin shredded by the blast, with jagged pieces of hot shrapnel embedded deep into the muscle, stopped only by the incredible density of his hand bones. Thick silver-red blood dripped freely onto the dry ground. But before the survivors could even draw a breath of relief, the nightmare truly began. With a sickening, wet squelch, the shrapnel began to move. The jagged metal shards were pushed out of his flesh, rejected by his biology, clattering onto the floor one by one. Clink, clink, clink. Right before their eyes, the torn muscle fibers wove themselves back together like living snakes. The smaller wounds healed naturally, with the skin stitching itself closed, gradually sealing the wounds and even not leaving so much as a scar. Red steam rose from his arms as the slow regeneration began. The only men were left standing. They scrambled backward, boots slipping on the gore, their rifles rattling in trembling hands. They were veterans of the biowar. They had slaughtered hunters in the sewers. They had put down animal B.O.W. in the labs. They knew how to kill monsters. But this was different. Hunters didn't use tactics. Hunters didn't understand irony. This thing stood amidst the carnage, fully healed, and looked at them with intelligent eyes. And worst of all, it was laughing. Reloading. One screamed, fumbling with a magazine. Bad mistake, Atlas purred, appearing behind him. He didn't use his claws this time. He grabbed the soldier's head with both hands and twisted. Snap. The body went limp. The last two broke and ran. They dropped their guns and sprinted into the forest, terror overriding their training. Atlas watched them go for a second, calculating the distance. I can't let you report back just yet, he murmured. He picked up a combat knife dropped by one of the dead men. He weighed it in his hand. He threw it. The knife flew 50 meters, end over end, and buried itself in the back of the running soldier's skull. He dropped mid-stride. The final man tripped over a root, scrambling on his hands and knees. Atlas walked up to him casually, stepping over the corpses of his squad. The forest was silent again, save for the heavy breathing of the last survivor. The mercenary rolled over, holding up his hands. Please, I have a family. Atlas tilted his head, looking down at the man. His gray eyes were devoid of empathy. So did the people in the hive, and everyone in this city, my man. Atlas said softly. But you work for Umbrella. You knew the risks, dude. The man reached for his sidearm. Atlas stomped. His boot crushed the man's chest cavity, collapsing the ribcage into the heart. The soldier gasped once, blood bubbling from his lips, and died. Atlas stood alone in the clearing. The mist was now tinged pink. He adjusted the backpack straps. He looked at the Carnage 15 highly trained killers, wiped out and mummified in under 2 minutes. He felt great. The forest was silent, save for the dripping of blood from the pine needles and the distant cawing of crows sensing a feast. Atlas stood amidst the ruin of the UBCS squad. He flexed his hands, watching the bigger wounds slowly heal and silver-white bone claws slowly retract into his knuckles with a soft, wet snack. The skin sealed over the exit points instantly, leaving no scar, only smooth, pale perfection gleaming under the first golden rays of the rising sun. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the cold mountain air. It smelled of pine, damp earth, and the distinct, metallic iron rust. Messy, Atlas critiqued, looking down at his own attire. His white lab coat and security uniform was shredded, hanging off his frame in bloody tatters. He looked like a feral animal, not a sentient being. If he walked into Raccoon City looking like this, he wouldn't even make it to the suburbs before the RPD or the National Guard opened fire. So, the next thing is, from now on, I will start with Volume 1.5. The novel will be separated into several arcs for everyone, following many chapters for Atlas and his experiences and experiments, then shifting to Umbrella, the US government, the rival companies, the mercenaries, the G-Virus, the little girl, and many more, with some normal people before we officially begin Volume 2 with Zombie Everywhere. 33 CH0031 Raccoon City is waiting. So, the next thing is, from now on, I will start with Volume 1.5. The novel will be separated into several arcs for everyone, following many chapters for Atlas and his experiences and experiments, then shifting to Umbrella, the US government, the rival companies, the mercenaries, the G-Virus, the little girl, and many more, with some normal people before we officially begin Volume 2 with Zombie Everywhere. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the cold mountain air. It smelled of pine, damp earth, and the distinct, metallic iron rust. Messy, Atlas critiqued, looking down at his own attire. His white lab coat and security uniform was shredded, hanging off his frame in bloody tatters. He looked like a feral animal, not a sentient being. If he walked into Raccoon City looking like this, he wouldn't even make it to the suburbs before the RPD or the National Guard opened fire. He needed camouflage. He needed tactical gear. And he needed it now. Atlas swept his gaze over the graveyard he had created, scanning the twisted remains until his eyes locked onto the squad leader. The manner what was left of him lay in two distinct pieces, a desiccated torso, and a shriveled head resting 3 feet away in the dirt. Before the life force had been violently siphoned from his veins, the captain had been a mountain of a man broad-shouldered and heavyset. Now, he was just a husk inside a uniform that would fit Atlas's evolved physique perfectly. Atlas knelt beside the dry, leathery corpse. There was no hesitation in his hands, no flicker of revulsion in his gut. He felt nothing. No nausea. No guilt. The memories of his past life surfaced, cold and sharp. In the valleys of Kandahar, he had seen men turned inside out by IEDs. He had scavenged ammunition from the cooling bodies of squadmates because the mission demanded it. He had eaten MREs with hands stained by things that would make a priest vomit. Wearing a dead man's clothes? That didn't even register on his moral compass. In war, the dead don't need boots. The living do. Under the scorching sun of Afghanistan, he had done far worse than strip the dead. He had crawled through mud mixed with the blood of his friends. He had slept in trenches that smelled of rotting meat. Compared to the wet, chaotic butchery of war, peeling a dry uniform off a mummified enemy was nothing. It wasn't desecration, it was just a supply run. With efficient, practiced movements, he stripped the dead mercenary. He discarded the shattered plate carrier and the heavy, blood-soaked outer webbing. Instead, he salvaged the inner tactical uniform, reinforced gray cargo pants, a fitted black combat shirt made of moisture-wicking compression fabric, and a pair of heavy-duty tactical boots. He dressed quickly. The clothes fit almost perfectly, the compression shirt stretching tight over his defined muscles, the pants offering freedom of movement his old uniform lacked. He tightened the belt, feeling the familiar weight of tactical gear. It felt right. It felt like, before. Muscle memory, Atlas noted as he instinctively checked the laces of the boots. In my past life, I lived in gear like this for more than 3 years. It's good to know the T-virus didn't eat my training. He turned his attention to the weaponry. Lying in the dirt near the leader's hand was a sidearm. Atlas picked it up. It was a customized Sig Sauer P226, standard issue for high-ranking UBCS operatives. He ejected the magazine. Full. He pulled the slide back, checking the chamber. Clean action. He felt the weight of the polymer grip in his palm, the cold steel of the barrel. He raised the weapon, aiming at a pine cone 50 meters away. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out in rapid succession. The pine cone exploded into splinters. Atlas nodded, satisfied. The recoil, which would have at least something for a normal human, felt like nothing against his strength. Good, he muttered. Even though I don't need the gun to kill, it's always better to have it than not. He grabbed 6 spare magazines from the dead man's belt and threw them into the black tactical backpack containing the virus samples. For humans, Atlas mused aloud, holstering the weapon, the psychological threat of a gun is often more useful than the reality of a superhuman. If I point a fist at a civilian, they might try to be a hero. If I point a gun, they listen. Fear is a universal language. He turned his gaze to the rest of the loot. Scattered across the clearing were SIG 556 assault rifles, combat knives, rations, water canteens, and first aid kits. It was a treasure trove of survival gear. Atlas reached for a rifle, his fingers twitching with greed. I want it. I want all of it. But then, he stopped. He looked at his backpack. It was already full with the heavy silver briefcase. He sighed, a sound of deep, gamer-induced frustration. If only the system had an inventory, he complained to the empty forest. It would be so much help in this post-apocalyptic world. I could store the rifles, the food, the water, hell, I could strip the armor plates. He kicked a rifle aside. Even one of those Xianxia or Wuxia space storage rings would have worked. Just a 10x10 pocket space. Is that too much to ask? He paused, looking up at the sky. Then again, the system shop unlocks at level 5. I'm level 6. I just need the V-Gold. The shop connects to the multiverse. Surely, somewhere in the catalog of items, there is a bag of holding or a spatial ring. The thought comforted him. He shook his head, clearing the desire. He couldn't stay here. Umbrella had lost a squad, they would send another. Or worse, they would send a gunship. Time to go. But first, CSI. Atlas walked over to a tree trunk where one of the soldiers had managed to graze him with a bullet before dying. There was a small splash of blood on the Barkai's blood. It wasn't bright red like a human's. It was a dark, viscous crimson with shimmering streaks of silver, heavy with the T-virus and his own unique mutations. Atlas leaned in, sniffing the air. His enhanced olfactory senses picked up the scent instantly. It smelled of iron, ozone, and raw energy. I can't leave this, he whispered. He used his combat knife to pry the chunk of bark off the tree. He threw it into a plastic bio bag he found in a medic's kit. He moved to the spot where a grenade had exploded near him, sending shrapnel into his arm. Shrapnel his body had already pushed out and healed over. He found the bloody metal fragments in the dirt. He managed to obtain that as well, considering there were only 7 fragments with his blood due to his quick reaction. I do not want Umbrella getting their hands on my DNA, Atlas muttered, his voice low and intense as he scoured the ground with the obsessive precision of a forensic cleaner erasing a murder scene. He knew the lore. He knew the depths of their depravity. He knew the lore. He knew about the Wesker project. He knew about the Tyrant cloning program. Umbrella's scientists Dr. Isaacs, Dr. White were obsessed with genetics. If they found a sample of his blood that may have successfully harmonized with the lethal T-virus while retaining human intellect and gaining supernatural power, they wouldn't just hunt him, they would clone him. They would make an army of Atlases, but lobotomized and obedient. I don't even know what I am anymore, he thought, sealing the bag tight, his mind racing. My evolution is driven by the system and the soul matrix. The energy that rebuilds my bones and fuels my evolution is metaphysical and mostly comes from the soul. But the biological catalyst? The architecture? That is still the T-virus. He stared at the dark, viscous fluid in the bag. I doubt I even have a blood type anymore. I am likely walking around with liquid mutagen in my veins. The T-virus was an aggressive rewriter of reality. In the games, it tore apart the DNA double helix and forced rapid, violent evolution. But inside him, it may have stabilized, it may have adapted, and it may be a unique strain. That was the terrifying variable. Had the system replaced the virus, or had it supercharged it? His mind began to spiral, running through a gauntlet of wild, terrifying theories. The contagion vector, is his blood infectious? If a normal human touched it, would they turn into a standard zombie? Or would his superior strain turn them into a tyrant instantly? Or worse, would it kill them because their soul matrix couldn't handle the energy density? Genetic memory, the T-virus is known to carry instinctual data. If Umbrella cloned him, would the clone inherit his memories? Would a lab-grown copy of Atlas know about his past life? About the system? The progenitor trait, was he becoming something akin to the progenitor virus host? A source code for a new species entirely? He had a bunch of theories pop into his head. My mind is a mess, Atlas realized, shaking his head to clear the static. He was hyper-analyzing, his cultured cursed knowledge working against him, spinning doomsday scenarios. I need to relax. The high-stakes situation is getting into my head, making me see ghosts in the machinery. He took a deep breath, grounding himself in the present. The science didn't matter right now. The security did. Maybe none of these are possible, and they might not even be able to create his clone, or he may not be able to convert others into zombies. It was highly unlikely but still possible. Better safe than sorry, he whispered, pocketing the sample to be incinerated later. Deny the enemy everything. He picked up chunks of wet red sand from the places where his blood had dripped out. He also stuffed the old clothes in his backpack. Then he shoved the biobag deep into his pocket. He would flush it down a toilet in the city, or better yet, burn it in an incinerator. With the cleanup done, he did one last sweep of the bodies. Grenades, Atlas said, his eyes lighting up. He knelt by a fallen grenadier, unclipping the round, olive drab spheres from the tactical vest. M67 fragmentation grenades. Lethal radius of 5 meters, casualty radius of 15. He weighed one in his hand. These things pack a punch. If 5 are thrown point blank, they would even kill me, or at least seriously injure me. My regeneration is low. I can't regrow a head if it gets blown off. He clipped 4 of them to the agent's belt and took 3 more from the bag. He also grabbed a bunch more from the other agents and stuffed them in his backpack. I am a duelist, Atlas analyzed his own combat style. I excel in 1v1, speed, precision, but I lack AoE. If I get swarmed by thousands of zombies, or if I have to fight a massive multi-multided BOW like a Tyrant T-103 or a Hunter Alpha, my claws might not be enough to stagger them. In those moments, I'm stuck grinding away like a tortoise with a heavy backpack. He imagined fighting Mr. XTHE towering, relentless pursuer. Claws would cut him, sure, but if Limiter was destroyed, which was developed by Umbrella to keep the Tyrants, Hunters and many B.O.W from mutating beyond a controllable level, and their second or third form of uncontrollable mutation takes place, then let's just say a grenade down the body. That would buy only time. For the time being, these are necessary for him. This is just the beginning, Atlas said, standing up and adjusting his gear. I woke up a few hours ago. I'm already superhuman, but I'm not Superman. Not yet. He checked the sun. It was slowly climbing up, casting long shadows through the trees. The city was south. He gave the massacre one last look. 15 mummified bodies, dead in seconds. It was a grim testament to his power, and a warning of the escalation to come. Raccoon City is waiting, Atlas said to the wind. He turned south. His legs coiled with explosive power. Zap. He broke into a run, as if the earth was playing hopscotch beneath his new boots, leaving the crows to feast on the chaos of the impending apocalypse. 34 CH0032 bioorganic weapons. Awesome news. We hit our first 500 voters today, so get ready for a bonus chapter. Thanks, everyone. Yesterday, I provided a clue regarding the future of one of his significant abilities, but it appears that no one comprehended it. Second, I am thinking of the worlds of House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones around the 5th or 7th volume. What do you think he should be? Or maybe even sooner, as by then he would be as strong as basic Thor from Marvel. What do you think? Does the world have potential with dragons and magic, capturing his own empire there with mostly queens ruling? He gave the massacre one last look. 15 mummified bodies, dead in seconds. It was a grim testament to his power, and a warning of the escalation to come. Raccoon City is waiting, Atlas said to the wind. He turned south. His legs coiled with explosive power. Zap. He broke into a run, as if the earth was playing hopscotch beneath his new boots, leaving the crows to feast on the chaos of the impending apocalypse. Location, the Arkley Mountains Sector 9, ambush site. Time, 5:42 a.m. UBCS. Bravo team. 12 minutes. That was all it took for the forest to reclaim the silence. The morning mist was thick, drifting through the towering pines like spectral fingers. The sound of rotor blades cut through the quiet as a black umbrella transport helicopter hovered above the canopy, dropping ropes. UBCS. Bravo team descended. These were not fresh recruits. They were veterans of the conflicts in Eastern Europe, hardened mercenaries paid top dollar to clean up Umbrella's messes. But as their boots hit the soft, pine needle ground of the clearing, even they hesitated. The smell hit them first. It wasn't just the metallic tang of fresh blood, it was the smell of open bodyist heavy, sweet stench of viscera exposed to the air. Perimeter secure, Captain Henderson whispered into his comms, his rifle raised. Moving to contact. He signaled his point man to advance. They moved slowly, stepping over the fern-covered ground, until they reached the kill zone. Jesus Christ. The point man gagged, lowering his weapon. The clearing was a slaughterhouse. 15 men of Echo Team lay scattered like broken mummified toys. But they hadn't just been killed, they had been dismantled. Henderson walked toward the remains of the Echo leader. He stopped, staring down at the severed mummified head resting 3 feet from the neck. The expression on the dead man's face was frozen in a mask of absolute, primal terror. His eyes were wide, bulging from their sockets, staring up at a horror his brain couldn't process in his final seconds. "Command," Henderson said, his voice trembling slightly despite his training. "We found Echo Team. Status?" A cold voice crackled in his earpiece. "Wiped out," Henderson reported, looking around. "Total loss. No survivors." He walked over to a soldier whose chest had been opened. The ceramic trauma plate to stop the 7.62mm plate Ava's sliced clean through. "Sir, you need to see this," Henderson said, unclipping his tactical camera and syncing it to the live feed. "The wounds, they aren't ballistic." He focused the lens on the dried-up chest wound. 3 to 6 parallel lacerations, Henderson described. Clean cuts. Through Kevlar, ceramic, and bone. It looks like they were hit by a giant blender. He moved to another bodied sniper on the ridge. Blunt force trauma here. The clavicles are pulverized. It looks like something heavy dropped on him from the trees. Henderson moved deeper into the carnage, stepping over a severed hand still clutching a grenade pin. He found the soldier who had tried to run. And this. Henderson knelt, zooming the camera in. Buried deep in the base of the soldier's mummified skull was a combat knife. It had been thrown with such force that only the hilt was visible. "Sir, are we dealing with a tyrant? A hunter?" "Negative," the voice replied. "Hold position." Henderson stood up, looking at the Echo Team leader's body, one stripped to its underwear. "Sir," one of the hosts captioned Alex, "he's missing his gear. Uniform, boots, tactical belt." The subject took them. The forest went silent again, save for the buzzing of flies beginning to land on the red grass. Meanwhile, far away from the Raccoon City Spencer Mansion control room, Dr. Alexander White stood before a wall of high-definition monitors, his hands clasped behind his back. The blue light of the screens reflected in his rimless glasses, hiding the glint of obsession in his eyes. He watched the live feed from Henderson's camera. "Magnificent," Dr. White whispered. "Sir." The technician next to him looked up, disturbed. "They slaughtered a whole squad." "Look at the data, you fool," White snapped, pointing at the screen. "Look at the kill efficiency." He tapped a key, freezing the frame on the soldier with the knife in his skull. "Zombies do not use tools," White lectured, his voice rising with excitement. "Hunters operate on instinct. Tyrants follow programming. But this." He zoomed in on the knife hilt. Subject A1 utilized a projectile weapon, a knife, to eliminate a fleeing target. That demonstrates tactical cognition, geometry, physics, hand-to-eye coordination, and much more. He swiped the screen to the stripped corpse. And here, White grinned, a predatory expression that mirrored the monster he was hunting. He took the clothes. He realized his appearance was a liability. He realized he needed camouflage to blend into the human population. He possesses self-awareness and social mimicry. Dr. White turned to the team of scientists behind him. "Do you understand what this means? We haven't just created a monster. We have created a super soldier. He is the perfect fusion of the T-virus's power and human intelligence. He is the crown jewel of the bioweapons program." He grabbed the microphone, his composure cracking under the weight of his greed. "Henderson," White barked. "Go ahead, Dr. White. Did you find the subject?" "Negative, sir. The trail goes cold at the ridge. He's heading south, towards the city." "Useless garbage," White muttered, cutting the connection for a moment. He turned to his tactical commander. "Echo Team was incompetent. We need professionals." "Sir," the commander asked. "Orders." "Reassign the mission," White commanded, his eyes gleaming. "I want USS Alpha Team mobilized. Get Hunk on the line. If he's unavailable, send Delta and Omega squads. Their priority is capture and retrieval." He paused, looking back at the bloody footage of the forest. "And send a forensics team to the ambush site. Immediately." "Forensics, sir." "I want his blood," White shouted, slamming his fist into the console. "There's a 70% chance he was hit shot at least once. He must have bled." His eyes burned as he leaned forward. "Scour every inch of that forest. I don't care how long it takes. Find me a single drop of his DNA." His voice dropped to a reverent whisper. "If we uncover what makes him so unique, Umbrella won't just survive. Umbrella will rule the next millennia." "Sir," Henderson's voice came back over the line. "What about us?" "You are done in the forest, come back," White ordered coldly. "Your new objective is the hive. Enter the mansion, secure the laboratory entrance and clear the hive. Nothing comes out." "Roger that, Dr. White turned away from the screen. He walked over to the main map of Raccoon City. Red warning lights were blinking in the sewer sectors. The Red Queen's report on the rat infection vector was flashing on his datapad. Infection rate, exponential. Containment breach, imminent. It's not too late for the sewers, White muttered. He picked up a secure red phone at direct line to Umbrella headquarters. Location, far away from the Raccoon City Spencer Mansion control room. Time, 7:22 a.m. The underground control center, located deep beneath the Raccoon City outskirts in a facility separate from the compromised hive right below the Spencer Mansion, hummed with the sound of high-speed cooling fans and panic typing. This was the Overwatch Deca-hardened bunker designed to monitor Umbrella's subterranean assets. Dr. Alexander White stood before the primary display wall, a massive expanse of reinforced glass and OLED panels that currently displayed the grim geography of Raccoon City. He stood with his hands clasped behind the small of his back, his posture rigid, his pristine white lab coat reflecting the harsh blue light of the monitors. To his left and right, technicians in gray jumpsuits scrambled, shouting data points back and forth, their voices edged with hysteria. But White tuned them out. He only cared about the data. And the data was catastrophic. On the main map, the sewer sectors typically marked in calm, flowing blue were blinking with angry, pulsating red warning lights. Biohazard warning, Sector 7, 8, 9. Vector analysis, Rattus norvegicus. Infection rate, exponential. Report, White said, his voice cutting through the chaotic noise of the room like a scalpel. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. The holographic projector in the center of the command pit whirred to life. The Red Queen's avatar appeared. She looked different here than she did in the hive, crisper, less distorted, running on the dedicated backup servers of the Overwatch Nest facility. The containment failure in the hive has cascaded, the Red Queen's synthesized voice announced, devoid of emotion. The subject known as Apex 1 eliminated a significant number of infected personnel within the facility. However, his method of execution was untidy. He left the mummified bodies, White deduced, staring at the blinking red lights. Correct. He seems to drain them of vital essence but left the desiccated, viral-laden husks behind. The local vermin population, specifically the sewer rats, have consumed the remains. They have become primary carriers. The map zoomed in. Streams of red light moved from the underground sewers, spreading outward like the roots of a poisonous tree, reaching up into the drainage pipes of residential homes, restaurants, and the city streets. Containment breach, imminent. The rats are moving to the surface, White muttered, adjusting his rimless glasses. It's a mathematical certainty. Within days, the domestic pets will be infected. By the 4th or 5th morning, the human population, if not sooner. He turned away from the map, walking toward the hologram. Red Queen, White commanded. I need a full inventory of the biological assets in the hive. When the electric charge was triggered by the intrusion team, when you were rebooting, the security grid was down. For approximately 1,200 seconds, the Red Queen confirmed. The magnetic locks on the lower containment cells disengaged. White's jaw tightened. What got out? The Red Queen's eyes flashed with scrolling data streams. The hive housed a collection of 30 experimental bioorganic weapons in the zoological sector. These included animal-based and insect-based prototypes designed for field mobility testing. During the blackout window, 20 of the 30 specimens escaped their holding cells. They accessed the waste disposal chutes and have entered the Raccoon City sewer network. White pinched the bridge of his nose. Specifics. Subject Y13 through Y18, web spinners. Giant arachnid mutations. Status, loose in the sewers. Subject S4 through S9, adders. Viral enhanced vipers. Status, loose in the waterways. Subject W2, giant moth prototype. Status, nesting in the ventilation shafts. White waved his hand dismissively. Insects and snakes are manageable. They are local threats. I want to know about the hunter-killers, the heavy assets. He stepped closer to the hologram, his shadow falling over the digital girl. Talk to me about the Ma-121 hunters. Talk to me about the chimeras. And the lickers. The Red Queen paused for a microsecond, cross-referencing the facility sensors. The Hunter Alpha Unit 6 specimens total were housed in reinforced cryostasis in Sector 5. Due to the high-risk nature of these assets, my secondary backup protocols utilize a mechanical gravity lock, not a magnetic one. When the power died, the gravity locks held. The hunters remain in stasis. White let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Good. If 6 hunters were loose in the city right now, we wouldn't have a quarantine, we'd have a war zone. The 2 chimera hybrids, the Red Queen continued, remained in the ventilation shafts of the hive. They did yet to exit the facility. Regarding the lickers, the hologram shifted, showing a list of 10 subjects. 10 subjects were active in the hive. Subjects 001 through 010. During the incident, 9 of them were contained by the emergency bulkhead seals I initiated prior to the electric charge blast. They are trapped within the hive sewers for now. 35 CH0033 Protocol 4-4 initiated. Bonus chapter. I am thinking of the worlds of House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones around the 5th or 7th volume. What do you think he should be? Or maybe even sooner, as by then he would be as strong as basic Thor from Marvel. What do you think? Does the world have potential with dragons and magic, capturing his own empire there with mostly queens ruling? A vacation world of you will motley fast kill and harem. The 2 chimera hybrids, the Red Queen continued, remained in the ventilation shafts of the hive. They did yet to exit the facility. Regarding the lickers, the hologram shifted, showing a list of 10 subjects. 10 subjects were active in the hive. subjects 001 through 010. During the incident, 9 of them were contained by the emergency bulkhead seals I initiated prior to the electric charge blast. They are trapped within the hive sewers for now. And the 10th? White asked, though he already suspected the answer. Subject 009. A mechanical malfunction in the cryotube release mechanism occurred during the power surge. It escaped. This is the entity that pursued the survivors to the train platform and was subsequently decapitated by the A1. White finished, a greedy glint returning to his eyes. So, the heavy hitters are contained. What about the Tyrant series? This was the main jewel of White's division. The Tyrant program was the endgame of the T-virus creation of the ultimate biological soldier. All Tyrant units are secure, the Red Queen reported. The T-00 Mr. X prototype, the T-001 Proto-Tyrant, the T-002 combat model, all remain in deep freeze suspension in the lower labs fully adapted to Nemesis parasite. She brought up a schematic of a massive, heavily armored containment unit. Furthermore, the 3 T-103 mass production models, 3 clones currently undergoing the Nemesis parasite integration, are stable. The parasites have successfully bonded to the host cortex. We have full synaptic control. They are sleeping, awaiting activation codes. Excellent, White whispered, running his tongue over his teeth. The Nemesis project is our failsafe. If the city falls, we will have the ultimate cleanup crew. He paused, looking at a specific file on the bottom of the list. A file marked with a triple red biohazard symbol. And subject type B? Lisa Trevor. The Red Queen's avatar flickered, bringing up an image of a grotesque, hunched figure, bound in shackles, her face hidden behind a mask of stitched human flesh. Lisa Trevor remains in the circular containment tract beneath the mansion. Her regenerative capabilities continue to exceed all theoretical limits. She has absorbed the progenitor virus, the T-virus, and the NE parasite without undergoing critical mutation failure up until now. And currently undergoing the Nemesis parasite integration, is stable. We are in control. The most successful mistake we ever made, White nodded, a wide, prideful smile stretching his face. She is the bridge, the mother of the Golgotha virus. At the mention of the G virus, White's expression shifted. It became sharper, tinged with a mix of professional respect and intense rivalry. Speaking of G, White asked, glancing at a secondary monitor that showed a blacked-out feed. What is the status of the Nest facility? Dr. William Birkin and his wife, Annette. The Nest was the other massive underground laboratory here in the zoological sector, and animal-based and insect-based prototypes came from him. It's a larger, more advanced, and dedicated almost exclusively to William Birkin's G-virus research. While White oversees the Hive and the T-virus applications, Birkin was the golden boy of Umbrella, working on the next stage of evolution. They weren't in the Hive during the outbreak. White reasoned aloud. Birkin rarely leaves his lab in the Nest, but... Correct, the Red Queen confirmed. Dr. William Birkin and senior researcher Annette Birkin were not present in the Hive, nor were they in the Nest facility at the moment of the initial outbreak. Where were they? White asked, surprised. Birkin was a workaholic. They were attending a mandatory school function at East Raccoon Elementary, the Red Queen replied. A parent-teacher conference regarding the academic progress of their daughter, Sherry Birkin. White let out a sharp, cynical laugh. Domesticity saves the day. Irony at its finest. If Birkin had been in the Hive, he would be a zombie right now. Instead, he's sitting in a classroom listening to a teacher complain about his daughter. Good, White nodded, his face turning serious. The G-virus is too valuable to lose. Ensure the Nest facility remains on independent lockdown. If the city goes to hell, Birkin will retreat to his lab. We need to make sure he can get there. The Red Queen's avatar suddenly distorted, a wave of static washing over her image. Dr. White, she interrupted. There is additional anomaly data you must be aware of. While my sensors in the Hive were offline, my remote telemetry from the city infrastructure detected irregularities. Define irregularities, White said, stepping back to the main map. Biological mass readings in the sewers that do not match T-virus infection patterns, she explained. I am detecting massive, slug-like biomass signatures in the waste processing sectors. Giant leeches. They are aggregating in the damp zones. White frowned. Leeches? Local fauna mutation. Negative. The growth rate suggests direct exposure to a pure viral strain, distinct from the T-virus. It bears markers similar to the early progenitor experiments conducted by Dr. James Marcus. White froze. James Marcus was dead, assassinated by Umbrella's own hit squads 10 years ago on Spencer's orders. That's impossible, White muttered, waving it off, though a cold shiver ran down his spine. Marcus is dead. It's probably just chemical runoff from the waste plant interacting with the local ecosystem. Perhaps, the Red Queen said, though her tone suggested she calculated a 0.01% probability of that being true. Additionally, there are reports from the Arklay Mountains. Hikers have reported packs of wild dogs exhibiting high aggression and necrosis. The Ma-39 Cerberus prototypes from the mansion kennels, they may have escaped earlier than we thought. Great, White sneered. So we have zombies in the labs, giant bugs and animals in the sewers, and zombie dogs in the mountains. And the water, the Red Queen added, delivering the final nail in the coffin. The waste processing plant beneath the Hive has been compromised. T-virus effluent is leaking into the soil and the water table. Hospitals in the city are expected to report sporadic infections with a probability of 73% within the next 2 to 3 days. The cannibal sickness are not just from rats. The citizens are drinking the virus. Dr. White stared at the map. The red lights were no longer blinking, they were solidifying into a web of death that covered the entire grid. It's over, White realized. Containment is impossible. The city is already dead, they just don't know it yet. Let's see what we can salvage from here. He stood in silence for a moment, the hum of the computers filling the room. He wasn't mourning the loss of life. He was calculating the opportunity cost. If we let this spiral naturally, White murmured, the government will intervene. They will seize our assets. They will take the G-virus. They will take the tyrants. His eyes hardened. But if we control the collapse, if we turn Raccoon City into a testing ground, we can salvage the data. And more importantly, he looked at the freeze frame of Atlas on his tablet, gray blur of motion, the silver claws, the intelligence. We can catch the apex. White turned his back on the monitors. He walked over to a standalone console in the center of the room. On it sat a heavy, red analog telephone. It had no dial pad. It connected to only one place, the Umbrella Corporation High Command. White picked up the receiver. The line clicked open instantly. This is Dr. Alexander White, he spoke clearly, his voice steady. Clearance level 9. Authorization code 00 Alpha Zeus. He waited for the mechanical click of the encryption key verifying his voice print. I am declaring a code red emergency for Raccoon City, White stated. The hive is compromised. The infection vector is uncontrolled. He looked at the map of the city schools, the police station, the suburban homes where families were currently sleeping, unaware that monsters were scratching at their basement pipes. Initiate Protocol 4-4. There was a pause on the other end, then a robotic confirmation. Protocol 4-4 authorized. Close the city, White ordered, his voice devoid of empathy, replaced by the cold authority of a god deciding the fate of ants. Seal the main gates. Weld them shut if you have to. Blockade the bridges. No one leaves. No one enters. He paced around the console, the cord trailing behind him. Mobilize the UBCS and the National Guard. Spin the media narrative. Tell them there was a spill at the nuclear power plant. Tell them it's radiation. Tell them it's a terrorist attack. I don't care what you tell them, as long as it keeps the civilians inside and the military outside. He paused, listening to the confirmation. Signal the extraction transport. Secure the key assets, White said smoothly. Deploy the UBCS to secure the corridor. I require the full might of Alpha, Beta, Delta, and Omega teams. Nothing gets in or out without my say-so. And the support staff, sir. White smiled, a thin, cruel curving of his lips. Only the essential personnel get a seat on the choppers. The rest, consider them, live combat data for the experiments. They are expendable. They are liquid assets. Expendable. Leave them to the BOWS. He hung up the phone. The heavy clack echoed in the silent room. Protocol 4-4 initiated, the Red Queen announced. Perimeter lockdown in T-10 minutes. White walked back to the main screen. He watched as the icons for the blast gates on the Ravens Gate Bridge turned from green to red. He watched as the icons for the National Guard units began to move toward the city limits. Control the infection spread as much as we can, White whispered to the empty room, his reflection ghostly in the glass. 36 CH0034 Human life is dirt cheap. 2 chapters in 1, yay. Where are all the commenters? Give me some power stones, there you go. I am thinking of the world travel for the worlds of House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones around the 5th or 7th volume. What do you think he should be? Or maybe even sooner, as by then he would be as strong as basic Thor from Marvel. What do you think? Does the world have potential with dragons and magic, capturing and creating his own empire there with mostly queens ruling? A vacation and resources world with story being motley fast kill and harem. What do you think? White smiled, a thin, cruel curving of his lips. Only the essential personnel get a seat on the choppers. The rest, consider them, live combat data for the experiments. They are expendable. They are liquid assets. Expendable. Leave them to the BOWS. He hung up the phone. The heavy clack echoed in the silent room. Protocol 4-4 initiated, the Red Queen announced. Perimeter lockdown in T-10 minutes. White walked back to the main screen. He watched as the icons for the blast gates on the Ravens Gate Bridge turned from green to red. He watched as the icons for the National Guard units began to move toward the city limits. Control the infection spread as much as we can, White whispered to the empty room, his reflection ghostly in the glass. He tapped the image of Atlas again. Chaos will flush him out. He thinks he is a predator. He thinks he is free. Dr. White smiled a terrifying, soulless expression. This city is now a cage. And when the apex reveals himself, we will be waiting. He turned to his lead security officer. Once the hive is cleaned and quarantined, prepare the Nemesis, Lickers, the T-00, the T-001 Proto-Tyrant, the T-002, Chimera hybrids, and Subject Type B. White ordered. Wake them up, and they'll start tackling sewer problems first, then if Subject A1 wants a fight, let's give him a war. Raccoon City Northern Residential District. Time, 5:55 a.m. The sun had fully breached the horizon, casting a wash of pale gold over Raccoon City. It was that quiet, deceptive hour of the morning. The streetlights were flickering off one by one, their sodium orange glow surrendering to the daylight. The city was waking up. Sprinklers hissed on manicured lawns, misting the hydrangeas. The smell of brewing coffee and toasted bread wafted from open kitchen windows, masking the faint, underlying stench of sewage that was beginning to seep up from the drains. Atlas walked down the sidewalk of Elm Street, a ghost of the Arkley Mountains invading suburbia. He was a striking anomaly against the backdrop of white picket fences and sedans backing out of driveways. He wore the stolen UBCS tactical gear-type black compression shirt, reinforced gray cargo pants, and heavy combat boots. The clothes were devoid of insignia, stripping him of any faction, leaving only the raw physicality of the man beneath. He was broad-shouldered, his muscles coiled and dense, moving with a fluid, predatory grace that made the average pedestrians look clumsy by comparison. His silver-gray hair was swept back, wild yet stylish, and his skin was a pale alabaster that seemed to catch the light differently than human skin. Passers-by noticed. A group of joggers ran past him on the other side of the street. Two women in the back of the pack slowed their pace, their heads turning to track him. They whispered to each other, giggling, eyes lingering on the way his tactical shirt clung to his chest and arms. "Check him out," one whispered, biting her lip. "Is he a model? Or maybe SWAT? With that bleached hair color? Definitely a model," the other replied, flashing a hopeful smile in his direction. Atlas didn't even blink. He didn't care about their thirst. He didn't care that he was the most dangerous thing in the zip code. His mind was turned inward, focused on a conversation with the only entity that truly mattered. "Plion," he commanded silently, stepping casually over a discarded newspaper on the sidewalk. "Tally the harvest from the forest. I want to know the perceived value of human life in your eyes." The system's chime responded instantly, a sweet, digital melody that played directly into his auditory cortex. "Affirmative, Atlas. Processing combat data from Arklay ambush." The blue screen materialized in his mind's eye, overlaying the peaceful street with cold, hard numbers. "Targets neutralized, 15, UBCS operatives. Experience gained, 75 EXP. Evolution points acquired, 15 EP. Atlas stopped walking. A frown of deep, genuine dissatisfaction creased his brow. 75 experience? 15 evolution points. He analyzed the data with cold, predatory logic. That is, insulting. Those men were elite mercenaries, trained killers, prime physical specimens in peak condition, and yet, they offer a yield of 5 EXP and 1 EP per head. He resumed walking, his pace slightly more aggressive. A standard, brain-dead tier 0 zombie grants 10 EXP and 2 EP. A creature that shuffles and rots is worth double the biological value of a trained soldier? The math ain't matting. If elite combatants are worth this little, what is a civilian worth? Dust. It defied the laws of RPG logic. Usually, harder enemies yielded better rewards. "Plion," Atlas demanded, his mental tone sharp. "Explain this disparity. Why is the biological harvest from humans so significantly degraded compared to the infected? Why is evolution point earned trash?" Almost immediately, the cold, female voice of the system echoed in his mind, unfurling a stream of data that combined biological fact with cosmic metaphysics. Query acknowledged. Initiating deep dive audit of essence extraction efficiency. Answer: the disparity in yield originates from the target's biospiritual density. 1. The currency of evolution. Experience, EXP, evolution points, EP, and V-Gold are not arbitrary numbers. They are resources synthesized mostly from the crystallized fragments of a killed being's soul matrix. The yield is directly proportional to the vitality and intensity of the life force contained within that vessel at the moment of death. 2. The human baseline / the regulated vessel. Standard humans possess a soul matrix that is in a state of equilibrium. Their vessels are governed by strict biological limiters, myostatin inhibitors, fatigue toxins, and pain receptors designed to preserve homeostasis. These mechanisms prevent the body from accessing its full potential to avoid self-destruction. A human soul is a stable, low-output capacitor. It is safe. It is regulated. It is dilute. 3. The zombie anomaly / the unbound reactor. A zombie, however, has had these biological shackles catastrophically ruptured. Their cellular architecture has not merely mutated, it has evolved into a vessel of ravenous, feral vigor. To sustain this unnatural physiology, the subject's soul matrix is forcibly compressed. The virus creates a metaphysical vacuum within the host, trapping the soul in a Faraday cage of mutated flesh. No longer able to flow or dissipate, the soul becomes a superdense, volatile singularity, giving them much longer lifespan and power structures. While the contagion initiates in the blood and synapses targets of body and mind, it creates a metaphysical vacuum. This blockage severs the connection to the self, consciousness, but hypercharges the engine, vitality. The undead condition forces the soul matrix to operate at 300% efficiency, achieving a state of violent biological fusion. They are not burning out, they have become closed-loop reactors of infinite stamina, fueling an immortal nightmare that defies the natural laws of decay. The undead forces the soul to burn at 300% efficiency, becoming a denser, more volatile container of energy. They are burning their candle at both ends. Summary: humans are standard AA batteries, stable, but low yield. Zombies are unshielded, leaking fusion cores, unstable, dangerous, but overflowing with raw, condensed power. Strategic conclusion: farming unmutated humans for evolution points is inefficient. Focus on mutants, B.O.W.S, evolved threats, and superhumans for optimal growth metrics. Atlas absorbed the stream of data, the blue light of the interface reflecting in his eyes as his frown smoothed into a look of cold understanding. So that's the logic, he mused silently, his voice low. The virus isn't just a plague, it's a catalyst. I am not hunting sick people. I am hunting walking nuclear reactors. It finally explains the missing variable. Atlas thought, leaning back against the rough concrete wall. In every apocalypse story back on Earth, the virus was treated as purely biological fungus, rage pathogens, parasites. But I always wondered, if the body is dead, what powers the perpetual motion? What fuels the eternal hunger? What is the role of the soul? Before his transmigration, he did wonder about the existence of the soul, but now that he is here, he realizes it exists and plays an important role in his evolution. He was wondering if zombie fiction just affected the body and mind, but now he knew for sure. He tapped his temple, tracing the invisible lines of the system. It's the soul. The virus targets the biology to build a cage, but it targets the metaphysics to power the machine. It isolates the soul matrix, severing the ego and the consciousness, the self, leaving only the raw, driving instinct. That explains why traditional cures in fiction were so difficult. You can't just fix the cells. You have to reconnect the metaphysical wire. You have to bridge the gap between the body and the soul that the virus violently tore apart. This creates a coherent timeline for infection, Atlas realized, his mind racing as the pieces clicked into place. It explains why antivirals and cures in the stories only ever worked during the incubation phase before the zombification. Once the soul matrix is fully compressed and the viral cage hardens, the connection to the original self is just blocked. Trying to cure a fully turned zombie is like trying to unburn a match. The metaphysical fusion has already occurred. The biological hardware is irrevocably altered to support the reactor, not the human. This explains why it was extremely uncommon for a fully transformed zombie to revert to human form. He paused, his eyes narrowing as he considered the more dangerous variants he knew were out there. And it creates a terrifying logic for the anomalies. The smart zombies. The ones that use tactics, wield weapons, or lead packs. Their soul matrix wasn't completely sealed off. Whether through a flaw in the virus or sheer biological luck, their ego is leaking through the cracks in the containment field, granting the beast access to the muscle memory and tactical intellect of the host. A darker thought crossed his mind, one that explained the rarest of the undead sentient ones. It even justifies the existence of those who retain their sanity after the turn. If the density of the soul matrix is determined by life force, then a human with exceptional willpower or a naturally dense spirit or something else might resist the compression. They don't become a trapped battery, they force a symbiosis. They aren't prisoners of the virus, they become its pilots. They keep the self, but gain the power of the zombies and stamina of the reactor. These thoughts reminded him of a romance anime he had previously watched. Sankaria, Undying Love. It was a beautiful love story of a guy obsessed with zombies and a girl who wanted to die. The anime was amazing, but its bittersweetness and ambiguous ending left much to be desired. And Zamusi goes crazy FRFR. Atlas laughed to himself at his joke, even though it wasn't that funny. Biological constraints meet spiritual warfare. It's all just a math problem involving energy density and resistance. He let out a short, cynical huff of breath. To anyone else, this would sound like esoteric nonsense. Magic. Mumbo jumbo. But considering I am a transmigrator interacting with a gamified system in a fictional reality, treating the soul fragments as a harvestable fuel source is actually the most logical part of my day. It makes sense for Vamps to theory, basically just upgraded zombies. The realization settled over him, heavy and grim. He looked down at his hands, then out toward the ruin of the city. Anyway, from this, one thing is clear, Atlas whispered, the sentiment hanging in the dead air. It seems human life is dirt cheap. In this world, human life seemed to cost less than dirty's value measured only by how much power stood behind it. He looked at his own hand. And I am the biggest reactor of them all. He was shaken from his internal reverie by the realization that he had stopped in the middle of the sidewalk. He looked up. He was attracting attention. A man walking in tactical gear with a 1,000-yard stare tended to make suburbanites nervous. He needed to blend in. He needed to be human. He scanned the street. About 20 meters ahead, a young woman was stretching against a lamppost. She looked to be in her early 20s, dressed in tight black yoga pants and a neon pink athletic top. She had those old Sony headphones around her neck. Atlas adjusted his posture. He relaxed his shoulders, dropping the apex predator aura and replacing it with a mask of lost tourist. He walked toward her. The sound of his heavy boots on the pavement made her look up. Her reaction was immediate. Her eyes widened, scanning him from the boots up to his face. When her gaze met his striking gray eyes, her breath audibly hitched. A flush rose to her cheeks, instant and visible. She straightened up, patting her hair self-consciously, a wide, fluffy smile spreading across her face. Hi, she squeaked, then cleared her throat to try for a sultrier tone. Hi there. Atlas stopped a respectful distance away, flashing a polite, disarming smile. It was a weaponized smile perfectly calibrated to lower defenses. Good morning, miss, Atlas said, his voice deep and smooth, like velvet over gravel. I hate to interrupt your workout, but I seem to have gotten turned around. The woman blinked, seemingly dazed by his voice. She leaned forward slightly, her body language screaming availability. Oh, no, you're not interrupting at all. I was just stopping. Yeah, stopping. She laughed nervously, twirling a strand of brown hair around her finger. I'm Jessica. Do you need help? A pleasure, Jessica, Atlas nodded. I'm new to the city. My phone died, and I need to find a bank. Could you point me to the nearest ATM, please? An ATM. Jessica repeated, as if he had asked for the meaning of life. Yes, of course. There's a First National Bank just down the road. She pointed a manicured finger down the street, stepping closer to him as she did so, invading his personal space. It's about, maybe 1.2 miles that way. She said, using the local units. You just go past the elementary school, turn right at the St. Michael's Clock Tower, and it's right next to the diner. You can't miss it. 1.2 miles, Atlas repeated. Past the clock tower. Perfect. He looked at her. Her heart rate was elevated, he could hear it beating faster. Her pupils were dilated. She was practically vibrating with attraction. You know, Jessica added quickly, biting her lip. It's a bit of a tricky turn. I'm actually finished with my run. I could walk you there, if you want. She looked up at him with wide, hopeful eyes, falling head over heels for a man who had slaughtered 15 people less than 15 minutes ago. Atlas maintained the mask. He didn't mock her. He didn't scare her. That is a very generous offer, Jessica, Atlas said softly. But I wouldn't want to keep you. I have a feeling today is going to be a very busy day for this city. He stepped back, giving her a small, courteous nod. Thank you for your help. Oh, Jessica's face fell slightly, but she quickly recovered, beaming at him. Well, if you're ever lost again, I run here every morning. I'll keep that in mind, Atlas replied. Maybe I'll see you again, if fate allows. He turned and walked away, his stride long and purposeful. Jessica stood by the lamppost, watching him go. She sighed, fanning her face with her hand. Wow, what a guy. As Atlas moved out of earshot, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by the cold indifference of the hunter. Enjoy your run, Jessica, he thought, glancing at the storm clouds gathering over the city skyline. Because in a few days, running will be the only thing that keeps you alive. He checked his mental map. First the ATM. I am thinking of the world travel for the worlds of House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones around the 5th or 7th volume. What do you think he should be? Or maybe even sooner, as by then he would be as strong as basic Thor from Marvel. What do you think? Does the world have potential with dragons and magic, capturing and creating his own empire there with mostly queens ruling? A vacation and resources world with story being motley fast kill and harem. What do you think? 37 CH0035 Thanks for the cover. Where are all the commenters? Write some comments please. Give me some power stones, there you go. So how is progression going? I remain uncertain about which world would be better, Tokyo Ghoul, and it won't include any harem or demon slayer with Mitsurai only as the next world. He stepped back, giving her a small, courteous nod. Thank you for your help. Oh, Jessica's face fell slightly, but she quickly recovered, beaming at him. Well, if you're ever lost again, I run here every morning. I'll keep that in mind, Atlas replied. Maybe I'll see you again, if fate allows. He turned and walked away, his stride long and purposeful. Jessica stood by the lamppost, watching him go. She sighed, fanning her face with her hand. Wow, what a guy. As Atlas moved out of earshot, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by the cold indifference of the hunter. Enjoy your run, Jessica, he thought, glancing at the storm clouds gathering over the city skyline. Because in a few days, running will be the only thing that keeps you alive. He checked his mental map. First the ATM. Location, Raccoon City Commercial District, behind the Raccoon Mall. Leaving Jessica lost in her own romantic daydream by the lamppost, Atlas turned the corner, his demeanor shifting instantly from charming stranger to tactical operative. The smile vanished, replaced by the cold, calculating expression of a man on a mission. He needed cover. His UBCS tactical gear, while practical, was too conspicuous for a daylight operation in the city center. He stood out like a wolf in a sheep pen. Atlas moved into the alleyway behind the massive Raccoon City Mall. The air here smelled of wet cardboard, rotting vegetables, and dumpster juiceth perfume of urban decay. He scanned the loading docks with his enhanced vision, ignoring the scuttling of rats that would soon become carriers of the plague. His eyes landed on a large, overflowing commercial rubbish bin. Resource acquisition, Atlas thought, approaching the bin without hesitation. He rifled through the discarded boxes and trash bags until he found what he was looking for. Someone likely a mechanic or a loading dock worker had tossed a heavy, oversized gray hoodie. It was stained with motor oil on the sleeve and smelled faintly of stale tobacco and grease. To a normal civilian, it was garbage. To Atlas, it was perfect camouflage. He pulled it on over his tactical gear. The fabric was rough, but it was large enough to pull the hood up, casting his face in deep shadow and hiding his distinctive silver hair. He didn't mind the grime. As he zipped it up, a memory flashed in his mind, no from the hive, but from before. The scorching heat of the Kandahar province. The dust storms that coated everything in grit. He remembered sleeping in a foxhole for 3 days, wearing the same uniform that was stiff with dried sweat and sand with his buddies, waiting for a target that might never show. In the war zone, hygiene was a luxury, survival was the only currency. Compared to a week in the desert, a greasy hoodie is haute couture, Atlas mused, adjusting the hood. He checked his surroundings. The alley was clear. Objective, funds. Method, brute force. Strategy, misdirection. He stepped out of the alley. With high agility, Atlas moved. He didn't just run, he blurred. To the security cameras mounted on the corners of the storefronts, he was nothing more than a glitch, a gray smear of pixels moving too fast for these old cameras' refresh rate to capture. He kept his head down, weaving through the early morning shadows, utilizing the blind spots he calculated in real time. He reached the First National Bank ATM Jessica told him about. It was a standalone heavy-duty kiosk with a drive-through lane, bathed in the sickly yellow hum of a sodium street lamp. The area was dead silent, save for a stray cat watching from a rusted fence. Atlas approached the machine. He didn't scan for card skimmers or hidden sensors. He looked at the reinforced steel box the way a wolf looks at a tortoise, a soft treat inside a hard shell. He glanced up. A bulky dome camera was mounted directly above the keypad, its red LED blinking. Snicked. The movement was a blur, faster than the analog shutter speed could capture. His silver-white bone claws extended and retracted in a fraction of a heartbeat. The camera lens sheared into 3 clean slices. The glass cover turned to dust, and the internal wiring sparked once before dying. Blind, Atlas noted. He turned his attention to the machine. It was a Diebold Series 100, a steel fortress anchored to the concrete, designed to withstand pry bars, drills, and acetylene torches. It was not designed to withstand his strength and speed with his claws. Atlas didn't use a tool. He simply jammed his claws into the seam of the heavy maintenance door. Screak! The sound of tearing metal was agonizingly loud, a shriek of tortured steel echoing off the brick walls. Atlas ignored it. He didn't pick the lock. He peeled the face of the ATM open like a cheap sardine can. The steel groaned and buckled, bolts snapping like twigs and hinges twisting into scrap. But as the cash cassettes were exposed, Atlas paused. His tactical mind was already 3 steps ahead of the crime. If I take the money cleanly, the police will look for a professional crew using hydraulic spreaders. That suggests organized crime. That suggests a human. He narrowed his eyes, his pupils dilating. I need to sell a different story. He extended his claws fully 6 inches of razor-sharp, serrated bone, glistening in the dim light. He slashed the machine. Clang, scrape, tear. He gouged deep, jagged furrows into the metal casing. He tore the plastic keypad out and crushed it in his fist until it was nothing but wires and dust. He ripped the top of the casing upward, mimicking the bite force of a massive, enraged predator. Make it look feral, he commanded himself. Make forensics think a bear wandered down from the Arklay Mountains, or a tiger escaped the zoo, or, better yet, let Umbrella panic thinking one of their experiments got loose. He wanted the RPD looking for a monster, not a man in a hoodie. With the outer shell savaged, he ripped the cash cassettes free. He cracked the plastic cases against his knee. Stacks of crisp $20 bills spilled out. He standard load for a weekend. Atlas's hands moved with high speed. He swept the cash, estimating the weight. 10, 20, roughly 30,000. He shoved the thick wads of cash into the deep, reinforced pockets of his cargo pants. But the theater wasn't finished. He took the remaining stack, maybe $2,000 in loose bills, and held them in his clawed hand. Shred. With a violent flick of his wrist, he minced the money. He turned the greenbacks into expensive confetti. He scattered the torn bills around the destroyed machine, letting them mix with the broken plastic and twisted metal. A thief steals, Atlas reasoned, tossing a handful of shredded cash into the wind. An animal destroys. An animal doesn't understand the concept of currency. This confirms the beast theory. He grabbed a handful of intact bills and threw them on the ground, creating a chaotic, nonsensical trail leading away from the bank towards the storm drains. Let the greedy follow the trail. Let the police scratch their heads. With the scene staged to perfection, Atlas turned and vanished into the dark. He sprinted away from the ATM, following the bait trail he had set for a kilometer, dropping a torn or intact bill every few hundred feet. Then, he broke the pattern. He veered sharp left, vanishing into the shadows, heading back toward the dense mountain line on the edge of the city. The beast had fed, and no one would ever suspect a man. Stamina, infinite. This was the part he loved the most. In his old life, a sprint like this would have left him gasping for air, his lungs burning, his heart hammering against his ribs. He would have felt the lactic acid building in his thighs, the stitch in his side. Now, nothing. He felt like a machine. His legs pumped like pistons. No need for breath, rhythmic, unnecessary. He could run forever. He felt light, powerful, untethered from the biological weakness of humanity. He reached the edge of the forest, miles away from the crime scene. He stripped off the oily hoodie. Thanks for the cover, he muttered. He bolted up and threw it deep into the dense underbrush with enough force to lodge it high in the branches of an oak tree, invisible from the ground. Then, he turned back toward the city. He carved a massive, silent arc along the mountain's flank, treating the rugged terrain like a paved track. The world blurred into a tapestry of greens and grays as he moved. He swept past ancient pines clinging to the cliffs, the smell of damp earth, the flash of a wild dog retreating into the brush, the glint of morning sun on a disused train track cutting through the woods, and the sheer drop of the limestone cliffs. It was a breathtaking tour of the district's topography, consumed in mere minutes. By the time he looped back and re-entered from the south side, he slowed his pace to a casual trot. He looked the part of a dedicated morning jogger, breath steady, skin dry, and perfectly composed. The only difference between him and the other early risers was the $30,000 weighing down his pockets. As he walked back towards civilization, slowing his pace to a casual stroll, his mind drifted to the morality of the act. $30,000, he thought, patting his pocket. A felony, grand larceny, property damage. He scoffed internally. In 3, maybe 5 days, this money will be ash. When the missile hits Raccoon City, the bank, the records, and the police investigating this will be vaporized. The economy of this city is already dead. He knew the timeline. He knew the nuke was coming. So why bother with the subterfuge? Why hide my face? Why stage the bear attack? He passed a police cruiser parked at a donut shop. 2 officers were inside, laughing, drinking coffee. They looked young, clueless. Atlas looked away, pulling his collar up. Because I don't want to kill them. It was a strange line to draw for a man who had just slaughtered a squad of mercenaries, but it was his line. Umbrella agents are combatants. They signed up for the game. But these cops? The STARS members? The random beat officers? They are just people doing a job. They are innocent. If he had robbed the ATM openly, the police would hunt him. He would have to fight them. He would have to kill them. I have the power to slaughter the entire RPD. He knew this would put Umbrella on his back, but it's not like they already are, and it's not like if he had shown his real face, they wouldn't do it. In fact, it would have made things easier for them. Atlas acknowledged without arrogance. Yes, if I were still human, I'd have far more to fear. There are countless ways to put a human down beyond the obvious ones. But as an undead, their tasers barely register. Pepper spray is a joke. Even firearms mean little unless they destroy the brainstem. I regenerate. Gas is meaningless to me, I don't need to breathe. 38ch0036 like. The murders? Where are all the commenters? Write some comments please. Give me some power stones, there you go. He knew this would put Umbrella on his back, but it's not like they already are, and it's not like if he had shown his real face, they wouldn't do it. In fact, it would have made things easier for them. Atlas acknowledged without arrogance. Yes, if I were still human, I'd have far more to fear. There are countless ways to put a human down beyond the obvious ones. But as an undead, their tasers barely register. Pepper spray is a joke. Even firearms mean little unless they destroy the brainstem. I regenerate. Gas is meaningless to me, I don't need to breathe. Tranquilizers? Etorphine, carfentanil names only. I'm not even sure they still work on me. He was an undead now, immune to most of the tools of animal control. But killing innocents is messy. It's wasteful. And frankly, it's beneath me. And I very much hate Needle's killing. He wanted the police distracted. He wanted them chasing shadows and wild bears in a day or two. They would be handling cannibals, not hunting Atlas. Let them worry about the Umbrella problem. Let them worry about cannibal sickness soon spreading in the suburbs. I just need 2 days of peace. He felt the weight of the cash against his thigh. 30K allows me to buy things. It buys me a hotel room. It buys me a steak dinner. It buys me civilization for a few more hours. Before all this came down with nature rulings and zombies everywhere, Atlas walked back into the city streets, a wealthy man in a doomed town, ready to spend his fortune before the world ended. Chapter: The Vassal State. Location: Raccoon City Downtown Commercial District. Time: 6:40 a.m. The city was waking up, oblivious to its own execution. Atlas walked down Main Street, the early morning chill nipping at his face, whistling a tune. He passed a row of appliance stores and electronics shops, their metal security grates just beginning to rattle open. He stopped in front of a large display window at Midtown Digital. A wall of CRT televisions was flickering in unison, bathing the sidewalk in a blue-white glow. On the screens, a digital clock reads 6:40 a.m. Breaking News Network 23. The Chiron scrolled urgently across the bottom of the screen. A reporter stood in front of the White House in Washington, D.C., shouting over a crowd of angry protesters holding signs that Red Umbrella kills, save Victory Lake, Tricell is the reason, and when WP leave Harvardville alone. Another reporter was appearing on another TV. Fierce conflicts have arisen between environmentalists and federal representatives regarding the Raccoon City Industrial Zone, the reporter announced. Reports indicate that Umbrella Corporation's special waste processing plant, located on the outskirts of the Arkley Forest, has significantly reduced its processing capacity due to an accumulation of untreated chemical waste. The screen cut to grainy footage of a dark, sludge-filled river near the city limits. Although local residents claim contaminants began leaking into the water days ago, Umbrella officials maintain that the facility is closed for routine maintenance. However, inside sources suggest the Environmental Protection Agency is being blocked from inspecting the site. Atlas watched the screen, his gray eyes narrowing. It seems people still don't know the truth, he murmured to himself, watching a mother push a stroller past the TVs, ignoring the news entirely. They think it's just chemicals. They think it's just poison. He looked around the street. Raccoon City wasn't just a town, it was a fiefdom. The Umbrella logo was everywhere, on the billboards, on the manhole covers, on the sides of the buses. At this point, Raccoon City is a vassal state of Umbrella Pharmaceuticals, Atlas analyzed, his voice low. Most of the city is employed by them. The police force is funded by them. The economy is completely dependent on them. He watched a man in a business suit hurriedly buy a newspaper. Time has proven that when it comes to the stomach and the wallet, humans forget about long-term survival. They only think of today. They forget that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. He glanced back at the screen, where an Umbrella spokesperson was smiling, denying everything. He then looked at another television where the RNN was broadcasting a report on recent missings and deaths in the Arkley Mountains. The Raccoon City departments must have received a massive payout to look the other way regarding the water toxicity. Greed, Atlas mused, tapping the glass. It is the gravity that pulls humanity down, but it is also the engine that allows them to pluck the stars from the vast universe. Without greed, there is no ambition. Without ambition, there is no evolution. He sighed, turning away from the broadcast. It seems the world is much different than I thought, with companies like Tricell and WP only found in games, and there is no mention of them in the film stories. Well, that makes things easier. I was already thinking of doing some research, and now I've got even more reasons to go for it. He looked up at the sign above the store, Midtown Digital. It seems to be a large chain store, seemingly this world's equivalent of a Best Buy. Just the size of the store. The lights inside flickered on. The open sign buzzed to life. Atlas adjusted his stolen tactical shirt, smoothed back his gray-silver hair, and pushed the glass door open. Inside Midtown Digital, the store smelled of static electricity, new plastic, and floor wax. It was empty, save for a young man behind the counter who was busily arranging a stack of video game boxes. The clerk was a classic archetype, early 20s, already balding on top with a ponytail in the back, thick glasses, and wearing a name tag that read Eugene. He was currently organizing copies of Star Built and Half Dead, treating them with the reverence of holy relics. He knew it instantly. As a half-assed gamer himself who'd grown up yelling trash talk, insane slurs and slangs in COD and Halo lobbies, he recognized that look. This guy knew exactly what he wanted. Atlas approached the counter. He walked with a silent, heavy confidence that made the air in the store shift. Eugene looked up. He blinked, taking in Atlas's appearance with intense gray eyes, the tactical build, the expensive-looking, albeit stolen, combat pants. Whoa, Eugene muttered, adjusting his glasses. We just opened, man. You here for the solid engine pre-order? Atlas leaned against the glass counter, flashing a charismatic, knowing grin. He recognized the tribe. Not today, Eugene, Atlas said. I'm looking for hardware. And I need the kind of hardware you keep in the back, not the consumer trash on the floor. Eugene perked up, abandoning his box of games. Oh, you talking custom rigs? Servers. I need a laptop, Atlas corrected. But not a brick. I need the highest spec sheet you have. I'm talking about the new Umbrella silicon chipsets. The experimental stuff. Eugene whistled. The Umbrella Tech 9000 series? Dude, those just came in. They cost a fortune. We're talking dedicated VRAM, dual-core processing, stuff that NASA uses. I don't care about the price, Atlas said, waving his hand. I need processing power. I need storage. And I need it to be portable. Right, Eugene nodded enthusiastically, diving under the counter. I got this beast. It's the Phantom X. Military-grade casing. It's got a 5 GB hard drive, huge, right? And 512 megabytes of RAM, dedicated VRAM, dual-core processor. It can run anything. Atlas suppressed a scoff. 5 GB, 512 megabytes of RAM. In his future knowledge, this was a calculator. But in the 2000s? This was a supercomputer. It was the strange dichotomy of this universe. Umbrella could clone biological weapons, create ace like the Red Queen that were sentient, and build underground cities, but consumer tech was stuck in the Stone Age. It will do, Atlas said. Box it up. And a phone, Atlas added. Something secure. Eugene placed a sleek, black flip phone on the counter. Tricell StarTAC. Digital encryption. Best signal in the city. Perfect, Atlas said. And a prepaid GSIM card. Maximum minutes. Alright, Eugene typed furiously into his terminal. With the laptop, the phone, the extra battery packs, and the software suite, you're looking at $11,450, including tax. Eugene looked up, expecting the sticker shock to hit. Atlas didn't flinch. He reached into his cargo pocket and pulled out a stack of the stolen cash crisp, banded stacks of 50s from the ATM heist. He counted out the money rapidly. Slap, slap, slap. Keep the change, Atlas said, sliding the pile across the counter. Eugene's eyes widened behind his lenses. Dude, are you a mercenary or something? Or a drug dealer? You know what, don't tell me. I don't wanna know. This is awesome. While Eugene boxed up the laptop, Atlas leaned in, lowering his voice. You seem like a guy who has his ear to the ground, Eugene. I'm actually here investigating. Investigating. Eugene stopped taping the box. Like, the murders. Exactly, Atlas nodded. I'm a private contractor and reporter looking into the recent deaths. Eugene shivered, leaning over the counter conspiratorially. Man, it's messed up. My cousin works in sanitation. He says they're finding body parts in the sewers. Not like, cut up. Like gnawing on. And the mountains. Atlas prodded. The Arklay forest. Don't go there, Eugene warned, his voice dropping to a whisper. Hikers have been disappearing for weeks. Some people say it's a cult. But on the forums? The message boards I haunt. Eugene looked around to make sure they were alone. They talk about dogs. Wild dogs. But big ones. Skinless. They say you can hear them howling at night, and it sounds like hell. He laughed nervously. Sounds crazy, right? Probably just some urban legend made up by a stoner who got too high in the woods. But still. I'm staying inside with my PC until this blows over. Smart man, Atlas said. The internet is safer than the streets right now. He grabbed the heavy laptop bag. One last thing, Eugene. I need a place to stay. Somewhere discreet. Somewhere with a high-speed connection. I need to upload my reports. Oh, easy, Eugene pointed west. The Apple Inn. It's about 6 blocks down. It's a bit pricey, mostly for business types from Umbrella who come into town, but they have T1 lines in the rooms. Super fast. He smirked, giving Atlas a knowing wink. And, they have great room service, if you know what I mean. They don't ask questions. Man to man. Atlas chuckled a low, genuine sound. High speed and discretion. Sounds perfect. He grabbed the bag, throwing it over his shoulder effortlessly despite its weight. Stay safe, Eugene, Atlas said, walking to the door. And if I were you? I'd take sick days for a few days. Maybe go visit relatives out of state. Ha! Eugene blinked. Just a thought, Atlas called back. He stepped out into the morning sun, leaving the baffled clerk counting a small fortune in cash. Atlas checked his new flip phone. 7:05 a.m. From his understanding, the city should be sealed tight in 24 hours. He had money. He had tech. Now, he needed a stronghold. The Apple Inn, Atlas muttered, hailing a cab. Let's see if their room service can handle an Apex. Location, Raccoon City Downtown District. Time, 7:30 a.m. The morning sun was climbing higher, burning off the mist that clung to the streets of Raccoon City. The city was fully awake now, the hum of traffic and the distant wail of sirens creating a symphony of urban life. Atlas walked down the sidewalk, a solitary figure moving against the flow of the morning commute. He was whistling. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. 39CH0037 This is the life. The Apple Inn, Atlas muttered, hailing a cab. Let's see if their room service can handle an Apex. Location, Raccoon City Downtown District. Time, 7:30 a.m. The morning sun was climbing higher, burning off the mist that clung to the streets of Raccoon City. The city was fully awake now, the hum of traffic and the distant wail of sirens creating a symphony of urban life. Atlas walked down the sidewalk, a solitary figure moving against the flow of the morning commute. He was whistling, "Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy." The tune was haunting, melodic, and impossible. It was the melody of Enemy by Imagine Dragons, a song that wouldn't be written for another 20 years if ever here. To the pedestrians walking by, it was just a catchy, unfamiliar tune. To Atlas, it was a way to enjoy life. He felt good. He felt heavy with cash and light with power. He stopped at a high-end menswear boutique called The Executive. The mannequin in the window wore a stiff, restrictive suit. Atlas shook his head. "I need something good," he thought. "But I need to be able to roundhouse kick a zombie's head off without splitting my inseam." He entered the store. 30 minutes later, he emerged, $1,700 lighter but looking like a different man. He had ditched the blood-crusted UBCS underlayers. Now, he wore a pair of dark charcoal tactical chinos, stretchy, durable, but cut like dress pants. On top, a fitted black Henley that accentuated the unnatural width of his shoulders and the definition of his chest, layered under a high-quality, lightweight leather bomber jacket. He looked like a specialized contractor. Expensive. Dangerous. He also brought 3 more sets of different clothing. He continued his walk, the black tactical backpack slung over one shoulder, left hand full of bags with clothes and laptop until he reached his destination, the Apple Inn. It wasn't a 5-star hotel, it wasn't the best Raccoon City had to offer for those who wanted discretion. It was a mid-century building with a polished brass entrance and a reputation for catering to higher executives who needed to conduct private business. Atlas pushed through the revolving doors. The lobby was cool, smelling of lemon polish and stale cigarette smoke masked by potpourri. The carpet was a deep burgundy, plush enough to silence his heavy boots. He approached the reception desk. The receptionist was a young woman, perhaps mid-20s, with voluminous blonde hair teased in the style of the late 90s and bright red lipstick. Her name tag read Veronica. She was filing her nails, looking bored out of her mind. She looked up as Atlas approached. Her boredom vanished instantly. Her eyes swept over him, the expensive leather jacket, the gray-silver hair, the striking gray eyes, and the multiple bags of new clothing in his hand. Her gaze lingered on his face, then drifted to the heavy backpack that seemed to clink with the promise of weight. She straightened up, flashing a practiced, dazzling smile. "Good morning, sir," Veronica purred, her voice dropping an octave. "Checking in." "I am," Atlas said, leaning his elbows on the tall counter. He flashed a charming, easy smile. "I'm new in town, looking for a sanctuary." "You came to the right place," she said, typing on her keyboard but keeping eye contact. "We offer the best privacy in the city. How long will you be staying with us?" 10 days, Atlas replied. He knew he wouldn't be there. That launch missile was coming in less than a week, but booking a long stay signaled stability. It signaled money. "And I have requirements," Atlas continued. "I need your best suite. Full service, 24-hour kitchen access, breakfast, lunch, dinner, delivered to the door. And I need a dedicated Ethernet line. I have work to do." Veronica typed furiously. "We have the Executive King Suite on the 3rd floor. It has a T1 connection, a jacuzzi tub, and a view of the skyline. The rate is $170 a night." She looked up, gauging his reaction to the price. In 2002, $170 a night was steep. Atlas didn't blink. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a thick stack of bills. 10 days. Full service. Let's round it up. He counted out the cash. $50 bills slapped onto the marble counter. "Here is $850 up front for the first half. I'll settle the rest in the room service tab upon checkout." Veronica's eyes widened slightly at the cash. She quickly swept it up, verifying the bills with a practiced touch. "Perfect," she beamed. She grabbed a heavy brass key with a 303 tag. "Room 303. 3rd floor, end of the hall. It's our quietest room." Atlas took the key. "Thank you, Veronica." He turned to leave, grabbing his bags. "Oh, sir." Veronica called out, her voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. Atlas paused and turned back. "Yes." Veronica leaned over the counter, giving him a generous view of her cleavage. She bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with greed and a hint of genuine attraction. "You seem like a man who appreciates quality," she murmured. "Since you're new in town, I thought I should mention our special services." Atlas tilted his head, intrigued. "Go on." "We have a partnership with an exclusive agency," she explained, tracing the rim of the counter with a manicured fingernail. "Very discreet, very talented company. It costs a bit extra, between $700 and $1,000 a night, but they offer the kind of stress relief a man of your stature might need." She winked. "The girlfriend experience, the nurse, the secretary, whatever flavor you prefer." Atlas stared at her. In his old life, he would have handled this with cold indifference. As a soldier, he was accustomed to the darker side of human nature. He wasn't the type to stutter or look away. What surprised him was simply the brazen lack of discretion. The only thing that gave him pause was the sheer audacity of the establishment offering such services so openly, with zero fear of the police or the law. Spoke volumes about how far society had already fallen. The evolution hadn't just hardened his skin, it had supercharged his primal drives. His libido was no longer just a human desire, it was a predatory imperative, amplified by a biology that no longer understood the concept of enough. he was now a creature of absolute, ravenous appetite. And with the terrifying gift of infinite stamina coursing through his undead veins, the physical limitations of a mortal man were gone. Fatigue was a memory. He wasn't just capable of performing, he was an engine of perpetual motion, unsure if his dick was even capable of powering down. He was an undead entity with a body that didn't know the meaning of exhaustion. There was no cooldown, no fatigue, and no limit. He was, for all intents and purposes, unstoppable. Now, however, indifference was impossible. He smirked. Is that so? Atlas mused. Well, it has been a very long night. He nodded slowly. Send the list to my room. I'll review the menu and let you know. Veronica's smile widened into a grin. She knew she'd be getting a hefty cut of that fee. I'll have it sent up right away, sir. Enjoy your stay. Room 303. Atlas unlocked the door and stepped inside. The suite was impressive. Heavy velvet drapes blocked out the city light. A massive king-sized bed dominated the room, covered in a gold duvet. There was a mahogany desk for his new laptop, a minibar, and a large television. It smelled clean. It smelled safe. Atlas dropped the bags of clothes on the armchair. He set the backpack containing the T-virus antivirus, grenades, the gun, megs, and the $18,000 carefully on the desk. He stood in the center of the room and exhaled. For the first time since waking up in the hive, since the lasers, the zombies, and the killing, he was truly alone. Home sweet fortress, he whispered. He stripped off the leather jacket, then the Hanley, then the pants. He stood naked in the dim room, looking at himself in the full-length mirror. His body was a masterpiece of biological engineering. Pale, marble skin stretched over muscles that looked carved from stone. Faint, dark crimson-silver veins traced patterns under his skin like a living circuit board. He didn't look human anymore, he looked like a statue brought to life by dark magic. He walked into the bathroom. It was tiled in black marble with gold fixtures. A massive soaking tub sat in the corner, and a glass-enclosed shower stood opposite. Atlas turned on the shower. He cranked the heat up to the maximum. He stepped in. The scalding water hit his skin, but he didn't flinch. His body registered the heat, but there was no pain, only a dull, pleasant roar. He grabbed a bar of expensive, scented soap and began to scrub. He felt like bathing physically. His biology was efficient, he didn't sweat like a human, and most of the dirt seemed to slide off his evolved skin. He didn't feel like using the toilet. But psychologically, he felt filthy. He scrubbed his hands, watching the water swirl down the drain. It turned pink, then dark gray. It was the blood. Not just the UBCS soldiers, but the zombie gore, the liquor's fluids, the grime of the sewers. It was the physical residue of the violence he had committed. Tink it. Out, damn spot, he muttered, scrubbing his knuckles where the claws extended. He stood under the spray for 20 minutes, letting the heat soak into his bones. He closed his eyes, listening to the water hammer against the tile. For a moment, he wasn't the apex. He wasn't the monster. He was just a man who was enjoying the hot bath. It was more of a psychological nature than a physical one. He turned off the water. He stepped out, steam billowing around him like a fog. He grabbed a thick, white terry cloth robe from the rack and wrapped it around himself. It was soft, luxurious. He walked out into the main room. He approached the bed. It looked like a cloud. Atlas let himself fall forward. Whump. He landed face down on the duvet, bouncing slightly. He groaned at a sound of pure, unadulterated comfort. He rolled over onto his back, spreading his arms and legs wide in a starfish position. He stared up at the ceiling fan spinning lazily above him. Air conditioning, Atlas said, addressing the ceiling. Soft sheets. No zombies trying to eat my face. He laughed softly. This is the life. He took a deep breath of the conditioned air. He didn't need oxygen, but the sensation of filling his lungs was grounding. It reminded him that despite the claws and the virus, he was still him. He still enjoyed a soft bed. He still liked looking at beautiful women. He still wanted to enjoy life. He was a monster with the soul of a man. He reached over to the nightstand, grabbing the room service menu and dialing the number. He skipped the pleasantries. He skimmed the menu once, then spoke without hesitation. Steak, he said at last. Rare. 5 eggs scrambled. A fresh garden salad. Chicken wings, grilled fish, and a bowl of soup. He paused briefly before adding, seasonal fruit as well, apples, bananas, citrus, and coffee. Another pause. Lots of coffee. In room number 303. After ordering, he put down the phone. He relaxed, closing his eyes for a moment of peace. In 2 to 3 days, this hotel would likely be burning. In 5 days, it would be vaporized by a missile. But for now, Atlas whispered, a smirk touching his lips as he thought about the special service list coming up. I'm going to do some experiments and research. While lying down, he asked, hey Plion, let's see what body parts one can upgrade today. 40 CH0038 go. Let them break you down and build you back up. Location, the Apple in room 303, executive suite. Time, 8:15 a.m. The air conditioning in the executive suite hummed with a low, steady drone, a stark contrast to the screeching and grunting of zombies, screaming alarms and gunfire that had filled Atlas's ears for the last 6 hours. Atlas lay sprawled across the king-sized bed, his limbs spread wide in a starfish position. The high-thread count Egyptian cotton sheets felt cool against his skin, or rather, against the thick, white terry cloth robe he wore. He sank into the mattress, letting the memory foam contour to his dense, evolved musculature. For a moment, he wasn't a biological weapon. He wasn't the apex. He was just a man enjoying the kind of luxury most people would rarely be able to afford in his previous life. This, Atlas muttered to the ceiling fan spinning lazily above him, is the peak of the middle class. soft beds and silence. But the silence was deceptive. His body was at rest, but his mind was racing at the speed of a computer. He knew the clock was ticking. The nemesis was being thawed. The USS kill squads were mobilizing. Raccoon City was rotting from the inside out. He couldn't afford to just rest. He had resources to spend. "Hey, Plion," Atlas called out, his voice lazy but his intent sharp. "Let's see what body parts one can upgrade today. I feel like doing some shopping." The system's chime resonated in his skull, a comforting, digital presence. "Affirmative, Atlas. Accessing evolution. Analyzing current physiology, Tier 1 undead variant." A translucent blue menu materialized above the bed, hovering in the air like a holographic projection. Body parts evolution options. 1. Skeletal muscular optimization, limb focus. Cost, 50 EP. Description, localized reinforcement of arm and leg striations. Increases burst speed and striking power. 2. Skeletal reinforcement, bones and blood protection. Cost, 160 EP. Description, comprehensive systemic overhaul of the skeletal matrix and marrow production. 3. Body reinforcement, muscular and structural optimization. Cost, 160 EP. Description, systemic toughening of muscle fibers, tendons, and epidermal layers. 4. Basic body senses reinforcement, neural and sensory optimization. Cost, 175 EP. Description, calibration and enhancement of the 33 biological senses and neural processing speeds. Atlas narrowed his eyes, scanning the list. The first one is still here, he mused, dismissing it. He was looking for foundational changes, not just a temporary patch. "It's great that my last evolution doesn't reset. I can level up 5 times even if I can't afford to evolve in some tough situations, so I won't miss out on any evolutions. Simple things like this are great," Atlas said, crossing his arms behind his head. "Plion, do you mind explaining the big ones? Leave the limb strengthening aside. Give me the breakdown on the expensive stuff." "Understood." The window shifted, expanding the text for the second option. Option A, skeletal reinforcement, bones and blood protection. Cost, 160 EP. Analysis. Skeletal reinforcement is a foundational evolutionary upgrade that restructures and purifies the user's entire skeletal system. All bones are gradually reinforced, becoming denser, thicker, and more resistant to fracture while maintaining flexibility under stress. Microimpurities within the bone matrix are eliminated, resulting in a stronger and more stable internal framework. This reinforcement also enhances the bone marrow environment, improving blood cell production efficiency and resilience. Red and white blood cells become more robust, reducing internal bleeding risks and improving transport and immune response under physical strain. Creates blood residue channels within the bones. These microscopic canals simulate internal pressure balance, reducing damage from internal ruptures, example, from high-G maneuvers, and improving cohesion during impact. By stabilizing the skeletal and hematopoietic systems, the body's natural recovery processes become more efficient. While this evolution does not grant rapid regeneration, it slightly improves long-term healing consistency and reduces recovery time from fractures, internal damage, and blood loss. Since your primary weapon, claws, is an extension of your skeletal structure, this upgrade directly buffs your offensive capability and weapon durability. A core upgrade for survival-oriented evolution paths, skeletal reinforcement strengthens the body from the inside out, forming the structural backbone for future physical enhancements. Atlas nodded slowly. My claws are bone, he realized. If I upgrade my skeleton, I'm essentially sharpening my swords. Plus, better blood production means better recovery. And if I get hit by a truck kuan, I won't shatter like glass. He gestured for the next one. Option B, body reinforcement, muscular and structural optimization. Cost, 160 EP. Analysis. Body reinforcement is a foundational evolutionary upgrade that restructures the body's soft tissues, muscles, tendons, cellular framework, and skin to achieve a stronger, more efficient physical form. Rather than granting sudden power or abnormal healing, this evolution focuses on gradual optimization, reinforcing the body so it can safely sustain higher physical output over time. Muscle fibers are compressed and reorganized into denser, high-efficiency bundles. This increases force generation, strength, without adding excessive bulk while reducing strain and micro-tearing. Tendons become tougher and more elastic, improving power transfer between muscles and bones. This allows for smoother acceleration and sharper movements without tearing ligaments, improving agility without sacrificing control. At the cellular level, structural cells are strengthened and stabilized, enhancing tissue resilience and maintaining consistent cellular turnover. This reduces long-term wear, prevents premature cellular breakdown, and slightly improves the body's ability to recover from physical stress. The skin and epidermal layers are subtly reinforced, increasing resistance to abrasions, cuts, and surface trauma while maintaining flexibility and sensory function. Body reinforcement also marginally improves regeneration speed, not by accelerating healing directly, but by improving cellular repair accuracy and structural efficiency. Damage accumulation is reduced, and recovery becomes more reliable and complete. This also contributes to the extension of cellular lifespan. This evolution provides a balanced increase to strength, agility, and endurance, serving as a core physical enhancement that prepares the body for higher-tier evolutions without risking instability, deformation, or uncontrolled growth. Solid, Atlas muttered. For long is it pretty good at preventing cell collapse? Let's see the expensive one. Option C, basic body senses reinforcement, neural and sensory optimization. Cost, 175 EP. Analysis. Basic body senses reinforcement is an evolutionary enhancement focused on refining the body's sensory systems and the neural pathways that process them. Rather than granting supernatural perception, this evolution improves the efficiency, clarity, and coordination of the body's 33 distinct biological senses, bringing them under better conscious and subconscious control. Sensory organs such as vision, hearing, touch, taste, smell, balance, proprioception, spatial awareness, pressure detection, thermal sensitivity, and internal state monitoring are subtly reinforced at both the cellular and neurological levels. Signal transmission becomes cleaner and more stable, reducing sensory noise, delay, and misinterpretation. This allows the user to perceive environmental changes more accurately and respond with greater consistency. The mind/neural control receives a targeted enhancement to its sensory integration centers, improving how multiple sensory inputs are processed simultaneously. Instead of overwhelming the self, the senses are better prioritized and filtered, enabling smoother transitions between focus states, combat awareness, exploration, or fine motor control. Instinctive responses become more reliable, reacting to stimuli before conscious thought fully engages, without overriding rational control. Reaction speed is moderately increased, not through time distortion or predictive ability, but by reducing neural transmission latency and improving reflex pathway efficiency. Movements triggered by sensory input, dodging, adjusting posture, reorienting balance, or responding to sudden threats occur faster and with greater precision. This reinforcement does not expand sensory range beyond natural limits, nor does it grant extrasensory perception. Instead, it refines what already exists, unlocking latent biological potential and establishing a stable sensory foundation for higher-tier perception or combat evolutions in the future. Atlas let out a low whistle. Sweet, the 33 senses, he whispered. That covers everything. Balance, heat, pressure, even the sense of where my limbs are in space without looking. He sat up, the robe slipping off his shoulder. He looked at his hands. If I fight Wesker, or a hunter, strength won't matter if I can't track them. Speed is nothing without control. He frowned, doing the mental math. So, it's like that. They are all incredible. But isn't 160 and 175 evolution points a little too much for a single upgrade? That's expensive, Plion. The system's voice was calm, almost patronizing in its logic. I do not believe so, Atlas. These are not simple stat boosts. These are foundational biological rewrites. You are building the chassis of a god on top of the corpse of a human. Skeletal reinforcement alone would make your bones denser than human without compromising mass. The sensory upgrade would allow you to hear a heartbeat. The price is commensurate with the value. Fair point, Atlas conceded. Quality over quantity. He rubbed his chin. Plion, how many evolution points do I have right now? Give me the total. Calculating resources. Current evolution points, EP 297. Atlas stared at the number. 297, he repeated. He looked at the costs again. Skeletal, 160. Body, 160. Senses, 175. I can't afford two, Atlas realized, a look of annoyance crossing his face. 160 plus 160 is 320. I'm short by 23 points. He fell back onto the pillows with a groan. I knew I should have killed the last squad of UBCS instead of just running away. Being a pacifist is bad for the economy. He stared at the ceiling, weighing his options. If I take the skeletal reinforcement, I become durable. My claws get sharper. I can take a hit. If I take the senses, I become impossible to ambush in this world. My reaction time goes through the roof. He closed his eyes, visualizing the coming fights. The nemesis. The tyrants. Durability keeps you alive, Atlas whispered to himself. But perception makes you the hunter. But all of them are good, Atlas whispered to the empty room, looking at the glowing blue options of the system menu. And I do need to follow up with all of them eventually. But poor old me, always short a few dollars, always a few points shy of perfection. He dismissed the screen with a mental flick. The blue light dissolved, leaving him staring at the ornate plaster molding of the ceiling. He closed his eyes. He didn't need to sleep. His undead self seems to be perpetually energized, vibrating with a limitless stamina that laughs at the concept of fatigue. But his mind was human. And the human mind craved the dark. He lay there, sinking into the plush mattress, taking long, rhythmic breaths. He didn't have a heartbeat, not really. Just a slow, hydraulic pressure moving the silver-red fluid through his veins. He let go of the tension. He let go of the excitement of the kills, the thrill of the upgrades, the lust he felt for Alice. And in the silence, the memories came flooding in. There was nothing special about Atlas's previous life. Not really. He hadn't been born a hero or a villain. He grew up in the suburbs, a product of a peaceful age where the biggest worry was passing algebra. He was a carefree youth, drifting through high school with average grades and an above-average indifference to the future. By the time he graduated, he was fed up. Books were boring. The idea of college, 4 more years of sitting in a classroom, accumulating debt to get a job he hated, felt like a prison sentence. He was stuck, aimless, a ship without a rudder. It was his grandmother who steered him. She was a tough old bird, a former military nurse who had seen the worst of Vietnam and came back made of iron. The world doesn't need another accountant, boy, she had told him, smoke curling from her cigarette. The world powers are always hungry. They are always looking for young, strong, stupid men to feed the machine. Go. Let them break you down and build you back up. So, at the age of 18, Atlas signed the papers. 41 CH0039. Don't do it, kid. Where are all the commenters? Write some comments, please. Give. Give me some power stones, there you go. He hadn't been born a hero or a villain. He grew up in the suburbs, a product of a peaceful age where the biggest worry was passing algebra. He was a carefree youth, drifting through high school with average grades and an above-average indifference to the future. By the time he graduated, he was fed up. Books were boring. The idea of college, 4 more years of sitting in a classroom, accumulating debt to get a job he hated, felt like a prison sentence. He was stuck, aimless, a ship without a rudder. It was his grandmother who steered him. She was a tough old bird, a former military nurse who had seen the worst of Vietnam and came back made of iron. The world doesn't need another accountant, boy, she had told him, smoke curling from her cigarette. The world powers are always hungry. They are always looking for young, strong, stupid men to feed the machine. Go, let them break you down and build you back up. So, at the age of 18, Atlas signed the papers. He traded his freedom for a uniform. He traded his boredom for a rifle. 3 years later, he was deployed to Afghanistan. The sandbox. Coming from the land of freedom to the wild world of beasts was a shock to the system that no amount of training could prepare him for. He remembered the smell first. It wasn't the smell of spices or exotic lands. It was the smell of burning plastic, open sewage, and ancient dust. It was a bleak, dead, chaotic place where life was cheap and death was sudden. It took him weeks to get used to it. To get used to the poverty children playing in rubble with no shoes, staring at his convoy with eyes that were too old for their faces. To get used to the fierce, constant, grinding anxiety that every pile of trash on the side of the road was an IED waiting to turn his Humvee into a coffin. He learned many life lessons in the desert. He learned that collateral damage was a polite term for a nightmare. He remembered his first kill. It wasn't glorious. It was an airstrike caller. They leveled a compound. When they cleared the rubble, they found the target. They also found his family. He remembered standing there, dust coating his goggles, looking at the broken body of a child who had just been in the wrong house at the wrong time. He didn't feel like a hero. He felt like a mechanic of death. But the desert wasn't all darkness. It had moments of blinding color, too. Her name was Salma. She wasn't a soldier. She was a local, a translator they worked with in a village near Kandahar. She had dark eyes that held a sadness he wanted to fix, and a laugh that sounded like water in a desert. Atlas, young and stupid and desperate for connection, fell for her. He fell hard. For a few weeks, amidst the patrols and the firefights, she was his anchor. He lost his virginity to her in a cramped safe house, fumbling and passionate, believing that love could exist in hell. He was a fool. 2 weeks later, a young religious nutjob no older than 15 walked into the marketplace where she was buying bread. He screamed a prayer to Allah and detonated a vest strapped to his chest. He wanted to blow up the Americans. He missed. He killed a third of the market instead and Salma with it. Atlas remembered finding her. Or what was left of her. That was the day the boy died, and the man was born. He realized then that purity was a liability. Ideals got you killed. After that, Atlas stopped looking for love. He started looking for distractions and orders. It turned out, in that hellhole of a place, a US dollar was a magic wand. With a $100 bill, you could buy silence. You could buy liquor. You could buy comfort. He indulged. He visited the off-limits places in the city during leave. He found girls of all ages, desperate for money, willing to do anything for a taste of the wealth he carried in his pocket. It was a dark, cesspool of a world, and he swam in it. He learned that everyone had a price. He learned that pleasure was a drug, and he was happy to overdose if it meant forgetting the image of Salma in the marketplace. But even that didn't last long as he got used to it. Sentimentality is the first casualty of deployment. The memory of her that brief, fragile connection didn't stand a chance against the grinding reality of the service. New orders came down like a gavel, immediate relocation. He packed his kit, boarded the transport, and left her behind. By the time the dust of the new city settled on his boots, her face was already fading, replaced by target profiles and mission specs. And the final nail in the coffin? A classified intelligence report that crossed his desk months later. It turned out she wasn't the angel he had constructed in his mind. She was compromised, tainted, just another lie in a world built on them. For the next 2 years, he stopped being a man and became an instrument. He pointed his rifle where the finger of command pointed. He detonated charges on structures he was told were strategic assets. Top secret became a euphemism for illegal. But the silence of his obedience was slowly being drowned out by the screams of the aftermath. The resentment for the brassed faceless men in air-conditioned offices began to fester like gangrene. The raids were the worst. Kick down a door at 0300 hours, night vision turning the world green and black. Chaos. Screaming. The terrifying confusion of a firefight in a living room. Bullets don't discriminate, and neither did the shrapnel. They called it asymmetric warfare, but he knew the truth. When you raid a terrorist cell embedded in a village, you don't just kill the cancer, you kill the host. He saw the bodies pile up. Not just the radicalized combatants, but the collateral. The grandmothers caught in the crossfire. The children are sleeping in the wrong room at the wrong time. His hands were stained with a mix of guilty and innocent blood, a cocktail that no amount of scrubbing could remove. He realized with a hollow horror that to his superiors, the piles of dead civilians were just a line item in a budget acceptable cost of doing business. He hated the higher-ups, but he also understood the terrifying chain of command. They were merely executing the will of the architects above them, who were in turn protecting their own interests, their capital, their influence, and the illusion of invincibility. After all, a graveyard of soldiers is bad for the image of a superpower. They were merely cogs in a vast, grinding machine, beholden to shadows cast from even greater heights. Not all were monsters, many were simply pragmatists, trading blood for stability. He accepted the grim reality. Even if he sat in the highest office, he could not save everyone. Governance is a game of attrition. The needs of the many will always take precedence over the needs of the few. Perhaps only omnipotence could spare every soul, but therein lay the paradox: to save man from every danger is to enslave him. Is not the freedom to choose also the freedom to err? Silent killers like tobacco harvest more souls than any terrorist, yet we accept them as the cost of liberty. So if the goal is truly to save lives, he would have to become a dictator of virtue. To save everyone is to govern a prison of safety. And if he focused only on the extremists, where does the purge end? To kill the fanatic is useless if you do not kill the ideology. Do you slaughter their families to stop the infection? Do you ban the books that, when twisted, turn men into monsters? These men believe they are fighting for freedom just as surely as he is. It is an endless cycle of Ouroboros eating its own tail. It was a paradox without a solution. After weeks of ruminating on this Gordian knot, he realized the solution lay beyond the event horizon of his mortal comprehension. And so, with a heavy sigh, he surrendered to the current, allowing the machine to pull him along. At the ripe old age of 24, his war ended. It wasn't a parade. It was a mistake. A hostage situation. A raid on a suspected insurgent cell. Atlas kicked down the door. He saw a young boy in the corner, holding a rusty AK-47. The boy was shaking, terrified. Atlas hesitated. He saw the fear in the kid's eyes. He saw a victim. Drop it. Atlas had yelled, lowering his aim slightly. Don't do it, kid. The kid panicked. He pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through Atlas's hand, shattering the bones, and another slammed into his stomach plate, cracking through everything and puncturing the arteries. Atlas went down. As he lay there, gasping for air, choking on blood, he watched his squad leader enter the room. The sergeant didn't hesitate. Bang! The kid dropped. Atlas was medically retired. He got a Purple Heart for his trouble. He got a disability check that barely covered life. And he got a lifetime of compensation for a dominant hand that would be slower than the other hand. He was thankful to that kid, in a way. Because of that bullet, he got to leave the sandbox. He got to go home. But when he returned to the States, he realized the war hadn't changed him, it had just opened his eyes. He looked at the high-rise buildings of Las Vegas, the suits on Wall Street, the politicians on TV. He realized they were the same beasts he saw in Afghanistan. They just wore fancier suits. They just used pens instead of bombs. They looked down on everyone else, consuming the weak to feed their own power. Older men declare war, Atlas thought, the memory bitter on his tongue. But it is the youth that must fight and die. But he was also very grateful to them, at least because he had his freedom and it wasn't a cesspool as openly as it is in Afghanistan. He settled into a routine. He rested for months, letting his body heal, though his mind remained scarred. He wanted to find a mundane job in the city, working hard just to pay off an expensive mortgage on a house that felt too big for one person. Moving forward, he wanted life to become ordinary. Wonderfully, boringly ordinary. His hobbies became his escape. He played video games, read novels, and watched anime. These were the only things that gave flavor to his new, more relaxed existence. He would occasionally barbecue with his few remaining friends, drinking beer and venting about looking for work, laughing at the absurdity of it all. He got good at finding joy in adversity. Compared to the IEDs and the smell of burning flesh, it was a joke. His goal became simple: pay off the mortgage, find a beautiful woman who didn't know about the desert, and settle down. If you looked at it that way, Atlas was painfully ordinary. Just another vet trying to reintegrate. 42 CH 0040 eating a big part of it. Bonus chapter. Awesome news. We hit our first 600 voters today, so get ready for a bonus chapter. Thanks, everyone. From now on, every 100 voters will give you bonus chapter. Author's note: come on guys, write some reviews. If you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. He got good at finding joy in adversity. Compared to the IEDs and the smell of burning flesh, it was a joke. His goal became simple: pay off the mortgage, find a beautiful woman who didn't know about the desert, and settle down. If you looked at it that way, Atlas was painfully ordinary. Just another vet trying to reintegrate. The only commendable thing he ever did, the only thing that truly separated him from the nihilism that threatened to consume him, was the last moment of his life. The little girl. It was instinct the moment the gun was pointed at him. The same instinct that made him hesitate with the kids in Afghanistan. But this time, he didn't have a rifle. He just had his body. He pushed her out of the way. He felt the adrenaline, the wildness and impact. The shattering of bones. The darkness. Atlas had no regrets losing his life to save her. Who has time to ponder in the moment of saving a life? He mused. Humans lead ordinary lives for years, but one glorious moment is enough to redeem a lifetime of sins. He lay in the hotel bed, a faint smile touching his lips. He had lived many of these glorious moments, all thanks to his ma, who he used to curse for giving him such advice, but when he saw the truth, he was very thankful. And instead of the void, he was here. The system. The T-virus. The power to control his own destiny. To eventually reach the solution that plagued his later life. Here, in Raccoon City, there were no rules of engagement. There were no politicians sending him to die for oil. There was only the strong and the weak. And for the first time in his life, Atlas was the strongest thing in the room. His only regret. His face fell slightly. Mom, Dad, Ma. They had to be grieving. The knock on the door. The folded flag. the casket of their young son. I hope the insurance payout was good, Atlas whispered, a tear he couldn't shed prickling behind his eyes. I hope it paid off the house. For 15 minutes, the room was silent, save for the hum of the air conditioning. Atlas lay on the bed, motionless as a corpse, letting the ghosts and emotions of his past wash over him. He felt the heat of the Afghan sun, heard the crack of the AK-47 that ended his military career, and saw the final, terrified expression of the girl he died saving in the intersection. He let the memories come, and he let them go. They were the foundation, but they were no longer the structure. The self that was a soldier, a gamer, an ordinary man, a loving son, that self was dust. For 15 minutes he remained there laying on the bed letting the past wash over him. He only opened his eyes when he heard a light knock on the door. Knock, knock. The sound was light, hesitant, barely audible against the heavy mahogany door. Atlas didn't flinch. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing gray irises that seemed to swirl with a faint light before settling into a calm, steel gaze. He shook his head, physically shaking the lingering sadness away like water from a dog's coat. He was Atlas Kruer now. He was an anomaly, and he had a magnificent, terrible life to enjoy. He sat up, the white terrycloth robe slipping off his white shoulders, exposing the marble white skin and the dense, cord muscle of his chest. Who is it? Atlas asked. His voice was deep, resonant, and controlled. It didn't sound like someone who had just been mourning, it sounded like a man addressing another. Room service, a sweet, feminine voice called from the hallway. The food you ordered is here, sir. Atlas sighed, a long exhale that expelled the last of his humanity's grief. Showtime, he whispered. He stood up, tightening the belt of his robe, and walked to the door. He checked his posture in the hallway mirror, imposing, relaxed, dangerous. He unlocked the deadbolt and pulled the door open. Standing there was a young woman, likely no older than 27. She was dressed in the hotel's uniform, a modernized maid outfit consisting of a black skirt, a crisp white blouse, and a small apron. Her name tag read Chloe. She was looking down at her clipboard, checking the order. I have the executive breakfast for room 30. She looked up. Her voice died in her throat. The man standing in the doorway was overwhelming. At 6 feet 1 inch, Atlas towered over her 5 feet 5 inches frame. But it wasn't just the height. It was the presence. The steam from his shower still clung to him, carrying the scent of expensive sandalwood soap and something else, a sharp, masculine musk that triggered a primal response in her hindbrain. His robe was loose, revealing a V-shape of chest that looked like it had been sculpted by Michelangelo. His skin was impossibly pale, flawless, contrasting with the wet, silver-gray hair slicked back from his face. Chloe's eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed a deep, instant crimson. She gripped the handle of the food trolley tighter, her knuckles turning white. She stammered, her professionalism evaporating. Sir, I have your order. Atlas smiled. It wasn't the predatory grin he gave the zombies. It was a soft, charming smile, practical and polite. Thank you, Chloe, Atlas said, stepping back and holding the door wide. Please, come in. She pushed the cart inside. It was heavy, laden with silver-domed platters. The wheels squeaked slightly on the plush carpet. She looked around the room, expecting to see a partner, a girlfriend, a business associate. There was enough food on the cart to feed a squad of Marines. Is anyone else joining you? Chloe asked, glancing at the single pair of muddy boots by the door. Just me, Atlas replied, closing the door. I have a very high metabolism. Long night. Oh, right, of course. She maneuvered the cart to the dining table near the window. Her hands were shaking slightly as she began to unload the plates. She could feel his eyes on her. He wasn't leering, but his gaze felt physical, like a weight resting on her shoulders. Atlas walked over to the desk where his black tactical backpack sat. He unzipped the front pocket. The smell of the food hit him. Bacon, eggs, seared steak, freshly brewed coffee. His soul or whatever had replaced it gave a low, anticipating rumble, and even though his stomach was not hungry, Chloe finished setting the table. She straightened up, smoothing her apron, trying to regain her composure. She risked a glance at him. He was leaning against the desk, watching her with an expression that was cool, casual, and vaguely amused. Will that be all, sir? She asked, her voice breathless. Atlas reached into the bag and pulled out a small stack of cash. He peeled off a few bills. He walked over to her. The proximity made her heart race. He smelled like rain and power. For your trouble, Atlas said, extending his hand. Chloe looked down. It was 3 $10 bills. $30. In 2002, a standard tip for room service was maybe $2 or $3. $30 was more than a day's wage for her. This is far too much. She stammered, her eyes widening. She tried to push his hand back gently. Sir, this is more than the bill for the food. Atlas remained there, unmoving. He brushed a speck of non-existent dust off his sleeve with his free hand. Keep it, he said, his tone brokering no argument. Consider it a hazard pay. Hazard pay? She asked, confused. Ideally, for dealing with a guest who orders 5 eggs at 8 a.m., Atlas joked smoothly. In his mind, however, the thought was colder. I looted it from a bank anyway. I didn't earn this through sweat and tears. It's paper. In a few days, this money will be ash. I might as well spread it around while it still has value. Maybe she can buy a bus ticket out of town with it. Chloe hesitated, then took the money. Her fingers brushed against his. His skin was cold, startlingly so. Thank you, she whispered, tucking the cash into her apron pocket. You're very generous. She didn't leave. The atmosphere in the room shifted. It grew heavier, charged with a sudden, unspoken tension. Chloe looked at him. She adjusted the collar of her blouse, pulling it slightly lower, ostensibly to fix a button, but the intent was clear. She shifted her weight, accentuating the curve of her hips. "Is there anything else you need, sir?" she asked, her voice dropping to a sultry murmur. She looked him up and down, her eyes lingering on the opening of his robe. "We offer full service here. Anything to make your stay more comfortable." Atlas watched her performance with the detached interest of an anthropologist. He saw the dilation of her pupils. He smelled the spike in her womanly charms. She was attracted to him, yes, but she was also attracted to the power he radiated and the cash he threw around like confetti. In his old life, he would have taken the offer. Now, he just felt extreme curiosity. And not for her. He smiled, a gentle letdown. "You are very kind, Chloe," Atlas said softly. "And very lovely." He saw her brighten, stepping closer. "But," Atlas continued, holding up a hand, "I have a lot of work to do, and frankly, I prefer to eat my steak while it's hot." The rejection was polite, but it was a wall of steel. Chloe blinked, realizing she had been dismissed. A flush of embarrassment rose up her neck. She forced a smile, stepping back. "Oh, of course," she said, retreating to the door. "Enjoy your meal, sir. If you need anything, just call the room service." "I will," Atlas nodded. She slipped out the door, clicking the lock behind her. Atlas stood there for a moment, listening to her footsteps retreat down the hall. "Cute," he muttered, "but I have priorities." He turned around and faced the table. The humor vanished from his face. The confidence evaporated. He walked toward the table slowly, as if approaching a bomb. He pulled out the chair and sat down. In front of him lay a feast. A medium-rare ribeye steak, still sizzling. 5 sunny-side-up eggs. A stack of toast, a fresh garden salad. Chicken wings, grilled fish, and a bowl of soup apples, bananas, citrus. A pot of black coffee. It looked delicious. It smelled nice. But Atlas felt a knot of genuine fear in his stomach. This was the test. He was a Tier 1 undead variant. He was a zombie. A highly evolved, intelligent, superpowered zombie, but a zombie nonetheless. And zombies, they ate flesh. Raw, living flesh. In the lore of movies and anime, Tokyo Ghoul, vampire, the masquerade creatures like him usually lost the ability to consume human food. It tasted like ash. It made them vomit. If he couldn't eat this, if he was condemned to not eating, losing life's biggest loss in the wonderful life, his dream of a perfect life was over. He didn't want to be a monster who couldn't enjoy a pizza. He wanted to be a man who enjoyed everything, even the minor pleasures of life. And eating a big part of it. 43CH0041 I've made my choice. If you want me to continue this work, I would appreciate encouragement. Let this novel become famous. I would like you to bring Power Stones. If you have any advice for me, please comment so I can improve. He was a Tier 1 undead variant. He was a zombie. A highly evolved, intelligent, superpowered zombie, but a zombie nonetheless. And zombies, they ate flesh. Raw, living flesh. In the lore of movies and anime, Tokyo Ghoul, vampire, the masquerade creatures like him usually lost the ability to consume human food. It tasted like ash. It made them vomit. If he couldn't eat this, if he was condemned to not eating, losing life's biggest loss in the wonderful life, his dream of a perfect life was over. He didn't want to be a monster who couldn't enjoy a pizza. He wanted to be a man who enjoyed everything, even the minor pleasures of life. And eating a big part of it. "Please," Atlas whispered to the steak. "Don't taste like rotting garbage." His hand trembled slightly as he picked up the silver fork and knife. He cut a slice of the steak. Pink juice ran onto the plate. He lifted the fork. He hesitated. "Plion," he asked mentally, "will I throw up?" "Unknown. Your digestive system has been reconfigured by the system with the combination of T-virus to maximize energy absorption. Theoretical compatibility with cooked protein, high. High is good," Atlas muttered. "High is good." He opened his mouth. He put the steak inside. He chewed. He froze. His eyes went wide. Flavor. Rich, savory, salty, umami flavor exploded on his tongue. It didn't taste like ash. It didn't taste like rot. It tasted better. If he had the ability to cry, he would have tears by now. One of his biggest fears didn't come true. He hadn't become like the Bone Daddy. These emotions were truly overwhelming for him and could only be compared to the kiss he shared with Alice. His enhanced senses taste included amplified the experience. He could taste the butter it was seared in. He could taste the black pepper. He could taste the iron in the meat. It was euphoric. Atlas swallowed. It went down smooth. A warm sensation spread through his chest as his stomach began to process the biomass instantly. Clank! Atlas dropped the fork. The metal clattered loudly against the plate, but he didn't hear it. He just closed his eyes, savoring the lingering taste of salt and butter. Then, he threw his head back and roared with laughter, a sound of pure, unadulterated relief that shook the air. "Yes!" He shouted to the empty room, his voice cracking with emotion. "Yes! He wasn't a ghoul. He wasn't a mindless, rotting husk condemned to feast on carrion. He wasn't a broken monster. He was functional." The hesitation vanished. Atlas grabbed the toast with trembling hands. He scooped up the eggs. He began to eat with a voracious, animalistic intensity, but there was no savagery in Itonli gratitude. He shoveled the food into his mouth, moaning at the explosion of texture and flavor. He ate with the enthusiasm of a man on death row enjoying a pardon. Every bite was a victory against the undead. He could live. He could feast. As he savored the flavors, his mind raced, expanding beyond the walls of this room, beyond this reality. Think of the possibilities, he muttered between bites, his imagination firing on all cylinders. With the Multiverse Transit Authority, the menu is infinite. I don't have to just survive, I can dine like a man that owns the place. He gestured with a piece of toast as if conducting an orchestra. I'll sit at the counter of Ichiraku Ramen with Naruto. I'll steal a slice of apple pie from the Full Metal Alchemist's world. I'll sample the sweetness of Cardcaptor Sakura's desserts and the dark elegance of Black Butler's curry bread. His eyes widened with a sudden, hilarious realization. And the Food Wars universe, oh, yes. I need to experience a clothing-bursting dish. I need to taste food so divine it makes buildings crumble and brings grown men to their knees. Ha ha ha. That is a goal. That is a dream. Pass the salt, he joked to the silence, pouring a steaming cup of dark roast. The apocalypse was coming, but at least the breakfast was good. The coffee was hot, the eggs were salty, and life was good. Time, 9:15 a.m. For the next 30 minutes, the only sound in room 303 was the scrape of silver cutlery against fine china. Atlas ate with a terrifying, rhythmic efficiency. The medium-rare steak vanished. The 5 sunny-side-up eggs were devoured. The stack of toast, soaked in butter, disappeared. He drank the entire pot of black coffee straight from the carafe, the scalding liquid sliding down his throat like water. He is tasting the fruits to determine their flavor. He didn't think about the T-virus. He didn't think about the impending nuclear strike. He just enjoyed the salt, the sweet, the fat, and the heat. It was a sensory rediscovery of being alive. Finally, he set the empty carafe down on the silver tray with a soft clink. He leaned back in the chair, wiping his mouth with a linen napkin. Delicious, he whispered. He stood up and wheeled the trolley into the hallway, leaving it outside his door. He didn't want the smell of food to linger, he wanted his sanctuary neutral. He closed the door and locked the deadbolt. Then, glancing at the heavy wooden chair at the desk, he grabbed it and wedged it under the door handle. It was a primitive security measure for a being who could tear through steel, but old habits from the sandbox died hard. A locked door was a suggestion, a barricaded door was a statement. Atlas walked back to the bed and lay down. He waited. He placed his hands on his stomach, staring at the ceiling fan. Okay, he thought, analyzing his internal state. I just consumed roughly 8,000 calories in one sitting, plus 2 liters of water and a pot of coffee. In a normal human, this would trigger the meat sweats. It would trigger bloating, and eventually, it would trigger a trip to the bathroom. Atlas waited for the urge. He waited for the pressure in his gut. 5 minutes passed. 10. Nothing. He sat up and lifted his shirt, or rather, opened the robe. He looked at his abdomen. It was perfectly flat. The six-pack abs were clearly defined, the serratus muscles sharp and visible. There was no distension, no bloating. Incredible, Atlas murmured, pressing a hand against his stomach muscles. It's like science. He had confirmed 2 of the most critical questions regarding his new existence. Can he eat? Yes, and he can taste it. He isn't a cursed ghoul like Tokyo ghouls can Kaneki, doomed to vomit up human food. Does he poop? No. Nature's call hasn't rung for him yet, still in the clear. My body isn't digesting, Atlas realized with scientific fascination. It's incinerating. It breaks down matter into pure energy with at least 80% efficiency. No waste products. No bathroom breaks. At least that's my theory. It's like Xians who can digest a greater percentage of food and do not excrete much waste, as their bodies are designed for continuous energy expenditure. His physiology allows for efficient energy conversion. He grinned. I am the ultimate foodie. I never have to pause a raid to take a dump. Satisfied with his biological audit theory, Atlas lay back down, spreading his arms and legs wide, taking up half the king-sized bed. He closed his eyes. The food had replenished his mental fatigue, and the lack of digestion meant he felt light, energized. Plion, Atlas commanded, his voice lazy but his mind sharp. I've made my choice. The system's blue interface flickered to life behind his eyelids. Awaiting selection, Atlas. I'm looking at the list, Atlas murmured. I want to start with the basics. The skeletal muscular optimization, limb focus. But I have a question before I buy. He opened one eye, staring at the holographic text floating in the air. Does this upgrade still make me stronger if I already bought the body reinforcement? Or does the effect diminish? I don't want to waste points on a stat boost that gets overwritten by a bigger upgrade down the line. I'm min-maxing here. Negative, Atlas, Plion responded, her voice sounding almost amused by his gamer logic. Evolutionary traits are cumulative. They stack. The limb focus specifically targets the axial alignment and fast-twitch fibers of the extremities. The full body reinforcement targets the core and systemic tissue density. If you acquire both, you do not lose efficiency, you become a compound threat. The next evolution only builds upon the foundation of the last. So no matter what type of evolution it is, it always clamps on the last one. So it stacks, Atlas grinned. Music to my ears. He closed his eyes again, visualizing his arms and legs turning into hydraulic pistons. That's good. Then Plion purchased the skeletal muscular optimization, limb focus. Affirmative. Processing transaction. Cost, 50 evolution points. Remaining EP, 247. The air in the room seemed to vibrate. A low hum filled Atlas's ears. Warning, invasive biological restructuring imminent. Target areas, humerus, radius, ulna, femur, tibia, fibula, and associated myofascial networks. Please prepare for neural synchronization. Do you wish to proceed? Atlas gritted his teeth, gripping the bedsheets. Do it, he snapped mentally. Acknowledged. Body reconstruction in progress. Initiating genetic overwrite. Atlas chuckled nervously. Go on, I'm prepared. Then, the heat hit him. It started in his marrow. Unlike the full-body evolution which felt like being dipped in lava, this was precise. It felt like invisible, hot wires were being threaded through the center of his arm and leg bones. Crack! Atlas gasped as he felt his left shin bone shift. It wasn't a break. It was an axial realignment. The energy surged into his extremities, targeting the microscopic cells in his skeletal structure. The natural, slight curvature of the human femur and tibia traits evolved for bipedal walking were being forcefully corrected for better efficiency. Under the skin, the bones straightened. They became perfectly linear pillars of support. Simultaneously, the microlattice growth began. Atlas felt a deep, grinding itch inside his bones as the density increased. Layer upon layer of calcified reinforcement was being laid down in a honeycomb pattern, transforming his bones from porous human bone into something resembling organic carbon fiber. Then came the muscles. Squelch, tear, knit. He could feel the fibers in his biceps and quadriceps tearing apart at the cellular level. But they didn't bleed. They rebuilt instantly. Myofibrils multiplied. The muscle bellies in his forearms became denser, tighter. The tendons in his ankles and wrists thickened, snapping tight like high-tension cables. He felt his legs becoming springs. He felt his arms becoming hydraulic rams. The pain was there, a sharp, burning throb that pulsed with heat, but it wasn't the blinding agony of his first full-body evolution. It was roughly the equivalent of getting a shot at over a sunburn. Painful, but manageable. He lay there for 10 minutes, sweat beading on his forehead, his body twitching involuntarily as the system fixed his anatomy. And then, just like that, it stopped. The heat vanished. The grinding ceased. The energy originating from the soul vanished. Atlas lay panting for a moment, testing his fingers. He clenched his fist. The movement felt snappy, explosive. He sat up, confused. Hey, Plion, Atlas asked, flexing his bicep and watching the muscle fibers ripple with new definition. Why wasn't the pain as bad as always? Is something wrong? Or are you pitying me and dialed down the settings because you don't want to see me cry? He asked it in a playful voice, but he was genuinely curious. The last evolution had felt like being dismantled by a chainsaw. 44. A difficult update. Subject, a difficult update, a deleted account, and where we go from here. To my readers. I'm writing this with a heavy heart because I believe you deserve the full truth about what has been happening behind the scenes. As many of you know, writing this story is my dream work. There is nothing I want more than to keep building this world for you. But the reality I'm facing right now is crushing. For the past few months, I have been fighting a losing battle with payment platforms. After waiting 2 agonizing months to finally get a new Patreon account set up, it was deleted just 9 days after its creation. It has been since September that I last made any income. I have tried something. Ko-Fi is effectively dead for me because Stripe is not working in India. PayPal, Subscribestar, and Substack are all stuck in verification loops or flat out refusing to verify my account. I am hitting a wall at every turn. The pressure is becoming too much. My mother is urging me to give up and find a regular job. And as painful as it is to admit, she isn't wrong. I cannot survive on dreams alone, no matter how much I love this work. However, I am not ready to vanish just yet. I am trying to pivot so I can keep this dream alive. 1. The new community, Discord. Since the platforms are failing us, I need a place where we can stay together. Please join the new Discord server. If everything else disappears, this is where I will be. Join here. 2. A new venture, YouTube. I have started a new project to try and support myself, a Manhwa/Manhua recap channel called Manhwa Recap 777. I am uploading daily, massive 10-hour recap compilations. A very important request. I would love your support, but please only subscribe if you actually enjoy and plan to watch that specific type of content. Why? If you subscribe but don't watch, the YouTube algorithm assumes the videos are bad and stops recommending them to new people. We don't need a shout out from Mr. Beast, we just need the algorithm to work. So, please only click subscribe if you're going to watch. Watch here. I am fighting as hard as I can to keep writing for you. Thank you to everyone who has stuck by me through this silence and struggle. Sincerely, Unkit/Godofgreedaz. 45 ch 0042. He was in a hybrid timeline. The new community, Discord. Since the platforms are failing us, I need a place where we can stay together. Please join the new Discord server. If everything else disappears, this is where I will be. Atlas lay panting for a moment, testing his fingers. He clenched his fist. The movement felt snappy, explosive. He sat up, confused. Hey, Plion, Atlas asked, flexing his bicep and watching the muscle fibers ripple with new definition. Why wasn't the pain as bad as always? Is something wrong? Or are you pitying me and dialed down the settings because you don't want to see me cry? He asked it in a playful voice, but he was genuinely curious. The last evolution had felt like being dismantled by a chainsaw. Negative, Plion replied, her tone factual. The intensity of the pain feedback remains constant. However, your physiology has adapted. 1. Mind stat, your mental attribute is currently 25. This allows yourself to process pain signals as data rather than distress, dissociating the sensation from the emotional response. 2. Soul matrix adaptation, after the full body evolution, your soul has anchored more firmly to the pain. You have grown used to the sensation of genetic fixing and rewriting. Your pain tolerance threshold has shifted from human to higher. Oh, Atlas nodded, rubbing his shoulder. So I'm just getting tougher. I like that explanation better. He stood up from the bed. He hopped in place. He felt lighter. His legs felt like loaded springs. He threw a quick jab at the air. Swish. It was faster. Sharper. His elbow didn't hyperextend, the joint locked perfectly, transferring all the force forward. Show me the numbers, Atlas grinned. Show me my current status. Affirmative. The blue screen expanded in the air. Status window. Name, Atlas Crewer. Race, infected evolved zombie undead variant, Tier 1. Level, 6, 185/3200 EXP. Evolution stage, active mutation. Core attributes. Strength, 22. Agility, 25. Stamina. Mind, 25. Status point, 12. Derived stats. Reaction speed, 25. Regeneration, low. Combat instinct, 3. Mental stability, near perfect. Condition, hunger, none. Infection stability, stable. Sanity, locked. Skills, neural control, passive. Retractable claws, active. Constant regeneration, passive. Evolution traits, undead zombie. Resources, evolution points, 247. V-Gold, 3,560. Atlas stared at the numbers. Strength 22. Agility 25. He clenched his fists, feeling the raw power humming in his veins. Well, he whispered, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. It's an improvement. A small step for a zombie, a giant leap for, well, me. He looked at the remaining 247 evolution points. Chapter, The Digital Oracle. Location, the Apple in room 303, Executive Suite. Time, 9:30 a.m. I still have points to burn, Atlas said to the empty room, his eyes gleaming with the residual rush of his recent evolution. And I'm just getting started. But. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the new density of his arm muscles. The ache was fading, but the memory of the restructuring lingered in his marrow. I don't want to experience pain continuously. I am not a masochist, nor do I have a tendency to get off on suffering. So, let's do some research. Atlas spoke to no one, his voice low and contemplative. He swung his legs off the bed, the thick hotel carpet grounding him. He walked over to the mahogany desk where the expensive black box from Midtown Digital sat like a monolith. He sat down in the leather chair, leaning forward. He unpacked the Phantom X laptop. The smell of factory-fresh plastic and ozone wafted UPA scent that, to a gamer from the future, was practically an aphrodisiac. He ran his hand over the matte black casing. It was heavy, thicker than a brick, reinforced with military-grade polymer. He plugged the bulky power brick into the wall outlet and snapped the Ethernet cable into the port on the side. He pressed the power button. Whirr. The internal cooling fan spun to life with the sound of a small jet engine taking off. The screen flickered, backlit by cold cathode tubes, before displaying the BIOS startup sequence. Phantom X BIOS V1.0. Memory check, 65,536 KB. OK. Then, the logo appeared. A pixelated flag waving against a blue sky. Ding. The startup sound of Windows XP filled the room. To Atlas, it was a symphony of nostalgia. The taskbar was that friendly, rounded blue. The wallpaper was bliss, the rolling green hills of Sonoma County under a perfect, cloud-dotted sky. It was an image of peace that stood in stark contrast to the hellscape outside his window. Clean install, Atlas noted approvingly, seeing the desktop void of the usual bloatware garbage. Just the recycling bin and my computer. Beautiful. He grabbed the mousy heavy, ball mouse that clunked when he moved it and navigated to the start menu. He clicked on the blue E icon. Internet Explorer 6. The browser opened. The hourglass cursor spun. And spun. And spun. Come on, Atlas muttered, tapping his fingers on the desk. I paid extra for the T1 line. Don't disappoint me. The connection handshake completed. The homepage msn.com began to load. It didn't pop into existence like the internet of his future. It loaded in chunks. Images decoded line by line, descending like a slow curtain. My God, Atlas sighed, rubbing his temples. I forgot how painful this was. It's like watching paint dry in real time. He appreciated the simple, uncluttered design of the early web, no pop-up video ads, no cookies tracking his soul, but the speed was a test of his mental stability. He clicked into the search bar. He typed one word, umbrella. He hit enter. The search results cascaded down the screen. Umbrella Corporation leading the way to the future. Umbrella Pharmaceuticals, Health, Beauty, Life. Stockwatch, UMBR, up 2.4%. Atlas clicked the main corporate site. It was a masterpiece of propaganda. Smiling families, pristine laboratories, slogans about preserving the health of the people. Standard cover, Atlas muttered. They have their hands in everything. Medical, tech, computing, food. But he knew this. This was surface-level knowledge. He needed the deep lore. He needed to know if this world followed the script of the Anderson movies, or if it held the darker, more complex nightmares of the Capcom games. He opened a new tab. He began to search for the names that shouldn't exist in the movie timeline. He typed, Tricell. He waited. The hourglass spun. Result found, Tricell Inc. Global Shipping and Natural Resources. Atlas froze. His eyes narrowed. Tricell exists, he whispered. The shipping conglomerate. The spiritual successor to Travis Trading Enterprises. In the movies, Umbrella was the only game in town. In the games, Tricell was a major antagonist in Resident Evil 5. He typed again, Wilpharma. Result found, Wilpharma Corporation Vaccine Research and Development, India Division. And Wilpharma, Atlas noted, his heart rate picking up. From the CGI movies. From Degeneration. He typed one last name, a name whispered in the darkest corners of the game lore. SHNY Pharmaceuticals. Result found, SHNY Traditional Medicine and Biotech. Atlas leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking under his weight. He exhaled slowly. This changes everything. As a gamer who had played every mainline title, read the files, and obsessed over the timeline, Atlas realized the magnitude of his situation. He wasn't just in the Paul W.S. Anderson universe where Alice does kung fu and telekinesis and the world ends in a desert wasteland. He was in a hybrid timeline. The events of the first movie had happened, lived them. Alice existed. The Red Queen existed. The Hive existed. But the world was the game world. It was a multipolar Cold War of biological weaponry. Umbrella wasn't the only monster, they were just the biggest shark in a tank full of piranhas. The movie timeline is simple, Atlas analyzed. Outbreak. Nuke. Apocalypse. Extinction. The game timeline is a mess. Raccoon City falls, but the world keeps turning. The government covers it up. The stocks crash. The virus hits the black market. Terra Grigia. Edenia. China. Africa. He looked at the glowing screen. The knowledge he was absorbing felt physical. The weight of it hit his arms like collapsing planes. It wasn't just heavy in the physical sense though. Yes, the implication gave him much weight to handlight had a presence. It felt like the world was aware he was checking its pulse, and it was silently judging him for peering behind the curtain. He found a dedicated conspiracy forum, the Sewer Gators board. It was hidden, obscure, filled with paranoid rants. But amidst the noise, he found a thread detailing the history of the founders. It was written in a flowery, archaic style, likely by someone who had accessed the Spencer estate archives before they were burned. Atlas began to read. The screen glowed with the text, the white letters on the black background burning into his retinas. The architects of the fall. The words weren't comforting. They never were. Oswell E. Spencer. The name dripped like a poison, both familiar and alien in this world. Aristocrat. Visionary. Madman. And yet, here he was, more legend than CEO, more myth than man. The details were vague, intentionally so. Whoever wrote this didn't want the truth to be easily uncovered. Maybe because some truths were better left buried in the Ndipea ruins. But Atlas knew that he sought the divine, only that he had cast down from the limits of human mortality after a discovery in West Africa that fractured his view of biology itself. The progenitor virus. The stairway to the sun. A flower that granted power, but demanded a tribute of death. The progenitor was the first light of evolution. It burned too brightly. The human genome, young, imperfect, fragile, could not contain it. Yet Spencer believed. He believed he could chain the fire. Atlas continued to surf while shuffling his memories. But the twist came when his partners Edward Ashford and James Marcus sought to tame the beast differently. Marcus wanted to breed it with leeches. Ashford wanted to splice it with insect DNA. They didn't strip the virus bare, they weaponized it. Atlas stopped thinking. He looked at an old post made by Umbrella themselves. Marcus is dead, he died tragically in a lab accident. Atlas whispered, recalling the game lore. Assassinated 10 years ago on Spencer's orders. But his queen leech lives. The news about the recent deaths in Arkley Mountains, maybe that's him. Zero is happening right now. He read further into the corporate history while shuffling his memories. So Lucifer died, of hunger? No. Umbrella is starving. The research costs for the G-Virus and the Nemesis project have made them money. He could tell this just by looking at the stock market. When the first light seeks the knowledge, where past, present, and future become a single unbroken scream, the flame will consume itself. Atlas rubbed his eyes. The metaphor was clear. The umbrella was eating itself alive. The outbreak in Raccoon City wasn't just an accident, it was a catalyst. It was the moment the rats started fleeing the sinking ship, carrying the plague with them. The government is involved, Atlas realized. The US military isn't just reacting, they are purchasing. The Nemesis isn't just a monster, it's a product demo. The STARS organization exists, and there appear to be no notable fatalities among its members, at least according to online sources. He closed the browser window, the fan of the laptop spinning down slightly. He sat in silence for a long time. His plancher's simple plans of getting some guns and surviving the nuke were now in shambles. If this is the game world, Atlas muttered, then the nuke isn't the end. It's the starting gun. In the movies, the world ends. Everyone dies. Alice roams a desert. In the games, the world fights back. The BSAA is formed. TerraSave rises and viruses were always contained in the cities they were leaked from. 46 CH0043 by level 40. Trillions. Is the mashup world making sense, or is it too much? I had a thought about Nier Automata and the world of Cyberpunk 2077. Imagine him going to the Automata world as the only human, gaining their trust over time, and eventually being treated like a god, as they would for any human. He could manipulate them to gain master control as only human, follow orders of and work them as his police force. As for Cyberpunk, I have no idea. His plancher's simple plans of getting some guns and surviving the nuke were now in shambles. If this is the game world, Atlas muttered, then the nuke isn't the end. It's the starting gun. In the movies, the world ends. Everyone dies. Alice roams a desert. In the games, the world fights back. The BSAA is formed. TerraSave rises and viruses were always contained in the cities they were leaked from. Bioterrorism becomes the new nuclear threat. And I, Atlas whispered, looking at his hands, am a wild card that fits in neither. He wasn't Alice, the psychic superhero. He wasn't Wesker, the mastermind. He was an anomaly. A glitch in the system. If Tricell gets the T-virus, if the family gets the G-virus, the virus scaling of this world is going to skyrocket. He looked at the backpack sitting on the desk. The bag containing the T-virus and the antivirus. Suddenly, that bag felt heavier than the 30k he stole. It was a nuke in a backpack. I need to be careful, Atlas realized. Shit. Atlas ran a hand through his silver hair, a manic grin touching his lips despite the fear. This world is pretty fooped up. Location, the Apple in room 303, Executive Suite. Time, 4:45 p.m. Atlas hadn't moved from the desk in hours. The coffee pot was cold. The remains of his massive breakfast had been wheeled away long ago. The only light in the room came from the glow of the Phantom X laptop screen, casting harsh shadows across his pale, concentrated face. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache building behind his eyes that had nothing to do with the undead and everything to do with temporal mechanics. This created so many questions, Atlas muttered, scrolling through a conspiracy forum page that hadn't been updated since 1998. This world is a layered dumpster fire. He had reached a conclusion, but it was a conclusion that only birthed more chaos. The world is a hybrid. It wasn't just the movies. It wasn't just the games. It was a Frankenstein's monster of both, stitched together with the erratic thread of reality. He leaned back in the leather chair, the leather creaking under his strength frame. His mind, usually sharp, was currently running like a wild, untamed horse in an open field, galloping from one terrifying possibility to another. First, the aesthetic of the apocalypse. In the movies, Atlas reasoned aloud, staring at the ceiling fan, the T-virus dries up the oceans. The world turns into a Mad Max wasteland. Alice drives a motorcycle through a desert that used to be Las Vegas. Humanity goes extinct except for a few thousand clones and survivors. He shuddered. I hate sand. It gets everywhere. But in the games, he countered, Raccoon City gets nuked, but the world keeps spinning. The stock market crashes, the government covers it up, and bioterrorism becomes the new Cold War. We get Resident Evil 4 in Spain, Resident Evil 5 in Africa, Resident Evil 6 in China. The game world was vibrant. It had cities, technology, politics. It wasn't just a dust bowl. So was the movie world but before the whole apocalypse. Second, the timeline discrepancy. He looked at the date on the laptop taskbar, September 2002. This doesn't make sense, Atlas groaned. In the games, the mansion incident happened in July 1998. Raccoon City fell in September 1998. But here I am, in 2002, living through the events of the first movie, which is basically the prequel to the outbreak. While the STARS organization exists, it was created in 1998 in response to the increasing need for specialized law enforcement to handle complex incidents that the normal city police department could not manage. The organization was formed to combat terrorism, urban crime, and other high-grade criminality, such as cybercrime and biochemical attacks. So yes, it's a nationwide organization in this world, and the team stationed in Raccoon City appears to have no notable fatalities among its members, at least according to online sources. So, the timeline was shifted. The technology was in the early 2000s flip phones, Windows XP, but the events were in 1998. It's a remix, and reshuffled, Atlas realized. God, or the universe and the endless possibilities of multiverse did this, or whoever runs this system, just hit shuffle on the lore playlist. Third, the rogue variables. His mind raced to the outliers. What about Resident Evil Village? Does Mother Miranda exist? Is there a giant vampire lady waiting in Romania right now? Are there Leakins? What about the animated movies? Degeneration? Vendetta? Does Glenn Arias exist? Is he selling A-virus triggers in New York? And the manga, Marhoa Desire? Is the C-virus cooking in a school in Asia? He felt dizzy. There were more than 12 types of major viruses in the franchise: T, G, T Veronica, TG, Uroboros, C, T Abyss, Mold. If they all existed here, Raccoon City was just the appetizer. As he surfed through the memories of his morning run escape from the forest, the looting of the Atmos-specific image flashed in his mind. He froze. Wait a minute. He closed his eyes, replaying the visual data stored in his memory banks. He saw the forest. He saw the trees. He saw the dirt. And there, hidden beneath the overgrowth near the Arklay foothills, train tracks, Atlas whispered. I saw train tracks. At the time, he had ignored them. He was too busy running around and counting his stolen money. But now, with the context of the game lore, the puzzle pieces slammed together. The Ecliptic Express. Maybe the train wasn't just old infrastructure. Maybe it was exclusively used by Umbrella to bring researchers to the management training facility or the Hive. His eyes widened. If those tracks are active, that means Resident Evil 0 is happening. Or happened. That means James Marcus may be alive. Atlas let out a sharp, incredulous laugh. Or rather, the Queen Leech pretending to be him. A sentient, opera-singing collection of leeches that ate an old man and gained his memories so it could wear his face like a young Final Fantasy villain. He laughed harder, the sound echoing in the hotel room. God, that sounds stupid when you say it out loud. A leechman singing opera on a cliffside while raining biological terror. He wiped a tear from his eye. Then again, he checked his own reflection in the dark laptop screen. I am a zombie who retained his soul, has a video game hut in his soul, and eats steak without pooping. Who am I to judge the absurdity of a leech wizard? Acknowledging the bullshit helped him relax. It grounded him. If the world was crazy, he didn't have to be sane. He just had to be strong. The sun dipped lower. The room grew darker. Atlas leaned back, his mood shifting from anxiety to a strange, hedonistic optimism. If nothing else, he smiled, I have a better world. And stronger targets. If this was a hybrid world, it meant the characters from the games existed. And that was a very compelling thought. Ada Wong, Atlas murmured, picturing the elusive spy. In the movies, Ada was fine. But in the games? She was an icon. The red dress, the grappling hook, the impossible charisma. No matter which actress played her in live action, she couldn't compare to the sheer style of the game Ada. And if the timeline is shifted, she should be in Raccoon City right now or should at least be arriving in a day or two. She's here for the G-virus sample. His mind wandered down the list of potential encounters. Shiva Alomar, the fierce beauty of the BSAA. Africa is nice this time of year. Ashley Graham, the president's daughter. Ballistics aside, saving her yields high rewards. Jill Valentine, the master of unlocking, before the blonde dye job. His expression turned momentarily sad. And poor Rachel Foley. He remembered Revelations, the woman who got infected on the Queen Zenobia, the one who mutated into a ooze monster but kept crying for help. Maybe I can save her, Atlas thought. He shook his head, pushing the darker thought away. No, I will definitely save her. And it's not just about women, Atlas corrected himself, focusing on the grind. It's about the XP. He opened the system interface mentally, looking at his level. Level 6. Next level, 3200 XP. The curve, Atlas whispered, a chill running down his spine. The exponential curve. He started doing the math on the hotel notepad. Level 1 to 2, 100 XP. Level 2 to 3, 200 XP. Level 3 to 4, 400 XP. Level 4 to 5, 800 XP. Level 5 to 6, 1600 XP. Level 6 to 7, 3200 XP. It doubled every time. It doesn't look bad now, Atlas muttered, scribbling furiously. But let's extrapolate. By level 10, I need 51,200 XP per level. That's 100 liquors. By level 20, I need 52 million XP. That's a small country's population of zombies. He kept writing, the numbers growing into monstrosities. By level 30, it's in the billions. By level 40, trillions. He stopped writing when he hit level 66. The number was so long it ran off the page. Quintillions. Atlas stared at the paper. The silence in the room was deafening. If the curve doesn't cap, if it keeps doubling. He looked at his hands. To reach level 60, I wouldn't just need to kill zombies. I wouldn't just need to kill tyrants. I would have to kill gods. He imagined the kind of entity that would drop a quintillion XP. What is it? He whispered, genuine fear creeping into his voice. Is it Goku? Is it Beerus? Is the system going to teleport me to the Thulha mythos so I can shank an outer god? Or worse, do I have to fight Franklin Richards when he is an adult in plot armor? He imagined a level 10 Wesker, dodging bullets in slow motion, throwing missiles with his bare hands. I need V-Gold, Atlas realized. I need evolution points. If the XP requirement scales like this, then the rewards must scale too. A quintillion XP monster must drop billions of evolution points. And very least millions of V-Gold. I could buy the entire shop. I could rewrite my DNA to be a dragon. I could become a celestial body. The numbers were just that scary. 47, CH0044 I need the XP. 5 more reviews and 30 more Power Stone donors are needed before the bonus chapter. I had a thought about Nier, Automata and the world of Cyberpunk 2077 separated world travels. Imagine him going to the Automata world as the only human, gaining their trust over time, and eventually being treated like a god, as they would for any human. He could manipulate them to gain master control as only human follow orders of and work them as his police force. As for Cyberpunk, I have no idea. Location, the Apple in room 303, Executive Suite. Time, 6:40 p.m. The glow of the Windows XP calculator app illuminated Atlas's face in the darkening room, casting ghostly shadows into the hollows of his cheeks. He stared at the screen. The numbers stared back, indifferent and horrifying. 14 quadrillion 73 trillion 748 billion 835 million 532,800. 14 quadrillion. This, Atlas whispered, his voice cracking, is impossible. The realization washed over him like a bucket of ice water. He had been so drunk on the power of his new form, on the thrill of the claws and the upgrades, that he hadn't looked at the road ahead. He had just looked at the speedometer. But now, staring at the exponential curve, he saw the cliff. If the XP requirement doubles every level, Atlas muttered, tapping the desk with a trembling finger. By level 50, it's a hill I can't climb. He did the mental conversion. If a standard zombie gives 10 XP, I would need to kill 1.4 quadrillion of them. He stood up, pacing the room frantically. The plush carpet felt like quicksand. There aren't that many people on Earth. There aren't that many living things in the solar system. To reach those numbers, I would have to become a cosmic entity. I would have to travel to other galaxies and extinguish entire civilizations just to get a single ding. He leaned against the wall, sliding down until he was sitting on the floor, clutching his head. I'm not playing an RPG, he realized with a sick sinking feeling. I'm playing an idle clicker game without the auto-clicker. I'm Sisyphus, and the boulder just got heavier than the sun. He had killed powerhouses of this world. He had killed the liquor. That was 500 XP. A drop in the ocean. A molecule in the ocean. He couldn't even begin to imagine what it would take just to defeat a Super Saiyan 2, let alone challenge gods, reality warpers, or slay beings that stood above them. At his current level, such entities were untouchable. Before he could even entertain the thought, he would need to reach at least level 100 with power enough to shatter a planet. I need answers, Atlas hissed, looking up at the ceiling. I can't leave this for my future self. My future self is going to be stuck at level 29 for 1,000 years trying to grind boars in a forest. He took a deep breath. He needed to know the worst. Pliant, he called out, his voice laced with genuine dread. Will I be needing a quintillion scale EXP for level ups indefinitely? He prayed to the goddess of luck. He prayed to whatever ROB who might have put him here. Please, let the math be wrong. The system chime rang out. It sounded ominous in the silence. Affirmative. Pliant's tone was factual, cold, uncaring. Atlas felt his non-beating heart stop. Affirmative, he repeated, his voice hollow. He looked at the calculator again. Level 66. That was the magic number where the math broke reality. I'm dead, Atlas whispered. I'm stagnant. I'll never reach the apex. I'll just be a mid-boss farming trash mobs for eternity. The despair was physical. It weighed on his shoulders, pressing him into the carpet. Why give him a system if the goalpost was in another dimension? Why give him hope if the math proved it was a lie? He imagined himself, millions of years old, drifting through space, trying to find a planet to blow up just to get from level 65 to 66. I would need to blow up galaxies filled with life to make up for that number. He shouted at the air. He lay back on the floor, staring at the chandelier. I give up. Level 20. That's it. I'll hit level 20 and retire. Maybe open a taco stand in the apocalypse, save some women and enjoy life. But then, the system spoke again. Addendum. Atlas opened one eye. Do not succumb to despair, Atlas. While I cannot violate the causal restrictions of the system to reveal full future data, I can provide context. You are correct that quintillion scale EXP is an eventual requirement. However, by the time you reach the threshold where such numbers are relevant, you will no longer be a zombie. Atlas sat up. What? You will have transcended. You will be the god of evolution. And I can confirm that the exponential curve alters its variable. At level 30, you will not need 13,421,772,800 EXP. The curve flattens. The mechanic shifts. The only thing I can tell you is this: after level 20, the method of gaining EXP changes. You will be surprised. Silence filled the room. Atlas sat there, processing the words. The curve flattens. The mechanic shifts. He wasn't doomed to grind quadrillions. He just had to survive the early game. I don't need to kill the universe, Atlas whispered. I just need to get to level 20. A wave of relief crashed over him, so powerful it was almost dizzying. It felt like coming up for air after drowning. It was the sweet, sweet sensation of Moripovich opening that envelope and screaming, "You are not the father," watching 18 years of child support vanish in an instant. Oh, thank God, Atlas gasped, scrambling to his knees. He clasped his hands together, looking up at the hotel ceiling as if it were the Sisters of Battle Chapel. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Buddha. Thank you, Great Emperor. Thank you, Lady Luck, you beautiful, fickle mistress. He laughed, a manic, broken sound. He was shaking, his soul vibrating with the whiplash of emotions. He felt like an ant that had been clinging to a leaf in a hurricane, only to be washed gently onto dry land. I'm not fucked, he laughed, wiping a tear from his eye. I'm just challenged. There's a difference. He took deep, shuddering breaths, calming his violently shaking soul. From the lowest of lows to the highest of highs in seconds. This world wasn't so bad after all, Atlas grinned, standing up and brushing the lint off his expensive trousers. The rabbit hole of numbers had almost swallowed him, but now he saw the light. Level 20, he set the goal. That's the target. It's hard, but it's possible. 52 million XP? I can do that. I can kill a few armies. I can hunt all the BOWS. Furthermore, the multiverse shouldn't be that far off in this curve, right? It wasn't so bad that this world was a mix of movies and games. In fact, it was perfect. The games provided the enemy variety he needed to farm. The movies provided chaos. At least with the hybrid world, he reasoned, I can reach level 20 quickly. I have lickers. I have hunters. I have nemesis. I have so many giant mutated beasts. I have Birkin. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet of XP. Atlas finally calmed down. The manic energy settled into a warm hum of determination. But the reality of his location sobered him up quickly. Raccoon City, he muttered. He was in ground zero. He was in the petri dish. The math works, Atlas acknowledged. But the geography is a problem. I'm sitting on a target. He didn't know when the shit would hit the fan. He didn't know when the nuclear warhead would turn this hotel into glass. Sigh. Atlas turned away from the desk. He looked at the window. He froze. The sun was gone. While he had been spiraling over math and surfing the slow-motion internet, the day had evaporated. The sky outside was a deep, bruised purple, fading into black. He looked at the digital clock on the bedside table. 6:40 p.m. I spent all day. Atlas shook his head in disbelief. I didn't even realize. He had been sitting in the same position for hours. If he were human, his legs would be asleep, his back would be screaming. But his undead physiology had kept him perfectly still, a statue of concentration. The internet of 2002, Atlas groaned, rubbing his eyes. It's a time vampire. Half of that time was just waiting for pages to load. If I had an AI search engine, if I had 5G, I could have done this in 2 hours. He felt a pang of longing for the future he had left behind: the convenience, the speed. But then he remembered the mortgage, the boredom, the fragility. Trade-offs, he muttered. He shut the laptop. Thud. The heavy sound echoed in the room, signaling the end of the research phase. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He peered through the crack in the heavy velvet curtains. The city outside looked peaceful. Cars were streaming down the streets, red taillights leaving trails in the dusk. Office buildings were lit up. People were walking to dinner, to movies, to their homes. But Atlas didn't see a city. He saw a map. He saw the invisible timer ticking down above the skyline. He saw the webs of conspiracy stretching from the sewers below to the satellites above. He saw the unseen rot spreading through the water pipes. The cannibal sickness, Atlas whispered. It will soon be in the houses. The rats will soon be in the pantries. The silence of the room felt heavy, pregnant with the violence to come. But this time, Atlas didn't feel dread. He felt anticipation. The numbers on the calculator had scared him because they meant futility. But now he knew the numbers were just a ladder. And he loved to climb. There is no limit, Atlas said, his gray eyes glowing in the reflection of the glass. I can go as high as I want, as long as I can find something big enough and strong enough to kill. He pressed his hand against the cold glass. Below him, Raccoon City was lighting up for the evening. The streetlights flickered on, illuminating the hunting grounds. Whoa! The distant wail of a siren cut through the air. Then another. Then a third. The frequency was increasing. The chaotic symphony was beginning. Let them come, Atlas whispered, a feral grin stretching across his face, revealing teeth that were slightly too sharp to be human. Let the lickers come. Let the hunters come. He clenched his fist, imagining the nemesis roaring his name. Let the nemesis come. He watched the city, no longer a victim trapped in a quarantine, but a wolf waiting for the sheep to panic. I need the XP. Atlas lay on the bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, but his mind was miles away, drifting through the ruins of Raccoon City, past the Arkley Mountains, and into the terrifying, labyrinthine future of a world that shouldn't exist. He knew too much. His self felt heavy, swollen with the implications of his research. He saw the threads of the Resident Evil Mobius desert wasteland, the clones, the telekinesis tangled hopelessly with the intricate biopolitical thrillers of the Resident Evil games. He saw the mold. He saw the Las Plagas parasites. He saw the C-virus turning cities into gas chambers. But after doing some research, he figured out he didn't know much, and he wasn't sure how helpful what he did know was in this mixed bag of a world. But that didn't stop him from coming up with theories and mixing both worlds in his head, creating possible futures and figuring out his next moves. 48CH0045. But Atlas was undead. 5 more reviews and 30 more Power Stone donors are needed before the bonus chapter. I had a thought about Nier, Automata and the world of Cyberpunk 2077 separated world travels. Imagine him going to the Automata world as the only human, gaining their trust over time, and eventually being treated like a god, as they would for any human. He could manipulate them to gain master control as only human, follow orders of and work them as his police force. As for Cyberpunk, I have no idea. Location, the Apple in room 303, Executive Suite. Time, 7:15 p.m. His self felt heavy, swollen with the implications of his research. He saw the threads of the Resident Evil Mobius desert wasteland, the clones, the telekinesis tangled hopelessly with the intricate biopolitical thrillers of the Resident Evil games. He saw the mold. He saw the Las Plagas parasites. He saw the C-virus turning cities into gas chambers. But after doing some research, he figured out he didn't know much, and he wasn't sure how helpful what he did know was in this mixed bag of a world. But that didn't stop him from coming up with theories and mixing both worlds in his head, creating possible futures and figuring out his next moves. He ran simulations in his mind, combining both worlds. If the Red Queen releases the T-virus to stop the hive, but Wesker is operating in the shadows for the organization, and James Marcus is singing opera to leeches in the train tunnels. It was a chaotic, discordant mess. The timeline was a fractured mirror, reflecting 1,000 different doomsdays. Atlas sighed, the sound heavy in the quiet room. I can't predict the script, he admitted to the empty air. Because there is no script anymore. I am the butterfly flapping its wings in a hurricane. He realized that knowledge, while powerful, was useless without the strength to survive the consequences of it. Knowing a nuke is coming eventually doesn't help if you can't run fast enough to escape the blast radius. Knowing Nemesis is hunting you doesn't help if your bones shatter when he punches you. He needed to stop thinking. He needed to start actions. He pushed himself up, the hotel mattress groaning under his weight, and settled back against the pillows. He closed his eyes, shutting out the physical world to focus on the digital one. I like how this is going, Atlas murmured, his resolve hardening like concrete setting in a mold. Now, let's move on to the next evolution. No more hesitation. He summoned the system interface. The blue light washed over his mind's eye. Atlas hummed, looking at the list. Defense. Structure. Durability. I choose the skeletal reinforcement option. Affirmative. Processing transaction. Cost, 160 evolution points. Remaining EP, 87. The transaction cleared instantly. The numbers dropped. But then, the atmosphere in the room shifted. It wasn't just a vibration, it was a pressure drop. The air grew heavy, static-charged, as if a thunderstorm had materialized inside the 4 walls of the suite. A low, resonant hum filled Atlas's ears, sound of the system gathering the bioenergy required for a total reconstruction. Warning, invasive biological restructuring imminent. Target areas, cranium, vertebral column, thoracic cage, spinal cord, pelvic girdle, extremities. Scope, total marrow overhaul and matrix purification. Then, Plian's voice cut through the standard alerts. Her tone was different, sharper, urgent, almost concerned. Be prepared, Atlas. The pain in this evolution will be intolerable at your current level of resistance. You are not just adding muscle, you are literally undergoing a full skeleton replacement while conscious. Do you wish to proceed? Atlas stared at the prompt. Intolerable. That was a strong word for an AI. He gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the Egyptian cotton bedsheet so hard the fabric began to tear. He didn't have a choice. The world was ending, the hunters were coming. He couldn't face them with brittle human bones. Well shit, Atlas thought, bracing himself against the mattress. This is going to hurt. Do it. Acknowledged. Skeleton reconstruction in progress. Initiating genetic overwrite. For a single, terrifying heartbeat, there was absolute silence. The world seemed to pause, holding its breath. Then, the eruption began. From the deepest abysses of his soul matrix, a torrent of mysterious, molten energy flooded his skeleton. GHH. Gray AAIK. The sound didn't start as a scream, it began as a tectonic rumble deep in his chest, escalating instantly into a raw, feral howl that stripped his throat raw. Atlas collapsed backward, his legs giving out as if the strings of a marionette had been severed. The previous evolution of his claws and strengthening of whole body had been a localized torment, a hot knife slicing through tissue. It was manageable. It was finite. This was a supernova detonating inside every single cell of his existence. The pain arrived like a catastrophic tidal wave, drowning his consciousness in blinding white noise. It didn't attack the nerves on his skin, it originated from the marrow, scraping against the very anchor of his soul. It felt as if his blood had been transmuted into a volatile mixture of liquid nitrogen and boiling lead, freezing and incinerating him simultaneously. He hit the bed with enough force to crack the frame, his body seizing in a violent, epileptic arc that lifted his spine off the mattress. Crack, snap, grind. The sounds erupting from inside his skin were nauseatingly loud, wet, mechanical, and heavy. His spine permanently curved by the slouch of the zombie infection and a lifetime of human posture was being forcibly disassembled and realigned. The vertebrae ground against one another like millstones. The discs were crushed and reinflated. The calcium matrix shattered into dust and reformed in milliseconds. He felt his spine locking into a new, terrifyingly perfect alignment posture of an predator. Gah hike. His muscles danced violently under his skin, rippling like water in a storm. It felt as though millions of invisible hooks were tearing the muscle fibers away from the bone to allow the skeleton room to expand. But the system wasn't destroying him, it was forging him. Atlas clawed at the bedsheets, his fingernails shredding the duvet and gouging deep, ragged furrows into the mattress foam. He tried to scream again, but his jaw snapped shut with a bone-jarring clack as his mandible was reshaped. His teeth vibrated in their sockets, the roots dissolving and reforming to anchor a bite force capable of crushing force much higher than humans. Then came the weight. It was the phenomenon of biocondensation. The system was taking the porous, fragile bones of a human and compressing them into a singularity. It was purging the microimpurities within the bones, layering carbon and calcium into a hyperdense lattice structure harder than stone. He felt gravity crushing him, pinning him to the bed as his mass increased a little while his volume remained the same. And then, the heat. Inside the hollows of his bones, the marrow was boiling. The hematopoietic system was being overhauled. The biological factories that produced his blood were being torn down and rebuilt. The old, red human blood was burned away, replaced by a new generation of cells. He could feel the viscosity changing. The new ichor was thick, heavy, and sludge-like. It flowed through his veins not like water, but like molten mercury, dense, nutrient-rich, and pathogen-resistant. As the marrow pumped this new life into his system, his veins bulged, turning a dark, shimmering silver under his translucent skin. Simultaneously, the blood residue channels were being carved. It felt like microscopic diamond drills were boring ventilation tunnels through his femurs and ribs. These canals were being excavated to balance internal pressure during high-impact combat, preventing his hyperdense bones from cracking under stress. But in the moment, it felt like being eaten alive by a million fire ants from the inside out. The agony was so exquisite, so absolute, that a normal human mind would have shattered. The brain would have triggered a chaotic shutdown, forcing unconsciousness to protect the psyche from trauma. But Atlas was undead. That was the cruelest part. His soul, tethered to the undead self, refused to let him sleep. He was a prisoner in his own breaking body, forced to remain lucid. He had to feel every fracture, every boil, every stitch. He had to witness the violent reconstruction of his own existence. Endure. The word was a desperate mantra echoing in his fracturing mind. Endure. 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 He felt the energy rushing toward his hands, seeking bones. Snicked. His claws extended involuntarily, ripping through his knuckles in with little, silvery red fluid. Through eyes swimming with tears of blood, Atlas watched the transformation. The dull, ivory-white bone blades were shedding their organic weakness. They were being infused with the metallic minerals drawn from the system knows where, or just energy turned into matter. They shimmered, turning from a matte bone to a gleaming, lethal silver. They were becoming high-density bone metal. Endure. He wanted to pass out, but sadly he couldn't. He had to own this pain. The suffering transcended the physical. It felt like his bones had been placed upon a cosmic anvil and was being hammered into a new shape by a god of forge. The weakness of his past life evolutionary mistakes, the fragility, the structure mistakes was being beaten out of him. For 8 agonizing minutes, the Appleton's executive suite echoed with the wet, grinding symphony of a body breaking and reforming. It was the music of evolution, terrifying, bloody, and beautiful. Location, the Appleton 3rd floor corridor / room 303. Time, 7:23 p.m. And Atlas lay in the center of it, screaming silently, being born again. Except, as the minutes dragged on, the silence broke. The pain of the skeletal reinforcement was too absolute, too invasive to be contained by sheer will. By the 5th minute, the blood residue channels were being drilled through his femurs. By the 6th minute, his skull was knitting itself into a denser, armored shape. A sound began to leak from room 303. It started as a low, guttural vibration that rattled the expensive vase on the hallway table. Then, it escalated into a muffled, rhythmic thudding sound of a body convulsing against a mattress punctuated by jagged, strangled cries that sounded less like a man and more like a wild animal caught in a steel trap. The Apple Inn prided itself on discretion. The walls were thick, the doors were heavy oak. But even soundproofing has its limits against the agony of a biological rewrite. By the 7th minute, the 3rd floor was buzzing with nervous energy. Chloe, the room service maid who had been charmed by Atlas earlier, was pushing a cart down the hall to room 306. She stopped dead in her tracks as she passed 303. The sound emanating from within made the hair on her arms stand up. It wasn't the sound of pleasure, it was the sound of someone breaking. She dropped the linen napkin she was holding and rushed to the elevator phone. 2 minutes later, the elevator dinged. Lucy, the hotel manager, stepped out. Lucy was a woman who knew everything that happened in her hotel. She was 32, elegant, with sharp auburn hair and a tailored navy suit that screamed authority. She had heard the whispers from Veronica at the front desk and the giggles from Chloe about the Donis in 303. They spoke of his money, his muscles, and his strange, intense eyes. Lucy was a professional, but she was also human. She was curious. "Stay back," Lucy ordered Chloe and the security guard she had brought with her. "I'll handle this." She walked down the plush carpet toward the end of the hall. The screaming had stopped, replaced by a heavy, ragged muffles that was almost worse. It was a stroke of luck that the neighboring suites were empty for the weekend. If they hadn't been, the police would have already been called. Lucy stood before the door of room 303. She smoothed her skirt, adjusted her expression to one of polite concern, and raised her hand. "Knock, knock, knock, Mr. Atlas." She called out, her voice projecting clearly through the wood. "This is Lucy, the hotel manager. We received a report of distress. Is everything all right in there? 49CH0046." He threw a right cross. "Bonus chapter today up. Awesome news. We hit our first 700 voters today, so get ready for a bonus chapter. Thanks, everyone. From now on, every 100 voters will give you bonus chapter. Get those stones going, boys and femboys. We need to get those numbers up. If you want to discuss the story or just meme about, join my Discord server, 76YBZDTK. She walked down the plush carpet toward the end of the hall. The screaming had stopped, replaced by a heavy, ragged muffles that was almost worse. It was a stroke of luck that the neighboring suites were empty for the weekend. If they hadn't been, the police would have already been called. Lucy stood before the door of room 303. She smoothed her skirt, adjusted her expression to one of polite concern, and raised her hand. "Knock, knock, knock, Mr. Atlas." She called out, her voice projecting clearly through the wood. "This is Lucy, the hotel manager. We received a report of distress. Is everything all right in there?" Inside the room, the world was spinning. Atlas was lying face down on the bed. His body was a wreck. He couldn't move his legs, his new, denser bones felt like iron weights anchoring him to the mattress. His jaw, freshly realigned, ached with a phantom fire. He heard the knock. He heard the voice. "Manager." His mind processed sluggishly. Female, mature, confident. He forced himself to roll over. It took every ounce of his strength to simply turn his body in pain. He stared at the ceiling, gasping for air he didn't need. "Do you need medical assistance?" Lucy's voice came again, sharper this time. "I have a master key. If you don't answer, I am required to enter." "Dunt." Atlas forced the word out. It sounded ragged, like gravel in a blender. He swallowed, forcing his vocal cords to obey. He couldn't let her in. The room was a disaster zone. The bed was shredded. And he looked like a monster in midst of transformation. He took a deep breath, channeling his mental stability. "Don't worry," Atlas called out, forcing a tone of casual, albeit strained, amusement into his voice. "I'm fine. Just a cramp. A very severe, full-body cramp. Old war injury." Outside, Lucy raised an eyebrow. The sounds she had heard were definitely not cramps. They sounded like an exorcism. "Are you sure, Mr. Atlas?" she asked, leaning closer to the door. It sounded quite intense. "We have a doctor on call." "I am 100% fine," Atlas lied through his teeth. "Just testing the limits of your mattress. It's very durable, by the way." He paused, a smirk touching his lips despite the pain radiating from his spine. He decided to go on the offensive. Distract her with charm. "Although," Atlas added, his voice dropping to a lower, raspier register that vibrated through the door, "it is a pity I am testing it alone." Lucy blinked. A flush rose to her cheeks, surprising her. She was used to wealthy men hitting on her, but there was something about the raw, exhausted timbre of his voice that bypassed her professional defenses. "I see," Lucy replied, her voice regaining its cool composure, though a smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Well, I am glad to hear the furniture is up to your standards. If you need anything else," she continued, "just call room service." "What if I need you?" Atlas shot back. He couldn't even lift his head off the pillow. His fingernails were dug into the ruined sheets. But the predator in him refused to show weakness. There was a pause on the other side of the door. "That," Lucy replied, her tone playful but firm, "is not on the room service menu. For now." "Pity," Atlas groaned, closing his eyes. "Check back in an hour. I might have found my wallet by then." Lucy chuckled a genuine, throaty laugh. "Rest well, Mr. Atlas. Try to keep the screaming to a minimum. You're scaring the maids." She turned and walked away, signaling the security guard to stand down. "He's fine," Lucy whispered to herself, fanning her face with her hand as she entered the elevator. "Just eccentric." Inside room 303, the facade crumbled the moment her footsteps faded. F.C.K. Atlas let out a long, shuddering exhale. Huff, huff. He lay there for several seconds, unmoving. Not because he was tired, his stamina was infinite. The new phenology ensured his muscles never ran out of ATP. But himself? His mind felt like it had been run through a meat grinder. The neural feedback of having every bone in his body shattered and reformed had overloaded his pain receptors. His body was trembling faintly, the aftershocks of the evolution rippling through his nervous system. If his body were still capable of sweating, the bed would have been soaked, clothes drenched, skin slick, heart hammering against his ribs. Instead, he lay perfectly dry on the ruined Egyptian cotton sheets. His chest rose and fell out of habit, mimicking the recovery of a human, but his physiology remained coldly efficient. He looked around him. The bed was a casualty of war. The silk duvet cover was shredded into ribbons. The mattress foam underneath was gouged with deep, parallel furrows where his claws had involuntarily extended during the peak of the pain. Feathers from the pillows drifted in the air like snow. Evolution complete. The blue notification hovered innocently above his face. That, Atlas muttered internally, staring at the text, was too excessive. He tried to lift his arm. It moved, but it felt different. It wasn't just stronger, it was smoother. He slowly pushed himself up into a sitting position. The mattress creaked loudly, protesting under his new strength. He looked at his hands. They looked the same on the surface, pale, strong, elegant. But the knuckles were raw and pink, fresh new tissue knitting together where the claws had torn through. He flexed his fingers. Creak, pop. The sound wasn't the dry crack of knuckles. It was the heavy, solid sound of stones grinding together. His bones felt solid, immovable. Phew. Atlas wiped a smear of black, viscous blood from his lip where he had bitten through it. This is getting too excessive with the pain. I feel like I just went 10 rounds with a cement mixer. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. His feet hit the floor with a heavy thud, cracking the floorboard slightly under the carpet. Skeletal reinforcement successful. Bone density increased by 400%. Hematopoietic efficiency increased by 200%. Passive bone durability increased 50%. Passive durability, small arms fire resistance acquired. Atlas read the notification logs, a grin slowly fighting its way through the fading grimace of pain. The words glowed in the air, promising a level of safety that was almost intoxicating in a city teeming with guns. I am now, small arms fire resistant, he whispered, testing the words on his tongue. He ran a hand over his forearm. The bone beneath the muscle felt different, solid, immutable, like a steel bar wrapped in velvet. Soon, I will be bulletproof. Literally bulletproof. He stood up from the ruined bed. The mattress groaned as his weight shifted, but he launched himself to his feet with a grace that defied physics. He felt like a tank wrapped in silk. The pain of the restructuring was fading rapidly, retreating like the tide, replaced by a surge of raw, intoxicating power. The headache from the timeline research was gone. The existential fear of the exponential math was gone. There was only the body. And the body wanted to move. Atlas began to pace around the room, testing the chassis of his new vehicle. Thud, thud, thud. His footsteps were heavier. Much heavier. Mass, Atlas analyzed, stopping to look at his feet sinking slightly into the plush carpet. I was around 195 pounds before this evolution. Lean, dense, but human range. He did a quick mental calculation based on the feeling of gravity pulling at his frame. I feel anchored. I've gained at least 60 pounds, maybe 70. He was pushing 270 pounds now, but there was no bloat, no fat. This was high-density matter. The system had packed lead-heavy calcium into a human-sized container. In a normal human, adding 70 pounds of weight instantly would make them sluggish. It would strain the heart and slow the sprint. Atlas moved. Zip. He crossed the room in a blur. Fast, he noted, stopping on a dime. I'm not slower. In fact, I have more traction. The added weight gave him kinetic energy. When he moved, he was a human battering ram. When he stopped, he was a bollard. He felt no restraint on his body. The upgraded muscles handled the new skeletal load as if it were nothing. He dropped to the floor. Calisthenics, Atlas muttered. Let's check the hydraulics. He assumed a push-up position. Down, up, down, up. He moved like a piston. But it wasn't the speed that surprised him, it was the feeling inside the joints. Before, his elbows and shoulders would click or pop under stressed standard friction of human anatomy. Now, silence. It felt as if his joints were gliding on oil. The synovial fluid, Atlas realized, picturing the biology text from his own thoughts. It's adaptive, like non-Newtonian. He could feel the fluid between his ball and socket joints behaving intelligently. When he moved fast, the fluid thinned, eliminating drag, allowing his limbs to snap like a whip. But when he held the plank position, pressing down with force, the fluid thickened, becoming a shock-absorbing cushion that protected the cartilage. Lubrication and armor in one liquid, he grinned. I'll never get arthritis. He transitioned into squats. Deep, aster-grass squats. Creak, went the floorboards. Silence went his knees. His spine, which had been forcibly straightened during the agony of the evolution, felt incredible. The lumbar curve was perfect. The discs between the vertebrae had thickened and hardened, turning his backbone into a flexible steel rod. He felt taller, straightened out to a full 6 feet 2 inches, his posture naturally imposing. He stood up and walked to the center of the room. He took a boxing stance. Test the anchors, he whispered. He threw a right cross. Whoop-ow. The air cracked. The punch was so fast it created a very small vacuum pocket. Usually, when a human punches with full force, the limiting factor isn't the muscle, it's the tendon. If you punch too hard, the muscle rips off the bone. Atlas felt the difference immediately. Bone-integrated anchors, he diagnosed. He could feel where his tendons connected to his new skeleton. They weren't just glued to the surface, the bone texture had changed, becoming rough and porous at the connection points, allowing the tendons to weave into the bone matrix like tree roots digging into bedrock. He could strike with 100% of his strength without fear of tearing a bicep. I can hit a brick wall, Atlas laughed, looking at his fist. And the wall will break before my wrist does. He turned his eyes to the king-sized bed. It was a heavy piece of furniture, solid oak frame, massive mattress, ruined sheets. He walked over to the foot of the bed. He didn't brace himself. He didn't widen his stance. He just reached down with one hand, grabbed the frame, and lifted. Scrape. The entire bed rose into the air. He held it there with one arm, his bicep bulging against the sleeve of his robe, but his face showed no strain. Leverage, Atlas noted. My bones aren't bending under the torque. The fulcrum is solid. He tossed the bed back down. It crashed with a heavy thud that shook the room. He walked to the bathroom mirror, wiping the steam off the glass. Get those stones going, boys and femboys. We need to get those numbers up. If you want to discuss the story or just meme about, join my Discord server, 76YBZDTK. 50 CH 0047. This is me. Bonus chapter. Awesome news. We hit our first 700 voters today, so get ready for a bonus chapter. Thanks, everyone. From now on, every 100 voters will give you bonus chapter. Get those stones going, boys and femboys. We need to get those numbers up. If you want to discuss the story or just meme about, join my Discord server, 76YBZDTK. He didn't brace himself. He didn't widen his stance. He just reached down with one hand, grabbed the frame, and lifted. Scrape. The entire bed rose into the air. He held it there with one arm, his bicep bulging against the sleeve of his robe, but his face showed no strain. Leverage, Atlas noted. My bones aren't bending under the torque. The fulcrum is solid. He tossed the bed back down. It crashed with a heavy thud that shook the room. He walked to the bathroom mirror, wiping the steam off the glass. He looked different. It wasn't just the pale skin or the silver hair. Shoulders, he pointed out. His clavicles had lengthened and thickened, broadening his shoulder width by a good 2 inches. It gave him the classic V-taper of a comic book hero, but it was functional, designed to support the immense strength of his upper body. He opened his mouth, baring his teeth at the mirror. His teeth were white, perfect, and terrifying. The roots had deepened, locking into the high-density jawbone. He had a bite force that could probably snap a broomstick or a UBCS agent's arm. He tapped his forehead. Clink. It sounded like tapping a granite countertop. The skull, Atlas whispered, a wave of relief washing over him. This was the most critical upgrade. As a zombie, even an evolved one at head was the weak point. A 9mm to the brainstem was usually game over. Although he was uncertain about its truth for him and reluctant to experience it, he ultimately wasn't going to forfeit his promising new life just for a chance. But now, he traced the line of his temple. The cranium was thicker, denser. The microlattice structure would deflect glancing shots. A low-caliber round might crack it, might give him a concussion, but it wouldn't penetrate. My mind is safe behind the castle walls, he said. I'm not bulletproof, but I'm damn close. There was only the apex. After doing the local tastes, feeling the machinery of his own body humming with perfection, Atlas couldn't help but smile. It was a predatory smile, full of sharp teeth and confidence. He realized many things that weren't mentioned in the evolution page and weren't reflected in his status page had improved. His center of balance was absolute. His hearing conducted through his jawbone was sharper. His confidence wasn't just arrogance anymore, it was biologically supported fact. I am heavier, Atlas said, clenching his silver bone claws one last time before retracting them. But I have never felt so light. He looked at the door. Now, he whispered. Let's see how zombified I am. The Apple in lobby/streets of Raccoon City. Time, 8:15 p.m. Atlas stood before the full-length mirror in room 303, adjusting the collar of his new leather jacket. The reflection staring back was formidable. The skeletal reinforcement had done more than just harden his bones, it had subtly altered his geometry. His posture was straighter, his spine a vertical steel rod. His shoulders, already broad, had widened by another inch as the clavicles thickened to support his new density. He filled the doorway. He grabbed the black tactical backpack from the desk. It was heavy, laden with more than $10,000 in cash, a stash of M67 fragmentation grenades, and the most dangerous item on the planet, the silver briefcase containing the T-virus and antivirus samples. I can't leave this here, Atlas thought, swinging the bag over one shoulder effortlessly. Even with the door barricaded, leaving the T-virus unattended in a hotel room was asking for trouble. In a hybrid world where Ada Wong, Punk, or Tricell spies might be prowling the rooftops, paranoia was a survival trait. He checked his pockets. Flip phone, wallet. The dismantled Sig Sauer P226 tucked into the waistband of his pants at the small of his back. Time to go, he whispered. He unlocked the door and stepped into the hallway. The hotel was quiet, the carpet muffling the heavy, dense tread of his new boots. He took the elevator down to the lobby. Ding! The doors slid open. The lobby was warmer than the air-conditioned suite, smelling of potpourri and floor wax. It was quieter now, the bustle of the morning replaced by the low hum of the evening shift. Atlas walked toward the exit, intending to slip out unnoticed. Mr. Atlas. He stopped. Behind the marble reception desk, Veronica was still there. She was packing up her purse, her blonde hair slightly disheveled from a long shift, looking tired but still impeccably made up. Atlas turned, flashing a polite smile. "Veronica, you're still here. I thought you'd be halfway home by now." Veronica looked up, and for a second, a look of genuine confusion crossed her face. She squinted slightly, tilting her head. "I was just closing out the register," she said, her voice uncertain. She walked around the desk to meet him. "Is it just me, or did you get taller?" She laughed nervously, looking at the top of his head. Earlier that morning, she had to look up to meet his eyes. Now, she felt like she was craning her neck even more. "I swear you were smaller this morning. Did you grow an inch or two in 8 hours?" Atlas didn't flinch. He adjusted his stance, leaning casually against a pillar to minimize the height difference. "It's the boots," Atlas lied smoothly, tapping the thick sole of his tactical footwear. "And a good nap. Walking tall after a good meal does wonders for the posture." "Must be some meal," Veronica teased, though her eyes lingered on the breadth of his shoulders. The leather jacket was tied across his chest, straining slightly against muscles that hadn't been there at 8 a.m. "You look like you've been hitting the gym, not sleeping." "Multitasking," Atlas quipped. "So, no overtime tonight?" "God, no," Veronica sighed, rubbing her neck. "The night manager is late, as usual. But I'm out of here. This city, it's getting creepy at night." Atlas's smile faded slightly. "Creepy how?" Veronica lowered her voice, stepping closer to him as if sharing a secret. "Haven't you seen the news? Or the missing person flyers?" She gestured to the glass doors leading to the dark street. "People are vanishing, Atlas. Not just hikers in the mountains anymore. People in the suburbs. A girl from the diner down the street didn't come home last night." She shivered. "My neighbor, he works at the hospital. He says the ER is full of people with rashes, skin problems, slight blindness, hunger, and more, but..." She trailed off, looking at the shadows outside. "I don't know. It feels wrong." Atlas watched her. He knew exactly what it was. The timeline was advancing. The Arklay incident was bleeding into the city. The contaminated water was showing slight effects on people. They were the first wave of zombies. He felt a pang of sympathy. They were a civilian standing on the edge of a volcano, complaining about the smell of sulfur, unaware it was about to erupt. "You shouldn't walk home alone," Atlas said, his voice firm. Veronica looked at him, surprised by the sudden seriousness in his tone. Then, a small, hopeful smile touched her lips. "Are you offering to be my bodyguard, Mr. Atlas?" Atlas adjusted his backpack. "I'm heading out anyway. I need to find a pharmacy. If it's on your way, I'll walk with you." "My apartment is just 6 blocks down," Veronica beamed, grabbing her coat. "And the pharmacy is right around the corner from me." "Fate, right. Fate," Atlas agreed dryly. They walked out of the hotel together, the revolving doors spinning them into the cool night air. The streets of Raccoon City. The city at night was a different beast. The neon signs of bars and pawn shops buzzed with an electric hum. The streets were sparsely populated, mostly cars rushing home, and the occasional police cruiser rolling by with its lights off. They walked side by side down the sidewalk. Atlas matched his stride to hers, his heavy boots echoing alongside the click of her heels. "So," Veronica started, trying to break the tension of the dark streets, "you never told me what you actually do. You book a suite for 10 days, you pay in cash, you order enough food for a football team, and you look like..." She gestured at him, "like you could break a brick wall with your face." Atlas chuckled. "Is that a compliment?" "It's an observation," she laughed. "Are you a spy? A hitman?" "Nothing so exciting," Atlas shook his head. He looked at the streetlights flickering overhead. "I'm a private contractor. Security consultant." It was the easiest lie because it was built on the truth of his past life. "I spent time in the military," Atlas continued, his voice taking on a distant quality. "Deployed overseas. Middle East. I learned how to assess threats, how to secure perimeters, how to survive in places where people don't want you to survive." Veronica looked at him, her playfulness replaced by interest. "That explains the 1,000-yard stare. And the confident air around you. Do I have a stare?" "You have the stare," she nodded. "Like you're constantly checking the exits. It's intense. But safe." She moved slightly closer to him as they passed a dark alleyway. "It must be hard," she said softly, "coming back to normal life after that. My brother, he was in the Gulf. He came back different. Quieter." Atlas looked at her. He saw the genuine empathy in her eyes. It was strange. He was a monstera creature of the T-virus, calculating XP and evolution costs, but she saw a traumatized soldier. "It takes time," Atlas said, truthful for once. "You learn to appreciate the small things. Soft beds, hot showers, a quiet walk on a Friday night, and pretty receptionists." Veronica teased, bumping his shoulder with hers. Atlas smiled, looking down at her. "And pretty receptionists." He wasn't in love with her. He barely knew and was attracted to her. But in this moment, walking under the dying lights of a doomed city, he appreciated her. She was a reminder of what he was fighting to keep: self and power. She was normal, and normalcy was a luxury he could no longer afford. They reached a small, brick apartment complex. It looked cozy, with flower boxes in the windows and a warm yellow light above the entrance. "This is me," Veronica said, stopping at the gate. She turned to face him, lingering. She didn't reach for her keys. She looked up at him, biting her lip. The chemistry was there, attraction to the danger he radiated, mixed with the safety he provided. "So," she started, her fingers nervously twisting the leather strap of her purse. She offered a smile that was equal parts hopeful and hesitant, bathed in the soft, amber glow of the apartment lobby. It's Friday night, the week is finally over. I have a bottle of Merlot upstairs that needs breathing, and I make really, really good coffee. It was the invitation, the universal code. Atlas looked at her. He looked at the warm, inviting light of the lobby behind her. It promised normalcy. It promised soft sheets, the smell of wine, and the comfort of another human body against his own. Part of him, ghost of the man who had died in the incident, the lonely somebody who had spent months in his old life staring at the hospital ceiling, wanted to say yes. That old version of himself would have been desperate for this. He would have wanted to run upstairs, drink the wine, bury himself in her warmth, and pretend for just a few hours that the world wasn't teetering on the edge of extinction. But as he looked at Veronica, objectively attractive, kind, Willie felt quiet. There was no spark, no pull. No feral instinct kicking in. Get those stones going, boys and femboys, we need to get those numbers up. If you want to discuss the story or just meme about, join my Discord server, 76YBZDTK.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.